Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Penguins, they played on Saturday and beat the Nashville Predators by a 3-0 final score. Penguins play again tomorrow at 7 o'clock against the New Jersey Devils. That'll be another home game for the Pens. Also, the Pitt men's basketball team lost to Wake Forest by 2 points, one basket on Saturday, 76-74. Pitt next plays tonight at 7 o'clock against Virginia. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com and the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Eric Callis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Donnie Football here, and I am a free man. You know how some people have to check in with their parole officer? Hopefully not you. Well, for years, that was me, except it was my doctor, and the crime was my waistline. Twice a year, like clockwork, I had to go in and hear the same speech. Donnie, your weight's a problem. Donnie, your numbers aren't great. Maybe I had to try a salad. Well, guess what? It's been 2 years since I started Awaken 180, and my doc is shocked that not only have I lost the weight, but I've kept the weight off. So now we're down to just once a year. That's right, I've been promoted to the healthy patient status thanks to Awaken 180. Both me and the doc know I'm not putting that weight back on because I've proven it. 2 years since starting Awaken 180, 10 weeks later and 45 pounds lighter, I've become a new Donnie. Yeah, Awaken 180 taught me how to lose weight, but more importantly, it helped me keep it off. Free support for life, a promise you'll only receive from Awaken 180. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Pittsburgh legendary group The Jaggers come to the Jurgle stage for one night only, Sunday, February 23rd. As part of the Golden Classic Series, don't miss the Pittsburgh Legends live. The Jaggers, 4 p.m. show, February 23rd at Jurgles. Get reserved seats at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at #1 Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service, and that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
Or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The January Fan Beer of the Month is Fire Whistle Brewing's Fire Whistle 139 Engine, a red ale. And the charity is the Parkinson Foundation of Western Pennsylvania.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. It's morning. It's Monday morning. Ugh. Well, at least you're waking up with me, so that's a start. At least you're waking up with sports. That's why you're here on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan, 24/7 Sports Talk. And the local talk begins every morning with me. Fan Early Morning Show. This is what this show is, and my name is Nicholas Harry Callis. Feel good this morning. Feel a little more energized. It's not cold. Usually when it's super cold outside, I'll have the urge to stay in bed. Like, I just want to stay under the covers. Anybody else like that? And normally when I was in school, like, I would jump in the shower when I had to get up for class because it would warm me up. You get me clean too, but, you know, I'd settle in for about 3 minutes, get warm, and then get clean, and then feel better. And also when I'm going to class, the sun would be out. This job's different because the sun's usually not out whenever I'm up in the morning. So I don't want to get out of bed because it's cold, but then I do. And I usually shower at night because, you know, you wake up and then you gotta get right to work, and I try to maximize my sleep. And yeah, on super cold days, not fun to do. But I think it's warming up now, and I'm feeling a little lighter. So had a nice workout this weekend, and I think the warm temperatures kind of helped too because I got out of bed real smooth this morning. Felt really good. So hope you're having a good morning as well. Whatever you're doing, 412-928-9370. You can give me a call. We can talk about anything sports related. It is Super Bowl week. All right, the big matchups. I already placed my bet on the Kansas City Chiefs, which I'd love to know who you're betting on because I've kind of gained the mentality now to never bet against the Chiefs, and I actually put a sizable sum on the Chiefs, an undisclosed amount. If you want to know, call and maybe ask directly, or let me know what you're or who you're betting on. I know a lot of people are saying, like, oh, yeah, Saquon Barkley's on the Philadelphia Eagles now, but still don't know. Don't bet against Mahomes. But we can talk more about the Super Bowl. That's coming up. We can preview that, talk and analyze the two teams. Also, the NBA had a big trade. Two big trades, actually, over the weekend. One involved Luka Doncic going to the Los Angeles Lakers in exchange for Anthony Davis, who's been criticized over the past few years, I remember, for being injured a lot. But they're the headliners of the deal. Some other little parts moving with that one as well. But Luka going to the Lakers, Davis going to the Mavericks. And then De'Aaron Fox going to the San Antonio Spurs. And then Zach LaVine getting traded in that deal to the Sacramento Kings. So that lit up the sports talk world, those two deals on back-to-back days. So I'm not a huge NBA fan, but even I was like, oh, wow. Big moves there from those four teams. So interesting stuff happening in the NBA. And then the Penguins making some trades, which is really starting the fire sale, it seems, for the Pens. Marcus Pettersson out. and Drew O'Connor traded. I don't like the expression out. They're traded. You know what I mean? But, yeah, they've been traded to the Canucks, and the Penguins acquire a couple veterans and some prospects as well. So, what impact will that have on the remainder of this 2024-2025 season? I don't expect a lot. And I don't want them to get better. I don't want the Penguins to get better. I want them to stay bad. I want them to stay bad. I want actual change to happen. I don't want them to keep swimming in where they've been. It's just not... I don't think it's very productive. Penguins right now in the standings have 52 points. They're now tied for last in the Metropolitan Division with the Philadelphia Flyers, which warms my heart. Now, the NHL has a crazy way of allowing a bunch of teams to be in it by the end of the season. Doesn't look like the Penguins are going to be one of those teams. It's actually it's a tight race among the teams that don't have a playoff spot right now or a top division spot. Like, it's the Capitals with 75 points, the Hurricanes with 68, and the Devils with 64, and then after that, that's the cutoff line, because then you got the Blue Jackets with 59, Islanders with 55, Rangers with 54, and then the Penguins and Flyers tied with 52. So the bottom teams are relatively close. Top teams, though, have clearly separated themselves. And then for the Atlantic Division, just staying in conference, though, it's the Buffalo Sabres at 47. The Montreal Canadiens, the next team up in that division, with 53. So the Penguins, you can officially say they're among the bottom three teams in the conference. Surprising to see, at least for me, somebody who's experienced their success, just like you have, in the before time, for those 17 wonderful seasons. But now, yeah, they're around the bottom, which is great that they traded O'Connor and Pettersson because, what do you need those guys for at this point? It's and that's a theme I think that they should keep at for the remainder of this season. Acquire some more prospects, acquire some draft capital by losing, and just slowly get better over time. But this really is... I mean, we kind of talk about it on its surface, and I was kind of general about what the Penguins are doing. Like, oh, yeah, they're getting, they're bad. They need to be bad. They need to tank. It's another thing to actually see it happen, actually see them play so poorly and be in such a poor state that the feelings actually get extracted like that. Like, there's just shock. Like, it's weird. Like, again, it's like talking about it happening is one thing. But again, it's a whole other thing when you're actually viewing it and witnessing it and living through it. And we're living through it right now. We're living through one of the worst times in Penguins history. I mean, it's not as bad yet as their early years. Before the late 80s and then the early 90s when they were able to take 2 Stanley Cups home. But, maybe we're headed that way. Hopefully not. Hopefully this team can get it under control before it's just perpetual awfulness. But it's going to take a couple years. Like, this is going to have to get used to this for a little while. The Penguins just being ultra bad at hockey. Not just disappointing, but they're gonna be bad. I think that's gonna help them. Crowley did bring up an interesting point too on the morning show last week. He said that the Penguins players, like, no player wants to be a part of a tank. And Doran emphasized that point. Obviously he played in the league with a few different teams, played in the NFL. Like no player wants to be a part of a tank, right? No player wants to lose. Most players are pretty solid with like staying on the winning path and being determined to win and being determined to demonstrate their talents and why they're a part of the biggest league in whatever sport it is that they possibly can be. The Penguin players I don't think want to tank, and they were talking about too. Like Mike Sullivan doesn't want to tank, which makes sense. Like you don't do your job. Like Mike Sullivan's job isn't to steer them to losing. That's the thing. Part of the reason why I think he should be just let go, right? He should be fired in a sense, or the two should part ways. Because I think that they need something new and different in there. They need a coach that can create something new within what's going to be a newly structured team. But beside the point, Kyle Dubas, it seems, has wanted to tank, and he wants to stitch together a new team. It's just hard to try to tank, though, when you have some of the best talent in hockey, just individual players-wise, like not collectively, but they do still have 3 aging stars, we'll say. That's what I mean by some of the best talent. Again, not collectively at the moment. Obviously there's a lot of weaknesses on their team, but they still have 3 big faces across the NHL. So he's got to work around that. He's got to try to manage the team. He's got to try to, make moves. He's still the director of hockey operations and his own. He hired himself as general manager. So that's what he's doing. So we'll see. He clearly wants to, I think, break it down cautiously. And again, Drew O'Connor and Marcus Pettersson, that's a start. I think there's going to be more moves to come, whether that's, through the trade deadline or in the offseason. But I feel like that was the first step, either way, to having it broken down. Just getting 2 established names off the roster. And we'll see what happens. Personally, I want them to tank, but I can understand when you've got players like Crosby who are determined to win. Sometimes it always seems like they find a way to at least make it exciting at the end of the season. Again, Mike Sullivan is head coach. He's a very seemingly strong and determined person. Who knows what he'll rally together by the end of the season. And no offense to them. I just hope that they don't. I don't. I want them to have the best draft collateral that they possibly can have so that they can rebuild it. And I want them to be bad for a couple of years. But I can understand why the players and coaches wouldn't want that. Like, that's not a huge shock. That's not a huge surprise. Like, I get it. It's not the best. It doesn't always seem like it's in their best interest as players to do that. Though it is a necessary evil in sports and to, be able to reconstruct the team. So, 412-928-9370. What do you think about the Pittsburgh Penguins? Anything new? I know there's really not a lot of new opinions. This is just we're in a bad state right now in Pittsburgh. Pirates don't play yet. They've got a little more optimism behind them coming into this season, though there's a lot of criticism about the free agents that they've acquired, or lack thereof, and lack of trades that they've made in the offseason to just get in new talent. They've got a heck of a pitching staff, but the offense is being criticized for not being strong enough as it's seen right now. So, but it seems like the Pirates, that's the team right now. That's the team we have to look forward to. I mean, the Penguins, it doesn't seem like they're going to make the playoffs. Doesn't seem like they're going to go on a run here. So, they're discounted. Pitt men's basketball's doing all right this season. They had a little losing streak there, but they're still a pretty solid team. So we can, be carried by them into March. But, March comes around, the big tournament, March Madness comes to an end, and then we got Pirates baseball going into April. The Pirates are really the team that we have to have optimism for at this point because they're it for the cycle. Because if the Pirates struggle, that's going to be from spring to July before we see anything from camp, and the Steelers don't play games that mean anything again until September, right? So, yeah. We gotta hope. We gotta hope for the Bucks. But what do you think right now? What's your opinion? I know many of you call in and say fire Tomlin. That's obviously not going to happen, but sometimes it feels good to get that off your chest. So, I mean, if you want to do that as well, who am I to stop you? 412-928-9370. Talk a little bit about the Super Bowl coming up, too. We can start to actually preview that game because the Pro Bowl games are over. What a whole bunch of nonsense those are. I already went over that, though, last week. But we can start to preview the Super Bowl, too. Who do you have? I'll reveal how much money I put down on one particular team coming up here after this break. But get a phone line, too, and chat with me. Have a conversation. 412-928-9370. Phone lines are open all the time, every morning here on the Fan Early Morning Show. And you can talk to me on X as well if you don't want to wait on hold or you just can't get to a phone, but you can not speak and type. That's fine, too. Talk to me on X at Callis_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. Just make sure you tag me so I can see that mention, and I usually see those, and I interact with those, too, during this show. And throughout the day, too, to be completely honest. Nicholas Harry Callis here. This is the Fan Early Morning Show coming back after this here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bishotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Sunday was a travel day for both the Eagles and Chiefs as they prepare to go head-to-head in their second Super Bowl in 3 years. The NFC champs arrived in New Orleans after a big fan send-off at Lincoln Financial Field earlier Sunday. Meanwhile, the two-time defending champion Chiefs are looking to make NFL history in Super Bowl 59 by becoming the only team to win 3 consecutive Super Bowls. Don't forget to kick off Super Bowl week with us and hear live interviews from all of the biggest stars on the Eagles and Chiefs. It's Super Bowl opening night, and NFL Network has you covered beginning at 8 Eastern tonight. And NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport is reporting the Raiders are hiring former Ohio State offensive coordinator Chip Kelly to become their new OC. Kelly spent just 1 season in Columbus, Ohio, where he helped coach the Buckeyes to a national championship. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
When it comes to protecting my family's future, I want a life insurance company that's at the top of their game. That's why I got same-day coverage through Ethos. There was no paperwork, no waiting around, and no medical exam. I just answered a few health questions online, and Ethos set me up with a $3 million policy for about $2 a day. Go to checkethos.com and get it done today. That's CHECKETHOS.com. Checkethos.com. Sample rates is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey!
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Monday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 pretty much up to speed for you. And the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Since 1980, Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank has leveraged the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Today, nearly 300,000 people in southwestern Pennsylvania are food insecure. Now more than ever, we need your help to ensure our neighbors have the food they need to thrive. Just $1 can provide enough food for up to 3 meals. Donate today at pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org. Fitzer Toyota is a proud sponsor of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart resolution to convert that unsafe, ugly old bathtub to a gorgeous new shower. The Jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry. That means no more tub hopping for 2025. The Jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Local sports talk before the sun comes up.
Wake up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Arikellis. This is The Fan Early Morning Show. Pleasure to have you along for the ride for a few more minutes. And if you want to get a phone line, 412-928-9370, give me a call. Got a caller on the line now that wants to chat, so take this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. This is GP from Gilpin Township. How you doing, buddy?
Good. Good to hear from you. What's up?
Hey, a couple of things. I agree with you. They need to blow up the Penguins, man. If they could somehow talk Carlson in the no trade, waiving that no trade clause, maybe we can unload him and get a few draft picks, maybe. And then I can't see Crosby tanking it. I can't see him doing it.
No,
he got too much pride. There's too much pride there. And one other thing about the Super Bowl, buddy, I hate to tell you, but I think Philadelphia's going to win that. I think their defense, they got a game plan to stop Mahomes somehow. You can't really stop him, but slow him down. And they're going to put somebody on Kelsey. Their cornerbacks are way better than the Kansas City cornerbacks. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think on paper. Thanks for the call, GP. Yeah, I think on paper, how they performed this season against other opponents, yeah. But see, all the reasons why I think the Philadelphia Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl, or why I would think they were going to win the Super Bowl, I just also think, like, man, the Kansas City Chiefs, they always find a way, no matter what. No matter how good another team is, they always find a way. So I bet on the Chiefs. I placed a bet yesterday a little impulsively. I was just thinking, I'm like, man, if the Chiefs win again, and I don't have some money down on this team to win, I'm going to kick myself because this is what they do. Like, for any reason that I think, oh, man, the Philadelphia Eagles, they're more talented. They've got Saquon Barkley now on offense. He, combined with Jalen Hurts on offense, those two together running the football is dangerous. The Eagles' defense is pretty solid. They've done some good things this season, but despite all that, the Kansas City Chiefs are the Kansas City Chiefs. And the only team to stop Kansas City so far in the Super Bowl, Tom Brady. And, of course, Joe Burrow and the Bengals that one season were good enough in the AFC Championship game. But, I mean, we're talking the Chiefs are going for 3 Super Bowls in a row. They know how to get it done. They know how to not feel pressure in crunch time. The Eagles have a lot of pressure on them to get this done. And so I'm betting Chiefs here. I'm not betting against the Chiefs again. I bet against the Chiefs last season, if you remember. I don't know if you remember the story. I put some money on the San Francisco 49ers. And that game was close, but guess who found a way, right? The Kansas City Chiefs found a way. So that's my opinion on it. Like, I get it. Like, what you're saying, GP, makes logical sense. The Kansas City Chiefs may not look as good in certain aspects, but they're the Kansas City Chiefs, and that's the thing. I mean, can the defense stop Travis Kelce? Maybe, but the Chiefs, they find other ways to win. Even if Kelce is bottled up. They're going to find another way to win. And that's what I know. That's what I know to be certain. The Kansas City Chiefs seem to always find a way, and that's what makes them so dangerous. And that is why I bet on them. I'm not going to go another Super Bowl without betting for the Chiefs while they're in it. That's how I feel. So that's what I've done. And I bet them on the money line as well. I didn't take any spreads. So I'm just saying Chiefs are going to win. And they are right now favored on many lines that have been set. So we'll see. But I've learned my lesson. I will not bet against the Chiefs anymore ever as long as they're playing in a Super Bowl. And I think that they're destined for their third in a row. I don't love that. But while I can make some money on it, I'll capitalize. You know, that'll be the shining grace there is the fact that I could make some money off of their success. So, with that being said, my name is Nicholas Harry-Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show, Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson's coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hey, I got you something.
What's this?
Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV.
Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the
New customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Yeah, their artisan collections, gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
Oh, yeah. It's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Let me give you a story as to what happened recently in our house. So my wife, her car from Schultz Ford, right, needed state inspection. You know what they did? Sent somebody out. They grabbed her car. They left the loaner there. And they took her car, got it inspected at the shop, and brought it back. Yep. Pickup and delivery service. That's just one of the perks. Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory. Mobile service, something small to come out and get it done right in your driveway. Like I told you about, pickup and delivery service. All those great locations, got the city surrounded, and the people are just fantastic. So much going on at Schultz Ford and schultzford.com. Everything I just told you about, you just can't go wrong. So if you need a new vehicle, a pre-owned vehicle, any vehicle, get to Schultz Ford or check them out. Always online, schultzford.com.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Grand Funk Railroad, the American Band Tour. February 27th at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall.
Don't you know that she's some kind of wonderful.
Tickets are on sale now at librarymusichall.com. Grand Funk Railroad, the American Band Tour, another Drusky Entertainment event.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119, plus the 4th room cleaned free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at #1 Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service. And that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh Airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Want to sell a house but don't want all the stress of listing or selling on your own? Ryan Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh to fix that. I'll get you cash for your house on the day you choose so you pay nothing out of pocket, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problem report 2 on the roadways as we begin the Monday morning rush. This report brought to you by Goodrich and Geist. If you're traveling through Versailles-Borough, beware an accident now. Crews on the scene at the intersection of Spruce and Center Streets. Could be some lane closures there. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels, and the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. No problems to report on Route 28. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. Good morning, everybody. How we doing?
Doing great. Happy Monday. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Callis, how you doing? You have a good weekend?
Life is good.
Good.
Callis has lost 48 pounds. Hell yeah. And he's feeling great. He played baseball yesterday or worked out. Get ready for a possible battle against the Irish national team in baseball in conjunction with the Washington Wild Things. And you say you're feeling as good as you felt in a long time.
That's true. I still can't run, though. I remember I said last week off air that I could probably contest you in a race now. No, I'm very slow still.
I mean, even in your prime, you weren't going to outrun me.
That's not true.
Oh, wow.
It's 100% true.
That's not true.
In the prime.
100% true.
No?
No chance.
Have you seen me in my prime? Have you seen videos?
I was fast.
I was fast.
You weren't faster than me.
Huh?
Your hit tool, great. Power, probably an 80, which is as high as it gets in the scouting world. Fielding, all that stuff, sure. You ain't outrunning me. You weren't then. You ain't now. Especially not now, sounds like. But we're not here to argue about that. We are here to give you credit for busting your ass and sticking with this and really doing a great job. And then he sent each of us a heartfelt text yesterday, and one of us, Doran, didn't respond.
Yeah, I wonder who that was.
Mm-hmm. So he's saving face now on the radio. Oh, I'm nice to Callis. Good for him.
I was driving.
You didn't say anything? You
No.
didn't even give him like a click thumbs up?
He gave me a red receipt.
What?
Which I thought I had turned off. Got to fix that.
You left him on red?
Yeah.
That's bad.
I was driving back from Uniontown, and I don't text to drive. And I was at a red light, and I saw it and went, oh, that's great. I got to respond to this guy. And then I didn't.
So you don't use your smartphone integration in your car, though, because you can just send a voice text. Yeah?
No, that drives me nuts.
Me too.
Because I'm listening to something.
Yep.
And then it goes, would you like to send that text? Yes. Would you like to send that text? Yes! Doesn't always work perfectly.
No, I can't stand it. Who did you text first?
I texted him first.
Wow.
Because I usually give him good news, and then he gave me that red receipt, and I was like, I'm going to text Doran. That's right. Doran's very supportive, and Doran came back with something.
Quick.
Very quick.
I was driving.
Look, you were actually. Then I texted a bunch, like a few other people. I texted my coach and Chris Muller because he's on the program too. And
Did Mulsey reply?
Yeah.
Damn it!
Wow.
Everybody else.
Well,
even the owner of Awaken 180 got back to me before you did.
Big time.
Yes. So
now you say you've lost. You're very close to 50, right?
Yeah.
I'll text you back when you get to 50. You also did the polar plunge.
Oh,
did you see that?
I saw that video.
Can we just unpack this? We have to unpack this. So Callis does the polar plunge wearing all of his clothes, including his shoes.
Right.
What happened there?
So, I was a part of the TV production, and the municipal manager got there and said, Nick, take pictures, because, a council person and the municipal manager, they both jumped too. Well, the stairs where the pictures are being taken were full. There was 5 people taking pictures, and it was a tight stairwell. So I decided to get creative, and I went to the side and took pictures from the side and just, raised my phone up and took pictures. However, that's where the water kind of comes over. And so I got wet under the tank, and then the PA announcer was like, Nick, you might as well just do it. You might as well just go. My shoes were already soaked anyway. I didn't care.
You had to throw those out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Was it cold?
Oh, yeah. That was the coldest I've ever felt.
Ever.
See, I texted you a lot on Friday when I saw that.
Yeah, you said, it wasn't that cold. Oh, yeah, how'd you feel there? How much water was left in the tank when you were done? Yeah,
I did not say that. I did not say that.
No, I'll say something. That was a big splash.
See, look at him.
That was a big splash.
But a smaller splash than it would have been before the 48 pounds were lost.
That is true.
Less water was displaced. Yeah, the visual is quite funny because you're just fully clothed doing this thing. Cal said, I don't get cold, and that was cold.
That's the coldest you ever been.
I wanted to rush to get out, but my it was like my heart was in shock. I just had to slowly move forward and just breathe because.
What'd you do? Did you get in your car wet?
Yeah, well, we had the municipal vehicle. I didn't get in my personal car wet. We have retired police vehicles we use for our department cars, so I just got in that. That thing's already. It's meant to get beat up at this point. So
you got in just dripping wet?
I had toweled off first. I mean, I dried off a little bit, but my clothes were damp. And then I had a spare change of nice clothes at the office because I always keep a spare change of clothes just in case I have to do a report on camera. And so I wore those home and then changed and showered.
Were the students able to watch? Because that's what you were doing double duty. Yes,
there were a bunch of students outside, and there was 50 people on YouTube and 1,000 people on Facebook that were watching. So
wow, 1,000 people on the Facebook?
Yeah, I told you that the teachers liked that we were there because then they didn't have to worry about the students escaping to watch. They could just watch our camera angles.
Interesting. That's good.
How long were you in that tub?
I tried to get out immediately. It was 10 seconds.
Do you know what the temperature was?
Outside, it was about 30.
Oh. Nah. Nah. I would rather just donate than do that.
But I'd do it, but not with my clothes on. That makes it 100 million times worse.
Can't do it nude.
No.
Shrivel up inside you.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
No, absolutely not.
I probably wouldn't have jumped if I didn't get overflow on me from before, but that was kind of the guy's right, why not?
I like that about you. Actually, nay, I love that about you. You're go with the flow guy. You really are. You know what? Screw it. I'm just going to do this. It's pretty cool.
My boss was a little disappointed.
What?
Why?
It's content.
He thought it was fun, but he was like, yeah, Nick, you got to think about that before, when you don't have a change of clothes and stuff. The pants I wore home they were tight. They were little. It was just a spare change of clothes that I had.
But again, would have been tighter.
Yes.
That's true.
Without the 48-pound weight loss.
That's true.
So you're doing basically 3 increments of losing 40 pounds.
Yeah.
So you've already checked off first 40 done.
Right.
That's awesome.
Almost 10 into the next. Yes.
First 48.
That's a good way to do it because it's all right, if I have to lose 120 pounds, that's a huge endeavor. 40's a huge endeavor, but you break it down. It's good psychologically. I like that.
Yeah, no, it's nice that they did that, and they'll give me a break every 40. So I'll get a week break after I lose the next 40 where they'll just be like, hey, eat, relax, and then we'll get back on it.
Yeah.
It's awesome. We're proud of you.
We are proud of you.
Very proud.
Well, Doran's a little more proud because he got back to me right away.
Right.
Listen, if you want me to text and drive with my daughter in the back seat, then we can't be friends.
You could have responded when you weren't in the car.
This is the way that this is how I am with everything, though. If I do not respond to a text upon immediately getting it, there's a much greater chance than not you never get a text back from me.
Yep.
I'm bad with that. And it's not just text, it's everything. It's my ADHD. I'll put cheese in the cabinet whenever it's supposed to go in the fridge. Yeah. I almost threw a lasagna away the other day. Like, take it out of the oven. It cools down, and I'm throwing stuff away, and I'm cleaning up the kitchen. Like, because I'm listening to a podcast, and I'm doing all that, and you're looking at the recipe. Okay, is there anything else I need to do? And I catch myself hovering with the oven mitts on, holding the lasagna over the trash can. Yeah.
And you're probably like, what am I doing?
Yeah, right. Just that you're on autopilot.
Yeah. I can feel you there. How was the lasagna, though?
It was awful. It's not a... It was like one of those ground turkey lasagnas.
Like a healthy one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nah.
Can't do that.
Nah. Yeah. So it's not personal. It's not you. It's me. It's not you. It's me. For real. Texter. No, not going to read that. They have warming tents at this Polar Plunge.
They had tents. I don't know if they were warm. I didn't go in one. How about this, too? There was like a thunderstorm that broke out.
Yes.
Like 20 minutes after I jumped. And they had to do the final four people, like the organizers of it. They were supposed to go last. They got to jump in the warm pool inside the school.
Oh, man. That could have been you.
I know. I know if I would have waited 20 minutes.
When we did all the way back in high school, we had to pass a swim test to get on the crew team. You had to wear a full sweatsuit and tread water for 15 minutes.
Oh, man.
Oh, it was awful.
Man.
It was awful.
How long did you... how long?
15 minutes.
Yeah, there's no way.
You are... By the end, you're crushed.
No way.
Crushed. And then you get out and it's all heavy. Brutal stuff. But I passed the third time.
The sweatsuit definitely weighed more than you did at the time. If you'd have weighed, if you'd have taken off the clothes, the sweatsuit, and weighed that, it'd have weighed more than what you would weigh.
Yeah, I was 118 pounds.
118 pounds.
Yeah.
How
much do your bones weigh?
I mean, 115.
How much does an average 15-year-old bones weigh?
What?
I know.
Who keeps that stat?
24 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your head is, what, 11 of that?
Okay, good point. So you're talking...
That's it?
I do love reminding you of this. My muscle mass currently is 210 pounds.
That's great.
Which is like, what, 50 pounds?
You're in a great spot.
You? Mm-hmm.
You're in a great spot. Once you shed the poundage, you're going to be busting out.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have rippling biceps and some abs and the whole deal.
Look like Arnold.
His legs are already jacked.
Yeah, his legs are strong.
Yeah.
I can see my waist again, too, by the way, just for the record. That's what I was excited about yesterday.
Can't you always see your waist?
No. No, I was that big.
Well, that would...
A lot of stomach.
Was there anything under there? Like, I don't want to get nasty, but, like, I mean, did you find, like, any...
I'm just saying disrespectful
I'm just saying, like, you can't see it, so you don't know what's going on under there.
Yeah, there was a family of feral cats living in my belly button.
No. It was just... It's just skin. It's just like I see the skin where my hips are now. It's really.
I mean, that does beg the question. Like, you definitely couldn't have seen the
something was poking out.
Let's go.
It was great.
Let's go.
There we go.
Everything's functioning. Yes.
Let's go. Let's go. It's the year of Callus. He can see his pee-pee.
Oh, I didn't want to say it that
I know. I'm sorry. I'm heavy-handed. Ben Chaduda, our web guy, texts in and says, "My mom makes really good lasagna." Thank you, Ben. Go back to bed.
Yeah, I'm surprised Ben is up this early. I mean, he's fairly young, and he doesn't have to wake up this early.
Yeah, what's he got going on?
Yeah, what's he doing?
Texter, did they use you as the or? Get out of here. That's tough in multiple ways for like a 14, 15-year-old, though. Like, I'm going to be doing nothing for 15 minutes. Like, there's no entertainment. And then you can't talk. Like, I was so winded. By the end of that,
I couldn't do that just in swim trunks.
No, I can't. But I really didn't want to fail. Third time, I really didn't want to fail. because all my friends were doing crew, and I was like, if I can't tread water, then I'm going to be an even bigger loser than I am.
Did you almost fail, though? Like, were you at a point where it's like, man, this last minute, please go by as fast as possible because I'm going to sink?
Dude, you know how it is, right? Like, if you're doing a timed exercise, the closer you get to the time going out, your body's like, oh!
Yeah, harder it is. It's like whenever you have to pee, the closer you get home.
Yes, which is insane.
Yep.
By the way, because if I had, just as an example, if I'm doing burpees for a minute, by 50 seconds, oh, God. But if the timer was 1:30, at 50 seconds, I'd still be kicking ass. Right. It's a whole mental thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Dang. Texter, was you used as the oar? Someone already made that joke.
Wow.
2.
What's an oar-way?
I'm on it. Average weight of a crew oar.
22 pounds.
5 pounds. But it's weird. The disbursement of the oar.
5 pounds, that's it?
It doesn't seem right.
No.
We used to have to do oar runs.
Where you have to hold over your head?
We'd hold one over each shoulder, and then you'd have to do like a mile run. Also not fun.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
No.
How long are they? Are they long?
They're long. They're awkward is the problem.
Because it's like real big at the bottom and then skinny's out?
Yeah.
Right?
It's fat at the end, and then you got the oar at the other end.
It's fat at the end?
It's balanced out by, the top is heavy, and then the oar part balances out. Texter, no one admits to doing crew. Why not? It's an Olympic sport. There's a book and a movie that just came out about it. My wife's reading the book, and we stopped the movie because it was not that good. I forget what it's called.
Do you think you could pick that right back up right now if you had to go, like, do a crew run or whatever it is?
I'd be bad at it, but I could do it, yeah. Like riding a bike. Haven't done it since high school. Yeah.
You know how sore you would be after that?
So sore.
Your back and your lats and your shoulders.
Ha! Joke's on you. Don't have lats. They wouldn't hurt.
In a relatable point, I've felt that with baseball yesterday. Like, swinging a bat again is not fun. I had to drop 2 ounces from what I used in college.
Were you using wood?
Yeah.
Are you sore?
Yeah.
You're just, the different movements, it's you take it for granted whenever you're actually doing it.
Every day, yeah.
But whenever you stop, it's like, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same thing happened. We went to the South Park ice rink during Christmas break. And you use muscles when you're skating that you don't use ever.
Right.
And the next day, it's like my inner groins hurt. And it's like, oh, my God. I forgot that I had muscles there. Yeah, same thing. And Callis, there's a bat here in the studio out by the front desk that Callis was swinging the other day. He gets some serious torque.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could tell who's played baseball, and you could tell. The way he got bat speed. He got that Andrew McCutchen bat speed.
It was also a wiffle ball bat, so I don't want to feel too impressed. I still got to get stronger.
Do you know what position you're going to play?
No, I don't.
First.
Tony told me that he wouldn't make me catch, and I said thank you. And then that would be tough. I would say I could proficiently play first, left field, or right field.
I bet you're good at tracking a fly ball.
Yeah.
That's another way you could tell who played baseball. It's like you'll play like a softball game now, and the people who read it off the bat, even if they're not like super fast, they still get under everything. We had this huge guy on our intramural team in college who we wanted him to play first. We typecast him, and then he had to play left field one time, and then after that he always played left field. Huge guy, big guy. Catch everything.
Yep.
You read it off the bat.
I was considering. I'm doing pitching exercises too, just in case. I never threw.
Boys in the Boat. That's what the movie's called. Sorry.
Yep.
I'm wondering if I should try to develop a knuckleball if I can't throw harder than like 87.
Wait, you're pitching?
I don't know, but I'm saying I'm working on pitching too. I'm just going through some mechanics just in case because I don't know where I'm going to play.
Absolutely, you should develop a knuckleball.
Well, I mean, it's like you gotta weigh in the circumstances too. Like, there's probably gonna be a lot of people watching. When's the last time that you've been in front of a lot of people and had to like really perform? Like, you're not a young strap anymore. And if you go out there and you go outside of the box, go outside of your means, you could look embarrassing.
That's true. I got to be careful.
It's like whenever you throw the first pitch, it's like what goes to your mind. It's like, hey, do I want to throw some heat in there? Like we threw a first pitch at the pit West Virginia baseball game. I'm throwing a first pitch at PNC Park. Like, it's like, okay, like I can actually pitch, I can actually throw, or do I just get it there so I don't look stupid?
And he got it there, and I bounced mine because I tried to pitch.
I remember that.
Yeah, I choked under the pressure. And it actually makes me think. I said that if I did a free throw contest with Shaquille O'Neal that I would whoop his ass.
Yes.
I would not.
No, you wouldn't.
Because I would absolutely fold under the pressure.
Right.
We have a little mini hoop in our playroom, and, I mean, I drain. I drain from all over.
See, but
boy, hold on. Whenever I do that countdown thing in my head, we're like, oh, we're going to win the game in 3, 2, 1. I miss every time. There's zero actual pressure.
But I do have
my life is sad.
I do have a little more confidence, though, because when you guys were practicing that at the one field here in Greentree one day, and Crowley was doing his catcher throwdowns to second just for fun, and I was pitching, Crowley was like, oh, my gosh, that was actually fast.
It goes...
Yeah, it does. It does have some whistle to it.
Yeah. Whistle. And you're getting back into great shape. By the time those Irishmen come in here, you're going to be ready to whoop their ass.
I'm excited.
I can't wait. It ain't their sport.
I can't wait.
Yeah, we have to go out with them afterwards and drink 8 million Guinness.
Yes.
Yes.
My brother-in-law wants one or both of you two to come out and work out with us sometime. I think that would be fun.
That would be fun.
I have my money on Doran coming up before you.
Fair. In 30 seconds, one of the biggest trades in the history of sports went down, and it's got us thinking about Pittsburgh sports. We'll do it all. We also missed a big story on Friday. We'll get to that later on in the show. Penguins made a big trade that might signify which direction they're moving. So a lot to get to, even though, my God, there was no football, and that makes us sad. That's in 30 seconds. Let's go, Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Real quick, before we get into the sports, I had never heard of this Bianca Censori until last night.
Oh, really?
In fact, my wife asked me who that was, the naked lady with Kanye West at the Grammys, and I said, oh, that's Kim Kardashian.
No way.
And she said, that's not Kim Kardashian. I said, of course it's Kim Kardashian. They're married. She goes, they're not together anymore. When did that end?
A long time ago.
Really?
Yes, at least 6 years ago.
You know, I kind of shamed her, too, as if she didn't know about pop culture. She's like, who's that beautiful naked woman with Kanye West? And I glanced out of the corner of my eye. I was like, whoa, that's Kim Kardashian. It was not Kim Kardashian. 5 years ago, you're saying?
Yeah, something like that.
Holy cow.
Yeah, they haven't been together for a while.
He does have a type.
Yes, he does.
If I showed up here today,
please no,
wearing a plastic bag as pants and a shirt, I would get arrested.
Yes.
Is it just because she's a beautiful woman, or is it not illegal in California? Is that where they did it?
Don't know.
Was it Vegas? Where did they do this?
Probably
last night?
California.
Yeah.
I mean, they showed up. They weren't even invited. They just showed up and were like, hey, look at us.
They weren't invited?
No, they weren't invited to the Grammys, and then they got kicked out.
That means they did?
Oh, yeah.
Because of the nudity or just because of the lack of invite?
I would think because of
little
the boobs
column
being
A.
out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, just kind of, she's wearing nothing.
All I would like to say, all I would feel comfortable saying about the Bianca Censori thing is good for her.
Yeah.
Good for her.
I guess.
Yeah. Well, apart from her partner.
Yeah.
Who's not somebody I would want to date.
No.
No.
Just a total wackopath.
You know what they're calling him? Calling her. Bianca Uncensori.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Did you make that up?
Because of the nudity.
Did you make that up?
Just came to me right now.
It's a good one. That's a good one.
I know there's only a certain amount of mileage you can get on NBA here in Pittsburgh, so we got to localize this thing. But my God, the Luka Doncic-Anthony Davis swap broke the internet. And it's one of the most eye-opening, surprising trades in the history of professional sports. Luka Doncic, who lifted the Dallas Mavericks on his back to the NBA Finals last season, is 25 years old, one of the top 3 players in basketball.
Yep.
Top 2?
Top 5.
Definitely top 5.
I mean, whenever he's going, he's one of the best.
And then you trade him for Anthony Davis, who is soft. Easy for me to say. But they're talking about how Luka Doncic, well, he's always hurt. His conditioning is an issue. He misses like 15 games a year. He's going to be around 25 games he's missed this year. And they trade for a guy who misses time all the time, who's 6 years older? Make that make sense. It's one of the most surprising and, frankly, baffling trades that any of us have ever seen. Because it's one of the most baffling trades in the history of sports, Doran. How did you find out about this? What do you make of this? And then we'll try to localize the thing here.
Well, I woke up to a text message from Greg Finley, producer of the KKAM, and he knows how bad we both don't like Anthony Davis. Anytime Anthony Davis is hurt or gets hurt, we text each other. And he texted me that, and that's what I woke up to, and I was like, what's Greg talking about? I mean, is this real? So I clicked on the link, and it was real. And he was like, yes, it's real. And I'm like, oh, my goodness, I can't believe that this is happening. Like you just said, like one of the most surprising trades in all of sports of all time. And I think it's deeper rooted than just on the surface. I think that this is they grew tired of Luka Doncic. I mean, they wanted him out. They didn't see him as the future. They didn't see him as the face of the organization, and they also wanted to spurn him in the end of the deal because he didn't know about it. LeBron didn't know about it. Nobody knew about it. This was like behind the scenes working of Pelinka, who's the GM, and the GM Nico something of the Mavericks. A lot of people are saying, oh, Mark Cuban doesn't have anything to do with this anymore either. I think he sold off his shares. I don't know if he has like what % ownership anymore, but he doesn't have anything to do with this. This was to get Luka and to give him the middle finger, because with trading Luka Doncic, your star player, he is ineligible for the Supermax contract.
Yeah.
Now. So he's going to lose out on $100+ million by getting traded. They wanted him out of there. There was reports that he was 270 pounds, that he hasn't taken anything serious, but I think that the Lakers absolutely win in this trade. Luka Doncic, like you said, is one of the best players in the NBA. I know he's been hurt, but he'll be back. The Lakers play the Mavericks February 25th, so that'll be get your popcorn ready type viewing. But this trade is just absolutely insane. You never see anything like this. And then Anthony Davis, I mean, he's a piece of paper. Like, the guy gets hurt every single second.
He's a piece of paper.
He's a piece of paper. Like, I honestly thought that what would make sense was Kyrie going to the Lakers playing with LeBron again. But, if Anthony Davis can stay healthy, they can have something decent in Dallas. But at the end of the day, the Lakers won in this.
Oh, my God, of course they did.
Insane.
LeBron's on his last legs, and they just traded for a guy, a superstar who could be there for the next 10 years. Because when guys go to L.A. and you're going to get built around, you're probably not going anywhere. I'm trying to think of what would be a Pittsburgh sports equivalent, and I think it would be like after 2016, where Malkin was so good in the playoffs for the Penguins, and they won the Stanley Cup. Now, I realize Luka and the Mavs didn't win it, but it would be like if you traded Malkin right then, when he's still in his 20s, when he's in his prime, but he was oft injured at the time, and you trade him for like Connor McDavid.
Yes.
Problem is, nobody gives a rat's ass about the National Hockey League on a giant scale. Certainly not the same way as, the NBA is viewed. So it wouldn't break the internet, but that would be, to me, the hockey kind of equivalent.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it might break the internet. Like, if Sidney Crosby gets traded for
anything,
I think that might get some eyes. Like, everybody would be paying attention to it. It'd be like if they traded, like, Crosby for, like, Bedard or something.
Huh.
Like, if they did that, like, that would break the internet a little bit. But this is, I was trying to think of some of equivalents, too.
If the Pirates traded Skeens, I think it would break the internet. Like, if they did it now, not when they're getting close to his deal being up.
It would break the internet, but if you want to make it relative to, like, this situation, it would have to be something significant back. Because, like, Anthony Davis, as much as I don't like him and I think that he's soft, like, whenever he is playing, he's unstoppable.
You called him a piece of paper.
He is a piece of paper. Whenever he's playing, he is unstoppable. Like, I mean, he is a really good, he's an all-star every single year. He's a really good player. So it would have to be equivalent of giving up something, a young talent, to get a really good talent back.
Right, because if you traded Skeens, then you'd be getting, 8 or 9 prospects.
Yep.
You would get a king's ransom, but would you get any big-time players in return? It would probably be more of a deal built for the future.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Crosby in all likelihood. Like if they decided to trade him, and they're not going to, but if they did, I'm not sure you would be getting, any big-time players in return. Might get a couple of good young players. You might get a package of first-round draft picks, but it wouldn't be superstar player out, superstar player in.
No.
412-928-9370. It's the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We were thinking about some of the big trades in Pittsburgh sports history this morning, and I have a trusty notepad here, Doran.
Okay.
I was trying to list a few, and I'll start with the Bucks. They traded for Bill Madlock on June 28th, 1979. Pirates were in second place behind the Phillies. They then went 62-32 the rest of the way and won the World Series. So that's one of the most impactful trades in Pirates history. He was a two-time batting champion, as mentioned. So that's a big deal. There's no internet, though. There's no internet back then. Like, 412-928-9370. How did you used to find out about trades? Because, I remember when Jerome McGinley got traded to the Penguins. I'll never forget this. I went to bed pissed because I thought Boston was going to trade for him.
I remember that, yes.
Yeah, we're all on Twitter.
Yep.
Like, we all know what's going down. All the rumors were, by the end of the night, Jerome McGinley will be a Bruin.
Yep.
And I wake up, the phone's going nuts. It's my buddy Dan. Dude, the Penguins traded for Jerome McGinley. Shut the hell up. No, they didn't. Dude, yes, they did. Go on Twitter. Oh, my God, they got Jerome McGinley. Now, it didn't work. Didn't work. They used him the wrong way, played him on his wrong wing. Way to go, Bilesma. And probably a little bit of Crosby had something to say about that. But that was one that locally shocked me in a way that this did.
Yes.
Where it was, he's going to the best team in the East. That is not the Penguins, your biggest rival right now because they were your biggest threat to get to the Stanley Cup final. And then next thing you know, you've got him. Like, you think McGinley's going to push the Bruins to a Stanley Cup. And then when that trade goes down, you're thinking, oh, my God, the Penguins are going to win the Stanley Cup. I'll never forget where I was when the Marian Hossa trade went down.
I remember that, too.
I was in Miss Kennedy's.
Who?
Miss Kennedy's.
Oh.
Super hot. Super hot physics class. And I had flip phone back then. Someone found out, and then everyone's texting each other, oh, my God, we got hosts. Because we didn't have the smartphones. Like, back then, I would have to there was some text line. Like, if I wanted to know a score of a game, you could text them. I think it was Cha-Cha. You would ask Cha-Cha, and it was 99 cents a text. You're like, oh, did the Penguins win tonight? And they would answer it for you. You couldn't look on your phone. But I'll never forget Hossa and just it spread like a wildfire throughout the school. Can you believe it? We got Hossa. It was the last period of the day. It was awesome.
I'll say this, too. Initially, not now, but I think Carlson did it for me just a little bit. Just the fact that they got him and that type of player. I was like, I thought I think a lot of people thought it might work out a lot better than it did, but to have that big of a name and for Dubas to make that move as soon as he really became the GM, I was like, oh, they're really trying here.
Yes, and they got rid of
big name.
All those bad contracts.
Yeah.
And he's coming off of a Norris Trophy winning season where he had 100 points. We all thought the only person who didn't think that would work was Tyler Kennedy.
Yep.
But everyone else thought it would work. Their power play had been a disaster.
Yep.
He was a power play assassin, and it hasn't worked out. And then he just threw a passive-aggressive kind of shot the other day after the Penguins lost in San Jose. We didn't get into it. He said, maybe I'll see these guys again soon. Did Carlson. As if he thinks he's going to get traded. We'll get into the Penguins trade that did happen coming up at 7 a.m. because it was a big one and it signifies, well, now the direction the Penguins are going in. What were the biggest Pittsburgh trades of all time? 412-928-9370. Good and bad. We'll go down memory lane. We'll get into some of the biggest trades in sports history. We're just shooting the breeze at 6:15. And you can chime in at 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And a trade that would break the internet if it happened in Pittsburgh sports. That's all on the way. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won over the weekend against the Nashville Predators, shut them out 3-0. Penguins have a game coming up tomorrow against the New Jersey Devils. And Pitt men's basketball lost to Wake Forest 76-74 on Saturday. Pitt men's basketball plays tonight at 7 p.m. against Virginia. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Crowley here for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Nothing says romance, right? Like disgusting salt stains that this winter brings along with it. And not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again and again. What's worse, you're going to be stuck inside breathing this nasty stuff for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their Love Your Rug special. Get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119 plus a 4th room clean free. And don't forget Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. This month, take $75 off when you get your air ducts Zero Res clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the Fan Special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Clouds and sun today, the high 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Attention small business owners needing financing. Swish Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as 1 business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. When you apply to University of Maryland Global Campus by February 12th, you'll pay no application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience. Or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is Boomer
Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Raiders minority owner Tom Brady is going to be involved in the franchise's operations. So say new coach Pete Carroll and inheritor owner Mark Davis. As much as I respect Tom Brady, unless the Super Bowl is his last broadcast, we are facing a major conflict of interest, and I think everybody feels this way. So how will Roger Goodell square this with the 31 other owners and their coaches? Not going to be easy. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
In a world that moves a million miles a second, Haagen-Dazs invites you to slow down and savor every delicious bite. Take it one almond at a time with a Haagen-Dazs Vanilla Milk Chocolate Almond Bar. Madagascar vanilla, rich milk chocolate, and toasted California almonds make this unmatched icon legendary. Whatever Dazs you savor, a snack bar or your favorite flavor, say goodbye to the fast life and hello to savoring the finest ingredients and the richest and creamiest ice cream. That's Dazs, available at retailers nationwide.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of traffic doings today. This report brought to you by Hollywood Casino. Parkway East, your delay starting right around Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West heavy at the Banksville Merge Point. And we do have an accident. It's in Versaillesboro at the intersection of Center and Spruce Streets. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North as well as the Crosstown. Meanwhile, in Scott and Collier Townships, Vanadium Road is closed till 9 o'clock tonight due to a film shoot. This is between Route 50 and Montgomery Avenue. Traffic is being detoured by way of Bower Hill Road and Washington Pike. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by ESPN Sports Betting.
Get ready for sports season. ESPN Bet, the area's new home for sports, is now open at Hollywood Casino at the Meadows. Eat, drink, bet on, and watch the best games on our giant screen TVs. Only at Hollywood Casino. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text us 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Talking about the Luka trade from this weekend, talking about some of the biggest, best, and worst trades in Pittsburgh sports history. People calling in at 412-928-9370. The Jerome Bettis trade, a big one. Worked out okay for the Steelers. The Rams thought that Jerome was on the tail end of his career.
Yes.
As a rookie, he was awesome. Then his second year wasn't quite as good as his first, and his third year wasn't all that good at all. And then Jerome, upon landing in Pittsburgh, at 24 years old, has 6 consecutive seasons of over 1,000 yards. And he ultimately wins a Super Bowl for Pittsburgh.
Didn't he play fullback for the Rams, too?
Yeah, a little fullback, too.
Yeah.
He had 1,400 yards as a rookie.
Wow.
Then 1,025, and then 637.
Oh.
So you can see, all right, they wanted to start throwing the ball a little bit more. The Rams did, and they just didn't think he was a fit. And he winds up being awesome for the Steelers. 96, 97. He had 3,000 yards combined. Not a ton of touchdowns, 14 in those 2 years combined.
Did you say what they gave up for him?
Yeah, they gave up. The Steelers sent a third-round pick. Excuse me. The Rams sent a third-round pick along with Bettis, and the Steelers gave up their second-round pick and a fourth-round pick the following draft for a guy that wound up having 600 yards and 1,400 yards the next 2 years, respectively, and is a Hall of Famer.
That's unbelievable.
It's not a lot to give up for a Hall of Famer, Doran.
No.
Not at all.
It's a good one.
Really good one. 412-928-9370. Badger Bob in Irwin. Hi, Badger.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I got 3 quick trades that the Pirates made. The first one would be Manny Sanguine to Oakland for Chuck Tanner and $100,000. The second one was Frank Tavares, error-prone for sure-handed shortstop Tim Foley from the Mets. And the final one would be Tony Pena to the Cardinals for Andy Van Slyke, Mike LaValliere, and Mike Dunn, which gave the Pirates their fifth starter in that rotation.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that I wrote down. And Andy Van Slyke was such a big part of the Pirates' early 90s success. Thank you, Badger Bob. Appreciate it.
That's good ones.
Really good ones. Couple of Penguins ones that stand out. 1990, John Cullen for Ron Francis and Ulf Samuelsson. They needed that guy on the back end.
That's a great one.
That's pretty good.
That's really good.
And John Cullen was such a good player.
Wow.
That was a shocker. That one was a shocker. You don't generally trade players as good as John Cullen. And then you wound up with a couple of great ones, and Ron Francis, a Hall of Famer. The Kasperi Kapanen plus a first and a third for Phil Kessel worked out pretty all right.
It's a good one, too.
Won 2 championships. And the Patrick Hornquist trade, too. James Neal for Patrick Hornquist was huge.
Mm-hmm.
You know, generally, we've always had the talking point. When the Penguins fire a coach, the new coach wins a Stanley Cup. But when the Penguins make these massive trades, generally Stanley Cups follow. In 2009, they traded for Kunitz, and they traded for Billy Guerin.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, bang, you've got your top line, and Kunitz won 3 championships here. And you don't win in 09 without Billy Guerin. But the Hornquist trade, that was what you trade a 40-goal scorer in James Neal for a guy who was not anywhere near as productive, but he changed the way that they played. Patrick Hornquist was an insane person.
Didn't they trade for Gonchar?
Yep, that was, you know what, that's a big one too, bringing Gonchar in.
That's a big one for Malkin's, I think, development.
Yes.
For Malkin, and just to have a guy like that and have somebody that he's, can relate to. I think that helped his career out a lot.
That's a really good one. And, man, nobody before or since runs the power play from the point as well as Sergei Gonchar. God, is he just tremendous at it. And then Ovechkin took him out with his knee, and that spurred him on a little bit too. The Phil Kessel trade, at the time, I thought that Phil would score 50 goals with Crosby. I thought he was going to play with Crosby, and thought he was going to score 1 million goals. And really, that first regular season was underwhelming. And then, for my money, he deserved the Conn Smythe in 2016. Kessel did. With the HBK line. I thought he was going to play in one of the top 2 lines. They put him on the third line. He was outstanding. And that was kind of an accident. But hey, happy accident. 412-928-9370. Some bad ones, too. Of course. The Aramis Ramirez trade will always make me mad for Bobby Hill. People are ticked off about the Chris Archer trade.
That's probably the top. But I'm in a weird position with that trade because they actually went and tried to go get a top tier pitcher.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that trade, but I understand the perception of it.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't work out. Chris Archer didn't pitch well here, and Tyler Glasnow is one of the best pitchers in baseball. I'm not sure Glasnow ever would have worked out here. They didn't seem to know how to get the most out of that guy, but they went for it. I have no problem with that. I had no problem with the Carlson trade when it went down.
Yep.
Those are 2 that when they happen were celebrated. And I think that matters. Like hindsight 2020, okay, yes, the Chris Archer trade was a disaster. Disaster. But at the time we were all doing somersaults because they finally went for it. And with the Carlson trade, you got bad contracts off the books, and you got a player who you thought was going to play 25 minutes a game for you, and when he was on the ice, you figured you'd be driving play like one of the best teams in hockey. Just hasn't worked out. Texter, they signed Gonchar. Yeah, but it was a transformative move. We're shooting it. We're shooting a, you know what. 412.
That's why I asked.
928-9370. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I like remember this game.
Yeah. I mean, AB was...
Wow.
What did they end up getting for AB?
3rd and a 5th.
And who did that turn into?
They used it to go up and get Devin Bush.
So that's bad all around. That's bad all around.
But you needed to move off him. And you didn't have a lot of leverage at that point because he was the poison pill.
Yep.
But when you think a 3rd and a 5th for that guy.
Wow.
They were so desperate just to get him out.
I'll tell you, the Joey Porter Jr. trades looked good.
Mm-hmm.
Chase Claypool for a second-round pick, which wound up being the 32nd pick in the draft. And because of a pick forfeiture, that was a second-round pick, but really the 32nd pick is a first-round pick. You'd like to see Joey Porter Jr. play better than he did last year, but still, when you turn Chase Claypool, who's played his way basically out of the league, into a number 1, number 2 corner on your team, it's a pretty good trade.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, the Marcus Naslund trade, real bad. Someone text in. 412-928-9370. What is going on with me?
Mm-hmm. Give a little pause.
I know, it's because I keep wanting to throw out the number from my old station. I don't know what's going on there.
Oh, no.
I know. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. What was the worst trade in Pittsburgh sports history? 412-928-9370. More on this. Callis will chime in as well. But first, he'll give us a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend, the Penguins and Pitt men's basketball played. Penguins won 3-0 over the Nashville Predators. Penguins play again tomorrow against the New Jersey Devils. Pitt men's basketball almost beat Wake Forest, but came up 2 points short. 76-74 was the final of that game on Saturday. Pitt men's basketball, plays tonight against Virginia at 7 o'clock. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Bet365, Tri-State Office Equipment, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
In a world that moves a million miles a second, Haagen-Dazs invites you to slow down and savor every delicious bite. Take it one almond at a time with the Haagen-Dazs Vanilla Milk Chocolate Almond Bar. Madagascar vanilla, rich milk chocolate, and toasted California almonds make this unmatched icon legendary. Whatever Dazs you savor, a snack bar or your favorite flavor, say goodbye to the fast life and hello to savoring the finest ingredients and the richest and creamiest ice cream. That's Dazs, available at retailers nationwide.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When he's good, he's thorough good. And a bad to the
Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Join Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Chris Muller at Tom's Watch Bar for the ultimate hockey watch party, Saturday, February 8th from 7 to 9 as Pittsburgh takes on hated Philadelphia. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound giveaways, prizes, and great eats.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Slow time in Pittsburgh sports, so we're using the Luka trade as a talking point. What's the worst trade in Pittsburgh sports history? What's the best trade in Pittsburgh sports history? 412-928-9370. If the Steelers had traded Tomlin to the Bears, that would have broke the internet.
Oh, yeah.
In the same way-ish that the Luka trade did.
No doubt. No doubt.
Because he seems so, and clearly is, so untouchable. And you would be going from one of the flag-bearing franchises in the NFL to another historical franchise in the Bears, even though I don't think they quite stand up to the Steelers, but you get what I'm saying. To a huge market in Chicago, too. People are writing in some of these trades. The Yager trade, of course, was awful. 3 players who didn't amount to anything in the NHL. Chris Beach is the one that, I guess was the headliner there, but that didn't work out. Texter, shot caller for Crowley, almost gave out the wrong number. Buzz. We should shock me every time I get a name wrong.
I support that.
Yeah, we tried. I mean, we had the idea before. We just kind of let it go. But, I mean, last week I think you were up to like 12.
It was bad. Callis, yeah, you'll have to get on that. Shock me.
Yeah, because making bets and wagers doesn't work, so.
Can I shock you from here?
Yeah, you can have control of the button, sure.
I would like control if you guys don't.
Yeah, but you'll miss
control.
it, though. Yeah. I'm not missing it.
He doesn't listen to the show half the time.
You don't listen.
I almost buzz him randomly. That's the point.
I almost called Chris Archer Dree Archer earlier on in the show.
Dree Archer. Oh, man.
Oh. The whole HBK line was brought in via trade. Hagelin for David Perron. Both guys could benefit from a change of scenery. Hagelin, for my money, the best forechecker in the NHL at that point. I love that guy's game.
So fast.
Oh, stone hands, but one of the fastest players in the NHL. Scored the empty netter in Game 6 in 2017 against the Predators. Bonino was traded for Sutter, and then we already went over the Kessel trade. Yeah, that entire trade. Rob Scuderi going out to bring in Trevor Daley was massive.
Yes.
Trevor Daley was the second guy to touch the cup after Crosby in 2016. They knew what they wanted to do, and they did it.
They did it, right.
We want to get faster, and then they did, and the league helped. It was insane.
I mean, insane in the membrane. Like, why anybody would take Rob Scuderi at that point? I just don't understand. Some general managers are dumb, though. I'm not going to... Never mind.
What is it?
Not going to read it. Old morning show for new morning show. I'm not going to read that one.
Oh.
I'm not going to read it. Certainly not going to comment on it. 412-928-9370. I'll tell you what, moving up into the top 10 for a short linebacker, at the time, this is a tough one to wrestle with because they hadn't fixed linebacker since Shazier got hurt.
Yes.
And the Shazier injury is nobody's fault. It just happens. Like, Shazier was a Pro Bowl player, and I thought he was only getting better.
Yes.
Doran. So he goes down, and you try to replace him with guys like John Bostic. Nope.
Joe Schobert.
Oh!
Who else?
Who was the safety from Cleveland that they brought in? They were going to hope that he would be in that linebacker role. Morgan Burnett. We're going to go hybrid here. Didn't work out.
Mm-mm.
And then, because you're desperate, you trade for Devin Bush. The Steelers franchise, I think, is going to need to be traded again. Is going to need to... I think the Steelers franchise, I'll reset here, is going to need to transform via trade again. I think next draft, they need to trade up for a quarterback. And if they do, it can transform the entire franchise. I don't think no matter what happens this offseason that they're going to stink next year. They're not going to win 7 games. They're not going to win 5 games.
No, they'll have a winning record.
Yes.
We know that.
And so in order to get the guy, they're going to have to swing a massive Mahomes-like trade going from 17 to 10. Or from 27 to 10 is what the Chiefs did. That's kind of the thing they're going to need to do. They're not going to be in the 27 range. I'd be shocked if they had that good of a season, but they're probably going to be around 20, 21 again, and you'll have to jump up and get a guy.
It'd probably be worth, at that point, now we're moving on to that subject.
We're all over the place. It's okay.
Probably the 2027 first-round pick, too. Because you figure, if you go get your quarterback, like that's what, you use that extra first-round pick the year after for that and pair that with your first-round pick next year.
Right. It'll probably be 2 firsts, a second, something like that.
Yeah.
But it's worth it because it can transform your franchise. We were thinking about some Steelers ones. The Minka trade you brought up during the break was a massive one because it was so out of character.
Yes.
They just don't trade first-round picks unless it's 4 first-round picks on draft day. Like, they just don't do that. Was that a good one, though?
Yes.
We sure?
Yes, it was at the time. And I think it's still, how long has he been here now? Like 5 years?
Yeah, but and I argued that it was the right move at the time. He won them 3 games probably by himself that year.
Yes.
He was so damn good. He should have won the Defensive Player of the Year. He was fabulous. Without him, though, they might have been picking in the top 10. And maybe you get your quarterback then. Like, you could have tanked that year, and I think people actually would have accepted it then because Ben got hurt.
You think? I think that, I don't know with Ben on the roster, they were ever going to get a quarterback that would succeed him.
Yeah.
I really don't believe that, and especially how they saw how Ben and Mason Rudolph's relationship was. Even though Mason Rudolph was a 3rd-round pick, Ben still got, uneasy thinking that was his replacement. I think they saw that and were like, all right, we have to wait until Ben's done until we draft the next guy.
Yeah, I think they didn't want an uncomfortable moment.
Yep.
And, shoot. It doesn't get any more uncomfortable than Rodgers and Favre not getting along.
Right.
And I'm not sure Rodgers and Jordan Love were super friendly. Rodgers was at least ticked that they didn't get a skill position guy for him.
For sure.
They never drafted skill position guys in the first round with Rodgers. And they just counted on Rodgers to make guys better. And I totally understand why the organization looked at it that way. But I also understand, and you don't hear this often, why Rodgers was pissed. I totally get it.
Yeah.
I want to win a Super Bowl. Get me the creme de la creme.
Yeah, not my replacement.
Right. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd be pissed too.
Really appreciate that. Rob in Chicago, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I got 2 Pirates trades for you. One was a real stink bomb. The other one was lopsided but necessary at the time. In 1985, the Pirates traded John Tudor, a left-handed pitcher who was very good, to the St. Louis Cardinals for a guy named George Hendrick. And I can remember watching George Hendrick swing, and he was the textbook description of unenthusiastic. I mean, but you have to remember 1985.
Like the anti-Henry Davis?
George Hendrick just stood still. His legs didn't even move. The bat just went across his waist. But then you got to remember, Three Rivers Stadium had a huge cloud of cocaine over it, thanks to the Pirate Parrot wheeling and dealing. So things weren't too good over there. Trade number 2, yeah, lots of booger sugar in the burg. Trade number 2. Trade number 2 was Moises Alou to the Expos for Zane Smith. And it was necessary at the time, but, man, look what Moises Alou turned out to be. But Zane Smith got you that division title.
I always loved Moises Alou because I believe he peed on his hands.
What?
He would not wear batting gloves, and he would pee on his hands so he wouldn't get calluses.
What?
Nicholas Harry calluses, yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I look it up. I had heard that.
You heard that.
Did Moises Alou pee on his hands?
That's kind of not sanitary. Ooh.
I love a guy who doesn't wear batting gloves. Yes, Moises Alou urinated on his hands during baseball season to toughen him up and prevent blisters. He did this in private and didn't urinate in the batter's box. Thank you, AI Overview. I think we figured that part out.
Ooh.
How about Brian Giles going out for Jason Bay, who won Rookie of the Year, and Oliver Perez, who was as good of a Pirates pitcher in that era as I can remember. He fell off, but he had an outstanding season after he was acquired.
I think Brian Giles is my favorite Pirate of all time.
Me too. And he might have been using steroids, but if you look at his statistics, if you put Brian Giles in the middle of this Pirates lineup and you put him in right field for this particular team, guess what? You're making the playoffs.
Yep.
His numbers were unreal.
How come he went from Brian S. Giles to Brian Giles?
I think the S was for syringe.
Bang. Wow.
How about our guy Neil Walker for Jonathan Neese? The Buccos coming off of 3 consecutive playoff seasons. Goodbye, Neil Walker.
You know what I love most about that trade?
There can't be anything you love, but I'd love to hear.
Halfway through the season, they traded Neese back to the Mets for Antonio Bastardo.
I know, for a reliever.
The return of that guy.
412-922-28. No!
Oh, my goodness.
Buzz me. Buzz me.
You have a buzzer?
He doesn't have the buzzer
See?
ready.
This is what I'm talking about.
There's no accountability here. It's like the It's like the Steelers. There's no accountability.
I'm sure that there's some equivalent Luka Anthony Davis trades in baseball, like in Major League Baseball.
Oh, I have some of the great trades in sports history. We can go over those next.
Perfect.
And then I trade the Steel.
Buzz
me. Ugh. A trade the Penguins actually made this weekend, which is a big deal and shows you what direction they're moving in. That's all on the way. I'm going to stop saying things right now. A Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Super Bowl matchup is set. So it has been set for a little while now, but it's going to be the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles playing on Super Bowl Sunday coming up this weekend. And this is just your reminder in this headline that you can listen to the Super Bowl right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have Super Bowl coverage through Westwood One all day. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And the morning rush beginning to line up for you. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Parkway West now with slowdowns right around the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking up at Edgewood, Twistvale out of the South Hills. Route 51 with a multi-line delay approaching Nobles Lane, then again at Bousman Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The big game is this Sunday, which means parties, libations, and food. The exact scenario Awaken 180 was built for. Why? Because you eat to lose weight. Do it once, enjoy the process, then receive free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This ain't the little itty-bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Lombardi Trophy, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Hey, Donnie Football here, and I am a free man. You know how some people have to check in with their parole officer? Hopefully not you. Well, for years, that was me, except it was my doctor, and the crime was my waistline. Twice a year, like clockwork, I had to go in and hear the same speech. Donnie, your weight's a problem. Donnie, your numbers aren't great. Maybe I had to try a salad. Well, guess what? It's been 2 years since I started Awaken 180, and my doc is shocked that not only have I lost the weight, but I've kept the weight off. So now we're down to just once a year. That's right, I've been promoted to the healthy patient status thanks to Awaken 180. Both me and the doc know I'm not putting that weight back on because I've proven it. 2 years since starting Awaken 180, 10 weeks later and 45 pounds lighter, I've become a new Donnie. Yeah, Awaken 180 taught me how to lose weight, but more importantly, it helped me keep it off. Free support for life, a promise you'll only receive from Awaken 180. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Western Pennsylvania commutes can be brutal, but TDM is here to make them so much better. Better for you, better for your wallet, and better for our planet. TDM can help you with carpools, van pools, expanding biking opportunities, and other avenues to save you stress and money. So what is TDM? Transportation Demand Management. But you won't remember that from a radio commercial. Type TDM for you in your browser to start a better commute. Brought to you by the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
Turn up the heat at GetGo Cafe and Market. Check out GetGo's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. It's a spicy chicken filet with a kick of Market District hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try GetGo's sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today. Download the GetGo app and get a free order of tots. Then use the app to discover deals, track perks, and find a GetGo near you. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort. Like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You're telling me that Kendrick Lamar's song Not Like Us is about Drake?
I think so, yeah.
I'm just messing around. Herschel Walker to the Vikings. Probably the biggest trade.
Oh, that's a good one.
Cowboys came off the 1-15 season, and then with the draft picks that they got back for Herschel, they got Emmitt Smith, Darren Woodson, Russell Maryland. Yeah. And the Vikings didn't make the playoffs in each of the next 2 years. That's huge. Gretzky to the Los Angeles Kings, which, I mean, that moves economies. So huge for the sport. I mean, take a guy from Edmonton, Canada, to Los Angeles. Wonder if there was a tariff on him.
That's a good one.
Hey,
see what you did there.
But we're not getting into politics. Nobody knows where I
what
stand.
You did.
That's right. Texter, right move at the time is irrelevant. All trades are judged in hindsight. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. But we know how things go. Like, we grade draft classes now when they happen. And then a couple of years later, we look back and go, oh, dang, we were either really right about that or really wrong about that.
This is just different from where all this is stemming from.
The Luka trade.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's different because it's player for player, all-star for all-star. One guy's young, one guy could be the face of the league, other guy is hurt all the time, and nobody knew about it. And the team that did it, the Mavericks, who initiated it, didn't explore any other avenues for the trade. So, like, there's something deep-rooted about this.
They just wanted him out of there.
They wanted him out of there because they could have got a king's ransom.
So they move off their franchise icon. Like, imagine having to tell your kids about that in the morning. Like, if you were a Mavs fan, like, what a disastrous wake up that is.
Terrible.
You move off your franchise player. The Steelers won't even engage in trade talks with the Bears. That could be transformative. Drives me nuts. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. A couple more here. The Steelers trading up for Troy Polamalu was huge. 3rd and a 6th round pick to the Chiefs. They go from 27th to 16th. Troy, a Hall of Famer. You're not winning championships without that guy.
Yep.
Here's a bad one. Garrett Cole traded from the Bucks to the Astros 2018. Bucks got Michael Feliz, outfielder Jason Martin, third baseman Colin Moran, who had the personality of a gnat, and starting pitcher Joe Musgrove, who was a ball player but has pitched better now that he's left Pittsburgh.
Par for the course.
That's how that's gone. 412-928-9370. I wrote the phone number down.
There we go.
And I don't think this is unique to Pittsburgh, but as you look back at all of the modern-day championships, and shoot, even going back to Bill Matlock in 1979, there's always a massive trade somewhere in there that helps lead you to a championship. Might the Marcus Pettersson trade be that for the Penguins? They're not going to win one anytime soon, but is this a step in the right direction for the Penguins organization? We'll get to that coming up next. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Morning, we have a chance to hit 60 degrees today. In fact, I'm forecasting a high of 60 for Pittsburgh. Morning temps are in the mid-30s. Noon temps should be near 50 degrees. I'm going to call skies mostly cloudy with winds out of the south-southwest at about 10 miles an hour. A cool front slides by tonight should bring some brief rain with plunging temps. I have Tuesday daytime temps just in the 30s. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
Breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Elantra 36 monthly lease, 10,000 miles per year. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2. Tucson and Santa Fe. Must finance HMF low APR Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer fee. All buyers qualify. Stock units only. Offers at 131.25.
Start the year in a new Hyundai at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Lease the new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $199 a month. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe. Both available with 1.99% financing. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Are you tired of buying new shoes because of pain and discomfort in your ankles, knees, hips, feet, or lower back? Maybe you don't need new shoes. Maybe you need high-quality support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help you, like Teresa.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles. I bought all these products, and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet, and the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed. I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. Cowboy boots, running shoes, walking shoes, flat shoes, heels. Makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store.
Live the life you love. Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful...
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic doings in the North Hills. This report brought to you by Zero Res. Crews on the scene of a hazmat situation in Pine Township. This is on Route 19 Perry Highway at Wallace Road Extension. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. While Route 28, that is heavy approaching East Ohio Street. Southbound on the Parkway North, you'll find jam traffic approaching the East Street off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119, plus the 4th room cleaned free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
When you call Top Dog, you calling them for one reason. That's to win. You want money. You want them to go bite somebody. They got you into an accident. Put you in the hospital. They ain't have a scratch on them. You gonna call the dog. They gonna have a scratch now. They about to get bit. If I was you, I'll be scared. He ain't got no leash on him. He smell fair, ready to bite. Like what you wanna do? My client want a lot of money. Top dollar. What we doing? You paying? What we doing? We settling? What we doing? Gotta bite you again? What we doing? Any accident. Top Dog Law.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
We've been talking about trades from the past. Been talking about how it could be transformative for the Steelers to make a trade, particularly in next year's draft. Well, the Penguins, they actually made a trade. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. The Penguins move Marcus Pettersson and Drew O'Connor, and they get Danton Heinen, Vincent Desjardins. I like saying that name.
Desjardins.
And they now have 29 picks over the next 3 drafts, 15 in the top 3 rounds, including 4 first-round picks, 8 in the top 2 rounds. This, my friends, is what a rebuild looks like. Except, ... it doesn't sound like they're going to dive in head first into the deep end of the pool. Why do I say that? David Pagnotta, who is one of the best hockey insiders north of the border, says the Penguins are hesitant to move Rickard Rakell and Michael Bunting. Why? Why? Now, Drew O'Connor was on the last year of his deal. Marcus Pettersson was on the last year of his deal, so that makes it easy to move on from those guys. They had not approached either of them in long-term contract negotiations, this according to Kyle Dubas in his press conference after the trade. So they knew they were going to get moved, and the Penguins had always wanted to move them. You have Michael Bunting locked up for a little while now, and you have Rickard Rakell locked up for a little while now. But I think if you can get a first-round pick for Marcus Pettersson and Drew O'Connor, I'd really like to see what you could get for Rickard Rakell in particular. But honestly, the nuts and bolts of this thing don't really matter. The names of the players don't really matter. It's about the philosophy. It's time to lean in. And it's tough to do that around Crosby, around Malkin, around Letang. But to that, I say tough.
Yeah.
You've got to go all in on a rebuild. It can't be 1 foot on each side of the fence. They've tried to thread that needle for a long time. It doesn't really work. Washington did it, and they've come out on the other side. The Rangers did it, and they came out on the other side. But I think the Penguins missed that window a couple of years ago. So now it's time to just move on from guys. And like I said, you've got 29 picks over the next 3 drafts, 15 in the top 3 rounds, 4 firsts, 8 in the top 2 rounds. Keep adding to that. That's how you turn this thing around. You got to hit on those picks, but the more picks you get, this ain't rocket science, the more likely you are to find some guys in there.
Well, I could see, too, if Bunting and
Ricard Raquel were younger players and you wanted them a part of the rebuild, like I'm sure that there's some guys that they have their eyes on that they want to be a part of this thing moving forward. Those guys, I mean, Bunting's 29 and Ricard Raquel's 31. It's not like they're 25-year-olds.
Right.
Also, with those picks, like, do we think that they were going to use those picks as picks, or are they going to try to trade those picks?
That's a great question.
Like, what would you do?
I think some combination of both.
Because you obviously know in hockey, like, that first-round pick or that second-round pick, I mean, it's going to take how many years before they could even be a significant piece to a roster.
Right.
So, like, how fast do you want this process to go, or do you have time in your mind that it's like, okay, this rebuild's going to take this amount of time, and a long period of time that we can develop players into becoming a part of the roster?
Well, one thing I think that factors into that is the information that came out this weekend about the salary cap going up. So next year it's going to go up by about $8 million. It's going to be $95.5 million. Then in 26-27 it's going to be $104 million. And then in 27-28 it's going to be $113.5 million. So I think you want to be in position by 26-27 to start being competitive. And then 27-28, you should be able to strike and spend some money on free agents. The question is, and I think this is a legitimate one that I have no answer to, with the cap being that high in 27-28, are we going to see Fenway Sports Group spend to that cap? The Pirates don't spend $113 million. Are the Penguins going to spend all the way up to that large salary cap at 27-28? I don't know. I know nothing about the Fenway Sports Group. I know that they didn't like how much money they were spending in payroll in Boston on the Red Sox, why they moved on from Mookie Betts. Is $113.5 million too much to spend? I don't know the answer on that. I would hope the answer is no.
I think that they probably operate on it. How close are we? Like, how much can we sell on the backside of it? Like, what it will spend if we feel like that we're close, if we feel like we have a winning team. Like, I think that they're about winning. They're not ownership that's like, okay, like they clearly are about money and revenue, but I think that they want to win too.
Yeah.
Like, they don't get into business not to win, not to be a top tier organization. So I think that if they feel that they're in a position where it's like, okay, we can actually do something here, I think that they would, because they know they would get the return of it.
And there's no need to spend to the cap if you're not close. You're right about that.
Yeah.
Like, if they lean into this rebuild right now and they're going to stink the next couple of years, you don't have to spend money just for the sake of spending money.
But, like, Crosby's probably, what is his extension, 2-3 years?
Yeah, for what is it?
8.7?
Yeah.
8.7. I mean, you figure, what are you going to do with Crosby if these next 3 years until that cap does get to where you're saying? Like, Crosby's probably done, right?
By the time 27-28 rolls around, I could see him play until he's 45, honestly.
Here?
Yeah. I think he really wants to finish his career here.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's going to play until he's that old, and athletes play longer and longer these days, the great ones too. I mean, how long Brady played, just as an example. And I think that there's a, analogy to be drawn there, especially the way that Sid takes care of his body. LeBron being another one.
Just had like 40 the other night.
You know what they need to do? They need to trade for this NHL version of Luka Doncic. Is it Doncic or Doncic?
I think you could say whatever you want.
That's why I've been saying Luka.
Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
Luka Doncic.
I think you've picked up on that. I've just been going with Luka.
Yeah.
You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me. If you can get a first-round pick and or good young players for Ricard Raquel, you absolutely pull the trigger. If you can get good young players or even a second or third round draft pick and then something for a Michael Bunting, you do that. Like, Bunting was a nice return in the Jake Gensel trade, but that's kind of a win now guy.
Yep.
Like you said, he's 29 years old. What's the point in keeping a guy like that around? What, just to make Malkin feel good? What's the point in keeping a Ricard Raquel around? What, to make Sid feel good? This team sucks. They've won 2 in a row. Congratulations to them. They have zero chance of making the playoffs.
Zero.
So I'm not rushing Malkin back, and by the deadline, I'm trying to get those two guys out of town. Ricard Raquel's going to score 40 goals this year. I have to think that he can get you something big in return. And it's tough to say stuff like this because you're not going to feel the results of that for a couple of years, particularly when there's draft picks involved.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the name of the game right now. Sell off what you got You can't move Malkin. You can't move Crosby. You can't move Letang because they're not going to waive the no-move clauses. You're not even going to ask them because you didn't even ask Brian Rust to move the no-trade clause. So what can you do? You trade the pieces around them. 412-928-9370. I was close to getting buzzed there again.
Yep.
You can also tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Love to take your calls on the Penguins. Also, Cam Hayward at the Pro Bowl games told us why he thinks things went down the drain at the end of the season for the Steelers. Did you hear him?
I did not.
I love Cam.
Me too.
I'm mad at Cam.
Uh-oh.
Tell you why coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend, the Pittsburgh Penguins beat the Nashville Predators 3-0 at home. Penguins have another home game coming up tomorrow against the New Jersey Devils. And Pitt men's basketball played and lost to Wake Forest by 2 points. Pitt is going to play Virginia tonight at home at 7 o'clock. That's also a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Big game this weekend, and I want to tell you about my new obsession, Daisy French Onion Dip. That's what I'll be eating during the big game. One of my guilty pleasures during football season has been eating dips and chips with wings and veggies while watching the big game, and this is the biggest game. And now Daisy came out with Daisy French Onion Dip and a Daisy Ranch Dip. These are a game changer because these dips are as good as homemade dip. They have real herbs and spices, ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. I'm not ashamed to admit I'm addicted. So do yourself a favor, and I'm telling you, it's a favor. Hit up your local grocery store, get yourself some Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Keep it here as our black and gold off-season coverage continues. The Steelers season, like the last 8, ended in disappointment. Art Rooney says he feels the same way as you.
I share the frustration. I mean, I was very disappointed the way we ended the season. Actions speak louder than words, and we've got to be better.
But we'll be waiting for the action and hoping it produces better results than we've seen. Keep it here all off-season long as we cover all the changes the Steelers plan to make. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Super Bowl 59 week, and there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. Here's some fun bets in the app right now. Saquon to record 25-plus rushing yards in each quarter. I think I'd rather go whole game over. That's a tough one. Either quarterback to catch a pass. Jalen Hurts to score an octopus. A big man touchdown. Any offensive lineman to score a TD. I'd like to go with one. How about a special teams touchdown, period? How about going with that? Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you get 200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59, 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet?
Hi, I'm Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers. For over 30 years, Louis Anthony Jewelers has been Pittsburgh's premier luxury shopping destination. With Valentine's Day right around the corner, now is the perfect time to visit our newly renovated showroom in the South Hills. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years, everyone's been asking.
Have we met yet?
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom,
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful. Hi, this is Patayo. And this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment. Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. With last night's 4-2 New York Rangers victory over the Vegas Golden Knights, goaltender Jonathan Quick became the first U.S.-born netminder to win 400 NHL games. Florida's Sergei Bobrovsky and Minnesota's Marc-Andre Fleury are the only other active players with 400 victories between the pipes. Congratulations, Jonathan. Way to go. I'm Boomer Esiason.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Inbound Parkway West delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Ford Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 is cleared out, but seeing some heavy traffic now across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge heading into downtown. No problems heading on to the crosstown, a little bit heavy approaching 6th and 7th Avenues. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Facebook's got a funny little way of being mean, Dorn.
What happened?
I'm just scrolling through here, and the Devonshire Pick 6 video pops up.
Oh.
I thought these algorithms were supposed to be smart.
They are.
Why do I want to see that? My buddy, when he's returning that interception, my buddy, a huge West Virginia fan, taps me. He goes, we got to get out of here. We got to get out of here. We got to get out of here. So we left. I took my jersey off. I had a Navy cutoff shirt underneath. And I put my jersey in my West Virginia hat, which I tucked under my armpit, and I didn't want to get beat up. So I walked out like a coward incognito.
Yeah, it's like nostalgia for you. It's like, bring back good memories and get you going. And you had to watch it. You were like, I got to watch this.
I got to watch it. Got to hate watch it. Why not? Rivalry. Awesome moment, not for me, but for Pitt, and that place was going.
Yeah, for like what? Well, what did they say percentage of fans were from West Virginia there?
There were a lot of West Virginia fans there, but nowhere near as many as, what was it, SeatGeek or whatever.
Didn't seem like there was that many.
Upper Deck.
Didn't seem like there was that many.
Upper Deck there was, yeah. There was more this time around for 2nd and 30.
Yes. What's worse, that or Devonshire? 2nd and 30 or Devonshire?
Yep. Yeah, it's all bad. All bad. Give us a ring on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Big Pit basketball game tonight, which we'll get into in a little bit after their disappointing loss against Wake Forest and the referees this weekend. Yep, that's right. I said it. They lost to not just Wake, but also the referees. You got the Pro Bowl games going on, Doran, and I didn't watch a second of it. Not one. I did see that Russ played, I guess, well.
Yes.
Yay. Minka had a couple of interceptions, but they throw all these players through the car wash. You get interviews with all the big-time dudes, and Cam Hayward was on. And here's what he had to say about the end-of-season slide.
You know, I think the last couple games of the season, we really struggled. You know, I think you never want to blame it on the schedule, but we played our toughest opponents at that time. Yeah. And we didn't really have any gel going into the playoffs. You know, I think we can bounce back from it, but there are some things we need to clean up. We need to have a decision made at quarterback. You know, I think we need to add a couple more parts, and we'll see what happens. But, you know, I don't have to make those decisions, and I'm happy I don't have to make those decisions because I'd like to have both of those guys back.
You're not getting both. It's going to be one or the other. Mark Cabali going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10 today. See what he's heard about the price that these guys are going to cost, these quarterbacks. But I can't stand the end of the season schedule argument. I made it going into the Cincy game. They had extra rest going into that one. And I said, okay, if they find a way to beat Cincinnati and look good doing it, then you can probably look at those previous few games and say, you know what? The schedule was unfair. And I'm not going to pretend like the schedule wasn't a pain in the ass. Of course it was. It's why we talked about it all offseason leading into the season. We thought so much about that end-of-season schedule, and then it became the meat grinder that we thought it was going to be, and maybe even more so, because Philly's going to the Super Bowl and Kansas City's going to the Super Bowl. But I don't think it's because they played those teams in quick succession is why they lost to them. I think they lost to those teams because they're up here, and I'm reaching up very high, and the Steelers are down here, and I've got my hand very low. If you would have spread those games out, I'm not sure you get different results, Doran.
I mean, didn't Philly and Kansas City have to do the same schedule?
They did the same thing, yeah.
They did the same thing. I mean, it's very clear that they're just better football teams than the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they had more to offer at that time. Whenever you have a situation like that where you have to grind it out, like you do have to rely on multiple players to pick it up. It can't just be the quarterback. It can't just be the running back. It can't just be the defense. It's multiple players, and that's what those teams have in comparison to the Steelers that don't have that. They don't have that. They are relying on one or two guys to get them through that gauntlet where you had really good football teams, clearly, who are going to be playing this weekend that can rely on their quarterback if they need to, but they can rely on other pieces to really get them through that and beat teams that they're better than, and they did that against the Steelers.
Yeah, there's a depth issue there. No question about that. I just hope that the Steelers brass, Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan and Andy Weidel, don't look at it through the same prism that Cam was looking at it through. Like, and Art would not use that as an excuse in his press conference. He said you can't make the argument that we're closer to it than we were before, and he brought up those games. And I thought he was going to use them as an excuse. He didn't, at least publicly. I'm wondering how much they feel like they got screwed by the schedule, though, if you gave them truth serum or if you hooked them up to a polygraph test.
Yeah, they probably prefer not to play that.
Of course they prefer not to play it. I think they might internally look at it as the reason why things fell apart. And I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, I think it was more their doing of not having a number 2 wide receiver or a number 3 wide receiver or a number 1A wide receiver, and you lose your wide receiver that is basically your only weapon, and then you can't run offense.
Right. It's frustrating when the thing we all thought could happen does happen, and we talked about that all off season too. Like, what's going to happen, not just when George is your only guy, but what's going to happen if and when that guy gets hurt? And when he got hurt, you're throwing it to Van Jefferson and Calvin Austin. You become by far the worst wide receiver core in the league without George Pickens. And with him, you're among the worst in the National Football League. So they need to fortify their depth, particularly at that position. And if they move on from George, I think they would be doing so with his replacement in mind. They would have to have some success in free agency. I saw Dan Graziano this weekend wrote a story about all the free agents and their predicted market value. He's got T. Higgins at $28 million a season. I think that's well below what he's going to make. I think because he's the number one wide receiver on the market, he's probably going to be closer to the highest paid wide receiver in football than be under that $30 million mark.
Yeah, but what's his statistics? Like, he's looked at as a number 2 that could be paid as a number 1. He's not a legit number 1, but he thinks he is, and he probably will be on the next team. Like, does that factor in? Like, Ayuk, was he looked at as a number 1 receiver? I would say yes.
You know what? I think they're so similar because for the Bengals, you've got Ja'Marr Chase on one side, and I think T says, I'm a number 1.
Right.
The only reason I'm not a number 1 is because one of the top 2 wide receivers in football was also on my team. But you're guessing.
Right.
And he's also not a speed guy.
Right.
He's a big, tall guy. He's Shaquille O'Neal, according to Mike Tomlin. So there is some projection there. What's he going to look like without Ja'Marr Chase? What's he going to look like without Joe Burrow? Great questions. I'd be willing to pay the guy $30 million to find out.
Yes.
I think he winds up in L.A., though. You talk about the worst wide receiver cores in the NFL.
Chargers?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Yes. Yeah, I think he's going to go to the Chargers. That's just my educated guess. They got Ladd McConkey and ...
Quentin Johnston.
I
think he's going to go to Patriots.
Both sexier landing spots than Pittsburgh, no?
Yes. Or the Jaguars. That's even sexier. Now you got that new coach. Duval.
I ain't playing for Duval.
He's a good offensive coach, though.
I ain't
He's
playing
gonna get
for
you the
that
ball.
guy.
He's going to get you the ball. Look at Mike Evans.
If Mike Tomlin's coolness factor can bring him free agents, I think Liam Cohen's lack of coolness can keep free agents away. I ain't playing for that guy. Mike Evans was Mike Evans before Liam Cohen came around.
I'm just saying. I mean, I would want to play for Liam Cohen. I don't care how cool you are. He seems like a not laid back, but he's not going to be like some type of drill sergeant.
Clearly.
Yeah, he's not a drill sergeant.
Duval. I mean, how many times do I have to play that for you to take that back? You ain't playing for Duval.
Yeah, I am.
Duval.
For sure.
He looks like a cobra coming out of one of those snake pits. He's just moving his head back and forth. Duval. Unfortunately, though, yeah, I mean, I would rather play with Trevor Lawrence, even though I'm not a huge believer in him. I would rather play for Justin Herbert, even though he hasn't won anything in his career of significance. I would rather play with Drake May, even though he's going in year 2.
And Mike Vrabel.
And Mike Vrabel, than play for the Steelers and gestures wildly at whatever the hell this offense is.
Right.
So if you were going to get T. Higgins, you do have to overpay. I got another free agent that I've been considering, and I want your opinion on it. That's coming up next. You can weigh in 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins played over the weekend and won over the Nashville Predators 3-0. The final score of that game. Pens play again tomorrow against the New Jersey Devils. They also traded Marcus Pettersson and Drew O'Connor over the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, I'm here to tell you about something real important. Windows. Listen, proven quality, proven service. No wonder thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation for their homes. You can too. Why don't you get that free, no obligation quote right now? 866-90Nation. That's 866-90Nation, windownation.com. You know what they do? They'll come in, they measure each window 3 times to ensure proper fit. That gets it done. Go check out the internet. Over 20,000 online positive reviews. Oh, yes. Just listen to the customers. Window Nation's a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, too. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. They have a lot going on right now. How about this? 50% off all styles of windows. Plus, you pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's 24 months. 866-90Nation. That's the only number you need. 866-90Nation, windownation.com.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich from Petite. Traditions are passed down from generation to generation. And at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we have a tradition of making customers' dreams come true.
Over the years, 3 generations of our family have worked with countless customers. We've listened to their ideas and then developed designs for their kitchens and baths.
And speaking of traditions, we've also had the unique privilege of creating generations of satisfied customers the Petite way.
They've seen that upgrading a kitchen or bath adds value to a home and makes it more desirable. And we can do the same for your home with the best designers and installers in the business.
Come visit our newly remodeled showroom. The response has been overwhelming.
Petite Kitchen and Bath is on Route 50, just off the Carnegie exit, or call 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need 1 truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM PGT.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Gearing up for the big game? We are too. Join us on the Moth Podcast for a special episode dedicated to hilarious true stories about football, family, and growing up.
I loved Franco Harris so much that in 1975, I invited him to my bar mitzvah. And it was so cool that he actually sent me a telegram.
Each week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, and above all, true. Find the Moth Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
So Cam Hayward uses the schedule as an excuse for their end-of-the-season troubles. I don't like that very much. What do you think? 412-928-9370. I am so rattled by me giving out the wrong phone number earlier. I keep pausing. It's like I'm driving over a speed bump on the highway, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
Every time. 412-928-9370.
So you say it again.
Well, I needed to practice. It's all about reps. Anything in life, Doran, is about reps.
That's true.
Don't you think?
Not live reps, though.
You got to go with the live reps.
Not all the time.
Baptism by fire.
Mm.
That's the thing I love about live radio, Doran. Podcasts are great. We all listen to podcasts. Our show becomes a podcast. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app through the chaptering feature. There are many different ways to consume us, including on YouTube. But the thing about live radio is there's this risk involved.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that.
I do, too. I like it. My back's against the wall.
That's right.
You got to perform. You got to be right.
Why is it, too, whenever you record a commercial, and by you I mean the general you, we, I guess I should say, when we record a commercial, I'll flub it 15 times.
Yep.
And then you read it live on the air, and bang, you nail it.
Yep.
I don't know what that's about. Does the name Nick Chubb do anything for you? 29 years old.
Hell no.
Think you might be able to get him for cheap?
Are you serious?
I've gone back and forth on it.
I mean, he's literally busted his leg twice.
Yeah.
In 10 years.
Yes.
I mean, he came back this year, and I thought it was a great story. It is awesome. It was awesome to see number 24 back running the football, but he's definitely not the same player.
Last 2 games, 4.4 yards per carry, 4.6 yards per carry.
How many yards do you have?
48 and 41 on 11 and 9 carries.
Yep.
Before that, not very good.
No.
Not very good. I'm not for it, but I could see them doing it.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
They call him Mr. Chubb, Doran. Mike Tomlin calls him Mr. Chubb. Mike Tomlin loves this guy, and I think they look at what Philadelphia has done, what the Ravens have done, and they might spend money on a running back. I don't think he'd be that expensive because of all the reasons that you've just laid out. I mean, he's 29. He came off a significant injury. He was not good last year. And I make the flimsy argument that he got better the last 2 games. He only touched the ball 20 times combined in that last 2 games.
They need explosion at running back.
I just wouldn't.
He's slower than Najee right now.
I'm not doing it. I would not rule them out.
I think it's a 0% chance.
When Art Rooney II spoke with the assorted media, he talked about the need at running back whenever he was asked about spending money on offense. And I'm connecting dots there. Maybe he didn't mean that they're going to spend money on running back. He didn't explicitly say it, but if they did, don't you think he might be the guy?
No.
J.K. Dobbins?
Aaron Jones.
I wouldn't do that either. I'll be clear. I would not spend any free agent money on a running back. None. Not when this draft is as deep as it is.
That is true.
There are 30 guys with draftable grades at the running back position. And 3 guys I'm in love with, Travion Henderson, Judkins, and Omarion Hampton. They're all big, strong, and fast. Can hit the home run. And you mix that with the Jaylen Warren, and I think you're cooking with gas.
Yes.
And you'll get those guys on a rookie contract. None of them are first-round picks. I saw the Steelers in, I think, a Bleacher Report mock draft taking Diane Gent.
I need the buzzer. It's like Callis isn't paying attention. This is what we were talking about, Callis. You're like, why can't I just do it? I'll just take care of it. I'll buzz him. I like doing it. But you're not even paying attention.
I put it in his folder like he asked. It's there for him.
I went to college with a woman named Diane Genty.
Diane Genty?
She's working big-time media. Awesome person. Ravens fan.
What I mean, media, like sports media?
No, she works in news media.
Oh.
Yeah. Big-time news media. I forget where she's jumped around, but she's done great things for herself. I knew at some point I would call Ashton Genty Diane Genty.
It's not even close.
It's close. It's the Gentys.
I mean, it's a male and a female, one. I would assume that Diane is white.
She's not.
Yes, she is.
She's 100% not. She is a nice black woman.
Is she really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, okay. Hey, listen.
I'll Facebook her during
there you
the
go.
break.
You got it then. Diane and Ashton.
I know it's the Genty thing, but I saw that on Bleacher Report. Steelers at 21 overall take Ashton Genty. I love the player, but I am not signing a running back in free agency, and I am for damn sure not repeating my mistake drafting a running back in the first round. Now, I think he's a lot more worthy of a first-round pick than Najee Harris is, but is he going to be significantly better than Omarion Hampton in the NFL? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I mean, even Travion Henderson, I don't think he's going to be significantly better than. It depends on where you land. We've seen that with Saquon. Saquon was good with the Giants at first. The Giants think he's not as good. He goes to Philadelphia. It's one of the best seasons a running back's ever had. The landing spot matters.
Yes.
But my ears perked up a little bit in Art's press conference, thinking, oh, they might do the old school thing. Don't do that. And don't bring Najee Harris back either. Because those guys all have speed, and they're going to be a lot cheaper than Najee Harris is going to be.
Do you think that they're gonna entertain maybe bringing him back if he takes a lower price?
No, it sounded to me like Art II was giving him his flowers and thanking him for a quote-unquote job well done. I don't think he's in their plans. But I could see Mike Tomlin walking up in there, pounding the table a little bit for Mr. Chubb.
No.
I could see AFC North running back.
No chance.
I don't want them to do it. But I'm not giving them benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
And if they did something like that, I would lose it. Have a conniption right on the air. Diane Genty.
Diane.
My God. 412-928-9370. Would you consider drafting a running back in round one? Would you consider spending money on a running back in free agency? 412-928-9370. Big one for Pitt tonight. A big one they lost over the weekend. We'll get to that a little bit as well next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play tomorrow against the New Jersey Devils. They played over the weekend and won over the Nashville Predators 3-0. They also made a couple trades, Marcus Pettersson and Drew O'Connor. They're both gone. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. John and Heather needed to move out of state right before Christmas because of a new job opportunity, and that meant they needed to sell their home in Cranberry Township. They reached out to Gina for help, and they're glad that they did. Gina was able to get them a great price for their home, and they said that Gina is the best, hands down. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Trouble spot to look out for. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. We do have a disabled vehicle off to the side in the inbound Parkway West. This is underneath the Parkway Center overpass. Traffic a little slow getting by. You're stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill past the scene to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East are jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks, and then a second delay approaching the 31st Street Bridge as you head toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by WetGo. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free No obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Hey, Donnie Football here, and I am a free man. You know how some people have to check in with their parole officer? Hopefully not you. Well, for years, that was me, except it was my doctor, and the crime was my waistline. Twice a year, like clockwork, I had to go in and hear the same speech. Donnie, your weight's a problem. Donnie, your numbers aren't great. Maybe I had to try a salad. Well, guess what? It's been 2 years since I started Awaken 180, and my doc is shocked that not only have I lost the weight, but I've kept the weight off. So now, we're down to just once a year. That's right, I've been promoted to the healthy patient status thanks to Awaken 180. Both me and the doc know I'm not putting that weight back on because I've proven it. 2 years since starting Awaken 180, 10 weeks later and 45 pounds lighter, I've become a new Donnie. Yeah, Awaken 180 taught me how to lose weight, but more importantly, it helped me keep it off. Free support for life, a promise you'll only receive from Awaken 180. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. There was an Art Rooney II clip that we missed on Friday. We spent a ton of time on the media availability he did with the media at large. And then we got some of the Pomp clips. And then we did a little Ashley Leotis. Well, there's one that we didn't get to from Jenna Harner. And we'll do that coming up at the top of the next hour. Mark Caboli going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. I actually think what we're going to get into next is maybe the biggest quote, the most important thing that Art Rooney II said the entire time that he's been speaking here. So we'll get into that. Pitt's got a huge one tonight. They are favored by 12.5 against Virginia. Virginia is 10-12. Their coach quit at the beginning of the year. So they're in a bad place. You figure if Pitt gets out to an early lead, something like that, they're not going to have the requisite pushback. Pitt needs to win this game. Pitt is right now a bubble team, thanks in many respects to the officiating this weekend. I thought the first half of that game was as poorly officiated a first half or any half of basketball that I've watched this year, Dorn. It was really bad. And Pitt loses the game 76-74 to Wake Forest. That would have been a quad 1 win.
Yep.
So it winds up being a quad 1 loss, which means it's not going to hurt. But the opportunities for Pitt to improve upon the resume are few and far between. North Carolina, SMU, good basketball teams, Louisville. Apart from that, it's a bunch of bottom feeders, including tonight. But games like tonight, oddly, against bad teams are must win.
Yes.
They cannot screw around and find out. They cannot play with their food here. They need to win this basketball game, just like they need to win when they play Miami, when they play Georgia Tech, when they play Boston College. These games against bad teams, in a weird way, are actually more important than the resume-building games the rest of the way.
That's what we talked about on Friday.
Yes.
We talked about the Wake Forest game and how important it is, and was it going to be a quad 1 win or loss at the time, and moving forward, will it get dropped down a tier to be not a quad 1 win? But it's all about the games that you're supposed to win if you are a good team, if you are tournament-worthy teams. And this game tonight, you have to significantly win. And the games that could be beneficial that are left on the schedule, you have to win those games. But the games that aren't beneficial on the schedule that you were just talking about, you have to dominate those games.
Yes.
You have to. That's and I am okay with that process, and I know we've gone back and forth, and how the system is. Like, you should, if you are a good team and you belong, you should beat the teams you're supposed to beat significantly, and that's what Pitt has to do tonight. And that's what they have to do for the rest of the season.
I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on Virginia basketball, but if they're playing anyway like they were under Tony Bennett, they're still doing the whole pack line thing. I think Pitt was a horrible matchup for them last year. We saw that.
Yes.
And I would think that would still be the case now when you don't have your future Hall of Fame coach. But one thing to pay attention to, John Rothstein, who's the grand poobah of all things college basketball for CBS Sports, he wrote this morning, Jalen Lowe just 18 of 48 from the field, 4 of 14 from three-point range in his last 3 games. Panthers need him to be at his best if they're going to play in the NCAA tournament for the second time in 3 years. No question about that. Jalen Lowe, I thought everyone pretty much late in that Wake game, which is why I won't put it all on the refs. They were playing hero ball too much.
Yes.
Jalen Lowe is a great player. I think he needs to play a little bit more within himself, I think. We'll see if he can start turning it around tonight.
That's close.
It mumbled out of me.
That's close.
All right, coming up next, maybe the most important thing that Art Rooney II has said over the last couple of weeks. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made. At Holiday Valley with 60 trails and ski and ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at holidayvalley.com.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8413.
1565.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com. Crews on the scene of a disabled vehicle off to the side in the inbound Parkway West underneath the Parkway Center overpass. That's causing delays back over the top of Green Tree Hill past the scene down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, you are jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28, heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks. A second delay at Millvale to the north side. And also an accident in Fawn Township tying up Bull Creek. For the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, The
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I thought we had a great show on Friday. We were jumping around. We were having fun. It's been Negativeville around here with the Pirates not adding anything, the Penguins now selling assets, and the Steelers stuck in the mud. So to liven things up, we reacted to some of Art Rooney II's comments. We missed this, or at least I'll say I missed this. And I think this might be the biggest quote to come out of any of Art Rooney II's media availabilities. He was asked about his future.
How much longer do you see yourself in this role, or is there a timeline?
You know, I don't have a timeline on it. You know, my grandfather never retired, my father never retired, so I'm hoping to follow in their footsteps. And but you know, look, my son's involved in the business now, and you know, potentially other family members will be involved, and so you know. We'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes at the end. Gives me a little bit of hope. And you actually made a really good point off the air we'll get to in a minute. But when I heard that, I thought, oh, my God, we're going to continue to be stuck in the mud. because Art doesn't see there being problems right now. I don't think he's satisfied with 10-7, going to the playoffs and getting creamed every single year, but I think he's okay with it because they don't have a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want that to be the guy who makes the mission statement for my organization if that's the way he feels. And he says he's not going to retire. Now, you made a good point off the air that kind of gives me a little bit of hope.
Well, I mean, he's never going to fully retire, and he could still own the team and then pass on the operational duties, the presidential duties to his son, Danny Rooney. Like, that's probably what will happen, where Art will be the chair and sitting there as the owner, but not making the decisions. And I think that that's how the process has went, with his father and his grandfather passing it along to Art passing it along to Dan Rooney, Dan passing it along to Art, and now Art passing back to his son, Danny. I bet you that happens sooner than later, but him still not retiring, still being around, still the owner of the Steelers.
If that's the case, I'll live with it because that's what we've sort of thought was always going to happen. The way he started that gives me some pause there. And I think there's an obvious question here at 412-928-9370. Nailed that one, Doran. Who's the bigger issue? Is it Art the second or is it Mike Tomlin? I think it's Art the second. I think it's hard to argue otherwise at this point. Mike Tomlin has not evolved with the times. Mike Tomlin's Steelers have faded down the stretch a lot recently. Last season was the exception where they won 3 in a row to end the year. But they tend to fall apart in December, and they tend to get their asses kicked in the playoffs and aren't even competitive. But that the owner doesn't see that as an issue makes him then the issue, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, and then, Mike Tomlin has, and a lot of people do, I mean, we do, but Mike Tomlin being right underneath Art, he has a lot of respect for him. And I don't think he's going to go outside of the box to try to change this football team if Art doesn't see that eye to eye with Mike Tomlin. Like sometimes, ownership has a vision, and then you get with your actual people, the GMs and stuff, and it's like, all right, like we know what the vision is, but we got to make some moves, to make this team right. And that happens most of the time in the NFL. And obviously the ownership has final say, but I don't think that Mike Tomlin would even flirt with going outside of the box if Art doesn't see that being the fix.
Yeah, I think they see eye to eye on a lot of things.
And I think that Mike Tomlin feels like he's so, he owes a lot to this organization. He owes a lot to the Rooney family, and especially Art for keeping his job, keeping him the head coach and not moving on. So whenever you're like, all right, well, he respects me a lot, I'm not going to disrespect him by doing something different that he doesn't want.
They will be here. Tomlin, I should say, will be here as long as Art is the president.
100%.
And now I don't know when the end is going to be with that.
But I don't know if I could say the same thing if Danny becomes the president. I think it'd be different.
It could be.
I think it would be.
Just a fresh, younger set of eyes.
Yep. Yeah, he's like, listen, got to get aggressive.
It would be the perfect time to move on from Mike Tomlin if things don't get better. I mean, if they continue going 10-7, 9-8, make the playoffs and get crushed or miss the playoffs barely, but you're still in it until the end, that would be the time for the clean break. Okay, Art's not the president anymore. Mike Tomlin's contract up, in 3 years from now? That, if it's going to happen, that makes the most sense of when it's going to happen.
No doubt.
No question. Is there anybody locked in professional sports to their position more than Mike Tomlin is locked into his?
Nope.
No. And I don't know that it's even close. I don't even know who's on that Mount Rushmore at 412-928-9370. Not only will they not fire him, he's got a no-trade clause. They're not entertaining the trade conversation anyhow, but if they wanted to, Tomlin could say, shove it up your hiney.
Mm-hmm.
Hiney. What's whiter, Hiney or Duval?
Hiney.
Okay. Very good.
Hiney.
I can't even think of somebody who's more locked into their position. I would think Coach K would have been back in the day before he retired. Like, you ain't firing Coach K. Now, scandals and things like that notwithstanding, but Bill Belichick got fired-ish. I mean, mutual parting of the ways, but they pushed him out.
Andy Reid?
Yeah, probably. Not going to fire Andy Reid.
Yeah, he'll retire. It'll be on his terms.
But there's nobody who has achieved as little as Tomlin has in the last 8 years who's as entrenched as they are. And that's not his fault. That's why I think Art's the problem. That's not his fault. It's his fault that things ain't going so well, but it's not his fault that he continues to be employed. So the buck has to stop with the owner-president, I think. But you can weigh in, 412-928-9370. If you could name somebody more entrenched, I'd love to hear that too. At 412-928-9370.
Sullivan?
I mean,
honestly?
It's a good one. It's a good one.
I mean, we're talking all of sports too. I mean, you think about hockey coaches and how of a revolving door that is. Think about baseball coaches. I mean, they're every other year there's a different baseball coach. I mean, I can't think of out of all the sports somebody who has so much mainstay than these two guys in our city. I mean, Lakers have a new coach every year.
Yep.
You think about the big time programs. I mean, even the Celtics, they moved their coach all the way up to as an exec to get your guy from West Virginia.
Joe Mazzulla would have coached. But if he hadn't won the championship last year, they might not.
He's probably gone.
He's probably gone.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he gets a ton of credit for doing what they did. I don't know that there's anybody in sports more entrenched than that guy. 412-928-9370. You start thinking about college, and it would have been Saban. Someone texts in John Harbaugh. We'll see if they give him his extension.
Right there. He's right there. That's a good one.
Popovich, Steve Kerr. People are texting in.
Yes.
I'm not sure about Harbaugh yet. I'm interested to see how this offseason goes.
You said that last week.
He's got 1 year left on his deal. So this would be when they would extend him. If they don't extend him, then he can't be in the same stratosphere as Tomlin in terms of being entrenched.
But don't you think they kind of operate a little bit like the Steelers, though?
Absolutely.
So, I mean, they've done a lot more and have a lot more success than the Steelers have in the last 8 years, and they have an MVP quarterback. Don't you kind of wouldn't you want your quarterback to be aligned with the head coach? Like, do you want to get a new regime for Lamar Jackson again? But now this time a big regime? I don't think so.
Well, you can't ask me because I fired Ryan Day and then he won a national championship.
A lot of people did that.
I fire everybody.
Most people fired Ryan Day.
I fired
after
him
Michigan.
last year.
A lot of people fired Ryan Day.
Yeah.
A lot. 90% of people.
Because you asked me what I would do, I would fire Harbaugh. I would absolutely fire Harbaugh. Because you got an MVP quarterback, 2-time MVP, maybe a 3-time MVP, and you've won diddly-poo with that guy. I fire people left and right, baby.
Would you fire McDermott?
Yes. Which basically we got laughed in our face when we brought that up to our Buffalo insider.
We did
last week. Yeah, I would fire him. Sure.
I'd fire McDermott before Harbaugh. Harbaugh at least won a Super Bowl in the last 11, 12 years.
And I do see evolution from Harbaugh. And they do not operate 100% the same way as the Steelers. They view continuity probably as one of the pillars of their franchise, yet they fired their offensive coordinator mid-year when they won the Super Bowl. They uprooted everything when they supplanted Flacco with Lamar Jackson. They added Dean Pease. Now they've hired, Chuck Pagano.
Yeah, they operate differently, like on a year-to-year basis than the Steelers. But I mean, what if they had 2 coaches since they've been around? 2, 3 coaches.
Billick.
And who else?
Don't make me think this early.
I'll look it up.
Texter, Bill Self at Kansas has a lifetime contract.
I mean, I thought Calipari would have a lifetime contract.
I know. How about that win for
That's big.
our moon guy?
Yeah. He liked that. He said, did you see the conference before it, too?
Yeah.
It's going to be he got booed.
He got booed. I like Cal. I think he's a nice man.
He's a very, very nice guy.
Texter, Jerry Jones, the GM, pretty entrenched. Yeah, it's because he's his own boss. Is there anybody in sports that you think is more entrenched in their current position than Mike Tomlin? 412-928-9370. And who do you view as the bigger problem? Art II or Mike Tomlin? 412-928-9370. We'd love to chat with you about that. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend, both the Pittsburgh Penguins and the Pitt men's basketball team played. The Penguins won 3-0 over the Nashville Predators. Penguins will play again tomorrow night, against the New Jersey Devils. Also, Pitt men's basketball lost by 2 to Wake Forest. Pitt plays again tonight against Virginia at 7. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. More for the headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will take our time to help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. Stop in today for a free consultation at one of our 2 locations in Castee Village or Peters Township. Urbanowitz Jewelers, like having a jeweler in the family.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. That was certainly a gutsy move for the Mavericks to trade 25-year-old superstar Luka Doncic to the Lakers for 31-year-old Anthony Davis. The deal all means that the five-time NBA All-Star will get clobbered with California's sky-high taxes and must leave, get this folks, $116 million on the table because he won't be qualified for a Supermax contract next year. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Roadways continue to get crowded. This report brought to you by Hollywood Casino and ESPN Sports Betting. An earlier accident cleared from underneath the Parkway Center overpass on the inbound Parkway West. However, it's resulting in delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. We do have some work on Banksville Road approaching Crane Avenue on the inbound side, causing delays all the way back to Wenzel Avenue. And if you're traveling Route 51, that's slow from Edgebrook Avenue down to Bousman Street. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by ESPN Sports Betting.
Get ready for sports season. ESPN Bet, the area's new home for sports, is now open at Hollywood Casino at the Meadows. Eat, drink, bet on, and watch the best games on our giant screen TVs. Only at Hollywood Casino. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Bigger problem, Art the Second or Mike Tomlin, 412-928-9370. You can tweet us at _Adam Crowley at Score and Doran. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We were also kicking around who in professional sports is as locked into their current position as Mike Tomlin. Tomlin ain't going anywhere. You're not going to fire him. They won't. And you can't trade him because even if you got a good deal in place, he would just say no. Got a no-trade clause. And we're really talking more about executives, owners, coaches than we are players.
Mm-hmm.
Like Crosby isn't going anywhere. He's got a no-trade clause. Ovechkin not going anywhere. He's trying to chase down Wayne Gretzky. We're more talking about coaches, actually. 412-928-9370. A lot of people bringing up Popovich, and the results of late haven't been great for Popovich. But what, did he win 6 championships?
Mm-hmm.
Those things aren't like the other. You know, Tomlin hasn't won in a long time. Popovich hasn't won in a long time. But the sheer volume of championships that Greg Popovich won make him untouchable.
Belichick.
Good point. But he is untouchable because he's not going anywhere.
Yeah. And they just added, nobody cares about NBA, but they added a good piece, and they have one of the best up-and-coming talents that we've seen in a long time.
The French kid.
Yeah, Wembanyama. He's like 7'6".
I don't think he's from this planet.
No.
Freakazoid.
Yeah.
Total freakazoid.
He could dribble and shoot threes, too. Like, what's happening here? What's going on? Is everybody just going to look like that in
I was just
going to
say that. When we are old and gray, or older and grayer, Doran, I'm speaking for myself there, is every player going to be 7'6" or taller?
Probably.
I mean, you got a 7'6" point guard? My God.
Probably. I mean, Giannis was like, oh, man, Giannis, he could move. And no, I mean, this guy's blocking Giannis' shot.
It's insane.
He did it the other day.
That's insane.
I know.
That's a different conversation, but insane nonetheless. Text. You said anyone in sports. Pat McAfee, dude called out the ESPN CEO or whatever, and the other dude got fired. He does whatever he wants. That guy plays by his own rules.
Yes, he does.
And he'll just do whatever he wants, even if they tell him he can't do it at ESPN. Mm-hmm. He'll just pick up and go to the next network.
He probably has he probably has the most power in sports media right now.
Pat McAfee?
Yes.
Yeah. I think so. And he talks to the young people. And so he has a lot of say in shaping opinions and forming arguments. 412-928-9370. Texter, it's lame you guys never talk about the NBA. We just did. We have a couple times today. You have one of the great trades, big trades in the history of professional sports. We have to talk about that.
Maybe we'll put up a Twitter poll and say, like, would you want us to talk about the NBA? And we'll get a percentage, and if it's a high percentage, then we'll talk about it.
Bob Pompieri talks about the NBA.
Yes, he does. He sure does. That Giannis, he could really shoot.
And they have fresh fish.
They have fresh fish.
I think Art's the problem, though. Tomlin's not going to fire himself. And Tomlin loves it here. Tomlin's obsessed with the craft. I don't think he's ever going to... I don't think he would retire young in a million years. He was at the Senior Bowl, and I heard Alan Saunders jump on with the PM guys on Friday when they were giving away all those free chicken wings during him. And he said that the coach who was most involved was Mike Tomlin. And he couldn't even come up with the guy who was second. He's out on the field coaching these guys.
I saw that, and I had a question about that. Like, because Mike Tomlin did the same thing when I was at the Senior Bowl in 2010.
Yeah.
And we all were like, that's Mike Tomlin on the field. Like, you know, he's talking to everybody like, oh, man, Mike Tomlin, you had he had our attention. Do you think players feel that way about Tomlin now? None of them know that he, have seen him win.
I don't think
the players even care. They're probably like, oh, okay, that's the coach of the Steelers.
See, I think that I think players respect him tremendously.
Kids that are 21 years old that are in college still?
I think so, because he's been around for so long, and he's the Steelers coach, and they've never lost. I think at large, the national media, up until like this offseason, didn't realize just how little the Steelers were winning. I think they've given him so much credit for getting as much as he can out of the roster, willfully being ignorant about the fact that he helps put the roster together. I don't think it was until this particular ass beating at the hands of the Baltimore Ravens before people realized, oh, dang, man, they haven't won a playoff game in 8 years?
Right. Yeah.
I don't think people do the necessary research. So I think, these player surveys come out every year. I think it's The Athletic that does it. It might be Sports Illustrated. My apologies for not getting it right. Who do you most want to play for? And Mike Tomlin's always at the top of the list. Then that NFLPA survey comes out, and everything from an ownership standpoint is getting crushed by the players in that locker room. Coaching got an A. I think his guys love him, and I think that young players love him too. Now, that being said, they sure had a weird way of showing it in the second half of that Ravens game where I thought that they were making some business decisions. But you can love a guy and still not play at your hardest when you think a game is determined.
Like, I'm thinking about somebody like Jalen Milroe. Is he like, oh, man, I want to play for Mike Tomlin? Or is he like, okay, like, that's the Steelers coach? Like, what has Jalen Milroe seen from the Steelers growing up? Like, a lot of kids were Steelers fans outside of Pittsburgh that are college football players. Like, say a kid from Texas, probably grew up, his parents like the Steelers. Say a kid that's in the Senior Bowl or that's going in the draft. Like, what have they seen the Steelers win for them to think, like, I want to play for the Steelers?
Yeah.
I want to play for Mike Tomlin.
I think he's still got the goods because he's cool too.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that I want to be careful here. I think him being a super successful black coach,
that has a lot to do with it.
I think it has a lot to do with it.
You're right. You're absolutely right about that.
Thank you. I'm scared. Texter, Kirk Ferentz. Man.
That's a good one.
If you missed it, Last week, Doran told the story about getting a scholarship offer from Kirk Ferentz, who promptly, while handing over the offer, farted.
Yep. Just let it rip. And then continue to talk like nothing happened. Like, okay.
They haven't had an offense since that day, and yet he is still the head coach. They dealt with an issue where the, at least allegedly, strength and conditioning coach was being racist, and he still has a job.
Yep.
His son was a horrific offensive coordinator, and they scored 0 points, and he still has a job. That's a pretty good one.
That is a really good one. Is there any other college coaches right now?
I mean, is Dabo that entrenched?
Yes.
I mean, because they've fallen on, at least relative to them, hard times.
They still made the somehow they made the playoffs this year. I can't believe that.
And he brought on a transfer.
Yeah, he finally went to the portal.
He finally went to the portal.
And they just hired who's the coordinator? Penn State's? No.
Yes, Tom Allen.
Yep.
Yeah, from Penn State. Did you see Chip Kelly going to
the Raiders?
The Raiders.
That's a good move for him.
Yes.
I think that he's kind of revamped his career. He doesn't need to be a head coach in the NFL, but I think that his offense will be really good in the NFL.
He had success in the NFL too. They just gave him too much power in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
I think he went 10-6 each of his first 2 years, and then halfway through year 3, they said, "Nah, get the hell out of here." But guy can coach.
Yeah, a lot of the players didn't like him.
Yeah,
a lot.
The anti-Tomlin.
Yep.
See, Art talked about in that first media availability how guys still want to play for Tomlin, and that Art sat down with like T.J. Watt. And those guys respect Tomlin. I don't care. Like, do you win enough or not? There are coaches that are hated that win. Probably not a walk in the park playing for Bobby Knight. Probably not a walk in the park playing for Dan Hurley.
Parcells.
Bill Parcells. But do you win? It wasn't fun playing for Belichick. It was no fun, right?
No.
But then winning's fun.
Yes.
So you don't have to be buddy-buddy with your head coach to have success. And I'm also not myopic enough to think that you can't win that way. Players' coaches can win. Non-players' coaches can win. There are many different ways to skin the cat. But to say, oh, we're going to keep Tomlin around because the players love him, well, okay. They've been outscored 73-0 in the first quarter of their last 6 playoff games.
Like, I mean, what are they going to say? What's T.J. Watt and Cam and them going to say? They're going to go and be like, "Yeah, we're over Tomlin." Like, no, we get vet days off. He treats us like, we're basically coaches. Like, they're not going to say like, "Oh, yeah, we may need a different voice in here."
You know what? You're right. The young guys are going to come in and they're not going to really rock the boat. And if they do, like Chase Claypool, we want music at practice. He gets shipped out of town. And then the older guys aren't going to say anything because they get treated like royalty around here. That's a good point by you. Bigger problem, Tomlin or Art? 412-928-9370. And is there anybody in sports as entrenched in their current position as Mike Tomlin is? Want your calls, texts, and tweets on that. Also, Ryan Clark weighing in on the Steelers quarterback situation. That's all on the way. First, it's a Nicholas Ericalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won 3-0 over the Nashville Predators on Saturday. Penguins also traded Drew O'Connor and Marcus Pettersson over the weekend. Penguins' next game is going to be tomorrow night against the New Jersey Devils. That'll be a home game. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran!
Luka Doncic's agent and Rob Pelinka, who is the GM of the Lakers, they were hard at work a couple days ago sending Luka Doncic from the Mavericks to the Lakers. Agent, lawyer, same deal. Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI. You name it, the Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getaPittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getaPittsburghlawyer.com.
Helping helping you get through the work week. It's the Joe Starkey Show. 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Monday through Friday. Getting you the expert insight you can only find here. If it matters to Pittsburgh, get it all here first on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stables' proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
When you call Top Dog, you calling them for one reason. That's to win. You want money. You want them to go bite somebody. They got you into an accident. Put you in the hospital. They ain't have a scratch on them. You gonna call the dog. They gonna have a scratch now. They about to get bit. If I was you, I'll be scared. He ain't got no leash on him. He smell fair, ready to bite. Like what you wanna do? My client want a lot of money. Top dollar. What we doing? You paying? What we doing? We settling? What we doing? Gotta bite you again? What we doing? Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 59. And it is Super Bowl 59 week. No better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel. They make it so easy to feel the big moments from the game. One thing I believe in this game is that the Eagles will win. I really believe that on the money line. I like Philadelphia to slay the Dragon and beat the Chiefs. I'm putting stock in the better team beating the better quarterback. And look, Hurts was dynamite against the Chiefs 2 years ago in the Super Bowl, and guess what? Now he's got Saquon Barkley. I like Hurts to go over his rushing yard prop in this game. I like him to score a rushing touchdown. He had 3 in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs the last time they played. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Andrew and bet with FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, February 22nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through HIMS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Would you like to do a mock draft Monday coming up next, Doran?
Okay. Fine.
Your excitement is palpable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jalen Milroe had a really rough start to the week, and I brought that up to you, and you said, yeah, it's because he's a running quarterback, and the Senior Bowl's really hard for quarterbacks to pick up anyhow. So check back around Thursday. I bet you he'll trend upward. Well, Thursday comes around, and it was his best day. Tiny little hands, though.
Yeah. Smaller than Kenny.
Smaller than Kenny's.
Yeah.
And we haven't been measuring quarterback hands for the entirety of the history of the NFL, but there's nobody who's ever had hands smaller than 9 inches that has gone on to have a successful career. Doesn't mean he can't be the first, but I do think it's worth mentioning.
Yeah.
He's going to test incredibly well, though.
He sure is.
He's going to run a 4.40. That's right, 4 flat. Fastest guy alive.
A 4.40.
Yep. Fastest man alive.
Wow. That's moving.
He's not going to be running that fast. But he's going to blow away the other quarterbacks in the 40.
4.43.
4.43?
Yep.
He's going to test well in the other things, spark scores. And he's going to interview well. I mean, coming from that culture in Alabama, he's a smart guy. I think he's going to blow people away. Funny thing is, guys tend to rise when they're playing less football.
Of course.
Like guys like that.
Yeah.
I'm always amazed by that.
Mm-hmm.
412-928-9370. Tony and Butler wanted to jump on. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how you doing today?
Tremendous.
Hey, as far as who's the bigger problem, the Rooneys or Tomlin, I think you have to look at both of them as being the problem because the Rooneys have enabled him to make all these bad decisions. And my problem with it is I don't have a problem moving on from Tomlin, guys, but I'm worried that they're going to hire a Mike Tomlin Jr. They're going to get someone with the same defensive philosophy that they're trying to win with that isn't working.
Tony, you could save your breath and you could save your worry because it's just going to be Mike Tomlin Sr. who's going to be around for a while. And we know that. We're not having this conversation because they're going to move on from Tomlin. We're not having this conversation because Art is stepping down in the immediate future. I just think for the first time, people are looking at Art as a problem.
Yes.
And it's in recent years just been Tomlin. I think people are coming around on, well, wait a second here. The owner's keeping him around, and they're not adjusting, and he doesn't seem to think that there's all that big of an issue with going 10-7 every year.
I mean, it starts from the top. The top.
Tippity top?
The tippity top.
We have a mock draft Monday coming up next. But first, Ryan Clark, because everyone's opining about the Steelers' quarterback position. Here he is opining about the Steelers' quarterback position.
I think they should re-sign Justin Fields. And here's why. I think you figure out, can he be the guy for the future? And if he bombs, at least you can go high in the draft and get you somebody good, somebody that could play. There's nobody on the market that you're going to be able to get that's going to come in there and outplay Justin Fields. If you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, where they sit with their cap, the way that they like to spend money, how they're trying to address this position in free agency. Re-sign Justin Fields is someone Arthur Smith is familiar with. And if you hit the top of his potential, you have your guy. And if you can't do some of those things that you wanted to do, that you replaced him with Russell Wilson to do, then you're not good enough anyway, and you go get a quarterback in the draft. But I don't believe you bring Russell back to be good enough again.
One of my favorite things is when somebody says the obvious thing, and then you hear the people on the desk go,
Ooh.
Ooh.
Man, good take.
I think the Steelers should re-sign Justin Fields. He's got higher potential, will be cheaper, and he's familiar with the offensive coordinator. Ooh. Wow. As if there's not one clear option. There is. It's Justin Fields. He's the clear option. Now, Russell Wilson at the Pro Bowl made it sound like he does not want to go to Las Vegas, that he's looking at Pittsburgh or elsewhere. I wonder how low he's willing to go. Russell Wilson. Because I've said that Fields is probably going to cost, what, 2 for 30, 15 a year?
15 a year, yeah.
If Russ comes that cheap, I don't have that big of an issue with it. Like, if he's willing to go low, then I'm fine with it. Because I don't mind him being the mentor for the next franchise quarterback. I think Russ is a good mentor. I think we saw it this year with Justin Fields. The thing that's always scared me away from him is we know what it looks like. You're not going to win.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think you're going to win anyway. I would rather it be Justin. But if Russ comes on the cheap and Justin wants to go elsewhere, I could be okay with Russell Wilson for 2 years and $30 million.
Yeah, I think the conversation around Russell Wilson the last couple of weeks was if he's going to command or demand that market of like $30+ million.
Right.
Now, if he's what, 2 for 40, would you do that?
It's a little rich for my blood.
$20 million a year.
Yeah. I mean, I think it
takes two to tango too.
It does, and I look around. I don't see very many options for Russ. And we've had the conversation that Justin's probably going to be the cheaper of the two players, but I think he might have more suitors as a backup quarterback. And a backup quarterback can make $10 million, $12.5 million. Like, he might have 7 or 8 suitors as a backup quarterback. And is Russ going to go someplace, any place, and start? Like, who would even be interested in that? Like, are there any coaches that are desperately clinging onto their jobs? That's where it would make some sense. Like a coach who feels like they're close to being fired and actually has to try to win.
Outside of the Raiders, situation with Russ.
Maybe the Giants. Brian Daboll's last year.
They're going to get a quarterback, though.
Yeah. And then you sink or swim with that guy, and your fate will be tied to him.
Cleveland?
Yeah, I do wonder if – that's a good one. I do wonder if Stefanski's fearing for his job. But are they going to take a quarterback? I keep seeing Travis Hunter mocked to them. Go ahead. Go right ahead and do that. I'm not saying he's going to be a bad player, but is he elite at either position? Maybe corner?
Maybe, but he has to pick one. I mean, I would make him pick one.
He can't do both in the NFL?
No. It's too physically demanding.
Yeah.
Too physically demanding. To be you can do it, but you're not going to be a high-level corner and receiver at the same time. You're not going to play the highest level as you did like in college in the NFL at both positions. To be able to lock down Jamar Chase or Tyreek Hill and then to go against like Darius Slay or one of the top corners, like that's like almost impossible.
You can't draft him too.
No.
But I think they might draft him too.
I mean, that's not changing your franchise.
No.
You need a franchise changer if you're drafting in the top 3. If you're the Titans, if you're the Browns, if you're the Giants.
Imagine being on the field defensively for that drive the Eagles put together against the Steelers. And let's say they get off the field with like 2 minutes left, and now you have to go out there and run routes. You're right.
Yeah. Against good talent.
And look,
really
he's an incredibly conditioned athlete. Not only did he play on both sides of the ball in a million snaps, and they move fast on offense in Colorado, he was doing it in altitude. But you're right. In the NFL, you can't be doing that. People are playing 80 snaps or more a game? Go ahead. Draft him second overall. We got our Mock Draft Monday coming up next, and a mock that I would already sign in blood for. Then we got Mark Caboli from 9 o'clock until 10 right now. It's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend, Pittman's basketball and the Penguins played. Pittman's basketball lost to Wake Forest by 2 points. Penguins, they beat the Nashville Predators 3-0. Both teams will play to begin this week. Pittman's basketball plays Virginia tonight at home, and the Penguins have a game against the New Jersey Devils. More fun headlines tomorrow. More fun headlines. Go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. I want to tell you about my new obsession, Daisy French Onion Dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season has been eating dips and chips and wings and veggies while watching the big game. And you have the biggest game coming up this weekend. And now Daisy came out with Daisy French Onion Dip and a Daisy Ranch Dip. They are a game changer. They're just as good as homemade dip. They have real herbs and spices, ingredients you'd find in your very own kitchen. So do what I'm going to do for the big game. Head to your local grocery store, get yourself some Daisy French Onion Dip and some Daisy Ranch Dip.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems out on the roadways. This report brought to you by Giant Eagle. An earlier hazmat situation in Pine Township ties up Route 19, Perry Highway, near the intersection with Wallace Road Extension, so watch for delays around that. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East acts at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays, just heavy now at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. Parkway North also heavy near Bellevue, Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Donnie Football here, and I am a free man. You know how some people have to check in with their parole officer? Hopefully not you. Well, for years, that was me, except it was my doctor, and the crime was my waistline. Twice a year, like clockwork, I had to go in and hear the same speech. Donnie, your weight's a problem. Donnie, your numbers aren't great. Maybe I had to try a salad. Well, guess what? It's been 2 years since I started Awaken 180, and my doc is shocked that not only have I lost the weight, but I've kept the weight off. So now, we're down to just once a year. That's right, I've been promoted to the healthy patient status thanks to Awaken 180. Both me and the doc know I'm not putting that weight back on because I've proven it. 2 years since starting Awaken 180, 10 weeks later and 45 pounds lighter, I've become a new Donnie. Yeah, Awaken 180 taught me how to lose weight, but more importantly, it helped me keep it off. Free support for life, a promise you'll only receive from Awaken 180. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
When he's good, he's thorough good. The bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This segment's gotten better since we went to the CBS theme.
Oh, yeah.
I had nothing to do with that. You were very passionate about it.
I was.
This is the best of all of the NFL theme songs.
No doubt.
What network is the Super Bowl on? I should know that. Caboli, you know? Callis, you know?
Did we say it was on Fox this year?
You know what it is? It's Brady.
Oh, Brady, yeah.
Great. I know that's your old guy. I don't think he's very good at the job. No offense to him. No, all offense to him.
I mean,
screw that guy.
Greg Olson's better, and he was pissed.
Yes.
He's been upset about being demoted. But.
I understand why Fox did what they did. You have an opportunity to have the greatest quarterback of all time in your broadcast booth, and you have a chance to sign him for a decade. You're going to do it. Greg Olson was the victim there, as were millions of Americans who have to put that ear poison in their bodies for 4 hours every Sunday. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That's Route 19 in Peters Township. Mock Draft Monday, Doran. Matt Miller from ESPN did a 2-round mock draft, which if I ever start doing 2-round mocks, Doran, just smack me upside the head.
That's fine.
I realize it's his job. It's time-consuming and brain-bending. But he has the Steelers taking Amuka. Damn it. Don't you zap me. Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver from Ohio State with the 21st overall pick. And Quinshawn Judkins, the running back from Ohio State with pick number 52. I would, no matter what happens between now and the draft, the risers, the fallers, defensive tackles that start climbing draft boards, Tyler Warren, none of that. I would sign in blood right now for Egbuka and Judkins. What say you?
I am 1,000% on board.
Let's go.
Inject that into my veins. That's exactly the direction they need to go in.
They've had an infatuation with Ohio State over the years, too.
Yeah.
Which would not, this wouldn't shock you. Both positions of need. The running back position is deep. So if there was one that I'd be willing to move off of, it would be Quinshawn Judkins, because I think you could get a really good running back in round 3. You might not be able to get as good of a defensive lineman in round 3 as you would be a running back. So if one of the two I had to move off of, it would be Judkins with the 52nd pick. But if Emeka Egbuka is there at 21, I think you run to the podium.
All day.
Because he's a departure from what they've done at wide receiver. I think he profiles probably what I've read. I'm not going to pretend like I'm sitting here talking about his hips and stuff like that, Doran, but he profiles as a high-end number 2.
Yeah.
Who can play on the outside and play on the inside, but he's the leading wide receiver in Ohio State history. He's a finished product. I don't want a guy who's got tremendous upside but comes with a lot of red flags. Been there, done that. They haven't drafted a wide receiver in round 1 since Santonio Holmes, also from Ohio State.
Yes.
Bang! You and me.
Yes. I would love that. I think that's perfect.
I don't want a project.
Yeah. Egbuka's, he's the most NFL-ready receiver in the draft.
I think so, too. And if you can get that with no character concerns, no flaws, now you take it out of the coaching staff's hands and you just say, hey, let's roll the football out, let's play some ball.
Mm-hmm.
And then Judkins has the home run speed. Yep. And as durable and reliable as Najee Harris has been these last 4 years, the thing he's been missing is that home run hitter ability. You need that. It changes games. I'd take those two.
Yep.
All right. That was our mock draft Monday. Matt Miller from ESPN. Coming up next, Mark Caboli of the Pat McAfee Show joins us for a full hour. We'll get into quarterbacks, obviously, much more with Mark next. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women No, New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-359-3434. 800-359-3434.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning.
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush fading away a little bit. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Parkway West, you're still jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 clearing out just a little heavy past Shaler Waterworks, and then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges heading toward the north side. And heading out of the South Hills, Route 51 with traffic light delays at the intersection with Nobles Lane, and then again at the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The big game is this Sunday, which means parties, libations, and food. The exact scenario Awaken 180 was built for. Why? Because you eat to lose weight. Do it once, enjoy the process, then receive free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling!
Oh, listen to that, Mark!
We're a loss at words. I'm at a loss for words here with I can't even get
Look at him. Is that a xylophone, Callis? I think there's a little xylophone in there.
It's called a Helix synthesizer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Helix. You knew that.
I did.
Helix synthesizer.
Correct.
You didn't know that.
I did know that. Why didn't I know
Yeah, I gave you an official intro, though, Mark, because you're...
That is absolutely wonderful.
You've earned that, buddy. And a great job by Callis there. It's taken him months to put together.
Yeah, can we hear that again, Callis?
You want to hear it again?
Yeah.
It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling!
I love it, actually. Gets stuck right in your craw there.
Right.
Mark Cabali brought to you by Bet365. Mark, you didn't go to Mobile. Mobile?
What an awful place that is.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I tore my Achilles there last time, so I refuse to ever go back.
There in SoFi?
Yeah. 11 weeks apart. So
Could you imagine tearing your Achilles in Mobile?
Yeah, what happens then? Were you in a Mobile hospital?
No. I knew it at that time, so I knew what to do. So I grabbed the the boot from the right leg and threw it on the left leg and kept on going. Because I was about ready to get out of the right leg boot with another week or so.
How did you tear it?
Oh, which one?
I know the SoFi story, but how did you tear the Mobile one?
Well, I was sitting at that time. I think it was COVID, right, or maybe the year after COVID. So it was really messed up. Most of the interviews were done inside of a convention center, right, and they were blocking off people or whatever. Malik Willis was coming to the podium, and I'm standing there like a goober with my boot on my. Which one did I tear first? I can't remember.
Doesn't really matter.
My right one. And I got absolutely plowed by some people running to go get Malik Willis. Took one giant step. The boot's higher than the foot. Took a jet step and went snap. And I'm like,
You got hit?
Some guy.
You took a charge?
I took a charge. It was a charge from the side.
Is that really why you won't go back there?
No, I hate the place. Well, no. I mean, I don't like the setup. The whole thing is goofy. But the best thing about that is literally I backed out of it and said, oh, my goodness, it did it again. And I'm like, oh, geez, there's Connor Hayward. I got to go talk to Connor Hayward. So I go and talk to Connor Hayward with, like, tears rolling down my eyes.
Worst pain you've ever been in?
It was not as much pain as it was not again. Here we go.
Because you know what the rehab process is like, and now you got to go through that all again.
Yeah, so I said to Connor a couple years later, do you remember I talked to you in the at the Senior Bowl? Yeah. I said, I tore my Achilles about 2 seconds before that. He did not care.
No.
That's because those guys go through it all the time.
Right.
It's a lot more rare for a sports writer to tear an Achilles while covering sports than it is for the players to get injured in the throngs of sport.
And the best thing is, when I flew home that day, I flew to Charlotte.
Does that puff up too when you get on the plane?
I don't know.
That happened to Ben Lovejoy with the Penguins. He got hit in the face, then his face was like it looked like Hey Arnold's head.
I was just lucky that I had the boot on the other foot. So if you ever go to the Charlotte airport, it's pretty significant. Well, our plane landed on all the way to the one end, so I had to get some person to push me on a wheelchair. And the poor girl was about 96 pounds. I felt bad for her.
Man. You didn't take one of those little car ride things?
No, it was like
the sidewalks move in an airport.
Do they still take those little taxi things that drive through the airport? Remember, you'd always have to get out of the way. You'd have your headphones in. You almost get run over.
And you'd a lot of the times be thinking, oh, look at that poor chap on that thing. You could have been that poor chap.
I did that a couple of times during that season, maybe to Minnesota, where you got on the old beep, 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 beep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They still got those?
Yeah.
I think they have them. I'll be in the airport in a couple of weeks.
Where are you going?
New Orleans.
Why?
My brother-in-law did.
Another miserable place.
You don't like anything.
I've been there 3 times, and it's gotten worse every single time I've gotten there.
He walked in today. He was talking about somebody. I was like, Mark, do you like anybody? Do you like anything?
I was ripping on who? Popovich.
Yeah.
For being a bum the past 5
years.
What
do you like, honestly?
What are some things that Mark Caboli actually
honestly,
enjoys?
I like Callis's intro.
Yes, that's a good intro.
That's new. So that just happened about 3 minutes ago.
Maybe
you don't have any hobbies?
Maybe this will be assignments for later.
You love wrestling.
Well,
see,
but now it's a job.
Right.
It's a job.
What do you like?
I'm going to have to put this. I'm going to have to make a list.
You like camo cargo shorts, or like what do you like?
Yeah, that's one thing too. Yes, I like Hoka shoes. There's one.
Do you like cutting the grass? A lot of people your age like cutting the grass. No.
Come on.
All right. Well, by the end of today's show, because we got to get into the heavy hitting football talk.
I thought we did.
By the end of today's show, we need you to come up with 3 things that you actually like. Your wife and kids cannot be included.
Like legit.
Legit things that you like, because we know it's not legit that you like your wife.
Well, it's probably. I mean, I could probably come up with it now, but if you want to tease it, go ahead.
Give us one.
Oh, I'm a big fan of the pizza.
Just in general.
The pizza.
Big pizza.
Big pizza.
What's your favorite pizza in the area?
Let's see. That's now you're. Well, you might have to ask me after Friday, but
the pizza.
He's doing the pizza contest.
You know what's really good is right down the road here at the Beto's, the cold cheese one.
Oh, that is a polarizing take.
Honestly, it's good, but it's like a treat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you could get that.
I don't consider it pizza.
Right.
I like it.
It's
I
really
don't consider it pizza. It's like a Lunchable.
Yes.
But it's a really good Lunchable. I have to be in the mood.
Yep.
When I think I want pizza, I'm going to get pizza.
I want grease.
Yeah. But you'd have to want Beto's to get Beto's.
Right. Yep.
Was it Beto's?
It's Beto's.
Beto's.
Well, there used to be a
So you like the pizza.
Beto's.
All right. That's just one off the top of my head.
All right, we'll effort to get Mark to reveal more about his personality later on in the show. 412-928-9370. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Art Rooney II with Jenna Harner, Channel 11.
How much longer do you see yourself in this role, or is there a timeline?
I don't have a timeline on it. My grandfather never retired. My father never retired, so I'm hoping to follow in their footsteps. And but look, my son's involved in the business now, and potentially other family members will be involved, and so we'll see how it goes.
How did you hear that, Mark? You speak Artese. You understand that there's always subtext.
Yeah.
Like, is he saying he's never going to retire as president, or just?
No, what he's saying there is there's not going to be any official announcement when he steps down. There's going to be slowly handing more and more things over to Danny, and before you know it, you open up the media guide one day and it's going to say President Dan Rooney Jr.
You don't think they'd make a big deal about that?
No, absolutely not, because that's not what their dad did. If you didn't know that Dan, old man Dan Rooney, or as I would just call him Mr. Rooney.
Yeah, that's more respectful than old man Dan.
Well, there's so many Dans, you have to that you just looked in the media guy one day and it was just changed. It was like emeritus, whatever. And that's what it's going to end up being. Don't read that as I am staying till I'm 90 and I'm in a wheelchair and no. It's just going to be slowly, gradually giving power over to his son rather than saying, here.
Right. Why would you ever do that? Yeah. Like, if you own a team and own an organization, why would you ever give full power? Like, you still want to have like the chair seat so you can still get paid.
Well, and you'd be Ralph Wilson forever. I mean, it's easy to be the owner. It's less so to be the president.
Yes.
The operator. Do you think it could be when Tomlin's contract is up in 3 years?
I mean, it could be.
Could that be when they finally say bye-bye?
To Tomlin?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it could be. I mean,
those two to me seem intrinsically tied together.
Yeah, I thought that was the same case with Ben too, but it turned out that wasn't the case either. It's hard to say because, I mean, Art, like I said, he's not going to come out and say he's going to be retired, so I don't know if you can really tie those two together. I mean, he could be done next year for all we can know about and giving more stuff to Danny, or it could be 5 or 6 years from now. I would be hesitant to really tie those two together at this point right now. Maybe if Tomlin has another 2 garbage years or a garbage year where it's 6 wins, then maybe that is the time. I don't know. I don't think, personally, I just don't think Art wants to be the guy that'd be known to get rid of Mike Tomlin. That's just a personal opinion.
Do you think Danny's ready now?
Yeah. Danny's a smart kid.
Yeah, he's
been around.
He's a football guy, too.
Plus, he's held every basic position possibly known to man, from a wide receiver coach to the business aspect of
equipment.
It, so.
I mean, he went through the whole entire gamut, which is smart whenever you're
and I'm sure
family business.
And you could tell that he was the guy that his dad pointed at and said, "This is you're the replacement,
heir apparent."
So you go to the Wharton Business School. You work through, like you said, equipment manager. He was an assistant wide receiver coach, and he worked in the league office,
scouting.
Yeah, I think he has a little bit of everything. I think he would be ready right now.
How do you think they're going to operate this offseason? Like, they were involved in free agency last year. They overhauled their quarterback room, though they didn't have to spend a lot of money to do it. Apart from that, they didn't do anything with the offense. I mean, assorted tight ends. They did spend their biggest chunk of change in the history of the franchise on Patrick Queen, if you go by average annual value. Might they do that offensively this offseason?
I just don't know where.
Wide receiver, just to name one.
Well, you think the T. Higgins.
It doesn't have to be T. Higgins. That's where this always goes.
Because he's always number one. He's number one.
Right.
That's why.
Because that's the only really big name.
And everybody in the Pittsburgh area knows the AFC North T. Higgins. So it's easily just rolling off the top of your.
You think he'd want to come here?
No.
They'd have to overpay.
Yeah.
Do you think they'd overpay?
No.
I don't think so.
I mean, look at Calvin Ridley. I mean, that guy got a ton of money last year, and that's why he ended up going to Tennessee.
I will say, though, I mean, they were prepared to pay Brandon Ayuk all that money.
Yeah. They got a ton of money. I thought I saw they were the top 5 or 6 in cap space, maybe. So they got enough money, but you have to pretty much push some of that aside for the quarterback and TJ. I mean, let's face it, they're going to sign TJ between.
Can't they work his deal where he can get like a signing bonus and a lot of money up front?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, one thing Omar is good at is manipulating contracts to put it.
Yeah, wouldn't you
to where
guess
he
that
wants it
his?
as.
Wouldn't you guess his cap hit'll go down this year?
Probably. What is it? It's pretty high.
Yeah.
So, but still, you have to have that money there. They at least want it accounted for. But I mean, he's going to get paid. And I've said people say how much TJ is going to get paid. Look at the highest paid defensive player and put a couple grand on top of that until the next guy comes by and he surpasses that. It's just how it works.
You think Minkle will be a Steeler next year?
Yeah. I don't think they're going to make much changes. I mean, they promised changes, and we got Aaron Curry leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah, was that on – did they –
That's weird.
Did they not –
It's a sideways move, too.
Yes.
Right.
His contract was up.
Okay.
Do you think they wanted him back?
I thought they liked him.
I thought they liked him, too.
Me
That's
too.
why I was a little bit shocked. And it's not like I'm thinking, okay, maybe he has ties to Aaron Glenn, but he doesn't. Who's the DC at
Wilkes?
Does he have any ties there? I don't think so. So
it's so weird because we've sat here and said we want changes. And you want the big changes, they're not going to do the big changes. So then you start thinking about the assistant coaches that you'd like to see leave. And that's the one guy was never mentioned because they seem high on him, and he seems like a riser in the industry. He's obviously wanted. That's why he wound up with the New York Jets. That was a weird one to me.
Unless the Jets offered him more money, I don't know. I mean, that could be it.
Yeah, but don't you usually like take a step up if you're going to leave or? I mean, to
well,
be
the
same.
contract's up. I mean, maybe. Let's see who they bring in to replace him as well. Maybe that sheds some light on to whose idea it was. I just don't think that it was the Steelers' idea. I think Aaron Curry might have maybe he likes New York. I don't know. I don't know. But it did seem curious that I thought it would get more play than it actually did. A guy that you love your coaching tree. He seemed like at least a little bit of a growth there on the tree that all of a sudden does a sideways move and nobody really probably because of the position he's at. But
your boss now has a better coaching tree than does Mike Tomlin, with Chuck Pagano going over to the Baltimore
now,
Ravens.
if Aaron Curry goes on to become a head coach somewhere, is that a Tomlin limb?
Oh man,
no, because it would be from the Jets. It would be Aaron Glenn.
I just don't know where the tree starts. Is it a coordinator? Or
it starts from the last place you were to then becoming a head coach.
So where's Ben Johnson's tree start? Detroit, or is it
Detroit?
Or when he was like,
it's where you jump from. I agree with Doran.
Yeah,
Detroit. It's semantics.
Whatever
fits your narrative and argument. That's exactly right. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. When asked about spending in free agency, you said it depends on what they pay the quarterback. All right, how far are we willing to go with these guys? We'll talk about that coming up next. You could tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittman's basketball played on Saturday and lost to Wake Forest 76-74. Pittman's basketball plays tonight against Virginia at home at 7 o'clock. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give you his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With cold weather upon us, Pittsburgh and surrounding area homeowners are calling Precision Garage Door Service for a winter-proofing tune-up. 1-844-345-4737. If your springs and hardware are over 3 years old, you need this service. Cold weather is especially hard on well-used garage door springs and hardware. The cold can make metal parts brittle, and that can be dangerous. As part of their winter-proofing tune-up, Precision technicians will check your garage doors from top to bottom. They can repair or replace anything on your garage door, regardless of manufacturer, even install a new door. Many doors use budget quality hardware, springs, rollers, and openers. They may be ready to go. Make sure nothing happens. Precision service trucks are to roll 24/7. America's certified professional garage door experts. Precision Garage Door. Need a new door? Precision provides free estimates. Call 1-844-345-4737. Phone answers 24/7. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business.
Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it and will beat any print quote.
Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs.
No problem.
I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens.
Totally.
I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing.
I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Fay Vincent died Saturday at the age of 86. Following the unexpected death of his friend, Bart Giamatti, Vincent became baseball's 8th commissioner. He's also been called baseball's last commissioner. That's because, unlike successors Bud Selig and Rob Manfred, Vincent believed, quote, sometimes decisions had to be made that weren't in the best interest of some owners. Rest in peace, Commish. You'll be missed. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Midday construction now causing delays. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. First, the Parkway West. You're still jammed there near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lining up near Wilkinsburg. And crews doing some fiber optic cable installation on inbound Route 28. They have a lane closure past the Highland Park Bridge. And also bridge inspection work on the West End Bridge. Watch for lane restrictions there, causing delays through the West End Circle. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I thought we were going to do the Caboli intro again.
Yeah, we should.
I thought we were going to do it every segment. Is that okay if we do it every segment?
That's fine with me. I don't care.
The people on the text line, they want it. You don't like it? It's getting stuck in your head. There's a xylophone.
It's time for Mark Caboli.
Holy moly! Mark Caboli! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling!
It comes around. A little xylophone up in here.
Holy moly. It's Mark Caboli.
Where's the xylophone? There it is.
It's a synthesizer. It's not a xylophone.
Yeah, but the synthesizer is trying to...
Wait, listen to this. Hold on. Then I put a guitar in there.
Can you throw some hurdy-gurdy in there for me?
What?
You don't know what the hurdy-gurdy is?
What's that?
It's an instrument. It's that thing where you're cranking up.
I've heard of that before, yes.
The cranking up of the hurdy-gurdy.
How old actually are you?
I asked him that, and he was like, 21. 21. I'm like, Mark, you're not 21. How old are you, Mark?
21.
What year were you born?
Let me count here. 2004.
We were measuring hands during the break because Jalen Milroe has come in under 9 inches from the tip of his thumb to the tip of his pinky finger. And we asked, who's got the smallest hands around here? And instantly, I think it's me. Caboli's got some big...
ham hocks.
He's got some sausage fingers there. Those are some big hands.
Well, Bechtold has the triple-jointed thumb.
Yeah, Bechtold and I then went palm to palm because I thought he'd be the only one to have smaller hands than me. His thumb is longer than my thumb, but my pinky is longer than his. Make sense.
Doesn't. You guys don't make sense.
Who's more attractive?
Bechtold.
The younger one.
That hurts, but fair enough. Speaking of going after the younger, more attractive one, do we still feel like the Steelers are more interested in Justin Fields than Russell Wilson, Mark?
I think they're more interested in him. That doesn't mean he's going to be the guy they choose, right? If I'm Justin, I'm liking the position I'm in right now.
Yep.
Oh, man. You didn't want to sign me last year. You know, I'm sure they would have went to him last year and said, hey, we want to add you here before the season starts for a year or so. He might have accepted it. Now you got 4, 5, 6 teams that need a quarterback who's, 26? You go out there and you just shop shop until you find the best position. Maybe the best position's here. Maybe the money's comparable out there to here. But if you're the Steelers, can you wait? Can you say, hey, Russ, hold on a sec. Let's go see if Justin's going to go sign somewhere else.
No,
you can't do that. Then all of a sudden you got Kyle Allen starting.
I feel
Skylar
like
Thompson.
Or Skylar Thompson. What did he say?
Yeah.
Kyle Allen. He's not on the roster.
Yeah, he's not there anymore.
Well, I'm just saying if he comes back.
I mean, if you are the Steelers brass, you're trying to get Justin Fields to lock this thing down now. But not in a million years would I want to sign something before I go to market. When I'm 26 years old, this is my first opportunity.
Which then now what?
Now it
puts the favorite to Russell Wilson right now.
Because Russell Wilson, I would imagine, would be willing to sign shorter, in a shorter period of time.
Yeah, he'd sign today.
So you find yourself in the dilemma right there. You wait, or do you say,
well,
okay,
this is
Russ.
when you start doing your due diligence, right? If you are Andy Weidel, if you're Omar Khan, you're trying to figure out how wanted these guys are around the league, what kind of commodity they are.
Exactly. Like this, it's about taking chances, right? So I'm going to take a chance that nobody's going to want to sign Russell Wilson. So I probably wait for Justin Fields. If that doesn't work, then I sign Russell Wilson. But, I mean, you have to take a chance that Russell Wilson won't sign somewhere else.
Yeah, when you talk about Andy Weidel and using his sources, reminds me of Hard Knocks last year when the Giants GMs, and I heard that Chicago's driving up the price on Barkley, and the Eagles are out. So much for your sources, bro.
Yeah, that I can't believe people kept their jobs there.
Did you see the clip with his son? The Giants.
That's even worse.
You didn't see that?
No.
Oh my gosh. There's I guess it's from Hard Knocks. There's a clip. Yeah. His son's like laying on the couch. His son's probably like 12, 13 years old. And the GM goes to his son. He's like, "Who does he say?" He says, "Who do you think we should draft?
Just trying to
so and so, or Jaden Daniels?" He's like, "Absolutely, Jaden Daniels. You have one shot at this being a GM."
Yeah,
and they didn't draft.
He just like he basically was just like trying to play up to the camera. Hey, let me ask my boy what I should do. Ha 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 ha. Well, your boy was right.
His son
and
was
your
like,
owner was
Daniels.
right.
He was like, "You have one chance at this."
Oh man. My dad's always said to me, "Never put anything in writing." That was a dangerous thing to do back then with those TV cameras around, because that'll be out there forever.
And you know they have final say so.
But
so somebody to look at it and say, "Yeah, go ahead." I mean, maybe not the Jane Daniels, but the owner. I mean, I'm be like, "Yeah, let's cut this part."
I don't. Right? Yeah, you do have final say. We don't need to go like too deep into this because I do want to keep talking about the Steelers, but I don't blame the Giants for not signing Saquon Barkley though. Like, how many games were you going to win this year? More than you did. But what's the point?
I mean, his price wasn't that high, was it?
It was like 12 mil, right?
Yeah.
You have a staple that, you figure that you can draft a quarterback. Like, say they did draft Jaden Daniels.
Plus,
what would they be this year with Saquon Barkley and Jaden?
Another part of that clip I thought was interesting when I think the assistant GM says, what are we going to do now? What type of offense are we going to run? He goes, well, we do have a $40 million quarterback in Daniel Jones. It's like, oh, geez, that didn't age well.
Oh, I think Daniel Jones might be a Steeler.
Well,
as a backup.
I mean, why not take a shot, right? If he's your backup, right? I mean, he's a first rounder. Guy got some wheels. Maybe he's in a bad situation. I wouldn't want him as my starter, but
I have another reason why I think that Justin Fields is going to be more sought after than Russell Wilson, and we'll get into that coming up next. Much more to get into with Mark Kaboly. He's with us until 10 o'clock. At some point during the next half hour, he's going to tell us something that he likes. It's hard for Mark, a guy who has a big rain cloud over his head 24/7, to admit that he likes anything, but we'll get it out of him before the end of the show. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry-Callis, Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, we know the Super Bowl matchup, the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs, but an important reminder to begin the week. You can listen to the Super Bowl when it comes around this weekend, right here on 93.7 The Fan, or you can listen on the free Odyssey app. But we'll have coverage through Westwood One all day on Sunday. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
It's cold out, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work. In my home, an eligible home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with the lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetMGM Network. No team is hotter than the Duke Blue Devils, winning 14 games in a row right now. Duke is also second in the country in point differential and is led by Cooper Flagg, the current leader to win the Wooden Player of the Year. Duke is my pick to win the national championship. I'm Ryan Horvath, bet smarter and beat the books. Download BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Are you tired of buying new shoes because of pain and discomfort in your ankles, knees, hips, feet, or lower back? Maybe you don't need new shoes. Maybe you need high-quality support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help you, like Teresa.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles. I bought all these products, and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet. And the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed. I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. Cowboy boots, running shoes, walking shoes, flat shoes, heels. Makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store.
Live the life you love. Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Let me give you a story as to what happened recently in our house. So my wife, her car from Schultz Ford, right, needed state inspection. You know what they did? Sent somebody out. They grabbed her car. They left the loaner there, and they took her car, got it inspected at the shop, and brought it back. Yep, pickup and delivery service. That's just one of the perks. Schultz Ford. All the great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, mobile service, something small to come out and get it done right in your driveway. Like I told you about, pickup and delivery service. All those great locations, got the city surrounded, and the people are just fantastic. So much going on at Schultz Ford and schultzford.com. Everything I just told you about, you just can't go wrong. So if you need a new vehicle, a pre-owned vehicle, any vehicle, get to Schultz Ford or check them out. Always online, schultzford.com.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made. At Holiday Valley with 60 trails and ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at holidayvalley.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Craig Riley was just sitting here, our program director. Actually, he's to my immediate right now, and he says Callis didn't know that we had coffee in here. How did you not know we have coffee?
You drink coffee. I didn't say I didn't know there was coffee in here.
We drink coffee every morning. You didn't know where it was.
Is this from
the
Amy
kitchen.
Mock? Did she tell you, Greg? Amy Mock?
He's
Yeah, she told. Yeah, I didn't know exactly where it was. I didn't know, but she had a drawer open and she was standing in the corner, and I didn't want to run up on her, so I just looked in the drawer and acted like, oh yeah, okay, here's coffee.
Listen, I used to produce this show. Callis does a great job producing the show now, and people are always like, oh, you guys just go get coffee. No, we don't, clearly, at all. But, like, what if, I'm just throwing one out there, what if, like, George Bush comes in here? Because he's the new commissioner of Major League Baseball. And he comes and sits. I just pulled a name out of my ass. And George Bush comes and sits down in here. And he's like, I'd like a cup of Joe. We'd like to think you'd be able to get one for a high-profile guest.
Here's what happened.
You
okay?
don't see us go back there and get coffee all the time.
Every
You walk
morning.
back with us.
No,
He
okay,
talks
stop.
with us while we do it.
Stop.
I ridiculous. Everywhere.
Let me explain. She was standing in the corner by the water, and I didn't want to just walk up there and crowd her in the corner, and I didn't want to stand awkwardly in the doorway just standing there staring at her, so I looked in the drawer for the coffee. At it, and I was just like, oh, cool, coffee. And then she's like, oh, you didn't know we had coffee in there? And I said, yeah, I've actually never opened this drawer. And I was trying to make conversation and not be awkward. But now it's a big thing. I knew the coffee was in there, okay? But I didn't want to stare at her, and I didn't want to corner her by the water, okay? That's what happened.
I would rather be, and I've been in this situation a ton, I would rather be awkward guy than dumbass guy.
All I said was, I never opened that drawer. That's all I said.
No. She's telling everybody that you didn't know that we had coffee in the building.
Well, that's not true either.
Well, no, you're changing the story probably.
Why
There's two different
don't
stories going on.
All I said to her was, I didn't know. I had never opened that drawer, so I didn't know we had hot chocolate. That's for sure. I didn't know that. I didn't know we had tea in there. I always knew people got coffee in there, and I was just making conversation. Oh, I never opened that drawer. There's a bunch of other coffees in there. That's what I said.
You've got to file a complaint with HR.
She is HR, kind of. So that's great.
Social media's biggest loser, Callis, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Justin Fields is going to be a hotter commodity because of the two quarterbacks here, Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. One guy improved their stock year over year. There were a lot of questions about Justin. Can he play within the confines of an offense and not turn the football over? He had 10 touchdowns to 1 interception. He was 4-2. A lot of people wondered, can he play within himself? And probably to a fault they had him play within himself, but he was able to do that. He showed, I think, all of football, he can be a good backup quarterback. They treated him like a backup, and he handled it well. Russ, well, he's going to hold the ball too long. He's going to spin into sacks. He can throw the ball down the field, and he can check it down. He's not going to attack the middle of the field. All the things that people said about Russ in Denver weren't there at the very beginning, but reared its ugly head at the end. Russ looked at the end like the guy we were told we were getting from Denver. Meanwhile, Justin Fields, I think, looked better than he did in Chicago. Neither one of them had a ton of suitors last offseason. One guy improved their stock.
I disagree.
You think Russell Wilson?
I don't think he was that awful at the end of the year. I don't think you're painting him as a incompetent quarterback at the end of the year, and I didn't see that.
He was also missing his number one receiver for a lot of those games.
And the offensive line was struggling. Now, you have to add more pieces around Russell Wilson. That offensive line has to play better so he doesn't have to scramble and back out of this.
I think it's
he needs to be able to run the ball, which you were able to do middle of the season. extremely well. That didn't happen.
I think they got figured out like the Steelers did at the end of Ben's tenure. Like when it was throw short, run long, and then Washington came in here and Baltimore came in here when they started 11-0. And, oh, my gosh, now we know what's going to happen. And teams shut them down. I think they got figured out. Check downs and deep shots.
Now, is that Russell Wilson's fault? Or
I don't think the offensive coordinator is going anywhere.
Or the head coach?
I don't think I know he ain't going anywhere.
Well,
they averaged 14 points a game the last 5. It's not all on Russ.
No.
That's fair.
I'll say this, and this is kind of where I've stood. I really don't know if I've actually said it out loud, but I think that if Russell Wilson is your quarterback this year and you surround him with multiple receivers, I think he'll be pretty good.
And
I think if you put Russell Wilson, even on the Seahawks last year, he does really well. If you put him on the Vikings last year, he does very well.
If he was a Eagle, what would they do? So would they still be in the Super Bowl? Because we had that conversation about Justin Fields.
Oh, man, you got two very good wide receivers and a good running game and an unbelievable offensive line.
Absolutely. It sounds crazy, but I think so, yes. I think so. Now, the running element of what Jalen Hurts brings to the table is clearly different, but I don't think he would have to run. He could just dump it down.
No, you could win a different way with that roster. You don't need a mobile quarterback. Now, that being said, how many rushing touchdowns Jalen Hurts have this year? 14. Can you make up for that? And the tush push is such a big part of what they do.
Hand it to Barkley.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Hand it to Barkley instead of doing the tush push.
Problem is Steelers aren't even close to Philadelphia. Like, you can make it better around Russ. You can't make it better enough, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know that you can surround Russ with enough talent to win a couple of playoff games next year.
You're not getting A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith. You're not getting Saquon Barkley. You're not getting Jordan Mailata. You're not getting any of those guys.
Look, the Steelers are riddled with Pro Bowlers, guys. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch any of that, Mark?
Absolutely not.
Minka looks pretty good with the flags on.
He does.
Russ looked pretty good with the flags on.
He's threading that needle.
Russ?
I did watch one play, and he threw a pick.
I know. And he's like, I know he's got this, like, he's got two settings. It's like you flip a switch on his back, and he's going to talk like a presidential candidate. And then he's, like, motivating guys. I saw some of the clips, like, getting guys all riled up for the Pro Bowl. I'm starting to see the Mark Schlereth toxic positivity thing. I like Russ. Yeah. I'm going to make that clear. I think
you'd rather take that than the opposite.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would.
I mean, there's just so little change that's happened so far, and it doesn't look like it's going to go down that route. What makes us think that they're going to change the quarterback then of what they thought last year? I think it's almost trending towards let's run it back and add a couple pieces, which means Russ would be the guy.
And I honestly don't think that it'd be that bad if they add the right pieces. If they have the draft that we just talked about during our draft segment, if they draft those two guys, they add a free agent receiver, and maybe something else, maybe an offensive lineman or something, maybe another tackle. I don't know. But I think if they do the necessary things, I think that they could be all right.
Oh, people around this, you're probably going to get some texts later. There, you're not supposed to talk like that, Doran.
Well, I think that I said they're going to be all right. That's why I use the word all right, not like really good. I think they'll be all right.
He knows what he's saying.
Well, 10 wins and having a shot at the playoffs.
I mean, can't you see it? Like, so say they had Brian Thomas Jr. this year alongside of George Pickens.
Or if Roman Wilson would have panned out.
But you know what Brian Thomas did, and they could have drafted him. They should have drafted him, and I called for them to draft him last year. Brian Thomas had over 1,000 yards. He had like 10 touchdowns. If you put that production to the Steelers of this past season, what do you think did they end up? They're probably better than they were this year. They're probably better.
Absolutely. And if Fatanu doesn't get hurt, they're probably even better.
A lot of ifs. But
there's a lot. I mean, that's ifs with every team.
But I'm even saying, like, whenever George was out, could Brian Thomas Jr. handle the responsibility? It's a lot better situation.
So what you're saying
George
is
was hurt.
You draft a guy from Ohio State. I can't pronounce his name.
Abuka. And Judkins.
And he becomes this year's Brian Thomas. All of a sudden, that's a world of difference to this team.
To me, it's all about the cost, too. If Justin Fields wants to go off and be a backup someplace else where they say, hey, you've got a chance to be a starter, and he comes in with a rookie, and you wind up paying Russ what I thought you'd pay Fields, if you get him for 2 years, $30 million, 2 years, $35 million, I guess I can live with it. But any of this talk of him making the Baker Mayfield money is nonsense to me because you sacrifice the rest of your roster. All right, one more segment with Mark. He's supposed to tell us something that he enjoys doing. It's been hard. He's been racking his brain.
I just thought of one.
All right, we'll get to that coming up next. Also, our Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins won on Saturday over the Nashville Predators 3-0. Pitt men's basketball lost by 2 to Wake Forest on Saturday. Pitt men's basketball plays tonight against Virginia at 7 o'clock. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. And the Penguins' next game is tomorrow against the New Jersey Devils. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Midday construction now causing the tie-ups. This report brought to you by Hollywood Casino, ESPN Sports Betting, inbound Route 28. Fiber optic installation crews blocking the right lane as you approach the Highland Park Bridge and down toward the Etna bypass. What's causing some slowdowns there? We have a second delay now approaching Millvale down toward the 31st Street Bridge. This says crews block the right lane for some work there. Parkway West, inbound delays approaching the runaway truck sandpile. Parkway East at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by ESPN Sports Betting.
Get ready for sports season. ESPN Bet, the area's new home for sports, is now open at Hollywood Casino at the Meadows. Eat, drink, bet on, and watch the best games on our giant screen TVs. Only at Hollywood Casino. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of Super Bowl 59. The FanDuel Kick of Destiny. It's happening. It's back on Sunday, and this time, it's every Manning for himself. The Super Bowl pits two legends against each other in a sudden death field goal showdown. It's Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans, their hometown. One kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. And who is going to rise to the moment, the occasion, be the big star in the big game? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app, and if you pick the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. I'm going with my guy Eli. He beat Brady twice. He won 2 Super Bowls, and he is going to beat his brothers behind. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Andrew and bet with FanDuel. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All roads lead to Trumbull, trust, and teamwork. With Trumbull, you're getting first-hand access to one of the finest contractor teams in the region. Our resume includes more than 200 bridges, hundreds of miles of highways, and millions of cubic feet of excavation, all completed by our 300-plus expert field and office professionals. Build the region with Trumbull and learn more about our services at www.trumblecorp.com.
Join Lamont for their Winter Dinner for Two special, Tuesday to Thursdays till February 27th. Enjoy a complete prefix dinner for $99, plus tax and gratuity for 2. Reservations at 412-431-3100, extension 1.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, so you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Start your day with 2 breakfast bagel sandwiches for $6. Build 2 bagel sandwiches with your choice of egg, meat, cheese, and more in the GetGo app. And enjoy a doubly delicious morning of savings. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We asked Mark Caboli at the very beginning of the hour, what are some things he likes, because he's always got this black rain cloud above his head. He was able to come up with one thing: pizza.
The pizza.
The pizza. I like the pizza.
I like the pizza.
The pizza.
So he's been racking his brain for the better part of the last 50-ish minutes, and you say you have one more thing that you like.
Well, I know one more thing now. I just learned this about 20 minutes ago.
Is it something that you were looking at Buffalo Wild Wings with Pony and Muller?
Oh, no, that was mostly Pony. And the producer guy, what do they call him, the MILF Hunter or something? I don't know what they call him. No, I learned something about 20 minutes ago. I really, really enjoy an angry Nick Callis. And I think we got a little bit of that. He was angry. He was an angry, my friends. Like the old man sending back soup at the deli.
There's two things that you said in the last hour that you figured out you just liked. We're talking about what do you like in your life?
Well, it's obviously pizza.
Is that your favorite food? Oh my God.
Oh no, I don't sit here and think about things like when you get.
You like Karate Kid?
There you go.
You know what? That's it right
Karate
there.
Kid, that's right. That's right.
Sweep the leg.
Karate Kid, I will enjoy.
Never saw it.
Get out of here. But Callis going crazy is just unbelievable. He was angry, my friends. Angry.
I think Mark just likes me. He likes my intro. He likes my
the intro,
my temper.
Which you forgot to play the last two
We're
times.
only supposed to play it at the beginning.
What's your favorite college team? You had to have. I mean, you've been covering football since 1983.
That's my
Penn
problem.
West.
No, I mean yes. No, I went to Cal, so Penn West. I guess it's still Cal. See, I've been covering sports so much in my life that it's true that I just don't root for anybody. I don't really have an attachment to anybody.
That bums me out, actually.
It's just true. I don't really care. I mean, now I always say this about the Steelers. Maybe there's some guys that you root for the person, but if they win or lose, it's not going to affect me.
Yeah, that's different.
I just don't. I can't see this saying "Yay, go." I mean, it's just crazy to me to see these fans in Buffalo and going crazy for these tailgates. I mean, it just doesn't register for me.
Wonder why he has a job. Because of all those people who jump through tables and swing towels.
I understand that, but I just can't picture myself in there. Maybe 30 years ago, but not now.
What's the best trade in Steelers history to pay off my Twitter poll tease?
Best?
Bettis? Polamalu trading up from 27 to 16? Trading up for Santonio, Super Bowl MVP?
I don't like
trading for Minka, first-round pick?
That was a good one.
Giving you multiple choice here.
Yeah, but I like trading player for player. Was there any player for player trades?
I'm sure we're missing an obvious one and shall get crushed for it. But we've run out.
You probably have to say Bettis.
I think Bettis, yeah. 6 consecutive years of 1,000+ yards.
Can I hear the Callis intro one more time?
One more time, then we got to go.
It's time for Mark Caboli.
Holy moly! Mark Caboli! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling.
Mark, thanks for coming in.
All right, fellas.
Thanks, Mark.
Good show, Dorm.
Yep.
Back at it tomorrow at 5:40. Papa Joe next. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at number one Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service, and that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
Western Pennsylvania commutes can be brutal, but TDM is here to make them so much better. Better for you, better for your wallet, and better for our planet. TDM can help you with carpools, van pools, expanding biking opportunities, and other avenues to save you stress and money. So what is TDM? Transportation Demand Management, but you won't remember that from a radio commercial. Type TDM for you in your browser to start a better commute. Brought to you by the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
Hey there, Pittsburgh. No one wants a lingering foul odor in your home, or worse, finding dirty, smelly water in your basement. Don't let a backup from a clogged sewer drain ruin your day. Slow drains, gurgling noises, or backups are warning signs. Act now before it's too late. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your go-to experts in sewer and drain clearing. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They're your solution to a worry-free home.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Breakaway. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, February 22nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Construction delays in a couple of places on Route 28. One of them up near the Highland Park Bridge, where crews are doing some fiber optic installation work. Also, a second delay at the Route 8 at the bypass. Down past crews blocking a lane approaching the 31st Street Bridge. They'll be out of the way by 3 o'clock. Parkway West, you are heavy at the runaway truck sandpile. Parkway East at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball tonight will play against Virginia at 7 o'clock at the Peterson Event Center. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Beginning at 6:30 with the pregame show. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a Monday on Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, Bob, I'm still angry. And we'll get to that in a moment.
You came in here on a Monday normally so blissful, so interested in everything, asking for people's well-being. And today, it's a different day. I don't like this kind of day, Joe Starkey.
Well, you know what I do like is Limits' hat. That's a 79 pirate hat with the yellow circles on it, Bob, and the P in the
only
middle.
thing missing are the Stargell stars.
I have one with the Stargell stars, too.
Mr. P. He really is Mr. P today. Look at the P on the hat,
P,
Bob.
that's right. There's no C for city. There's no A for Austin. There's a P.
Who's the first person you think of when you see that hat?
Willie Stargell.
Yeah.
Always Willie Stargell.
You know who I was thinking of today? However, Bill Madlock, because it's a trade day. We're going to be talking a lot of trades. Proposed trades, good trades, bad trades, trades that have happened, trades that should happen, trades that will never happen, and maybe even the top 10 trades in Pittsburgh sports history based on a column from your friend and ours, Bob, Ron Cook, from a while ago. How would you like to do that?
How many years ago was that column? Does it say?
It was based on the Erik Karlsson deal. So
Okay.
not that long ago.
Not that long ago.
It's
no.
still
for
fresh.
talk radio, my man.
Of course, Ron also covered the Babe Ruth trade, so he has a wide span of knowledge there, doesn't he, Bob?
He does, no doubt.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
No, you're not. I
I'm
can
tired.
tell you're not
no,
doing
I'm just
well.
tired because I work late, and that's what it is. So it takes me a good, few minutes to get going. But anytime you talk sports, the blood gets churning here. Let's go.
What'd you have for a snack when you got home last night, Bob?
I avoided. Well, to be honest, prunes.
Prunes?
Yeah, that goes to show you.
With a
how
little
amazing.
rice pudding and
no,
some.
just prunes.
What else would you drink with that?
No, it's just prune. I like prunes. I think they're good fiber for you, so I try to take them here and there. Last night, instead of reaching for potato chips, I went prunes.
That's a big move.
Yeah,
right there. Maybe a little Ensure to go with it.
I'm not there.
Some rice pudding.
I'm not there yet. But
Limits. What do you make of Bob's snack choice?
Yeah, I don't know. I had some chips myself last night. Prunes was not on the card.
The problem with chips is that they just it doesn't, especially 1 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it sits with you forever, and I don't want to have that with me all. So I like prunes. I think they're pretty good.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I
Bob,
do.
nobody would go home at night at 2 a.m. and have a bowl of prunes
I didn't
and
have
say
a bowl.
they enjoyed it.
I had just a couple. It's something for me to, instead of reaching for the stupid salty stuff all the time.
I
That's all.
actually admire the choice because the salty stuff is, you don't want that. And yet I crave it.
I mean, I crave it all the time, too.
Bob, I'm going to start with a story today. I'm still angry about this. My kid had a volleyball tournament down at the convention center this weekend.
Okay.
And do we still use the L in Lawrence, or has that bypassed us? Because every time I see
still
her,
do.
yeah, why wouldn't
David
we?
L. Lawrence Convention
When Limits
Center.
wrote out my reads for last week, it's just called the David Lawrence. I always liked the David L. Lawrence Convention Center, didn't you?
Yes, because it's part of the name.
Agreed, Limits?
I agree. I just gave you what I was given.
I know. I wasn't blaming you.
Thank you.
We're off to a passive-aggressive start. Here's what happened, Bob. See if you can follow the story. Are you ready? Coming from here, basically, from Green Tree.
Mm-hmm.
You go downtown. Mm-hmm. You go by the convention center to where the river's on your left, the convention center on your right, correct? If you're doing
10th
it that
Street
way?
bypass, is that what you went?
Yeah. Then you curl up and make a left on Smallman Street, okay? You following me?
Yes.
All right. So the tournament was Saturday and Sunday. Saturday morning, roughly 7 a.m., a little bit after, I pull up Smallman Street. I'm going to make a left into the parking lot there for $20 to park for the day. But I see a sign, I think it was in front of the Heinz History Center, I believe, if that's what it's called, that said $10 parking a block ahead. So I save $10 if I go a block ahead, correct?
You get some steps in and everything. It's a win-win.
And that too. So I went a block ahead and parked. End of story for Saturday. Saved $10. Felt pretty good about myself. The next morning, which was yesterday morning, I take the same route. Are you following this, Limits?
I am.
Is it easy to understand?
It is.
The exact same route. Come to the exact same inflection point, and I see $10 parking 1 block ahead. I'm like, this is great. I'll do it again today. So I pull up to that lot, which is right past the History Center on the right. Basically across from that little hotel there. I forget what the name of it is. Is it a Hampton Inn? I don't know. I notice it's empty, and there's cones up, and it says full leases only. So I yell from my car over to the guy, hey, can I park? He's like, no. I said, okay, what's up? It says, that sign says parking $10 1 block ahead. He said, it's $20 today, and we're not open yet. I said, okay, I'll go change the sign just like that. And then he starts yelling. I start yelling. Bob, I felt like it was false advertising. Number one, thinking that they're open, which they should have been because they know that that event's going on down there. Number two, here's the thing that really galled me, was the false advertising on the sign that said $10 parking 1 block ahead. $10 parking 1 block ahead. He's telling me it's 20 today, which tells me they sucked you in yesterday into this lot for 10. Now they're going to get you for 20. So I said, last thing I said was, okay, I'll go change the sign. So I went back, parked in the $20 lot, walked across the street, turned the sign around. So it was a blank sign for everybody to see. How do you like that?
I wonder why there was a police officer out here in the lobby. I think that's why. You just pretty much doomed yourself for that one. You took Pittsburgh public property, you turned it around in an effort to satisfy your rage, Joe.
No.
This is a parking thing.
It was false advertising. There wasn't
Maybe
$10
they forgot to
parking
send
a block
take
ahead.
it down. Maybe it was for one
Oh,
day
I don't
only.
think so, Bob. $10 parking a block ahead, it didn't exist. So I did everybody a favor. Okay? I did everybody a favor.
Would you have liked to have seen, Austin, the video of him walking over to that sign? Because I'm sure that wasn't just an easy takedown sign. That was probably a slam dunk. He probably took it down, smacked it down in the ground.
No, all I did was turn it around. So, it helps. It helps that way. Of course, I guess the people the other way then saw a sign that said $10 parking a block ahead. I'm not taking that. I'm just not taking it. I'm not taking it anymore. I'm taking things into my own hands these days, Bob. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Well, I understand how you feel for sure, but I also know that in the end of the day, that stuff doesn't matter. Don't get yourself all riled up. I'm trying to do that. That's my new approach to everything. Don't let any stress enter your life. It helps you if you try.
Do you
it.
really practice that?
Yes, because I feel like I have to. Given
Last Friday when we came in, you were highly stressed to the point where I was
wasn't
concerned.
Where was I stressed?
Who was it who was here last week who Bob? Oh, Tyler Kennedy.
Yes.
That was last Thursday. You frightened him with your level of stress.
No, that was a misread on his part.
No, you were
Yes.
very upset that day, Bob.
I wasn't. What would I be upset about?
I can't remember.
It was the blinds.
The blinds.
The blinds get me upset,
And
though.
then you
But it's
forgot
not
you forgot your headphones. You remember that?
I did, but I don't think I was that irrational. Was I?
When you have a hockey player frightened? Yes, you were that day. No, in all honesty, I don't like that, man. I don't like being duped like that. $10 parking.
Well, I'll tell you, parking.
If you want to change it to 20 on Sunday, change it to 20 on Sunday. I don't like it, but I can live with it. Then get the damn sign down.
Here's something
Because first of all, they knew that this event was happening. It's one of the biggest events of the year down there for people coming from everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
They knew that was happening. They knew people would be parking at 7 o'clock in the morning because the first games are at 8, and yet they still have that little sign down there.
You know, I learned something here, and this is maybe something that Pittsburgh could utilize on weekends. I was recently in Dublin, Ohio, which is a cute little place just outside of Columbus, and went to dinner there with a couple of friends, and they had free parking all weekend in all their underground lots. Everywhere you could go, there's free parking in an effort to get people. You should see how packed it was in that area. So not everything has to be $20 every single day.
Right.
How about do people a favor? You want people to come into town, eliminate some of these ridiculous parking fees that you see.
Right.
But I know that won't happen, so kind of wasting my breath.
Yeah.
But if you really want to get people to come into town, do that. It makes it a lot easier.
I agree.
You go to the Strip District, if you don't park in the right space, you will get ticketed.
Yeah,
And yet
it could also be a long-standing resentment against parking places because I used to work for one. I used to work at the Chatham Center parking garage. Did you know that, Bob? When the Penguins were winning their cups in 91 and 92, I was the guy taking tickets in the parking garage. I heard the celebrations after games. I was in there. You probably parked there once or twice.
I didn't know Joe Starkey then.
I wonder if you said hello to me back then. Were you working those cup finals in 91 and 2?
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know if, I would have liked to have seen you back then. So were you angry at all with people coming in? Were they angry with you? There were some issues.
A little bit of both.
Okay.
And then I was in love with the girl who worked next to me, the parking attendant. It's a very short love story, Bob, that I probably won't bore you.
It was a one-way street.
One-way street. What was the worst job you ever had, Bob?
The worst job? I mean, I worked in golf a lot.
Weren't you a porta potty cleaner one year?
No, wasn't that. I sold shoes. I liked shoes at Sears.
Yeah.
But I worked as way back when as a caddy and a club cleaner down at the time Beaver Lakes Country Club in Aliquippa.
A caddy and a what?
Club cleaner. I would take
Did
care
that
of all.
involve toilets?
No, just clean guys' clubs, put them in, whatever. Hello, Mrs. Rogers, would you like to play today? I'll get your bag out, put it on a cart, whatever.
How about you, Limits?
I learned a lot then.
About what?
About about golf etiquette. It's very helpful.
Worst job you ever had?
I was a lifeguard for my first job, and some of the people that I worked with lifeguarding, they weren't very fun. They were not very fun. They were some of them were mean.
Did you ever have to save a life?
Thankfully, no.
What would you have
Thankfully
done?
not.
I can imagine that.
He would have jumped in his Pirates hat, Bob.
I might have worn my pirate hat a couple of times.
I would trust this man with my life. Would you?
No.
Wow.
Wow.
That was a quick answer.
I wouldn't trust many, so I put you in a group that I just don't ever want to be in that situation, because I think it is actually, when you have grandkids and kids, it's good to take these courses about what to do in case somebody chokes, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because you'd never know when it's going to come up, and I've seen people go through that, and if you're not prepared for it, and I assume you wouldn't be, but as a lifeguard, maybe you would be.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like if my life was in danger and Joe was around, the first thing he'd do would be to sing a song and try to make me feel better.
Yeah.
Or run. Yeah.
Would you hesitate to give Joe mouth to mouth?
Oh, God, Bob. What if Ron had a problem? Would you give him that? That would be problematic.
You're a
wouldn't it?
pathetic person, you know that?
I don't feel well, Bob. I don't feel well today. I've told you I had this thing in my upper throat, chest, like
and you got
like
a check,
cough. No, I never got it. I did. She put me on antibiotics, and they didn't do a thing.
That's what they always do, put you on antibiotics.
I know. They didn't do one thing. So here I am 4 months later having the same problem. Can you help me?
No, I mean, just try to get it out of your mind.
How about Crowley and I have the same size hands? We found that out today.
Bigger or smaller than Jalen Milrose?
I think maybe bigger. Probably smaller.
Crowley said nobody with under 9-inch hands has ever been a good quarterback. Isn't Joe Burrow have tiny hands? Are they less than 9 inches?
I don't know.
Limits? Can you look that up, the size of Burrow's hands?
Yeah, I haven't been studying that.
At least we can then say Crowley made a mistake today, if he did that. But, yeah, Milrose got tiny hands, Bob. You don't want to draft him, do you?
I don't want to draft him just because I don't think he's going to be capable of being a franchise quarterback. I don't think many of these guys, from the reports I've seen and video I've watched about the Senior Bowl, there are a lot of people having doubts about just about every single one of them. So this would be the wrong year potentially for the Steelers to think drafting a quarterback. So I may defer that until next year and just try to figure out something to get me to next year.
Joe Burrow, exactly 9-inch hands.
All right. Crowley was right. Nobody with less than 9-inch hands has ever been a really good quarterback, Bob. What do you make of that? Should the Steelers not have taken Kenny Pickett because of the tiny hands?
I guess history suggests.
How big were his hands limits? Could you look that up? Kenny Pickett?
I think 8 3/4.
Yeah, I remember that. Remember we used to do those size of hand tests back then when they drafted him?
8.5.
8.5. Bobby was a toddler when he was here. They should have brought him to practice in a little stroller with a bonnet on, for God's sakes. Giving him a binky during practice. 8 3/4.
He may
I
get
have
the
tiny
last
hands,
laugh.
and they're bigger than that.
8.5.
Yours are 8.5?
No, I don't know.
Does he get the last laugh if he just gets
how
a
about if
Super
he
Bowl
gets
ring
in the
on
game?
the bench?
How about there's some reason?
Well, then he does, yeah.
And then he does well. Who knows?
Bob, I really came here today not to talk about misleading parking signs or anything of that nature, but trades. It feels like trades is the theme of the day. I mean, we were probably going to open with the Penguins and the Marcus Pettersson-Drew O'Connor deal and what that could lead to. But then in the NBA, we get one of the craziest, most high-profile trades in the history of sports. Let's just say that. Anthony Davis for Luka Doncic, and Doncic is a 25-year-old megastar.
Five-time first-team All-NBA in first 5 years on the job.
He's a generational talent, and guys like that. Now, I saw, Mookie Betts is that, but it seemed like Mookie wanted out of Boston, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, wasn't that kind of known before that deal?
There certainly was a lead-up to that trade.
Because he was 26, and his resume is every bit as sparkling as Luka's. Like, he's a generational baseball player. And he was traded at 26. So I won't say a trade like this never happens, but when it comes out of nowhere like this, and it's a guy who's that age, who's already one of the biggest talents who ever stepped foot on a basketball court, it just really opens your eyes. And it got me to thinking, about, hypothetically, of course, what the Penguins would get if they traded Sid, what the Pirates would get if they traded Paul Skeens, what the Steelers would get, even though TJ's older, Sid obviously older, what would the Steelers get for TJ Watt? I was talking to Doran. He had a really nice Bills shirt on, I might add, today, Bob. Did you see that?
You guys seem to be collectively in mourning. Now you've moved on to the Sabres with your hat.
I know. Well, I was wearing that already, sort of as a funeral dirge, I guess. But we were talking about what, theoretically, like the Bills desperately need, well, a defense, but they desperately need a defensive star. What would make you as a Steeler fan, what would make you, Bob, I'm talking to people in general, what would make you perk up and say, that's interesting, as far as a return from the Bills?
For T.J. Watt?
Hypothetically. I said, Doran said James Cook, the running back, for starters. I said, how about James Cook and 5 second-round picks?
Well, I was going to go into picks department as well because, quite frankly, you're not going to get Josh Allen. You're not, and beyond that, I don't know how many guys measure up. James Cook is a nice piece, but I would be looking at draft picks, and I would take 2 number 1s and a number 2.
Even though the Bills are likely to be drafting low?
I don't care because I still think if you look at where the Penguins are going to be drafting, the conditional pick may change that, but they're not going to be in position, you would think, given what's available in this year's draft, especially in the NHL. There are not that many, generational type players, at least.
Yeah.
So, I just want picks. If you're going to do it, that's the way to do it, and you can just load up from there.
See, I think that one, I wasn't even looking at, like, theoretical or that would never happen. Maybe it will never happen with TJ. I would think about that if I was
How
the
about
Steelers.
Keon Coleman, a number 1 and 2 number 2s?
I'm not interested in
Okay.
Keon Coleman. I can tell you that.
Well,
neither are they. They only throw him the ball once a game.
It's 1 year.
Well, it would have to be a load of draft picks. What about Skeens?
That's a different story altogether.
What would Paul Skeens draw from the Dodgers in a draft? Limits and I.
We're going to have that discussion in a couple of years, for real.
I know we are.
So,
but theoretically, what now? What
well,
would
because
it be?
he has such a little contract, and there's, less than $1 million. Whoever would be acquiring him knows they have him for a few more years at a very, very affordable price before they sign him.
Right.
But
And LA is always the place you think about, honestly, in every sport.
Well,
because
if
people
that would
seem to
happen,
want
you
to
may
play
as well-
there.
You already should shut down because they're going to win it again.
Well, let's just talk about, look at the roster now. I would take their top 5 prospects, and if Major League Baseball allowed it, $80 million, their top 5 prospects, and my choice of one player other than Ohtani off their roster.
Other than Betts?
Other than Ohtani and Betts, I guess. Yeah.
Other than
anyone else.
Anyone else they got on their roster? They got some big names on their roster.
Because if
Freddie
you're
Freeman, if I want a first baseman, I'll take him.
Anybody other than those 2, I get my pick of their roster player, their top 5 prospects, and $80 million. And I'll tell you this, I think the Dodgers would do that in a second because Paul Skeens is one of the rarest talents who's ever walked the earth.
He is. And the thing about it is they have anything you could possibly want in every department. They just lost Jack Flaherty, I saw. Detroit signs him 2 years, $35 million, and they don't care. They have enough pitching.
Would you think about that from the Pirates side?
If they hadn't, why not? Yes.
So would I. You'd have to.
But
Limits, do you think that would be a realistic deal?
Yeah, it's so hard to think about considering he's only been here for not even a year.
Yeah, but the question is, where does he fit in your rotation?
We
you
all
need a
saw him.
veteran.
We
pretty
all
good.
saw him.
He had a good year with the Dodgers.
The Dodgers saw him. They'd have him forever. They would sign him soon to a $1 billion deal. They'd have him forever. And the Pirates would have their top 5 prospects, tens of millions of dollars, and presumably a very good player. I'm still not positive I would do it, by the way, because I want to see Skeens for these next 3 years.
I want to see what he's going to be able to do now that he's a favorite at age 22 to win a Cy Young, which is unbelievable to me.
Would they let that much money exchange hands, Bob?
Well, they're already letting them to defer everything. To me, they've circumvented some of the rules there. Why wouldn't they?
I don't know. There has to be some rule against it. How good are their prospects?
How about if they defer the payments to the Pirates? 20 this year, 20 next, 20 next, 20
fund
next.
the Pirates for the next 20
Fund
years.
the Pirates.
Yeah. You have to fund our payroll for the next 20 years at $100 million a year.
There we go.
I'm not so sure they'd say no. It's ridiculous. The Dodgers have 6 prospects on the top 100 prospects list, Bob. You get their top 5. How would you like that? I bet you'd like it a lot, wouldn't you?
I would take them all because they normally don't miss. Despite where they pick, despite everything that goes on, they still do a pretty good job drafting, as do the Yankees. So, they do a better job of that than the Pirates have done, actually. And the thing is, they spend a lot of money. So if you complement that with really good draft picks, you're in pretty good shape if you develop the picks. Pirates haven't been able to do that on a large-scale basis, and I think that's the number one overall issue if you're going to play small ball. You better get it all right, and they haven't done that.
What do you think at this point in his career that Sid would net?
Still quite a bit, I think. Sort of along the lines of TJ, getting up there in age. I would say if you're a team that thinks you can win a Stanley Cup and you can add Sidney Crosby, again, this is hypothetical, so nobody out there thinks we're actually saying this is going to happen because it won't happen. But
did Josh Yowie write about this or Rossi? I think Yowie did like a year ago.
I don't know. I would think you'd get a couple to 3 first-round draft picks. You're trying to win a cup with a guy like that, and maybe a big player, somebody who's already had success in the NHL.
Here's what Yowie said before this season. Or wait, when was August of 24, Bob? I can't think.
It's before the season.
Yeah, before this season.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said, and you said I was wrong.
I didn't say that. Did I say that?
No, you didn't.
Austin, what?
Yowie said it will never happen.
But if it did,
Bob, we need more energy from him over to our left, don't we? What's happened to Limits?
He worked the double shift on the weekend.
I haven't heard a peep out of him, and he's not
tired.
saying anything, and he seems tired.
Beep, 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 beep. Not tired.
Yowie said it will never happen, but if I had to guess, I would imagine the Penguins will receive a 2025 and 26 first-round pick, a top prospect, and a young NHL player.
Right. That's
Again, theoretically, because I happen to want Sid to finish his career here, as I'm sure a lot of people do. But theoretically, would you do that deal if he came to the Penguins and said, "I want to go chase a cup"?
Would you do it? If he won it out,
yeah,
I would accommodate him. Yes,
and that would be enough for you. 2 first-round picks, a prospect, and a top prospect,
it would have to be
and a young
top
player.
prospect or 2, and a young player already on a roster who's playing well. I mean, if it came to that, again, it all comes down to Sidney Crosby.
Right.
If
No, I know. Forget about that. No. Forget about that.
That would entice me. Yes.
Yeah. Limits you?
Yeah, that would be difficult. Just because, I think about how the Blackhawks moved off of Patrick Kane and how iconic he was to their franchise. Not the same way that Crosby would be.
We've moved on from whether it's theoretical. Let's say Crosby wanted out. Would that package work for you? Two first-round picks, a top prospect, and a young NHL player.
If the top prospect is somebody who I think is not a can't-miss talent, but somebody who's going to be on a first or second line, yes.
I agree, actually, with you guys. That would work for me at this point in his career.
Yeah, if he were 5 years younger, it'd be a more hefty ask for me. But since he isn't, I would take that.
I'm with you. If he wanted that, that would be a reasonable deal presented by our friend and yours, Josh Yowie. Is it realistic that the Steelers would think about trading T.J. Watt, Bob? Did you talk to Art about that?
Yeah, I did ask him specifically about that.
What did he say?
No, he thinks this is where he is. They still need him there. He's a generational player. He's also a one-helmet kind of guy. So I don't think they ever intended to, nor will they engage in those talks. But I think you should listen. I think you should listen to everything.
So do I.
If I were GM, I'd listen to every possible thing. I would even play the game a little bit just to see where it would take me.
When he says a one-helmet type of guy, what does that mean?
You know what it means. They want guys to be here start to finish. It's
until they want to get rid of him. Hines Ward was a one-helmet guy, but they got rid of him at a point where he could have gone.
I understand that.
Troy, the same thing.
I'm not going to read too much into that comment other than to say that it is what, like Roethlisberger, one-helmet guy. I think Cam is going to be one of those guys. I think TJ
Roethlisberger's another guy that they got rid of before he wanted to go. So was Troy. So was Hines.
So was Jason
Franco.
Gilden,
so
Rod Woodson.
Right.
I can go on, and I understand your point.
So maybe if you think the day's going to come where you're going to get rid of this guy before he wants to go anyway, maybe you should at least be thinking about a trade with T.J. Watt, especially given the fact he's never been part of a playoff win. I was going to say playoff win through. I was going to say no fault of his own, but he hasn't been very good in the playoff games for the most part either. But obviously the guy's a great generational player.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more about the team around him than him as to why they haven't had a playoff win. But they haven't had one. Is he a worthwhile investment at this point in his career to throw another $100 million at, Bob?
Well, that's a different question. And again, that's the alternative. That's the alternative. If you're not going to move him, then you have to figure out what it's going to take to sign him for a couple of more years and what production you might get at age 32, 33, 34. It's not an easy position to play. I think, you look at Cam Hayward at his position, he's been terrific ever since he turned 30, some of his best years of his career. So do you think you can get that kind of production out of T.J. Watt? If you do, you'll sign him. I don't know what the price tag will be.
He seems to be having trouble being healthy at playoff time anyway, doesn't he?
Yeah, for the most part.
So his last contract was 4 years, $112 million, a $35 million signing bonus, and $80 million guaranteed. He says he says, yeah, that's good. Let's just do that again. You doing it? I'm not. Are you limits?
That's a lot of money for 4 years. I don't know if I'd go 4 years. Now, if he would want 4 years and I wouldn't agree with that, I may have to change my mind if I'm them and consider other options. 4 years is a long time. I know you can move money down the road, kick it down the road to pay it later, whatever. But if he's impactful, if he is, that's well worth it. But you have to ask that question. Can he be? Will he be?
It's pretty amazing to think, and I honestly believe this, that he is as valuable as any non-quarterback or has been in his career, when he's at his best and healthy, as valuable as any non-quarterback in the NFL. And yet, even when he's out there, they can't win a single playoff game. What does that say about the roster building around him, Bob?
Yeah, it's not been good enough, despite the money they're putting into it, too. And they have the highest-paid defense, but it wasn't playing like a highest-paid defense. But to me, that still pales in comparison with the up-and-down offense. They got to solve that problem mostly in this offseason. My whole focus in this offseason would be mostly on offense. I know they need help on defense, but you can't do it all. I start there.
It's unreal. T.J. Watt going into his age 31 season, and he's never been part of a team that's been competitive in a playoff game. I mean, that's Cardinals stuff. That's Jets stuff. That's the stuff we say about, the guy that we talked about him in comparison to before. That's Dick Butkus stuff, like this legendary player, but he was with this, sad sack.
It's kind of like Dan
franchise.
Marino in a way, because he never really got to play in but one,
But at least they were winning playoff games, and he got to a Super Bowl, and he got to AFC titles. But what I'm saying is this would normally be like, I don't know, pick other players, like a guy who spent his career with the Cardinals or Butkus, like I said, and everybody points to his career and says, well, it was him and Gale Sayers, and they were on this horrific franchise at the time. Mm-hmm. With the Steelers, people still somehow twist this into, they're still winning. They're still a really good franchise. Okay, then how come that this great player just went through the equivalent of an entire career for a lot of guys, and they haven't even been competitive in one playoff game? Do you think maybe national media that you've overrated this Steeler mystique and overrated this string of non-losing seasons? Because really, they're about this far separated from the Bears, Cardinals, and Jets. About this far, Bob, as I hold my index finger. Is that my index finger?
You're 8 3/4 of an inch.
About that, yeah. They're about that far removed from being them, and it seems like the string of non-losing seasons is really, for the national media, I think, what impresses them, like that's the Steelers' calling card above all else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. But I think they're starting to change off that position because the streak in the playoffs is getting just as long. And so that's a more important streak, given the stakes involved and what they expect from it. So that's becoming more of a national talking point.
Maybe. I think here's what the Steelers' stability gets them these days. They beat the chaotic teams, the highly unstable teams, and they beat them regularly. That's always an advantage for the Steelers. They can beat teams that are constantly in flux, constantly changing. Those teams that Art spoke about, the whatever it was, 4 to 5, 6 to 8 teams that change coaches every year. The Steelers have an advantage on them. Their stability beats chaos. It does. And that'll get you on the fringe of playoff contention all the time, but it won't get you anywhere else.
No.
It won't get you anywhere else. That's the only place it's getting you these days, is your stability is an advantage over the chaotic teams in the league. You know what I'm saying, Limits?
Yeah, I do. Like, it makes complete sense that I mean, you can make an argument the Steelers don't win big games anymore when it matters most in December. Like, whatever happened to Unleashing Hell in December?
There's no opinion or argument there. That's a fact.
Yeah, entirely.
Mike Tomlin doesn't win big games anymore. That's a fact. If it was 2 or 3 years, you could say, I mean, he was just winning a playoff game, 3 years. No, it's been nearly a decade. He simply doesn't win big games anymore. And it seems to me he has as much power, if not more, than he ever did. I don't think you make a guy the fifth highest paid coach in American sports if you're not conferring a ton of power to him, right?
Yeah. I mean, that comes with it. If you're going to get that, then you have the power. But then it's about him bringing in people he can delegate some authority to and change the dynamic of how they play in these postseason games.
412-928-9370. Trades is really what we're talking about here, and I want to get back into the Penguins.
I want to ask you though. You mentioned Luka. You didn't talk about your opinion of it. We'll do that when we come back because I think it's to me it was the most shocking development I've seen. Normally, you get indications something like this has happened. There were no indications.
It's one of the most shocking trades I've ever seen in my life, and we can talk about that and then how it relates locally here, and where the Penguins are going. Are the Penguins, if they keep this current? If Kyle Dubas keeps this current tack here of rebuild, if he really, really sinks his teeth into it, are they going to surpass the Pirates as the most likely team to win real games around here? I wonder. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years, and you can get a hold of our friend Limits on the Fan Text Line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops tonight on 93.7 The Fan against Virginia at 7 o'clock from the Peterson Event Center as the Panthers lost against Wake Forest 76-74. On Saturday and are currently right around the bubble of making the NCAA tournament. Pre-game coverage begins tonight at 6:30. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championships. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Gearing up for the big game? We are too. Join us on the Moth Podcast for a special episode dedicated to hilarious true stories about football, family, and growing up.
I loved Franco Harris so much that in 1975, I invited him to my bar mitzvah. And it was so cool that he actually sent me a telegram.
Each week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, and above all, true. Find the Moth Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
In a world that moves a million miles a second, Haagen-Dazs invites you to slow down and savor every delicious bite. Take it one almond at a time with the Haagen-Dazs Vanilla Milk Chocolate Almond Bar. Madagascar vanilla, rich milk chocolate, and toasted California almonds make this unmatched icon legendary. Whatever Dazs you savor, a snack bar or your favorite flavor, say goodbye to the fast life and hello to savoring the finest ingredients and the richest and creamiest ice cream. That's Dazs, available at retailers nationwide.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Las Vegas has hired Chip Kelly as its offensive coordinator, making him the NFL's highest-paid coordinator, with the deal averaging $6 million per year. The 61-year-old former Eagles and 49ers head coach was most recently the offensive coordinator for those national champion Ohio State Buckeyes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
In a world that moves a million miles a second, Haagen-Dazs invites you to slow down and savor every delicious bite. Take it one almond at a time with the Haagen-Dazs Vanilla Milk Chocolate Almond Bar. Madagascar vanilla, rich milk chocolate, and toasted California almonds make this unmatched icon legendary. Whatever Dazs you savor, a snack bar or your favorite flavor, say goodbye to the fast life and hello to savoring the finest ingredients and the richest and creamiest ice cream. That's Dazs, available at retailers nationwide.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Hey, Donnie Football here, and I am a free man. You know how some people have to check in with their parole officer? Hopefully not you. Well, for years, that was me, except it was my doctor, and the crime was my waistline. Twice a year, like clockwork, I had to go in and hear the same speech. Donnie, your weight's a problem. Donnie, your numbers aren't great. Maybe I had to try a salad. Well, guess what? It's been 2 years since I started Awaken 180, and my doc is shocked that not only have I lost the weight, but I've kept the weight off. So now we're down to just once a year. That's right, I've been promoted to the healthy patient status thanks to Awaken 180. Both me and the doc know I'm not putting that weight back on because I've proven it. 2 years since starting Awaken 180, 10 weeks later and 45 pounds lighter, I've become a new Donnie. Yeah, Awaken 180 taught me how to lose weight, but more importantly, it helped me keep it off. free support for life, a promise you'll only receive from Awaken 180. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Hyundai helps keep you safe on the road. So you're going for a drive. Here are things to look out for. Potholes, lane-splitting bikers, sleepy truck drivers, vehicles running a red light, pedestrians crossing the road where they shouldn't. Hyundai's available advanced safety technology is designed to help keep you protected against the many challenges the road throws your way. Hyundai's come with available class-exclusive advanced safety features. They're designed to help you enjoy your journey with confidence, style, and most importantly, safety. Hyundai's come with an available blind spot view mirror as it shows you a live video feed of your blind spots. Hyundai's also come with standard forward collision avoidance assist, which can alert you of an oncoming collision and automatically apply the brakes if you don't. Hyundai's are also equipped with the standard driver attention warning system, which will set off alerts and visual cues to help bring your focus back on the road. Learn more about Hyundai at HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right.
All right, Bob. Let's take a closer look at one of the most stunning trades. And, we weave this into Pittsburgh topic because, generally speaking, the NBA, I don't think, holds a lot of sports attention around here. But, man, this will hold anybody's attention, is Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis in a trade that rocked the sports world. And to me, the unanswered question, you don't trade a 25-year-old in a generational player. It just doesn't happen unless it's like a Mookie Betts where it seems like he wants to get out of town. And maybe that happened behind the scenes, but it seems to me the question here that nobody's really answering is, why did Dallas do this? Why would you do that? Is it because of their ownership that they don't want to pay this $325 or $45 million contract that's going to kick in for him? Are they being cheap here? Because if I was in Dallas right now, I would be beyond outraged. Wouldn't you?
Yes. I mean, again, you're talking about a generational player. And it was weird in that if I'm Dallas and I really want to move on from Luka Doncic, what I would do is make it be known through all the leak sites that are out there that, hey, Dallas is opening up. They may not be interested. Who's willing to, like, for example, if you saw the trade yesterday, for De'Aaron Fox, he goes to Wembanyama's team in the Spurs. Did you see who was it? There was a third team involved there. They got like 6 number 1 picks. I'm saying if you're Dallas and you want to get rid of Luka Doncic, okay, I would disagree. But if you do, make it a bidding war. Go out and tell everyone.
Right, they didn't.
Instead, they called one team,
yes,
the Lakers, and say, hey, we want him. Do you want him? Sure, let's go. That sounds desperate.
Something sounds very, very odd about the whole thing.
And all due respect to Anthony Davis, I mean, that's an older guy who is a rim protector, very good defensive player, can score, sure. But he's not Luka Doncic.
No.
And you won't get another shot to have.
Anthony Davis is a guy who can do at his height what not a lot of guys in history have
but he's
done.
also
But he's
getting
not
up there in
Doncic.
age, too.
He's not Doncic.
Right. And I just think that just was so short-sighted. My goodness. And it was one team and one team only. And if you're Rob Pelinka in L.A., you absolutely take that trade. They want star players out there. That's what sells in L.A. And you have Doncic now to go along with LeBron James. I don't know if they have enough, and quite frankly, they become a bad defensive team even more so now with Doncic because he's not that good defensively. But what he can do on the offensive side makes up for it. I don't know.
I guess the moral of the story for me, I honestly don't care about the particulars for either one of those teams. I couldn't care less about Lakers or Mavericks. What is it? It's a reminder that anybody in sports can be traded. And that's why I bring it back to Sid, Paul Skeens,
T.J. Watt.
All
of them, yep. Now, Skeens.
Anybody can.
If the Pirates would do that, I would be curious what the reaction would be here among this fan base, especially if it's just draft picks.
It would be outrage, I would think, as much as people are capable of outrage.
But at some point we will be having this discussion for real because the Pirates will want to get something in return.
How many more years of control of Skeens do they have? 4?
5.
5? Including this year?
Correct.
Okay. This year is 2025. See, even I know that limits. So you're telling me 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29.
That's correct.
5 years of control. So if we go on the Garrett...
And he'll only be 27 years old at the end of this.
If we go on the Garrett Cole plan, they traded him with 2 years left on his deal here. So then we're talking about in 3 years, this actually starts to become a viable topic based on all of history because everybody knows the Pirates aren't going to sign him to a $500 million deal, which is
It'll be a billion.
A $1 billion deal is at least what he's going to command.
And they lost an extra year because he won the Rookie of the Year, finishing the top 2. So 7 becomes 6, which is now 5.
There you go. So we're pretty close to actually starting to have these conversations for real. Okay? So why is it so unreal now? Like if the Dodgers called Bob Nutting tomorrow and said, we'll give up our entire prospect pool for this guy, plus a player and money, at least the top end of our prospect pool.
That's the Ricky Williams deal. I'm not going to go. I want players too, though.
I listen to everything. That's why when Art told you, basically told you he didn't even listen on the Tomlin thing, wouldn't you be curious what your coach was worth to a team?
Again, that's my business to just check it out, see how far down the road I can see, and I would like to know what the value is. Just because information is always important.
Information. That's right.
And if they were willing to engage in something crazy, yeah, it would have been certainly worth talking about.
Somebody wants to call me about Skeens. I'm listening
right now.
At least to the effect I'm listening out of curiosity, if nothing else.
Oh, I want to listen to everything. In fact, I may engage them in a little game. Okay, let's say we do this. What are you going to give me? I want to know. Tell me what it is now. And at the end, I can always say, you know what, it's just not enough. Sorry, this is bad timing.
Right.
But at least I know. I would do it.
Man, if I was Art, I would have been so curious about that. What if the Steelers go 4-13 next year? And he actually does want to move on. Wouldn't you be curious? All right, here's what we might be dealing with if we move on from this guy as far as a return package. Of course, Tomlin has a no-trade clause. How did that happen, Bob? Have you heard of many coaches with no trade clauses?
Apparently there are some, but I didn't think there were any, actually. That's when I've heard that for the first time. I thought, wow, that's interesting. And it makes me wonder about the motivation to get it into a contract. Why?
Great question. I guess all the protections all the control and protections that are imaginable, you want to get?
I guess.
Every lever of control that's available, you get. And Mike Tomlin has control over his franchise like few coaches I've ever seen in sports. I mean, it is incredible. He's the loudest, most powerful voice in the organization, as Adam Schefter said a few weeks ago. That's obvious. He is the last word on draft picks. We know that. And in a year where his hand-picked coordinator and quarterback, two guys he hand-picked, failed in historically spectacular fashion and were jettisoned from the franchise 3 years into each of their tenures, less than that in Pickett's case. Instead of any ramification of that, as far as lessening his power or even moving on from him, Art Rooney tripled down on him and gave him a longer extension than usual at 3 years, a nice hefty raise that made him the 5th highest paid coach in all of American sports. Oh, and he has a no-trade clause. He has more control over this franchise. I don't have the list in front of me. You'd have to show me a coach in American sports who has more control over their franchise, no matter the performance, than Mike Tomlin. Anybody off the top of your head?
Well,
Greg Popovich?
I would say that was one of my, but he should not be doing it anymore.
Well, maybe after Tomlin's 5th Super Bowl, we could have talked about that kind of power being
but
justified. That's one. That's one. Two.
I would have said
is
Belichick
the Spurs,
back in his day when he
well,
was
we
still
saw
there.
that. They moved on from him.
Yeah.
But two with Greg Popovich is they had the courage as an organization to say we're going to stink.
Yeah.
And we might get a big prize. Well, look at the prize they got. And now they just made a trade to augment that prize, something that the Pirates abjectly refuse to do, is to build around this generational centerpiece they have.
That's the biggest crime of this offseason for them. They haven't done anything
in
to
all
build
of
around.
sports. It's one of the biggest in all of recent sports history to have a guy like that. Even the Mavericks, for God's sakes, they go out and get Kyrie Irving and go to the finals.
Yeah, they drafted Gafford, and they've had good players to put around them, big men to surround Luka.
Yeah, they almost got it done last year, but fell short. But he was the reason they got them all to the finals. But
anybody else? Because Popovich, all right, if they went to Tomlin 3 years ago and said we're gonna sink
what about
to bottom
Andy
here.
Reid? And I'm only saying that just for I'm not
maybe
talking.
now, but again, it's justified if he
It's
does.
justified, yeah. If he wins the way he's winning, he can do whatever.
But he's
they
been
want.
fired too.
Right. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah,
which one of
maybe
these guys?
Maybe Reid, justifiably so.
Joe Madden had a lot of pull with the Cubs when they were winning playoff games and going to the World Series in 2016, but that was also a lot of Jed Hoyer's production.
Yeah, and it didn't last, and it was nothing like this.
Yeah.
I mean, 18 years in. Hasn't been competitive in a playoff game for 8 years.
What do you think? What do you think if they extended a conversation with Chicago? What do you think it would have resulted in if it came down to a
I'll tell you
return?
next, Bob. I'll tell you next about that. And then we will dive more into Penguin talk. And maybe we'll talk about trades, the history of trades in this town. I'll get Bob's.
Yeah, and I also think about the Penguins. I
impressions.
don't know. What can they do next in terms of gathering
I'll
resources?
tell you what they could do next, Bob. I'll tell you what they could do next.
Okay.
We'll get into that. Our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Listen to this show every Wednesday. It's the Pomp and Joe Show to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Let's talk about the big game. Yes, the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 59 week. There's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. Here's some fun bets in the app right now. Saquon, 25 yards rushing each quarter. Either quarterback to catch a pass. I seem to remember an Eagles Super Bowl where a quarterback caught a pass. Do you? Jalen Hurts, this is one of mine. I think he's going to have a nice game rushing the ball. He did in the last Super Bowl when they played the Chiefs. And I think and now they have a much better running game around. They have a legend next to him. So I think the Chiefs will focus on Saquon. Just place a $5 bet. If you win, you get 200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's the trade that shocked the sports world late Saturday night into Sunday when Shams Charania of ESPN reported that the Dallas Mavericks were trading Luka Doncic, Maxi Kleber, and Markieff Morris to the Los Angeles Lakers for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a 2029 first-round draft pick. It was followed up by a big move with De'Aaron Fox, former Kentucky point guard, being traded to San Antonio last night, and that all came after the Penguins made a big deal trading Marcus Pettersson and Drew O'Connor to Vancouver on Friday night. That includes a 2025 conditional first-round pick. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Lions, UJ Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy one Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
Bowl over your appetite at GetGo Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or Boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Turn up the heat and the sweet with GetGo's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. A spicy chicken filet with Market District's hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try the sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Window Nation. Listen here. Weather impacts your windows. Hot days, cold nights. They can cause all that caulk to crack, seal failures, condensation. Window Nation only uses top-of-the-line materials. That's right. Also this. All they do is windows. Just windows. They are the experts. They've installed over 200,000 windows just last year. That's 40 times more than the average window company. They've got a lot for you. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. WindowNation.com. Listen, Window Nation is also a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Receive a pair of Penguin tickets with a purchase of a house of windows. Do that right now. I wouldn't be endorsing this company if I didn't have complete trust in them. And you know who I have complete trust in? Window Nation. 50% off all style of windows, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's the deal now. 866-90Nation, windownation.com.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Little bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro-jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Calling all golfers. Your winter plans just got a little better. Shooters Golf is the ultimate golf entertainment destination, offering climate-controlled bays so you can play through any weather with Top Tracer technology. Track every swing and feel like you're on the course. I've been there, I know. And when it's snowing outside, you're inside hitting the ball after your round. Cold beer, delicious meal, full-service kitchen. Why wait for spring? Grab your clubs and reserve your bay now. That's shootersgolf.com. Tee off today at Shooters Golf.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Huge news in the NFL as Cleveland Browns star pass rusher Myles Garrett has officially requested to be traded from the Cleveland Browns in a statement that he released just a few moments ago. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is unbelievable. The whole theme of this show today was going to be about trades. Like, we're talking theoretical trades based on the Doncic-Davis trade, Bob. Talking about what would Skeens net in a trade? You know, we hardly ever see this with these generational guys. As we're doing that show, this Myles Garrett statement comes out. I'm going to read it, okay, Bob?
Yes, please do. It's from his account, so it is real.
Yeah, and I'm going off Adam Schefter's blue check. So this won't be Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson on a beach somewhere.
Oh, thank you very much, Joe.
Do you remember when that happened, Limits?
You know, that's why I'm now begging off of it. I'm not going to look at anything. I'm not going to believe anything.
I know. Well,
because
you're best off that way. Yes.
Oh, how could you forget?
Here's Myles Garrett's statement, and I'll say that the last sentence is in bold on his statement, and he signs it at the end. As a kid dreaming of the NFL, all I focused on was this is real, right?
Yes,
I mean,
it is.
It almost seems unreal. It's ridiculous. As a kid dreaming of the NFL, all I focused on was the ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl. And that goal fuels me today more than ever. My love for the community of Northeast Ohio and the incredible fan base of the Cleveland Browns has made this one of the toughest decisions of my life. These past 8 years have helped shape me into the man that I am today. While I've loved calling this city my home, my desire to win and compete on the biggest of stages won't allow me to be complacent. The goal was never to go from Cleveland to Canton, Myles Garrett writes. It has always been to compete for and win a Super Bowl. And then the last paragraph separated in bold. With that in mind, I have requested to be traded from the Cleveland Browns. Myles Garrett. Where do we go from here, Bob?
We've been talking about what, hypothetically, a trade would look like for all these people locally tied to Pittsburgh. What about this one? What would a team be willing to give you for Myles Garrett?
Oh, I'll tell you the team I again have in mind, because it's a team that has a chance to win and is a Myles Garrett away from winning, and that's the Buffalo Bills. That's an obvious choice. And there are others, for sure, like anybody could use him. Who are some of the other teams? Cincinnati Bengals. Would they trade him in Ohio?
Division, I don't know if they do that. And I don't know, I mean, what are you going to give them? Cincinnati's trying to win
what's
also.
Anybody going to give them? That's just an example of a team.
You have to look
Denver Broncos.
Denver's a team. How about the Chargers?
The Chargers. The Commanders.
Yeah.
Who else?
So what do you think it would look like? What would you get? Let's say it's mostly draft picks, because it probably will be.
First, I'm going to give you this. Ben Axelrod, who I believe is from Awful Announcing, and he covers the Browns, I think, said there's no other way to look at this other than the Deshaun Watson trade cost the Browns 3 first-round picks, Nick Chubb's prime, and Myles Garrett. There's no other way to spin this.
Well, right. Wasted all those years.
Yeah. Man, I can't believe this is falling into our laps here on a day when trades were going to be the theme. That might be, and I know there's Babe Ruth and others, that might be the most destructive trade in the history of professional sports. It ruined the Cleveland Browns. It ruined them.
And it was engineered by their owner. It had nothing to do with football people who were trying to make a trade. It was him.
Right. Their owner, who's, another.
And now the owner's going to be, what's he going to do about this? Is he going to say, okay, sure, Myles, he may say no.
If I'm him, I say yes in 2 seconds, and then I go out and get the best deal, which is
because you need to restock your cupboard.
Absolutely. And that the other thing that has me thinking about this very seriously is, are the Browns now going to jump ahead of the Steelers on a rebuild mission? When the Steelers should be trading a guy like T.J. Watt, they're going to hang on to their illusions and delusions that they're actually in it, like they're a contender, like, oh, we're that close. While the Browns go back and rebuild and build up again. And lest I remind you, Bob, the Browns have 1 playoff win in recent vintage. The Steelers have none.
No, I understand that, but they have got such a long way. I think they have so much in terms of what they need to do, and they don't have the resources to do it. Now, this will help them if they get the right return
Good morning, Joe. Patrick Roberts says, Miles did not write that statement. His agent wrote it. Oh, that's an important point, Patrick, and spell Miles right. Obviously, he's sitting there dictating, and who knows? What does that matter? Why would that matter? Why would somebody weigh in with such an idiotic comment? Anyway, go ahead, Bob.
No, I was just saying, what they get in return will tell you what they can do in terms of speeding toward a recovery from this Deshaun Watson trade. So they're going to have to get quite a bit back in order to help them dig out from this mess that
I don't know, man.
have.
I saw the Denver Broncos dig out pretty quickly once they got Bo Nix, and they're hung up almost as much as the Browns on that Russell Wilson deal.
You still have the quarterback situation that doesn't going to change.
You're about to have maybe 3 first-round picks that could help you change it. What did the Steelers got? How are they going to change theirs?
They're going to have to trade up in the draft next year, I think, to get to a place where they can draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it this year, but I would do it next.
Would you rather be the Browns right now or the Steelers? Because this was actually going to be a topic today too. I heard Crowley. He had like a verbal meltdown for a moment. That's all. He made not even that, just a little mistake. He said where the Steelers are going to trade their franchise, and then he corrected and said, "Oh no, I meant this." But that little spark got me to thinking. In our trade theme today, who would you trade entire teams with right now if you were the Steelers? Like the direction of their franchise. Who would you rather be? I was going to ask about every team in the NFL. Would you rather be them or the Steelers right now? I remember, again, having this conversation with Ed Bouchette probably 5 years ago. Seinfeld says when you get to be our age, Bob, that everything that happened, quote, 5 years ago. About 5 years ago. And Ed, when I compared the Texans to the Steelers, admonished me and said, who would you rather be, the Houston Texans or the Pittsburgh Steelers? And I said the Texans. You don't have the franchise history, but that's history. Because the Texans at that time were about to have another top pick in the draft. I said, Ed, they've had more recent success than the Steelers, and now they're about to draft another quarterback. Or maybe it was even in the early Deshaun years where I said, Ed, now they have their young quarterback. And now they have another one, Bob. So I would rather be the Texans than the Steelers right now. And I'm not so sure if I was willing right now to trade Myles Garrett, I wouldn't rather be the Browns than the Steelers.
I don't want to be the Browns with the mess they currently have, period. I think it's still going to take them a lot to get out of it. But they will have certainly resources to try to change that direction pretty quickly. And again, getting back to what we've been talking about for the last several weeks, the quarterback is the key to everybody. If you have a quarterback, you can change the direction of your franchise very quickly. If you don't, you will mire in the same area.
That's why I'd rather be the Browns. Again. That's my argument.
That's fine. But if you get that kind of resource back for Myles Garrett, then you have to take quarterbacks. You also have to get rid of Deshaun Watson, regardless of what it costs. You're going to pay him anyway. Just get rid of him. It's just a bad thing to have around. You know?
By the way, Bob, I don't think they'll care about the division. Now I see people talking about the Ravens going for him. They have 11 picks in this draft.
I don't think they'd make a trade with them.
I think you go for the best deal.
Maybe, but I think you'll get
He's
other
29.
offers. As you just described, there are teams out there that are similar to Baltimore who need a piece like that.
Yeah.
So the bidding war will be a good one. And unlike Luka Doncic and the Mavericks, who make one phone call and just make a trade, they're going to look at everything. If I were Cleveland and do this right, Jimmy Haslam, stay away from this.
Well,
get the football people in, and let's make a bidding war of it. Who wants him? This is for sale. He wants out.
Who do you think gets more in a trade, T.J. Watt or Myles Garrett? Garrett because he's a little bit younger,
Garrett,
maybe?
Only because of the age. The age is
I'd say it'd be a similar package, and I would say this really underscores the Steelers. The Steelers are delusional. I think most of our listeners would agree with that. They think they're an actual contender or close to being one, when we all know they're not. The Browns, at least, can't even argue for that. They've sunk to the bottom. But it's the Browns who, if they adhere to this request, are going to get this windfall and have a shot at a franchise quarterback. It's the Steelers who will continue to live in their delusion and wind up spending all kinds of money on a guy who's going to turn 31 next season and who is having trouble being healthy at playoff time anyway. So, you know what? I'd rather be the Browns right now. I think even as a fan, that would have me thinking, this just didn't work. It's the end of the Myles Garrett era. They ruined it. There's no guarantee they'll do this right, by the way. But I would rather have all those first-round picks looking at me. And there's going to be multiple first-round picks coming from somebody.
I would agree. That's what you want, especially in the NFL, where more recently we've seen player-for-player trades. But generally speaking, it's always going to be future assets. And if you can get high ones, depending on who you're dealing with, you could really change things around in a hurry. So that's the challenge for the Steelers. How do you get there? If you're not going to be proactive and make these sorts of moves, then how do you get there? What do you do? If you're going to make a trade in the draft next year, move from wherever you're going to pick 17 to 22 and move up to top 10, you're going to have to give up something to do it. But I would recommend that's a good way to get a quarterback, because I don't see it happening this year. I don't see any way they're going to get one of these guys. And Joe, if I were them, I wouldn't just desperately try to draft a quarterback in round 3 or 4 just because.
Bob, I'm reading. I hear that. I'm reading something from Nick Wilson, who's a media guy. Barry and Stefanski walked into Cleveland with a starting quarterback, Myles Garrett, Nick Chubb, and Denzel, and turned it into one playoff win, a .476 winning percentage, the worst trade in NFL history, no quarterback, no elite running back, and now no Myles Garrett if they trade him. He said fumbling the bag doesn't begin to describe it.
Yeah, they're not in a good place, but this is when you try to dig out. And they're trying to do that, apparently, and it's not their idea. It's his. He doesn't want to be part of it.
That's why you'd never want to be the Browns.
No, and I never want to be the Browns, regardless if we get 4 number 1 picks.
But there's a I didn't ask you if you wanted the Browns GM and coach and history. I asked you, would you rather be in the Browns position right now?
No, they have too many needs. Chubb's not the same running back he was. I think their offensive line has issues. I think their defense.
I think it's all about the quarterback. And if I trade Myles Garrett, I've got a chance at one.
Maybe not.
Well, and I think that this year they're going to pick a quarterback, whether it be Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward, and I don't like either of those guys.
Maybe they won't pick one this year.
They're going to pick one
So
this
you'd
year.
rather be the Steelers with a lower first-round pick and nothing to speak of really future-wise in terms of picks, because they're going to go 9 and 8 forever.
I honestly
than
believe
the Browns. You'd rather be that than have the top. Would they have a top 5 pick this year?
I think
that's the second pick.
So you'd rather be in the Steelers' position trying to build yourself moving forward than the Browns.
I would, and I especially believe.
Why?
This is why. I genuinely believe that the Steelers are going to do everything possible next year when the draft is in Pittsburgh to draft a quarterback at home.
I do too.
What would that be?
Trading up multiple picks.
So again, why wouldn't you rather have the Browns situation
because I don't
leading
think
into next year's
this
draft?
Year's quarterback group is not
great. Don't take one. Take
okay.
somebody else at 5.
I would encourage the Steelers to do that this year. Don't take one. Any of the positions, none. They may take a flyer on Will Howard or any of these guys.
I'd rather have bunches of high picks than no picks in
so would I. But
that's the Browns compared to the Steelers.
All right, we'll see what happens.
Well, again, that's irrelevant too, because the question is, would you rather be in the Browns' predicament looking for a quarterback or the Steelers' predicament looking for a quarterback? I would rather have a top 5 pick plus bunches maybe of draft picks coming to me. Plus, I'll probably stink again this year and have another top 10 pick anyway next year. Call me crazy, but in my search for a quarterback, I'd rather be in that position than the Steelers.
I just think the Browns are a desperate organization and franchise that loves to overreact.
Again, not the question. It's simply what position would you rather be in, having a bunch of picks or not having bunches of picks when you're looking for a quarterback?
Well, I think they're going to trade George Pickens and get a couple of picks. So I would still rather be the Steelers. And I think their roster's better.
A George Pickens trade is going to net you a pick that can get you a franchise quarterback?
It'll get you a second-round pick that can help you further move up next year.
That's my thing in moving up next year. I just don't see any answers now, and even for the Browns, I don't. I'm not believing at all in any of those quarterbacks. I think they all have flaws. I think they could come in and be failures, and you're going to waste a top 5 pick on somebody like that. I'd rather not do it this year. If you can do it next year.
Why wouldn't you be able to do it next year? You're about to trade.
They could do it next year.
Yeah.
If I'm the Steelers, I'm kind of looking to next year.
And by what method will they move into the right position?
By acquiring picks and certain other moves they may make and just, boatloading them to move up, whatever you have to move up, 5 spots, 10 spots, just like they did for Devin Bush, and that didn't work. But
you're sure there will be that kind of quarterback there?
More so next year than this year. I don't know. Maybe
I
just have a sour taste in my mouth about what I've seen and read about all these quarterbacks. I don't know that you could come right in at any of them and make a difference. And I don't know if they're even the right answer. We've seen so many number 1 picks overall, top 5 picks fail and not be what you think they are. So you got to take the chance. I get what you're saying. You have a lot of ammo. If you're Cleveland, you're going to get a lot of draft capital to make that more possible.
I guess what I'm really saying is I would think about trading T.J. Watt because this hasn't worked. What Cleveland is looking at is the end of an era, such as it was for them. Although in the Myles Garrett years, they did win more playoff games than the Steelers. And if I'm the Steelers, it's the end of the T.J. Watt era, unless you want to go 9-8 again next year, 10-7 or 10-8, and get killed in a playoff game. Somebody's got to wake up around here, and it's hard to wake up when you're 10-7 because you think it's going okay. You think you're close. The Browns are leaving no doubt, especially to Myles Garrett, at 3-14. So let me ask you, moving forward in life, which teams you'd rather be than the Steelers or vice versa? Are you guys ready for this exercise?
Yes.
Would you rather be the Steelers or the Bills? We'll start at the top of the
Bills.
Steelers or the Dolphins? Again, I'm not comparing coaches, GMs, history.
I'm going to go Steelers on that. I'm not a Tua fan.
Yeah, I guess they're about the same. They've failed, and they don't. When do they draft in this year's draft limits? Do you have the draft order in front of you?
I'll pull it up right now.
Because I'm all about high picks right now, and I think the Dolphins are about to fall apart, Bob.
So do I.
So I think I would rather be them.
They're 13th.
13th isn't high enough, probably. But about to fall apart sounds better than 10-8 and getting blown out of a playoff game, to me anyway. So I'd rather be the Dolphins. The Steelers or the Patriots? Oh, what did you say to that one, Limits?
Steelers over the Dolphins and obviously the Bills.
Steelers over the Bills?
No, Bills over the Steelers and Steelers over Dolphins.
Oh, why over Dolphins?
Well, I also am not a believer in Tua. That's a lot of money that I think is holding them back because they've allocated so many significant resources to him, and Tyreek Hill is also wanting a trade.
Steelers or the Jets?
Steelers.
Jets. Don't they have a top 5 pick in the draft, I think?
7.
Well, that's easier to move up from. I'd rather be in that position than the Steelers. And I think they actually have some young talent on that team, Bob.
They do.
And they don't have a real they're not tied down to any quarterback either.
Yeah, they are and they aren't. We'll see what happens there. I'm not convinced that Rodgers is not going to be there again.
The Steelers or the Patriots? That's an easy
See, I don't know if I like I have an incomplete thought about Drake May. I like him, I think, but I'm not sure.
I like the new coach factor plus a quarterback that I think is young and very, very promising. I'd rather be them.
Patriots, they have the 4th pick. I don't like their roster, but their quarterback.
Let me ask you something. If you believe there's a quarterback there, if Mike Vrabel comes in there and says, I'm not so sure about Drake, does he use it on a quarterback in the 4th pick when knowing he has other big needs? Would he take another quarterback?
No. No way. They have their quarterback.
How about if they trade Drake May?
Why would they do that?
Because as I said, I'm not convinced he's going to be, and maybe he isn't either. How about if he isn't? It's not his pick.
Well, if he isn't, then you're right. It's a whole new ball game. But I think that's one of the reasons you take that job, is because of Drake May. Or because
you have the 4th overall pick too, and you can get your own quarterback if you like one of these guys. I don't know.
Think about that, Bob. They've got. I think they have a quarterback who's very promising, and a pick like that. Yeah, I'd rather be the Patriots.
He made the Pro Bowl, Bob. We know how important the Pro Bowl is.
Who hasn't made the Pro Bowl?
How about Minka with his 2 picks the other day, Bob?
Good. Where are those?
In flag football, he's pretty good.
Wonderful. By the way, did any of you watch that?
No.
I couldn't bring myself to watch it. I have no interest in it whatsoever.
Who was playing quarterback that he picked off? I think it was a position player.
Yeah, I think there was a wide receiver. He had a pick 6 off of a wide receiver. I can't remember who it was.
Compelling television. I'm anxious to see the ratings on that.
Minka had more interceptions in the Pro Bowl than he did in a 17-game season.
Steelers or Ravens? We all know the answer to that.
Yeah.
Steelers or Bengals? We all know the answer to that.
Cincinnati?
Yeah, they have a franchise quarterback who can give them a chance. Steelers or the Browns? We already said you guys would rather be in the Steelers position right now, building forward. I'd rather be in the Browns position. Steelers or Texans?
Probably Texans right now. They have a good young nucleus.
Yeah, Houston.
Clearly. Steelers or Indy? Oh, limitless wonder.
I'd rather be the Steelers. I have no confidence in Indianapolis right now with Anthony Richardson with the keys to their Lamborghini. He is just not very good. He's not accurate.
They've been chasing quarterbacks for a long time, too, and this is the one thing that could happen here if they're not careful. You can start bringing in veterans every year, mix it up every year, but if you don't get the pick right, you end up where they are, which is treading water.
Yeah, Steelers or Jags?
Ooh.
I think probably the Steelers.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm still, if I'm them, hopeful that Trevor Lawrence can figure this whole thing out. But I don't know if
Man, I'm losing hope on that one. You, Limits?
I'm a huge Trevor Lawrence guy, but right now the Steelers, their roster on defense is not very good.
Steelers or Titans?
Steelers.
You would rather be in the Steelers' position right now than have the number 1 overall pick in this draft?
Well, if we're talking about so heavy quarterback focus,
yes.
Is there a quarterback that you really like if you're Tennessee where you have the number 1 pick and you can draft one to be?
If I were them, I would trade down and give it to somebody, and I'd pick up more picks because they need more help.
Either way, and plus they're probably going to stink again next year, even if they draft a guy who's decent. I'd rather have the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah, that worked well for Chicago after all these years.
Well, Chicago's still searching, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe they have their guy, don't they?
Maybe not.
I'd rather be Chicago than the Steelers. Living in perpetual delusion at 10-7.
It's funny how one change of a quarterback, if you do it right, if you get the right guy, how that changes everything.
Yeah.
And that's what they're searching for right now.
Steelers over the Chiefs. Would you rather be in their position? The Chargers or the Broncos? We'd all say no. Correct? We'd rather be those teams and their situations moving forward, right?
Easily.
So for me, that leaves, when I compare situations moving forward, the only teams in the AFC I would rather be, or I'd less rather be, is Indianapolis, Jacksonville, and the Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders are in that search mode too.
That's it.
Yeah, I throw Miami in there, and I also put Cleveland in there.
That's fine.
I understand the reservations.
That's fine. But look at the exercise that we've just done, Bob. And what's the moral? What's the moral of the story?
You need a
for
quarterback. That's what the moral of the story is.
That's moral number 1. Moral number 2 is the very last place that you want to be in pro sports is right in the middle.
When you have nowhere up, nowhere down. It seems like it's a perpetual just treading water to stay alive. You know.
And they're one of the all-time teams. Like they're slightly above the middle, so they can get away with it easier in their own minds, if nowhere else. High-end mediocrity, Bob. They've bought a house there. They live there.
And the problem is you're living in a residential neighborhood that has some pretty good cul-de-sac houses.
Yes.
And you have to deal with them.
Exactly.
So it's very interesting. I wonder what I'm going to be interested to see how many teams make a bid for Garrett and what the bid looks like.
Oh, my God. Who wouldn't? What team that's contending wouldn't want to make a really substantial bid for him?
How old is he, by the way? Did we define
29.
29. Yeah, he still has pretty good football.
How about Dallas? How about Detroit? How about Minnesota, Green Bay, Tampa? I've already seen a bunch of people say Tampa.
I heard the Dodgers have some interest in acquiring Myles Garrett, too.
Yeah, on a deferred contract.
412-928-9370. Myles Garrett has requested a trade in writing from the Cleveland Browns. It just brings up so many questions. You know, are they ahead of the game if they trade him while the Steelers keep T.J. Watt living in their little world of delusion where Art tells Ashley Lyotis, hey, we win a lot of games around here, you know. Not like we've never won anything. I know, but it's almost been a decade of anything of significance. Longer. 3 playoff wins in 14 years. Oh, my God. Think about that. 3 playoff wins in 14 years.
And they beat Matt Moore, A.J. McCarron.
And Alex Smith.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing to watch this perpetual delusion. 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Bob, when you sat down with Art, just the immediate rejection of the Tomlin trade, it almost felt to me, I don't know how it felt to you in the moment, but it felt to me like, how is this even a question? Like, of course, we shut it down right away. It's Mike Tomlin. And to me, you're just doing yourself a disservice by not listening. I think you're doing yourself and Mike Tomlin and the Bears a disservice. I thought that was an incredible win-win-win opportunity for all three parties to just move on. Just move on with a fresh start.
I wonder if there was a no-trade clause, if that would have changed his opinion.
That's interesting.
Because it's there, I don't know that it's an immediate blockade, not unlike what some of these players control their future destination places. So, I don't know. All I know is they better do something in this offseason that makes people think they have solved some of their issues, because they have a lot of issues to be solved. And I just don't think you can do it with quarterback this year. Do you? Do you think they can solve their quarterback situation this year?
Probably not. I'd probably double down on Fields and the run game and just, honestly, if it was me, I would try to stink. Somehow people think, especially in this town, that that's crazy when every single championship that's ever been won by the Steelers and Penguins was born of stinking. I think it'd be a pretty good idea to trade T.J. Watt, trade Minka, bring in a quarterback can't win or will have a very difficult time of it, and just stink for a year. We'll all survive.
I would be very aggressive with trades. I would. I think you have to at some point.
And live to fight another day, for God's sakes. And the Tomlin trade could have been a jump start in that direction. Good for everybody. You get the Bears' first-round pick. Where are they drafting, Bob?
They're 10. Is that where they are this year?
Yes.
10.
Get their first-round pick and maybe another one, if it's like some of these other deals, if they wanted him badly enough, and maybe a player. And then you're on your way with at least upgrading the talent of a C-plus roster. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
And I'm going to have to watch Abdul Carter play for the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, man.
That'll be bad.
You're right about that.
You could have the Cleveland Cavaliers in your town, too, though. That's a good thing.
Would you like them to move here?
No, it's close enough where you can just get up there and watch them if you want.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's talk a little good feet. I had foot pain for a long, long time, and like a lot of people with foot pain, I couldn't figure out what the problem was here. And it got misdiagnosed. I still haven't gotten it diagnosed, to be honest with you. Still, after all these years, I don't know what was wrong. What I do know is that the pain lessened after I went to the Good Feet store. Here's the situation. They build it all around you. The Good Feet Foot Arch Support System is fully customized around your shoes, your feet. You don't need to go out and buy a new pair of shoes, anything like that. It's all simple, all customized, and my pain lessened. Yours could too. Might be plantar fasciitis for you. Could be needles in the heel. Could be pain and burning in the balls of your feet, whatever. There's a lot that can go on and a lot that can make you want to quit any new exercise regimen. Check out what the Good Feet store has to offer. Go to goodfeet.com. That's goodfeet.com. Or come on into one of the stores. I went to the one in Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township. Route 19 next to Walgreens. There's one down in Crowley Town, otherwise known as Morgantown, at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Myles Garrett has officially requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns, but it does take two to tango. And Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network saying that the Browns are sticking with their stance and do not intend to have any conversations or trade Myles Garrett. We'll see if that changes. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Keep it here as our black and gold off-season coverage continues. Mike Tomlin's results haven't passed the eye test for years now, but Art Rooney is still a big believer.
When you look at how many games Mike has won in this league, you don't win that many games if you're not a good coach.
Keep it here for our coverage of what the Steelers do this offseason and if it brings different results. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Mostly cloudy this afternoon, the high 60.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
When you call Top Dog, you calling them for one reason. That's to win. You want money. You want them to go bite somebody. They got you into an accident. Put you in the hospital. They ain't have a scratch on them. You gonna call the dog. They gonna have a scratch now. They about to get bit. If I was you, I'll be scared. He ain't got no leash on him. He smell fair, ready to bite. Like what you wanna do? My client want a lot of money. Top dollar. What we doing? You paying? What we doing? We settling? What we doing? Gotta bite you again? What we doing? Any accident. Top dog law.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Las Vegas has hired Chip Kelly as its offensive coordinator, making him the NFL's highest paid coordinator, with the deal averaging $6 million per year. The 61-year-old former Eagles and 49ers head coach was most recently the offensive coordinator for those national champion Ohio State Buckeyes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
In a world that moves a million miles a second, Haagen-Dazs invites you to slow down and savor every delicious bite. Take it one almond at a time with a Haagen-Dazs Vanilla Milk Chocolate Almond Bar. Madagascar vanilla, rich milk chocolate, and toasted California almonds make this unmatched icon legendary. Whatever Dazs you savor, a snack bar or your favorite flavor, say goodbye to the fast life and hello to savoring the finest ingredients and the richest and creamiest ice cream. That's Dazs, available at retailers nationwide.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
It happens in large commercial buildings. Sometimes glass fails, whether the glass panel is fogged with moisture inside it, or it's cracked, or completely broken out. The team at Boulevard Glass and Metal, they are your guys. They've been solving these problems for years and can do the same for your home or business. If the glass in your doors or window are in need of a replacement, Hire the professionals at Boulevard Glass and Metal. Call 412-621-1799. That's 412-621-1799.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
It's Super Bowl 59 week, and there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. Here's some fun bets in the app right now. Saquon to record 25-plus rushing yards in each quarter. I think I'd rather go whole game over. That's a tough one. Either quarterback to catch a pass. Jalen Hurts to score an octopus. A big man touchdown. Any offensive lineman to score a TD. I'd like to go with one. How about a special teams touchdown, period? How about going with that? Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you get 200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59, 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-359-3434. 800-359-3434.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Huge news in the NFL. Myles Garrett has officially requested a trade in writing, and the Browns have responded, their PR department, by basically saying, we reiterate what their GM Andrew Berry said, we aren't taking calls.
Well, he's playing a game there then.
Right.
He's playing a game, and he's going to force this to come to some sort of conclusion. So people will keep, what do you mean you're not taking calls? He wants to be traded. I'll give you this. I'll give you this. I'll give you, and maybe that's the prudent play.
We would just reiterate what Andrew Berry, did I say his name right before? What Andrew Berry has said all offseason, the Browns PR department said. We're not entertaining offers for him. Nothing has changed. We'll see about that. You think that might get a little ugly if they don't honor his request?
Then you're going to see him probably not play, and that becomes even uglier. But I do think they'll come to some conclusion here, because I do think this is a little bit of a bait thrown out there by the Browns, saying, okay, we're not talking about him. But if someone wants to call, they're going to listen, I bet.
I mean, how could you not? Can you imagine some of the offers that they're going to get? There's going to be a market for him that's endless with teams, right?
You would think so. Yeah, teams that are desperately close to winning and know that the window may be closing and there's one piece missing, and that's the piece. Which is why the Steelers, would have been well served to listen to anything. Same thing. I like listening. Don't you think listening is an art form? If
Yes.
you listen, you can come away.
Exactly. Yes, of course I would be listening, and of course I'd be doing the deal. I mean, they don't have a quarterback at the moment. Maybe they'll draft one, but I would like to, rather than have this guy into his 30s, I'd like to just say we didn't do it in his prime. We screwed up. Let's just start over in a way. Not a complete start over for them, but let's just gather like first-round picks left and right and commence our search for our next quarterback here, especially if you don't think you have one this year at number 2. Do you think they will take a quarterback at number 2, the Browns?
Yes, I think they will. One of those two, Sanders or Cam Ward. I don't know anyone else who can, a lot of people have. It's funny how Jackson Dart, he has people rate him as a first-round pick and others as a 7th-round pick. How can there be that much of a disparity about what his talent level in the NFL might be? I mean, there are guys like that, Bob, especially quarterbacks, where it's crazy, where you think they look at not Will Levis, who's the other guy they were going to take that year? Malik Willis.
Malik Willis.
Yeah.
That Tomlin only had eyes for him, we were told, and they took Kenny Pickett. I don't know, man. The Browns, I think, have an opportunity here to not erase, but to mitigate some of the damage done by the Deshaun Watson trade. Don't you think so, Bob?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they got to do – at some point you got to do something. You can't just sit there and just say he's on the roster. You got to pay him. Just get rid of him. Give him
How
his
is
money and
everybody
leave.
there not fired, by the way?
Because I think it was Jimmy Haslam who did all of this.
Stefanski's the most overrated coach in the league. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think whoever told you or whatever tweet you read earlier is very succinct and to the point here with regard to them. They had Baker Mayfield. They had a defense that was getting better. They had a healthy Nick Chubb. They had a lot of things going their way, and they decided to get rid of it all because of Deshaun Watson, of all people. And now here they are.
The worst trade in
If they kept Baker Mayfield, what do you think their destiny would have been from that moment?
Different. I don't know about a Super Bowl.
Well, they had Denzel Ward on defense. They could have loaded up on more
and they
picks.
had plenty of money. They would have had plenty more money to spend. Right. I think it would have been radically different. 412-928-9370 limits. Why don't you put somebody on the line if you'd be so kind?
All right, we have 2 calls. Here is George. He's in North Carolina. He has a trade idea.
Yeah, this is George. I'd love for Bob to fly me in on this plane one day. I just sit around and talk football with you guys.
All
we
right,
can talk about that another day.
We got the Papa
Go ahead,
Dan Easy
Bob.
Jet ready for you.
Oh, please, man, please. I'm off today, and it'd be great to just sit around and talk football. But here's my thing on the trade. TJ specifically. I'm trading TJ because our window's not now, and I'll trade him in the division because our window's not now. Like if you trade him to Baltimore or Cincinnati, it wouldn't hurt us necessarily because we're not looking to win for the next 2 or 3 years. So if they're winning and they're beating us, it doesn't matter. Like, it's like, oh, we can't trade him to Cincinnati. No, we're not going to win the next 2 years. We're rebuilding. You know what I'm saying? So people
First, though, you'd have
Yager to the Capitals.
They have to make an admission that that's the case, and they're not going to make that admission.
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem, right? I think they're in win now mode. We're not in our even our AFC Championship game window. And another thing, I'll flip all the way to this. I was trying to talk to I tried to call you guys last week, and I had to get a haircut, so I had to drop off. But as far as losing, Joe, we talked about this before. I called a few times. We don't have to lose and be bad or tank to get a good pick because Green Bay off a winning season got Jordan Love. You know what I'm saying? Philly off a winning season got Jalen Hurts. Kansas City off a winning season got Mahomes. You got to trade up and you got to
be proactive before it ever gets there.
But you got to develop the talent. I would judge Tomlin more than on winning seasons on always developing talent because we're not developing talent in this organization. Then we need to move on, right? Go take some more people from Philly. You know what I'm saying? Who's developing talent? I think that's the problem in Pittsburgh. guys aren't necessarily – how many Pro Bowls do we get a year in and year out? First-round pick, Kendrick Green, and these guys getting asked to change positions and things aren't working out. That is a bigger part of the problem as the coaching and anything like that. Like, it's a lot of problems in Pittsburgh, and 10-7 is somehow – 10-8 is like somehow curing it, but it's not really. It's all causes us to overlook it. 10-8 is just middle of the road, like Joe says, and it's not really doing anything. We got more problems that's being covered up or band-aided by the fact that we're going 10-8. Develop the talent. You know what I'm saying? You got the kid who's in the Rams now, who's probably a top 10 guard, and he was right here. We get in the third, fourth round, and he grew up a Steelers fan. Dotson, he was a Steelers fan. I remember on draft day, he said he grew up a Steelers fan. And we get rid of this guy because we wanted to change positions while DeCastro was here, and we never moved him back to position. I mean, and we're so arrogant as far as like the Kendrick Green. He should be center. This guy's too small, doesn't want to play center. We're moving him. I mean, it's just we got to develop talent. We don't have to lose as much. Losing would help, but it's not required. We got to develop talent.
I hear you.
Man. Send me your players. Send me your plane, Bob.
All right, let's go. We'll do that. We'll have a nice a couple of beverages, and we can talk. Appreciate it.
Very well said. Next, Limits.
All right, let's go to Dave in Delmont.
Hello, Dave.
Now, see, that's normally a call I would not take.
Because
of course
Dave
you would take it.
Because
I would not say anything bad. You are a treasure for Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh especially.
Thank you.
What about Limits? Is he a treasure for Western Pennsylvania?
I enjoy 93.7. Everybody that's on there, I listen all the time.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
I have a crazy trade situation that if we were smart and we would really think about it, this is what you should do. We're not going to have a good team next year. Sign Fields for a couple years. Trade T.J. Watt. Trade Pickens. And trade Minka. I would have traded Tomlin, too. But you got to set your eyes on the 2026 draft. It's in Pittsburgh, and the one person I would go after is Manning. There hasn't been a bad quarterback with the last name Manning. And that's what I would do. That way you could trade all the capital that you got from all those trades, and you still would have all your picks for 2025 and 2026. Get what you need in 2025 other than a quarterback, whatever you're short, and then go for Manning, especially in Pittsburgh. Number one pick, the fans would go nuts.
Limits wants Drew Aller to come to the Steelers.
Drew Aller is a little overrated. I love Penn State.
I think I'm kidding.
No, you're not kidding.
What?
I would take Arch Manning over Drew Aller, but I'd be completely fine with Drew Aller after another year of development in college being here, yeah.
Bob, he's lost his mind.
I wouldn't do that.
Thank you, sir.
Then why were scouts
Drew
saying
Aller as the franchise quarterback?
Why were scouts saying that Drew Aller could have been the number one pick this year? He could have been the first quarterback taken.
Scouts have been known to be wrong.
Because they're out of their minds? Have you lost your mind, Limits? Bob,
Traits
what do
are
you
all
think
there.
of this?
I'd rather have Tyler Warren.
Yeah, Tyler Warren's going to be one of the best tight ends in all
by the way, are you guys both positive that the quarterback draft is
No.
next year is going to be better than this one?
No,
You're both positive about that? Who?
No, I mean
Arch Manning?
We're talking about more availability of players who would meet the requirement of looking as potential franchise quarterbacks.
Are you
I don't
sure about
know.
that? Are you sure about
Of course I'm not sure. Neither are scouts who make these picks. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Because as I look ahead, it doesn't look like it's exactly stocked. And other than, is Arch Manning considered like a historic blue chip prospect here?
He's considered pretty good.
Okay.
Making
better
$6.5 million in NIL right now.
Well, I don't care about that. Better than Cam Ward or Shador then?
Yes.
He'll be higher rated.
Yes.
Bob, you agree with that? And then who, Limits? And then who in that draft?
The quarterback thing is so difficult to nail, only because you're dealing with college kids who've had success against defenses that are largely not up to NFL standards. In other words, there may be one or two good guys. You can scheme around them on defense to stay away from the rest. You can pick apart. And so you get to the NFL level, and it's all different. I have no idea. I mean, I thought some of these guys would be able to come in. I thought when I looked at a guy like Sam Darnold originally, I said, that's a good pick, right? When you look at a guy like Wilson, the Jets, how many picks have they made in the top five? And they've all backfired. Zach Wilson had a lot of people think he was going to be a franchise. I don't know, man. It's hard to do it. That's why they get paid to make these kind of decisions. But you got to figure it out somehow. And I just
think it's easier to figure out if you get somebody in the top 10.
Yes and no. Look how many failures there have been. There have been hits, certainly, but there have been for given the top 10 pick, you would think they'd have a 90% rate of return on that. But there have been a lot of failed top 10 picks.
Well, sure. But in order to get a franchise quarterback, your odds dramatically increase if you have a top 10 pick.
No question about that. But that doesn't guarantee it.
Nothing guarantees it. And yeah, of course.
Well, that's why
not.
when you're asking, I don't have the answer to that. I don't know what these guys. I'm just saying.
I don't even remember what I asked. Oh,
about next year's quarterback crop.
Yes. Here's your top 10 touchdown throwers in the NFL this year. Joe Burrow, 1 overall. Baker Mayfield, 1 overall. Lamar, an outlier at, what was he, 32nd?
32nd or 31, yeah.
Jared Goff, where was he? 1 overall?
Number 1.
Sam Darnold.
Number 3.
Bo Nix,
but
number 10.
Two of those guys have rerouted their whole careers. They had to go to 4 different teams before they harnessed it. My point is it's not that easy, and I'm talking about Mayfield
My
and
point
Darnold.
is that almost all the guys who are succeeding at the highest level in the NFL were top 10
But if you
picks.
put out, I guarantee if you click the list about top 10 quarterback picks who failed, the list would be longer.
I know, but how's that relevant to the notion that you should probably be drafting in the top 10 to get your next guy?
That isn't. I'm saying if you're the Steelers, you should trade up there to get that. I'm acknowledging that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, even if you do it, you could pick the wrong guy. A lot of teams have.
Well, sure you can. Sure they could. But you want to give yourself the opportunity.
But do you know that Shedeur Sanders, can you say right now he's going to be a can't-miss stud?
No, I can't.
None of them. None of us can.
None of them. But I don't understand how that's relevant to give yourself a chance in the top 10.
I'm not making that argument.
After that,
I agree
get
with
it.
you there.
You might be
I agree
wrong.
with you. But you can set it all up. Your dominoes are set, and then one bad pick changes the direction of everything.
Don't screw it up then, would be my advice.
Okay.
Take Ben Roethlisberger as the 3rd quarterback in a draft. You know? Take Patrick Mahomes, 10th overall. Take Josh Allen. Where'd he go? 6th, 7th? Something like that.
Yeah.
Get it right.
A lot of teams passed on all those guys. I mean, how many people passed on Mahomes?
Take Jaden Daniels, 2nd overall. Don't screw it up. That would be my advice here, Bob.
Okay.
Take Bo Nix.
I hear all
take
that.
Bo
I'm
Nix,
just
10th
saying
overall.
It's a little bit more difficult than just saying we're going to go up there and take our next quarterback. You can, but you may end up with somebody who fails.
Absolutely.
And that's the risk you have with quarterbacks. That's why it's such an important position to nail down.
But we both agree they should move mountains to get in the top 10.
Yes.
That's all I need to know. And then
I would say
you
that
better
next
make
year
the right
more
pick.
specifically. This year I'd ignore it.
I'm not sure about next year's quarterback crop. Limits? You?
That 2018 draft, as a side note, was absolutely unreal with Josh Allen 7th. The top 10 was Baker, Saquon, Sam Darnold, Denzel Ward, Bradley Chubb, Quentin Nelson, Josh Allen, Roquan Smith, Mike McGlinchey, the tackle, and then Josh Rosen. But on the quarterback class, I'm much more confident in it than I am this year's class, even though we have not seen Arch Manning play considerable snaps because they had Quinn Ewers.
Who beyond Arch Manning are you talking about?
Nico Iamaleava, I think that's how you pronounce his name, from Tennessee. Lenoris Sellers from South Carolina is a pretty intriguing player. He would have got a lot more run if they would have made the playoffs. South Carolina just got out, wasn't just on the outside looking in. And Garrett Nussmeier is pretty decent at LSU, too. And we know what LSU has done with quarterbacks over the last few years with Daniels and with Burrow.
We'll see, I guess. And you think Drew Aller's in that conversation?
I do. I think he will be. He needed to come back to school. He was not ready to go out to the draft.
I don't see Drew Aller as a franchise quarterback. Do you, Bob?
No. I think he can be a serviceable guy, but I wouldn't classify him as someone I would want to have as my can't-miss franchise quarterback.
Did you know that Aaron Rodgers finished 7th in the league, tied with Josh Allen in touchdown passes this year at 28? 28 touchdowns and 11 picks.
I look at that as the way I looked at Russell Wilson now last year. The numbers seemed good,
yeah,
but there was more to it than that.
I agree with that. However, may I interest you in a gently used Aaron Rodgers for the Steelers next year, Bob?
No.
Him and Tomlin have a nice bromance going, don't they?
Good for them, but no.
Limits?
No. Not that interested.
Who would be better? Who would be better on the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson?
Probably Russell Wilson.
Bob?
Probably Rodgers for 1 year, but I'm not interested in either. I want to move away from that just because of the cost involved.
Man, that would be either either way it would be very intriguing, but that could be absolutely horrifying.
I would look forward to the first.
That could be Joe Namath on the Rams
column after spending 5 days in darkness with Aaron Rodgers. What that would be like.
You think he would let me do that?
I would find it very interesting because you, knowing that you're afraid of just about everything in the darkness, you would have a hard time.
And the light.
You would have a hard time staying there for 5 days or
Oh,
whatever.
my God, it's 12:05. Limits, why didn't you warn me?
The 50-minute mark.
The 50-minute mark on the
50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. The Fan is turning 15. You're invited to our anniversary party on February 26th at Rivers Casino. The party is free, but you need a ticket to get in. Head to Porky's Bar and Grill in Etna this Wednesday from 5 to 6. The first 10 people will get a pair of tickets. Plus, we will draw for a pair of tickets at 6. Details at 937thefan.com. Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Coming up. What? I can't hear anything in my left ear, Limits. What did you say? Okay. Coming up at noon, we have a Limitless Express, Bob. You can jump right on. And what a wonderful man you are to be our
I've got to
conductor.
be listening to that thing about wooden teeth forever. It's going to be.
I know.
You don't have to go to it now.
Have you ever met Dr. Dick at Duquesne, Bob?
No.
You should have him on one of your shows. He's very good in sports
Shall I
marketing.
call
you Ron, Dr. Dick? What should we go with
you
here?
You can call me Ron.
He preferred Ron.
I preferred Ron. I understand why.
Where was I here? Limits. You threw me off with getting something happened where the headphones cut off, and then you were talking in my ear.
Yes, I wanted to deliver a message to you because I have
Something
to play
horrible
something soon
happened.
because of the time.
Okay, play it.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops will play tonight against Virginia at the Peterson Event Center at 7 o'clock. 6:30 is when pregame coverage begins right here on The Fan. Can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, today it's likely going to be the warmest day of the week. I have Pittsburgh hitting 60 for today's high. Noon temperatures are near 50. Skies will be a mix of partly cloudy to mostly cloudy with winds at about 10 miles an hour coming in out of the south-southwest. Rain chances return briefly tonight as a cold front passes by. Our midnight temperatures will be Tuesday's daily high with temps dipping down to the 30s for the rest of the day. I'm personal meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KTK Weather Center.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, Donnie Football here, and I am a free man. You know how some people have to check in with their parole officer? Hopefully not you. Well, for years, that was me, except it was my doctor, and the crime was my waistline. Twice a year, like clockwork, I had to go in and hear the same speech. Donnie, your weight's a problem. Donnie, your numbers aren't great. Maybe I had to try a salad. Well, guess what? It's been 2 years since I started Awaken 180,
and my doc is shocked that not only have I lost the weight, but I've kept the weight off. So now we're down to just once a year. That's right, I've been promoted to the healthy patient status thanks to Awaken 180. Both me and the doc know I'm not putting that weight back on because I've proven it. 2 years since starting Awaken 180, 10 weeks later and 45 pounds lighter, I've become a new Donnie. Yeah, Awaken 180 taught me how to lose weight, but more importantly, it helped me keep it off. Free support for life, a promise you'll only receive from Awaken 180. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with the foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
This ain't the little itty-bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Lombardi Trophy, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Need a little help moving things around inside your house?
I like it.
2 Men in a Junk Truck can help you with the heavy lifting.
All right, then.
And while we're there, we're happy to help you clear away the clutter.
2 Men.
Book us online at junktruck.com.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Gaines Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gaines Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gaines Super Flings.
Gaines Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gaines Super Flings.
Gaines Super Flings for next level laundry.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The big news of the day, Myles Garrett has requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns, but the Browns remain adamant that they do not want to trade their star pass rusher. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Myles Garrett news. It's so interesting to me that, you know, frankly, and I'm sure you'll admit to this, Bob, you run talk shows every night of the week on television too, is it's starting to be a little bit of a slow time. Not completely slow, but before the Pirates kick in, the Steelers are done.
Hockey shuts down for 2 weeks.
Right. We need some topics here. And when the NBA had that blockbuster, well, that leads to trade talk. And the Penguins had a pretty significant trade in which Kyle Dubas wrested a first-rounder in that trade from the Rangers, as it turned out. And then all of a sudden, on top of all this, when it was going to be a trade-themed day, we get Myles Garrett requesting a trade from the Browns. Before we get into our Limitless Express here, what did you say Diana Rossini reported?
First and a second.
Was all they'd get?
According to a former GM.
I agree with you. I think it's going to be more. What are you looking at, Bob?
I'm looking at the salary. I wasn't sure of it. So it's 2025, he's making almost $20 million, 2026, $25 million. That's pretty good for a guy.
And what is the dead cap charge there? $36 million on a trade, is it?
I assume that's what that is, yeah. They still get. So I still think there are teams out there going to want him bad enough that they'll go over that.
No. Myles Garrett is, for a lot of teams in their minds and maybe in reality, the difference between hanging around and actually getting to a Super Bowl and winning. The Bills are an example. The Bengals could be an example. The Broncos. There's 10 teams that would be vying for his services easily. Don't you think?
Yes, because if you're close, oftentimes that's the one thing you're missing. A little bit more pressure from a guy at the end like that. What they can do with him, it's enticing. So enticing normally means teams overpay. And I believe somebody would overpay. In terms of that offer, which was first and a second, I would reverse and say 2 firsts and a second.
I mean, Khalil Mack back in 2019 got 2 first-round picks, a third and a sixth from the Bears, right? So I don't know. I think that Myles Garrett would get you 2 first-round picks. I respectfully disagree with whoever that was.
Yeah, I agree, too. I think 2 and a second. 2 first rounds and a second probably is the going rate.
Well, who are we to talk, Bob? It's time for the Limitless Express. Limits?
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here
again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Shall I call you Ron, Dr. Dick? What should we go with
You
here?
can call me Ron.
Here we go.
Diana Rossini also saying, buckle up. This isn't going to be a clean or easy breakup between the Browns and Myles Garrett. As one NFL executive put it, it's going to be a wild few weeks. And that exact report that Bob was referencing is that she talked to one NFL GM that says probably a first-round pick plus is what they're going to get for Garrett. Can't wait for the quote-unquote, it will be 3 1s crowd. Not happening. 1 into 2, 1 and 2 threes. Throw a player in there for Myles Garrett, and it makes you think what the Steelers could get for T.J. Watt.
Who's saying that? This GM?
This is what a GM
Anonymous
is telling
Okay.
her, yes.
He makes it sound like people are idiots for talking about multiple first-round picks. How does he explain Khalil Mack?
Maybe age-wise, because Khalil Mack was 2 years younger.
Yeah, but Myles Garrett's better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's 29. He still arguably has three more years. Again, the whole idea here, if you're a team
There,
interested
look
in
up
him,
there. Adam Schefter, a potential trade comp. When 27-year-old Khalil Mack was traded, Bears gave up 2 first-round picks, a third and a sixth. The 29-year-old Garrett. So how about if this former GM talks to Adam Schefter about that too? Sorry, Bob.
No, I forgot what I was going to say now.
I'm sorry. I
no,
completely got in your way. And
it
feel
it
horrible
depends on how
about it.
desperate you are as a team. If you believe that we are this piece away, then you're going to react accordingly, I think.
I mean,
it was something not in the cards, now all of a sudden it is.
I'll look at the Bills. They can't get over the hump. They have a generational quarterback. You don't think, because they don't have a defense.
Right.
It's as simple as that. They show up in Kansas City every year with no defense. You don't think that the Bills, in a second, would give up 2 first-round picks for Myles Garrett?
Yes, that's what I mean.
I'd be more surprised.
The window is now. We need this piece now, so
Yes.
therefore we pay for it now. That's the way it goes. So I totally believe that's the way it's going to go. It's going to be more than what that first and second round offer is.
So do I. I'm flabbergasted by that guy. And that's the second time I've used that word in 2 shows, Bob.
You have.
Do you
We're
like
keeping
that?
track.
Do you like that word?
Yes. Very interesting word.
Limits.
It's a great word. Flabbergasted. Very surprised.
Next.
Packers president Mark Murphy, not a fan of the quarterback push play. He would like to see the tush push that the Eagles run so well be banned.
Me too.
Get out of here with this. Didn't
Me
he
too.
play in the NFL? Stop it. Do what the Chiefs did against the Bills. You don't like it? Stop it. I'm tired of these whiny babies everywhere, Bob.
Apparently, I'm one of them because I don't like it. I think it's just it's a rugby play that doesn't need to be in the NFL. You have quarterback sneaks legitimately, and you should not have the whole team behind you pushing. It's like having a tug of war where you have
Stop it. Have your whole defensive team push somebody from behind and stop the play.
That's your view. I disagree. I just don't like it. I want to get.
What are you going to do with the next play that works? You going to outlaw that? It's a play that works. Find a
Okay.
way to stop it. How would you illegalize it?
I would just say you're not allowed to have someone line up behind the quarterback and push him to the chains. That's all. You're not allowed to do it.
What?
Maybe so.
What?
I'm just tired of it.
What?
Just like I'm tired of
What?
shootouts in
What?
hockey. I've
What?
told you this for 3 years.
What?
I don't want to see another shootout in hockey.
What?
Murphy, he has a monthly Q&A column on the team's website. How about that? Could you imagine if Art did a monthly Q&A on the website?
That would be some electric stuff.
He said, there is no skill involved, and it is almost an automatic first down on plays of a yard or less.
Somebody should tell him there's no skill involved in a lot of football. It's can you push the guy in front of you? Are you bigger than him? Can you figure out a way to stop it? The Chiefs wound up stopping a 6'4", 240-pound guy who was doing sort of the tush push with the Bills. Stop it.
He also said there used to be a rule prohibiting this, but is no longer enforced because I believe it's thought to be too hard for the officials to see. The play is bad for the game, and we should go back to prohibiting the push of the runner. This is the main quote here. This would bring back the traditional quarterback sneak. That worked pretty well for Bart Starr and the Packers in the Ice Bowl.
I was at the Ice Bowl. I don't know, Bob. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just cranky today. I suppose you could always limit it. How about limit it to one person instead of none? I didn't say I liked it. I just don't see why it would be illegal. So the rule would be what? Just one person or nobody pushing him?
Nobody pushing.
Can you never push a runner then?
No, you can push a runner.
When? What do you mean you can?
I think whistle. It depends on when whistles are blown here too. You can't. Some of these officials let plays go on and on and on and on, and of course there are big piles of people moving, and you don't know where it's moving, and you blow a whistle. It's dead, and then the guy keeps moving. There's so much about those plays that drive me nuts. I don't like a tush push. I just don't. That's just me personally. I'm sure I'm in the minority. Actually, most people would like it and would defend it, like you're doing to me.
Limits. You're up. Next topic.
Chip Kelly is being hired to leave Ohio State as their offensive coordinator. He's going to be the new Raiders OC under Pete Carroll, Joe.
I find this coaching staff, I'll tell you, I find them very interesting, Bob. You're talking about guys that have had enormous success, and everybody laughs at Chip Kelly from his NFL tenure. Well, his first 2 years in Philly, he won 10 games each year and went to the playoffs 1 year and won a division. You get a statue in this town for that these days. Oh, my God, 10 games. Can you believe it? He has a 2-year non-losing streak, and they get killed in the playoffs. What a great coach. And he got fired for it when he started to have a bad year in year
Chip
3.
Kelly.
I like
always
him.
have. I think he's very innovative with a lot of what he does, and I think that's a good hire by Pete Carroll.
So do I. I think he's innovative. I think he's not afraid. He did actually wind up failing in year 3 in Philly. That offense that he brought here, the 7 seconds or less type deal, the Todd Graham, hurry up, people, it just didn't work at that level. But he's adjusted too. I think he's a smart guy.
Yeah, he is. He's gotten better just the way that he goes about his business in the NFL. He led an Ohio State offense that did nothing against Michigan to complete and utter changes.
Another change you're thinking of is Kelly told Pete Carroll and ownership there he's demanding Cordero Patterson join the Raiders. He has a bunch of pitch outs designed for him, Bob.
The one and only play per game at $3 million.
It's almost time for Cordero Patterson to go into the game, guys. There's 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. It's almost that time.
No, let's wait till he's completely frozen. Then we'll put him in and pitch the ball out to him.
Well, the whole thing about his signing in the first place was because of the new dynasty kickoff.
Yeah, and they wound up taking a step back on kickoffs
they went backwards.
They went backwards.
So he was the reason, and I
Like
understood
Deontay.
that. But I didn't like the 2-year, $6 million. I thought that was a little bit aggressive.
Maybe Deontay is a metaphor unto himself for the entire Steelers operation. It's just backwards, Bob. Everything is backwards. We think we're ahead of the game because the day the NFL changes kickoff rules, we go out and sign a broken down kick returner. Anyway, next.
Should Deontay go out and do some lessons on running backwards? Do you think he could do a good job for somebody in training?
He should show up at some of these camps, these youth camps, and they should have a special segment where he shows up and teaches them to run backwards.
He could help some corners become the next phase of the NFL, running backwards, backpedaling. That's what you do.
He's our wide receiver teacher, but he's accidentally teaching corners to backpedal. Yes, we should do that.
It's called the Michael Jackson approach to football.
Right.
Moonwalking your way to the end zone. SpotTrack estimates that Justin Fields' market value is at 1 year, $6.5 million. That seems kind of light, Bob, does it?
Yeah, I thought it would be more. If you're going to do 1 year, I thought it'd be in the $15 million range, 13 to 15. That's interesting. Well, that makes it easier then if that's the kind of stuff that would happen there.
I mean, why is that surprising? I think here, for some reason, even some people who cover the team have been deluded by Justin Fields. Justin Fields was there for the taking for anybody last year, and nobody wanted him as a starter.
Nobody wanted Russell Wilson either.
Let me count the teams that wanted Russell Wilson or wanted Justin Fields to be their starter. There I counted them. So we think that he upgraded his market profile dramatically here?
No,
the dude completed 53% of his passes over his last 2 games. He got lucky, which you could see if you're watching tape and breaking it down on the guy. If you're thinking, hey, should we sign Fields? Well, wait a second. He had some horrible passes in this Raiders game we're watching. Had a horrible pass here and there in another game we're watching. Should have had more turnovers. He still fumbles the ball. He had 7 fumbles this year. I just wholeheartedly disagree with the notion that Justin Fields reinvented himself with the Steelers. I think it's a bunch of hogwash, Bob.
I'm not disputing that. What I am saying is that when you look at, franchise quarterbacks are getting $50 million a year. I would think that someone who's going to be a starter on your team who went 4-2 as a starter for your team would command more than $6 million for 1 year.
He's not going to be a starter. There's nobody who wants him as a starter, just like last year.
The Steelers may want him as their starter.
Well, that might tell you all you need to know about the Fighting Deontay Johnsons,
but
right?
It's because you don't have many other options here at this point.
Right, exactly.
So that's why you have to figure out a plan to go after your next quarterback in the draft somehow, some way. How do you get there? This is a plan that should have been hatched several years ago in advance of the ultimate retirement of Ben Roethlisberger. And you can argue with me that, it was Mason Rudolph. Then they drastically took Kenny Pickett when they didn't have to, but they did because they felt they needed to.
What would you have suggested they do back then?
Draft a quarterback in the first round, I know Ben would not be happy. I don't care who's not happy.
What would you have said at that time in the midst of the Killer Bees? The midst of the Killer Bees, a year or two after going to the AFC title game, if the Steelers used the 25th pick on a quarterback, you would have said good move?
It depends on who that quarterback was and their plans for him. At some point, you have to have a succession plan, don't you?
I think of 2 franchises in the history of football that have had it. I'm not going to blame the Steelers for not drafting in the first round.
All right, do you think the Kenny Pickett pick was a desperation pick then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were forced to do that because you didn't have an idea of what you were going to do. You knew the end was coming.
You still didn't have to do it. You still set your Mike Tomlin still set the Steelers back by years by making a terrible pick there because he was convinced Pickett was the guy. Just because you didn't have this foresight to take a first-rounder in 2020 doesn't mean you reach for Kenny Pickett.
Well, that's what happened.
It did, yes.
And so now they're in the same boat again.
I know.
Here we are. What's that thing? What's the guy say? Here we are again in the same situation.
That's Brian.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Bob, it's a very odd timing on his hand slap on the table. That's Brian Kelly, who I love to see lose. See if you can recreate the hand slap with him at the exact same time. Are you ready? Give Bob a shot at this. I couldn't do it, remember? On 5 tries. It doesn't make sense where he does it. Try it, Bob, and we'll give you credit if you mimic it perfectly. Go.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Let me try that, Limits. I'm ready.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Pretty close.
Bob, you want another shot at it?
No.
You hurt your heart. You hurt your hand over there.
I went a little too hard on that one.
Yeah.
I have golf to worry about.
Next. Limits.
The odds are out on Myles Garrett's next team.
Let me guess.
Buffalo, number 1.
All I see is Buffalo. I'm going to say Buffalo, number 1.
Los Angeles Chargers, number 2.
I'm going to say Denver, number 2, and we'll give you a third. Who are you saying 3?
I'm
going to say Baltimore, number 3.
No, I'm not going to do that.
I know. That's why I said
I would say, who else is close in that?
Just say the Bucs, Bob.
Cincinnati.
They're the fake Browns.
Buffalo. There we go. Buffalo plus 650. Tied with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, that's all we need is Myles Garrett to the Eagles, Bob. Can you imagine him with Jalen Carter and those guys?
They have the number 1 defense anyway.
Oh my God. Now he would love to go there. I bet.
Oh, I think.
Next.
And then San Diego, or I guess the LA Chargers, Baltimore at plus 800, and Arizona at plus 11 or plus 1150.
Holy horse milk. Here's the other thing, Bob. Why would you want to trade him to a Super Bowl contender and get lower picks? Wouldn't you want to? Plus, you can really send him off to Siberia if you send him to like Carolina.
How about the Chicago Bears?
That would be interesting.
Do they need help there, don't they? I mean, on both sides of the ball, but that would help them.
That's a good call by Bob.
That would help them, give them a pass
rusher. Does Garrett
rusher.
have any control over where he goes?
I don't think so.
I don't think either. I don't think he has a no trade.
So you'd want to send him to a bad team, wouldn't you?
Well, when you think they could be bad, yes. Absolutely.
I think you can get ahead of the game in a big way. He was fighting injuries this year. Remember, his foot was all banged up. Both feet were, it seemed, at one time.
Needed a good feet store.
I think that at this point, I think you're getting way ahead of the game here if you're the Browns, and you can
How long do
trade
you think
him.
this will happen? Do you think it'll go up into the draft or maybe at the draft, or do you think it'll happen When?
I'm not sure it will happen. They're just dumb enough not to do it. But I think it'll happen leading up to the draft, yes. You?
Yeah, I think it'll be before the draft.
They've gotten the best years of Myles Garrett's career, just as the Steelers have gotten the best years of T.J. Watt's career. He is a depreciating asset.
Does not care about 5 years from now. They want to do it in the next 2 years. And if you can help get him there for 2 years, then he would accomplish what he wants, which is to contend for some championship, and they would accomplish what they want.
If the Bears gave you their pick this year for T.J. Watt, would you do it? That pick and a little bit more?
What is their pick, 10 or 5? What are they?
Did we say 10?
Yeah, it's 10.
10? Maybe a second-round pick
I would
next
have
year?
to get more than that because I'm not so certain. Again, my need is a quarterback, and I'm not – this year doesn't do much for me. There's some good players. There are some really good wide receivers. I think cornerbacks also.
Well, can't you use that as collateral for next year too, or at least improve your roster big
You
time?
could. I would improve my roster at every level and then try to figure out my quarterback situation a year from now. But
All right,
that's just
Bob.
me.
Let's talk a little Penguins. That was wonderful, Limits, and thank you.
Thank you very kindly.
Let's talk a little Penguins coming up here because their version of a pretty big trade happened as well. Not quite on the level of Doncic and AD or what it would be if Myles Garrett got traded, but they did get a first-round pick from the Rangers here. And how far does Kyle Dubas take this? How far should he take it? We'll talk about that coming up. Want a chance to win a trip to Vegas for you and 3 guests plus $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships? All you have to do is download and listen to The Fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen each day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour, and you receive an entry. It's that simple. This national contest runs through Sunday, February 23rd. So get the free Odyssey app now. Listen to The Fan for 1 hour each day, and you'll have a chance at winning this ultimate prize pack. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Super Bowl Sunday. We are in Super Bowl week between Philadelphia and Kansas City. 6:30 on Sunday, February 9th. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan with the NFL on Westwood One. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Thank you, Limits, for your immense kindness and compassion. Peter recently decided to sell his home in Moon Township and wanted to work with a top-notch real estate agent. He contacted Gina. That was a good move, Pete, if I may call you Pete. Gina and her team said, this is someone we can help. They always say that. And Pete said, wow, her exceptional dedication and commitment was off the charts. Peter said Gina always went the extra mile, always available whenever he had questions, spur of the moment. Peter said that he will enthusiastically recommend Gina to anyone thinking about selling their home. Here's the thing you can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh. Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina at 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shen.
Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, February 22nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Do you have college credits and want to complete your bachelor degree? Waynesburg University has a 100% online degree completion program designed for working professionals. Tuition is affordable and financial aid is available. If you want to finish your degree, visit waynesburg.edu.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Las Vegas has hired Chip Kelly as its offensive coordinator, making him the NFL's highest paid coordinator, with the deal averaging $6 million per year. The 61-year-old former Eagles and 49ers head coach was most recently the offensive coordinator for those national champion Ohio State Buckeyes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
In a world that moves 1,000,000 miles a second, Haagen-Dazs invites you to slow down and savor every delicious bite. Take it 1 almond at a time with a Haagen-Dazs Vanilla Milk Chocolate Almond Bar. Madagascar vanilla, rich milk chocolate, and toasted California almonds make this unmatched icon legendary. Whatever Dazs you savor, a snack bar or your favorite flavor, say goodbye to the fast life and hello to savoring the finest ingredients and the richest and creamiest ice cream. That's Dazs, available at retailers nationwide.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away, so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Elantra 36 monthly, 10,000 miles per year. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2. Tucson and Santa Fe. Must finance HMF low APR Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer.fee. All buyers are qualifying. Stock units only. Represent 131.25.
Start the year in a new Hyundai at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Lease the new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $199 a month. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe. Both available with 1.99% financing. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 59. And it is Super Bowl 59 week. No better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel. They make it so easy to feel the big moments from the game. One thing I believe in this game is that the Eagles will win. I really believe that on the money line. I like Philadelphia to slay the Dragon and beat the Chiefs. I'm putting stock in the better team beating the better quarterback. And look, Hurts was dynamite against the Chiefs 2 years ago in the Super Bowl, and guess what? Now he's got Saquon Barkley. I like Hurts to go over his rushing yard prop in this game. I like him to score a rushing touchdown. He had 3 in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs the last time they played. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Andrew and bet with FanDuel. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Febreze. Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Bob? Man, the more I look at this Luka deal, it is so strange that Dallas would just part with this guy and, like you said, not check around. Can you imagine the windfall they could have gotten for a 25-year-old? And then they seem to sort of slander him on the way out of town. Their general manager, Nico Harrison, talked about them wanting, defense wins championships, intimating that he wasn't a defender, which he wasn't. Neither was Mario. This reminds me of if the Penguins had traded Mario as a 25-year-old. Because the other thing is that they're reporting on ESPN is that they got tired with this guy not wanting to comply with their eating programs, his approach to diet, his lackadaisical approach to diet and conditioning. Who cares? Who cares?
He's not one of those guys who runs around.
Some guys are like that.
He's a big dude, 6'8", 270 pounds, whatever he is, but he knows how to play and slow down and break down his opposition. He gets into the lane, and he has ways of maneuvering that you can't teach anyone, and it doesn't have anything to do with a diet. He knows how his body is. If you average 28 points per game, you can eat all the chips you want. I don't
Exactly. There have been so many guys like this in sports who you can't change. Mario is a great example. In his second Penguins career, working with our very own Jay Caulfield, I might add, Bob, he got into the whole conditioning thing later on. He didn't need it back then.
That was more of a, okay, I got to get myself into better shape at my age versus
exactly.
Back then you didn't. When you're young, you can do whatever. And if you ask Mario, I'm sure he'll tell you that he didn't necessarily adhere to a strict diet.
Well, no, we know that from early in his career. Some people are just so talented and so good and so competitive that it doesn't matter. That crap doesn't matter.
But even if you wanted
was
to
Ben
deal
in shape
him,
his whole career?
Probably not. A lot of guys probably aren't. My point is, if you're, first of all, why would you let that out? Number one, you're trying to trade him. You would say nothing other than, "Hey, we've had a little bit of a disagreement. He's available. Who wants him? Come get him. Give me an offer."
It sounds like a cheap organization, and they're reacting in Dallas not well to this. They had a mock funeral protest at the American Airlines Center with people there just absolutely livid.
Dirk Nowitzki went on Twitter and had an emoji that summed it all up too. And he's a guy who. He's one of them. That's another guy. When you looked at Dirk Nowitzki, you said to yourself, he's not the best conditioned guy I know. He doesn't run circles around people, but he has this way of getting open and making shots.
Yes. If you're, and I see where Luka's dad is now quoted as saying he played 100 games last year, practically 40 minutes a game with 2 or 3 players constantly on him and took him to the finals. This is insanity.
I remember from that run of his that he had isolation. I guess this was the NBA Western Finals against, was it Denver? Who did they beat?
Minnesota last year.
Minnesota. Yeah. And so it was Rudy Gobert, who's like a defensive player of the year almost every year. He made him look like he just had 6 ankles breaking left and right. He had in, out, step back 3. Gobert had no chance to stop him. And that's a mismatch in size also, I think. It goes to show you what he can do without having to move a lot. He's not a guy who's going to run around and just do that. That's not what he does.
I don't get it. I don't get why you wouldn't shop him around, and now he's in L.A. And L.A. has a history of bringing in these types of players to build championships around.
But it wasn't even the Lakers' idea. That's the weird part of this. They did not approach Dallas. They didn't know.
I know, but here they are. What I'm saying is he's going to L.A. like Wilt Chamberlain did, like Kareem did in the prime of his career, way back when he was about 25. After he led the Bucks to a championship, somehow L.A. winds up with a guy like this.
For not all that much, to be honest. And I like Anthony Davis, but it's just it's not all that much in a return. You could have set yourself up for future number ones for quite a while if you're Dallas, and they just chose not to.
And it has led us to Pittsburgh trade talk. And, of course, today we get word that Myles Garrett wants a trade. Are the Browns going to get the jump on that? They say they're not going to trade him while the Steelers hold on to T.J. Watt. And my question would be, for what? Like, I guess there's the fan sentiment. I understand. I'd love T.J. Watt if I rooted for the Steelers too. But from strictly a team building, team future standpoint, to me, it doesn't make sense to sink another $100 million or so into T.J. Watt. It just doesn't. And now's the time to deal him. Now would be the time.
You know, we've had these conversations before about the Penguins with Malkin and Letang specifically several years ago, and they chose not to do it either. And look where it's gotten them in terms of now making other trades, and I wonder where they're going to stop. Kyle Dubas is, he's got some extra money coming up after the NHL and PA agreed to increase salary cap numbers. I think it's $22 million over a 3-year span going up, so they'll have money. But they still have contracts that are not movable, I don't think. And what do you do next? Is it Rickard Rakell? What do you do? You can't stop here, can you, Joe, if you're Kyle Dubas?
Not me. I think a lot of people already saying, that he's an absolute genius and, oh, my God, he's on a heater, The Athletic said. Let's calm down a little bit, okay? He's got some of the worst contracts I've ever seen in the NHL. Okay, he's got $20 million tied up in Erik Karlsson, Tristan Jarry, and Ryan Graves. For this year, for next year, I believe for the year after that with Karlsson, I believe that'll be his last year. So they're complete. I don't care how much the cap goes up. They're completely hamstrung by horrendous contracts, and they are in no position to keep Rickard Rakell. A $5 million player for multiple years from here on out in his early 30s.
You can get something for right now.
Yes.
Is there anyone else on their roster, short of those guys who have no trade clauses, that you can get anything
Not short of the guys with no trade clauses, no.
So where do you go next?
Rickard Rakell. And then I start asking people about their trade clauses, knowing that some of them will want to stay and all of that. That's fine. I can't imagine that you couldn't deal Erik Karlsson. Why would he want to stay? But having said that, this trade with Vancouver and the Rangers was a great trade. Doesn't mean it'll turn out, but kind of like the conversation you and I had about the top 10, getting yourself in the top 10 to take a quarterback, you need to put yourself in position to either swing and miss or hit a home run. And if you're not drafting multiple times in first rounds, then you never have a chance. So good for him, great for him for getting a first-round pick back in this deal. That's fantastic for what amounts to a garden variety NHL defenseman in Marcus Pettersson, who, by the way, you were selling him low. He wasn't playing well this year. And also Drew O'Connor, you were selling low. That was great, but that needs to be still part of the beginning here. You have people throwing around, they have 15 picks in the top 3 rounds over the next 3 years. Great. You're going to hit on a very small percentage of those. It's the NHL. Keep stockpiling. I like the fact they got a young prospect, young player, this Fernstrom, put in this deal. Keep stockpiling interesting guys like that. This can't be the end for now. This has to be more of a beginning. This, combined with last year's Gensel trade, needs to be the beginning for Kyle Dubas, who apparently is still afraid to say the word rebuild. Say it. Say the word and then do it. I mean, this is going nowhere otherwise.
There are levels of rebuild. You don't have to go full in, get rid of everyone, but you can still rebuild.
Who wouldn't you get rid of other than Sid if you had the chance? Let's say nobody had a no-trade clause. Who would you be saying, man, you got to keep that guy and not get the return for him? Who?
No, I would have, and I've been on record before as talking about trade, before they signed their new extensions that Hextall was forced to kind of give them, both Malkin and Letang. All due respect, great Pittsburgh Penguins will be remembered as such. But if there was a time to move them, it was right then and there.
Well, what about
before
now?
They ever got to that?
What if nobody had a no-trade clause? Other than Sid, I would trade everybody on the team. And be open to it.
First of all, there aren't that many, and that includes Erik Karlsson. I wish he would agree to something, because I think he could serve somebody better than he is here right now, given the money. And I'd love to get rid of some of that money.
Eat a little bit of that money to make it happen. Why not? You put yourself in this position with 2 of the most horrendous contract signings in Penguins history. Tristan Jarry and Ryan Graves both at about $27 million. So
yeah, that one was.
You don't have the luxury of keeping a soon-to-be 32-year-old winger who would be a pretty hot commodity on the market here in Rickard Rakell. You don't have that luxury. Trade him, get another first-round pick, which I think you could. Do you agree, Bob?
You think you can get a first-round pick for Rickard Rakell?
My God, they just got one from Marcus Pettersson.
Yeah, but that was kind of a different situation. I don't know if I think Vancouver was so desperate to get rid of JT Miller originally when they got that pick. I don't think they had that pick as something that was.
Then get a second-round pick. I think you can get a first-rounder for Rakell. I do. He's signed.
Meanwhile, how many Petterssons do the Canucks have on their roster now?
Too many.
Too many. A lot of Petterssons.
He's signed. He's signed to a reasonable deal, and he's highly productive right now. To me, that's a first-round pick. That's first-round pick material.
How about a guy like Kevin Hayes? And I say this not that he would bring in a lot, but he's the kind of valued veteran that a lot of GMs talk about this time of the year. And he's having a pretty good year when you think about it. I looked at a list of guys on their team, and I'm thinking, who would get what? What would Kevin Hayes get you? He'd get you something.
Nothing.
He served, again, no purpose here given what they're going through, I don't think. But he what does he have? How many goals does he have? It's not bad. I mean, I when they acquired him, they got him they got the second-round pick included, which is why they took him, I believe.
I mean, that's fine, but I'm talking about needle movers here, Bob. Guys who set you up for a future. Yes, there are. Raquel is one of them.
You said beyond him. Beyond him, who are they going to?
Any of the guys who have no trades, you beg. Brian Rust.
Yeah, but you can't control them if they say no.
No, you can't. No, you can't. But you can beg, and once you approach them, they know that you want to get rid of them. Plus, with Karlsson again, why would he want to stay? I don't get it. Why would he be disagreeable to moving?
I don't know.
Limits? Anybody?
No idea.
Can somebody help me here? Why would he want to stay here?
He's no connection to the city. He was not a part of the historic winning the Cups. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand it.
I would love to see him get dealt. And that's a lot of money to get up from under, even if you picked up some of it, Bob. You know
I wouldn't mind picking up some of it. If it meant I can get rid of half of it, I'll do it.
412-928-9370. Bob, would you like to go through some of the greatest trades in Pittsburgh history and give a quick opinion and perhaps recollection of that?
Sure.
That's what I have on tap for you next.
A lot of interesting ones.
Ron Cook wrote a column, and we're going to follow along. This was a couple of years ago. This was when they got Karlsson. Ron ranked the 10 greatest, biggest trades in Pittsburgh sports history.
What did he think of the Karlsson one?
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you after the tease is fulfilled. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What do I owe you here, Limitless Wonder? Little Good Feet store?
Yes, sir.
Good, because I love talking about the Good Feet store and the fact that after years of pain in the joints of my big toes, it lessened. It got better. And that was because I went and visited their store out in Robinson across from IKEA. That's one of their stores. There's one in Cranberry, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. There's one in Morgantown, or you go to goodfeet.com. And what you learn and hopefully what you experience is a lessening of the pain and how they do it. It's the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System. It's designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. It's quitting time around here, around everywhere. This soon after New Year's, people are quitting left and right. And one of the reasons with their new exercise regimens is because their feet hurt. So how about lessening your foot pain? How about making it manageable enough to do stuff you want to do? Whether it's walk around a track, walk around your neighborhood, do anything. Get out, move around. You might not have the problem I had. You might have plantar fasciitis. You might have needles in your heel. You might have pain, burning in the balls of your feet, maybe something like that. This can work for you. Come on in and try the Good Feet feeling. Again, you can go to goodfeet.com or the stores I mentioned. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NFC beat the AFC for the third consecutive year. Eli Manning's team beats Peyton Manning's team. 76-63 was the final score at the Pro Bowl games. Minkah Fitzpatrick had 2 interceptions, including a pick 6 at the Pro Bowl games. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Here are the top questions from homeowners in the new year. Can my roof survive another winter? And can my bank account survive if my roof doesn't? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the answer. Roofing done right the first time and roofing priced like it was last year. That's right. To keep their crews working this winter, PJ Fitzpatrick will set all prices back a year and guarantee your estimate for all of 2025. Plus, they guarantee their work for the life of your roof. Visit trustpj.com to schedule your free consultation and price lock guarantee.
Hey, Donnie Football here, and I am a free man. You know how some people have to check in with their parole officer? Hopefully not you. Well, for years, that was me, except it was my doctor, and the crime was my waistline. Twice a year, like clockwork, I had to go in and hear the same speech. Donnie, your weight's a problem. Donnie, your numbers aren't great. Maybe I had to try a salad. Well, guess what? It's been 2 years since I started Awaken 180, and my doc is shocked that not only have I lost the weight, but I've kept the weight off. So now, we're down to just once a year. That's right, I've been promoted to the healthy patient status thanks to Awaken 180. Both me and the doc know I'm not putting that weight back on because I've proven it. 2 years since starting Awaken 180, 10 weeks later and 45 pounds lighter, I've become a new Donnie. Yeah, Awaken 180 taught me how to lose weight, but more importantly, it helped me keep it off. Free support for life, a promise you'll only receive from Awaken 180. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business. Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it, and will beat any print quote. Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs. No problem. I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens. Totally. I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing. I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at number one Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service, and that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who'll be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customer.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Joe Lenardi of ESPN currently has Pitt basketball as one of the last 4 byes in the NCAA tournament in the field of 68 as the Panthers will play tonight against Virginia. The Cavaliers not having a very successful season. It's a chance for Pitt to be able to bounce back from a 2-point loss on Saturday to Wake Forest. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, 7 o'clock tip-off, 6:30, the pregame coverage with Cale Berger, Bill Hillgrove, and the crew. Curtis Aiken and company will begin. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We're back. Pomp and Joe rolls on until 2 o'clock here, and then the PM team takes over, and I'm sure they'll have a full plate of trade issues because that's the theme of the day. Austin, we started with just potential, kind of, hypothetical situations, and now all of a sudden one fell out of the air, and that is Myles Garrett wants out of Cleveland, demands a trade, or at least requests a trade. It hasn't become a demand yet. It may become a demand, and it may lead to a very interesting offseason. Cleveland, for their part, says they're not interested in talking about any trades for Myles Garrett, which I think is a negotiating ploy. Do you?
Yeah, I do. And I feel like the statement that Garrett put out there, too, it reads as a demand, Bob. It might not say a demand, but it sure reads that way in the tone of the phrasing of his verbiage. But Cleveland is going to do everything possible to try to make some people think that he's not available, drive up the price, and try to acquire something more than if it's open season.
Right.
And everybody just puts out their highest bid. You say he's not available, that might let one team, get an extra itch to want to trade for him because they want what they can't have.
They're doing the opposite of what Dallas did with Luka Doncic in their effort to get rid of him. They just called a team and said, here, take him, we'll take this, and move on. And they, I think, hurt themselves in the long run on that. We'll see how it goes. But you don't give away generational players just like that. By the way, the NHL trade deadline is March the 7th. There's going to be a 2-week break here because of the Four Nations. And that tournament will take over, and a lot of guys are going to have 2 weeks to just sit around and do nothing. And I don't know if that's good or bad for teams. If you're a winning team, Joe, and you get 2 weeks off in the NHL break, is that good for you? Or would you
Are you trying
rather...
to steal my radio show, Bob? How did you guys go on the air this early?
All I know is that you weren't here, and there were 2 blank boxes here. I had to fill one of them.
But I was talking about you in the hallway with somebody. We got on the subject of Paul Blart Mall Cop. But that's beside the point. What are you guys talking about?
Just trades and the fact that, the NHL teams, all these teams that are playing real well right now, do you want 2 weeks off in the middle of this?
Bob, this whole Four Nations thing has you flummoxed. I'm looking forward to it. No, I don't care about it.
I didn't say I wasn't looking forward to it. What I'm saying is it doesn't help. My whole thing on this, it doesn't help NHL teams. And the players want this fine. The elite players love to play with elite players. Yeah. I get it. And it's
I'm
fun
looking
to
forward
watch,
to seeing.
But what benefit does it have for your team?
Probably none. You get out of rhythm, but I don't care about that.
Okay.
Why do I care what happens with the Ottawa Senators? I don't care.
I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about teams that really are playing well and want to continue to play well.
Like,
for example, Edmonton.
I don't care about them.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I was looking for something to talk about since you weren't here. Now, you wanted to talk about Pittsburgh-related trades.
Yes, we are talking
about
Pittsburgh.
All right, well, here we go. Pittsburgh-related trades, some of the biggest ones.
And we're going back to a Ron Cook column. Are you ready for this, Bob?
Yes.
Do you remember Ron?
How could you forget Ron?
Do you miss him?
He's a new man, though.
I still can't believe that he left. I can't believe it, Bob.
You were going to bet he would go all the way to the end.
So would you have. You would have bet that, right?
Probably. But I mean,
Ron in Cooks Forest wants to talk about Jared Jones. Hey, Ron.
Hey, Folsey, you know what they say. You can't make the club in the tub, Bob.
Poor Folsey on that day, huh? Ron in Cooks Forest, Bob, how do you take that call?
I'm suspicious of everything now.
I know. Come on. All right, here's Ron's story. This was inspired by the Carlson deal. The top 10 trades in Pittsburgh sports history. You ready, Bob?
Mm-hmm.
Recollections, memories, anything. I disagree with Ron right off the top. He doesn't have the James Neal for Patrick Hornquist trade, and I'm sorry.
Is this just Penguin-related now?
No, this is all Pittsburgh history.
Well, that was a big one, no question.
It was bigger than Joey Mullen from the Flames. Joey Mullen was a really good player. Patrick Hornquist changed a culture here with what he brought
his net
here.
Front presence
and everything else. Yes.
Yeah, and so they won 2 cups. He had a big part of it. They just had a bobblehead.
So Ron's column is wrong before it ever starts. But here we go. Number 10, biggest trades in Pittsburgh sports history. Best, he said. And he's not including, and I agree with him here, like draft day trades for Polamalu. That's different.
You mean
right,
moving
Bob?
up in the draft?
Yeah, that
that's
kind
different.
of stuff.
I agree. You're talking about player for player.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big trades. Joey Mullen from the Flames on draft day in 1990. What do you remember, Bob? Anything?
I remember what a sniper he was, and he completed a puzzle that was in need of him.
Yes.
But beyond that, that does not resonate with me as one of the top 10 trades in Pittsburgh history.
Me neither.
A big one, but
I think Ron made a horrible mistake there. Larry Murphy and tags from the North Stars for Chris Dahlquist and Jim Johnson. That is an incredible trade that might not get talked about enough. I mean, Larry Murphy is a Hall of Famer who was great here.
Not the Murphy dump.
The Murphy dump,
as opposed to the Najee Davenport dump.
And then he's got Kevin Stevens, and then number 7. A lot of these are hockey trades, aren't they, Bob?
Mm-hmm.
Rick Tocchet and Shel Samuelson and Kenny Reggett from the Flyers at the 1992 trade deadline.
That was huge.
And they had to give up Recchi to make that happen.
Yeah, that's hard to give up a guy like that, Hall of Famer, but they did what they had to do.
That's when you had a team that was in it to win it every year and and same with Rutherford, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of Jim Rutherford was getting ripped in some circles around here for getting fleeced by Kyle Dubas in that deal the other day. Like, how could he have given up this and then threw, the pick he got for the Rangers, first-round pick?
First of all, is it Rutherford or is it Patrick Alvin who's doing this?
It's Rutherford. Come on.
You're convinced of that?
Yeah. But all right, let's just say, for argument's sake, it is Rutherford if you think that's the case. I loved the way Jim Rutherford did business here. My problem with Jim Rutherford was blatantly quitting on his team. And he was the hockey version of Antonio Brown. He quit on his team. But the work he did when he was here, I loved it. All he did was swing for the fences and try and win cups.
And if he made a mistake, he would redo it. He'd say, okay, I screwed that up. I'm going to change
Derek Brassard. That was an unbelievable trade in the aspect of he got it done. He brought that guy here. Everybody thought it was going to be good. It didn't turn out to be good. That's why they say swinging for the fences. Sometimes you strike out.
I remember I had a conversation with him. We did a sit-down interview with Rutherford over at the Lemieux complex one day. And I said, why are your aggressive nature?
Yeah.
I mean, he says, it's not always been with me. But I'm now in my 70s. And quite frankly, I don't care what the results are. I used to care about them, and now I don't. I go for what I think is best for my team. If I'm willing to give up something, I just do it. In other words,
I love that.
He's been around. Some of these young GMs, I think, are apprehensive to do that because they're worried about what it looks like for their future resume.
Yes.
Rutherford had he was already going to be in the Hall of Fame, so he didn't really care about what the semantics were. If it was bad, it's bad. I'll change it.
We're all 70-plus years old. I don't know how much time anybody has. We're in this thing to win it, unless you're not, and then you're still in it to win it by being aggressively bad. And that's where I want Kyle Dubas to get. I want the Penguins to be bad and for him to stockpile way more picks than he has right now. It sounds like a lot. Oh, my God, 15 picks in the top 3 rounds over the next 3 years. What a genius he is. They're going to be so good. All right, let's stop and think about that for a minute. How many of those draft picks will ever play with Sidney Crosby? It can't just be picks, number one. Number two, you got to give yourself more of a chance in the first round. Mm-hmm. So go out and trade Rickard Rakell. Go out and make more trades, as many as you can. And, yes, tear it down to the studs. Anyway, Phil Kessel from the Maple Leafs for, among others, Kasperi Kapanen. Yeah, what a trade was.
One of the best trades that had a lot to do with where they ended up with 2 cups, and Phil had a lot to do with it.
Jim Rutherford.
HBK line.
Yes, the whole HBK line was trades. Rutherford was an absolute genius here, Bob.
He was. Any more trades? All hockey, or are we going into other ones?
The other one's Paul Coffey from the Edmonton
Coffey
Oilers.
That was a great trade. I love that trade. What he meant to them.
Well, he meant that they were actually going to be serious about trying to win when you make that move, And then number 4 is Bill Madlock from the Giants.
That's a good one on the list. I like that. You got a 4-time batting champ. He had a lot to do with their 79 World Series. Bat him 6th in the lineup. Guy's going to hit .330 every year. That was terrific. Didn't you agree?
Yes, I don't think they win the 79 series without him. Are you kidding me? A multiple-time batting champion. And he would win 2 more with the Pirates.
Yeah. So they got the bang out of their buck.
Number 3 all-time Pittsburgh trade from Ron Cook. Tom Barrasso from the Sabres in 1988 for Doug Bodger and Darren Shannon. Made by Tony Esposito, I might add, Bob. What do you remember about that?
Wasn't it Roger Belanger? Was he involved in the trade too?
I don't know.
I remember him. I don't know either. But yeah, you get a goaltender of that quality who won Rookie of the Year and then was, on that team. People talk about numbers, and I look at Tom Barrasso's numbers and say, well, they weren't all that impressive. What he meant for that team, he made big saves at big times. It didn't necessarily reflect itself because they were playing a style of hockey that was totally different. Up and down, and Barrasso had to make saves that kept plays alive and led to counter attacks the other way. So,
Number 2, Jerome Bettis from the Rams.
That would be one of my best ones. I agree that it's high on his list.
For a 2nd and 4th round pick on draft day in '96, Bob. What an unbelievable trade was.
Didn't he have a great year in L.A. Before that?
He had won, but then they didn't use him the way he wanted to be used.
Right, it was a coaching difference.
Tom Donahoe pulled off that deal.
Yeah, that was a great trade.
Do you know who the Rams coach was that misjudged Jerome Bettis?
John Robinson?
Rich Brooks. Man, okay. John Robinson, I think, would have run the wheels off the old bus.
Yeah, probably.
So the number 1 trade I think we all know of all time in Pittsburgh sports, according to Ron Cook, and I would agree with this, and I don't know if you do, Bob, is Ronnie Francis, Ulf Samuelsson from the Whalers at the deadline in 91.
Johnny Cullen.
Jeff Parker and Zarly Zalapski.
Zarly has passed away, which I was surprised. You know, I used to like Zarly Zalapski an awful lot. I thought he was going to be something special back there on that blue line. And he had his moments. I'm surprised he didn't put any Pirate trades in there beyond Madlock, because I thought getting Doug Drabeck in a trade, who turned out to be a 20-game winner.
Yeah, why didn't he put that in here, Bob?
You have to refresh my memory what they gave up to get him. And another one, and this results in no significance in any way, but Brian Giles was acquired here for I forget who. But, man, Brian Giles put on a 4-year run here that could have been Shohei Ohtani-like in terms of numbers.
The Drabeck trade has to be in here.
And what about the Pena trade to get you Andy Van Slyke, Mike Dunn, and Mike LaValliere?
Didn't they trade for Chuck Tanner?
Yes, they did. That was Manny Sanguillen, wasn't it?
What about that?
But what about Drabeck? What was because I remember they acquired
Limits,
him.
Can you look that up?
He turned out to be a 20-game winner.
1987. They got Drabeck from the Yankees. Maybe it wasn't a trade, Bob. I don't remember now.
No, I think it was a trade.
Where were you when the Ulfie trade happened? Were you happy?
Yes, Yes, I don't remember where I was, but I do. Yes, I like that trade.
You were just a young little pump then, weren't you?
It's funny how when you're a fan of a player and he does the same work that you hate him for with another team, you like it here.
Yeah.
Darius Kasparaitis was always my favorite from that regard. He used to torture Mario Lemieux when he was with the Islanders.
Right.
And then he comes here and everybody loves him for doing the same thing to other teams' players. But anyway, do you have anything on Drabeck?
It was Drabeck with Brian Fisher and Logan Easley to the Pirates for Rick Rhoden, Cecilio Guante, and Pat Clemens.
How is that not one of Ron's top 10 trades, Bob? He's got
winner.
Joey Mullen ahead of that?
Yeah, how about Brian Giles? Can you do me the favor, too, on that one? Because my computer's not working.
Can you text Ron and see if he'll come on and defend this, Bob?
No, you can do that.
You can do
it's
that.
Your idea, not mine.
Great for talk radio, my man.
Brian Giles. I'm serious, Joe. If you look at his numbers one here.
He's some of the greatest numbers in Pirates history.
Yeah, what did they give up for him?
Only Ricardo Rincon.
That's it. Part of the no-hit.
I'm sorry.
Francisco Cordova,
that's
Rich
top
Parrish,
five.
and Cordova.
That's one of the top five trades in Pittsburgh
is.
sports history. Whether it resulted in championship or not, which we know it didn't.
No.
That is an unbelievable trade. Listen to this, Bob. Are you ready to listen to this? Brian Giles has, in his short time here, some of the greatest numbers in Pirates history.
Ohtani-like.
Ohtani-like?
Yeah. What's
Are
his
you
OPS?
sure about that?
Compare his OPS.
I don't have that in front of me, Bob.
All right, then look
Here's some of the things, and people, were curious. I'll put it that way. If he was chemically enhanced, I think people
I don't care about that anymore.
I don't care
Everyone's
about it
enhanced
either.
in some way. Geez, you look at television today,
Watch
all you
your
see
mouth,
is
Bob.
enhancement.
What? What kind of television you watching?
All you had to do is watch the Grammys to know what I was talking about.
He's got the #1 OPS in Pirates history, on base plus slugging. Brian Giles has the #1 slugging percentage in the history of the Pittsburgh Pirates at .591. The list goes Giles.
That's my point.
Giles followed by Kiner, Stargell, Bay. Jason Bay is fifth on that list. Kiki Kyler. Ron covered him. Dick Stewart, Barry Bonds, Dave Parker.
All right, now look at his seasons and look at his OPS versus Ohtani and tell me if it's that much different.
It probably isn't. I mean, for his tenure here, it was over 1,000. How about that? Huh?
So that, to me, was one of the best trades ever made.
Now I'm thinking that Ron, like his Hall of Fame ballot, didn't include Giles on this because he thought he was on steroids. Do you think that was the case?
It could have been, and he might have been. And again, I don't care. He's allowed to play. The league saw nothing wrong with his participation, so there it is.
I agree.
So comparing these 7 years that Ohtani's been in all baseball, 7-8 years, plus Brian Giles, Giles has more hits, Ohtani has more home runs. Giles has more RBIs, a better batting average, a better on-base percentage, and a better OPS.
See?
995
I told you, if he were playing today, he'd be $250 million to $400 million.
Is Brian Giles the most forgotten great athlete in this town's history, in its modern history?
Yes.
Do we think that because people suspected him of something? Is that why it's just or because the Pirates stunk? Is that why it's washed away to history, Bob?
Yeah, if you don't win. But again,
would you like the all-time list of Pirate home runs? Brian Giles was here for 10 minutes. Here's their all-time list of home run leaders. You ready?
Yep.
Willie Stargell, Ralph Kiner, Roberto Clemente, Andrew McCutchen, Barry Bonds, Dave Parker, and Brian Giles. Brian Giles had one fewer home run than Dave Blanken Parker as a Pirate. How do you like that, Bob?
And he was, how many years was he here?
How many years was he here, Limits? I'll answer that question.
Couldn't have been
Bob.
that many.
Parts of 5.
Yeah.
4 full seasons.
He's number 10 on that list in 4 seasons.
In 4+ seasons, yeah.
His bat was as good as any. And that trade to me.
It's incredible.
I had forgotten about it, but I remember he was acquired, and I couldn't remember what for. But now that you say Ricardo Rincon and that's it, man, what a fleece job that was.
You need to tell Ron that he needs to get that on his list, Bob.
Why do I have to be the messenger?
I think he's angry at me. Although, actually, you could be that, Limits. But we also don't want to jeopardize. Limits has a nice relationship budding with Ron. Did you hear about this?
No.
Ron and I text back and forth sometimes. Like when I was in Florida, I texted Ron and he responded pretty quickly.
How about that, Bob?
Wow. Did he offer you a beer, free and free light,
No.
available on his balcony in Fort Myers?
He offered the sunshine. And it
I
was
have
nice.
a quiz for you guys. You ready for this, Bob?
Yes, sir.
Who's the all-time leading Pirate career batting average? Wrong.
Well, just wait. He asked these questions, and off the top of my head, he's staring at a computer, which mine doesn't work right now. I got to figure out the all-time Pirate career
All-time batting average. 360 for this man.
Wow.
Limits, do you have a guess?
Well,
Wrong.
I'm going to guess that Honus Wagner never hit around 360, so it's got to be somebody from the 1800s.
Yeah. Ron covered this guy in his rookie year, Bob. Jake Stencil.
Stencil?
Yep.
Never heard of him.
Do you know who the all-time leader in games played for the Pirates is?
Jake's brother. No, I don't know.
Paul Stencil.
Paul Stencil. I never knew this. Did you guys both know that Clemente and Honus Wagner had the same amount of games played?
No.
2,433?
To the exact number.
That's unbelievable.
That's crazy.
Those two are the tops in history. Do you know who has the
Jake
greatest?
Stencil.
Yeah.
Never heard that name.
Do you know who has the most runs scored in the history of the Pirates, Bob?
Honus Wagner.
Wrong. Yes, you're right, actually. 1521 for Honus Wagner. Do you know who was the most doubles in Pirates history? Either of you? Limits, why don't you go first?
I'm going to say Clemente.
No.
I'm going to say Kiner.
No.
Rennie Stennett.
Paul Wainer.
Paul Wainer. No relation to John. How about stolen bases, Bob? Got a guess there? I was impressed that you got Honus Wagner.
For stolen bases. That's a hard one.
688 steals for this guy. Believe it or don't.
I don't
Wrong.
know.
Archie Vaughn.
Archie Vaughn. Max Carey with 688.
Never would have gotten that.
Would you like any more, Bob?
No, not really. I find this quiz show a little bit too much for me to handle.
I thought Archie Vaughn was a good guess. He's in the Hall of Fame.
I thought it was a great guess. Here's one that you should get. The most home runs per at-bat.
Willie Stargell.
Wrong. He had a homer every 13 at-bats.
Ralph Kiner.
He said that confidently, and he's right, Bob. You were wrong.
That was my previous guess, but
just to be clear, you were wrong.
I was.
Anything else, Bob? How about caught stealings?
Caught stealings. Frank Tavares.
Wrong. Limits? Wrong.
Archie Vaughn?
No. He was.
When in doubt, go to Archie Vaughn.
He was 6 with 75.
Omar Moreno.
Yeah, 137. Here's a great one, and I'll end on this, and I'm sorry I ever went into this. Most hit by pitches in Pirate history. You should know this, Bob.
Well, Ron Hunt doesn't play here. Most hit by pitches. I should know this.
Ron Hunt. Who?
He used to play for. He was second base for somebody. He led the league in most times hit.
This guy is the leader by a mile. He played. You covered him. You should remember this, Bob.
Orlando Merced. I don't know.
What?
I mean, you're killing me with this. You're going back in time to remember how many times the guy got hit.
Henry Davis.
Tim Foley.
He gets hit all the time.
Tim Foley?
Jason Kendall was the master of this at 177.
Okay.
And then Marte got hit every time he came to the plate.
That's right. Marte would have been a good
He
guess.
either got hit or he swung at a slider 8 feet outside the strike zone. He got hit 111 times. And then Jake Beckley at 100.
Oh, poor Jake. Third on the list. He sacrificed whatever he had for his body for the team. And
I'm
he's
glad
only
you
third.
mentioned that, Bob. The all-time leader in sacrifice hits for the Pirates is who?
Jason Thompson.
No. Was there a guy named Ginger Beaumont? Do you remember him?
Jimmy Beaumont's brother on the Skyliners. Did he do? I don't know.
Clint Barmas.
Max Carey at 257.
Wow, Max is on a lot of these records.
Yeah. He carried the team, you might say. Bob, I can't take this anymore, and I'm sorry I did this.
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant, Folsey.
I can't do this, Bob.
What?
Everything.
I think it was interesting. We went down memory lane, come up with some big trades that Ron did not include in his list, and I happen
He
to
didn't
think
include Brian Giles.
Drabek and Giles are two of my. I don't remember.
Why did
the
Ron go
specifics,
for
but-
so many hockey trades?
Because it was did he like the Carlson trade, by the way, in that article? Did he think that was a good
everybody
trade?
did, didn't we? I thought we all did.
Well, I don't know about that.
You liked it.
I liked it, but I had my reservation was they're doubling down on something they already have, which is Chris Letang. They needed more defensive. I remember that was my only concern. And then Ryan Graves came along, and he was not going to be that answer.
Yeah.
So that was my only thing. You have
Mike
too much of the
Granlund
same
has now
thing.
gone on to great heights, Bob. We all made fun of him when he came here.
Yep.
Remember?
Yeah, he's done well out there in Anaheim.
And now he got traded. San Jose, you mean?
Or
and
San
then he
Jose,
got
yeah.
traded, yes. I wondered at the time, the headline on my column the day of that trade was the Mike Sullivan-Erik Karlsson marriage will be fun to follow. I had a feeling, Bob, because the Penguins, the headline on the Penguins media clips that day was, quote, Penguins Mike Sullivan beaming about Erik Karlsson
He was
trade.
beaming.
And I put in the paragraph after that, I'm sure he is, but it's August 9th. My question is whether Sullivan will be beaming or steaming as he watches Karlsson take off on another freelance mission on February 9th.
You were absolutely right.
It was going to be, I knew it was going to be not an easy marriage. You already have two of the greatest risk takers, and I mean that in
That's
good and
why-
bad ways, in Letang and Malkin.
Right.
You're bringing in a third guy. It's a
third
wonder if
guy.
Sully hasn't been committed.
But again, it's about the style of play that you prefer to play, and you still think he has it, but the deficiencies are there. Couple that with the deficiencies of those other two guys you mentioned, you have a lot of odd man breaks, and that's what we've seen here for the last several years.
I pointed out that his middle name is Gunnar Erik Karlsson, and that we'll be calling him Erisk Karlsson by the middle of his Penguins tenure. Do you like that, Bob?
That's pretty good foresight on your part. Yes.
Thank you. We'll wrap it up next. Trades, and more trades. Myles Garrett wants to be traded. The NBA's gone nuts. The Penguins are trading. Well, they already have had one significant trade for a first-round pick. What else does Kyle Dubas have up his sleeve? We'll talk about that. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I think there's a pretty big football game coming up this weekend. Yes, there's also a kick of destiny, and this time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, two legends take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton against Eli, live from New Orleans. One kick to claim the ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app in partnership with Valley Forge. And if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Super Bowl Sunday in sight. This upcoming Sunday between Kansas City and Philadelphia at 6:30. Hear the game with the NFL on Westwood One right here on 93.7 The Fan. After the NFC won in the Pro Bowl, third consecutive time that Eli Manning's NFC team defeated Peyton Manning's AFC team in the Pro Bowl games. Minkah Fitzpatrick had 2 interceptions, including a pick-6 in the Pro Bowl flag football game. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you've been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you just need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village or Peters Township. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich, and we have a special invitation for you from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
You've got to see what we've done. We have several new displays and changes that give you even more affordable quality options than before.
In the Petite showroom, you'll see the new materials and great ways to use them to create the kitchen or bathroom of your dreams.
No matter what your style, our designs range from the traditional to the very contemporary and everything in between.
Great new designs and ideas that will fit your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
If you've been here before, you really need to come in and see what's new. Or call today at 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222 for an in-home appointment.
If you've never been to Petite, please accept our invitation and come visit our showroom.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Buy 5 quarts of Castrol Edge Full Synthetic Motor Oil and get a $15 gift card after rebate, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Las Vegas has hired Chip Kelly as its offensive coordinator, making him the NFL's highest paid coordinator, with the deal averaging $6 million per year. The 61-year-old former Eagles and 49ers head coach was most recently the offensive coordinator for those national champion Ohio State Buckeyes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more. The best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
In a world that moves 1,000,000 miles a second, Haagen-Dazs invites you to slow down and savor every delicious bite. Take it 1 almond at a time with a Haagen-Dazs Vanilla Milk Chocolate Almond Bar. Madagascar Vanilla, rich milk chocolate, and toasted California almonds make this unmatched unmatched icon legendary. Whatever DAWs you savor, a snack bar or your favorite flavor, say goodbye to the fast life and hello to savoring the finest ingredients and the richest and creamiest ice cream. That's DAWs, available at retailers nationwide.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, I'm here to tell you about something real important. Windows. Listen, proven quality, proven service. No wonder thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation for their homes. You can too. Why don't you get that free, no obligation quote right now? 866-90Nation. That's 866-90Nation, windownation.com. You know what they do? They'll come in, they measure each window 3 times to ensure proper fit. That gets it done. Go check out the internet. Over 20,000 online positive reviews. Oh, yes. Just listen to the customers. Window Nation's a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, too. Receive a pair of Penguins tickets with the purchase of a house of windows. They have a lot going on right now. How about this? 50% off all styles of windows. Plus, you pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That's 24 months. 866-90Nation. That's the only number you need. 866-90Nation, windownation.com.
Bowl over your appetite at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or Boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
And by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. We're talking about this trade. God bless me, Bob. And how Dallas seemingly was down on Luka's conditioning and eating habits. Does Jokic strike you as a guy who looks like, you know, the premier athlete in the world, like he could go out and win an Olympic event? Now, he actually can run up and down the court forever. But I'm sorry, you just take, when guys are that great, whether it's Luka, Jokic, I'm trying to think of other examples.
Mickey Lolich, do you remember him?
Mario from his prime with the Penguins.
Mickey Lolich looked like he'd never be able to throw the ball the way he did.
You don't care. You just let them do what they do.
Yep. Yeah, Jokic is just one of those guys. Again, he plays at his speed. Mm-hmm. He can make it faster or slower, and he knows he's one of the best visions of anyone in the NBA right now. So, but he's a big dude who does not look like he would be your typical athlete that you would expect.
Where do you think the Penguins go from here?
2 weeks off. They have a game with the Devils, 2 weeks off, and then they I don't know. I mean, I think they're going to continue to make trades. I just wonder what they're going to get in return. They also have some good young goaltending depth. At least it looks that way. So at some point they have to figure out Tristan Jarry. You know, if it means buy out. If not, then at some point he has to return here and play. And do you trust him that he could be what he once was? I'm surprised it's gotten this bad, though. I thought he'd be able to do better, and he hasn't.
What a disastrous signing. I think Raquel has to be the guy.
If I brought him up to play again and he played well, I would be doing it only so that I can increase his trade value, that someone would have thought, okay, maybe they figured him out. We'll trade for him now. But that's probably a long shot.
Bob, what did you learn in today's show?
What did I learn? I learned that there have been a lot of trades in Pittsburgh history, and Ron didn't put some of the Pirate trades in the list that I thought should have been in there. I just, off the top of my head, I remember those players that they got, and surprisingly they weren't. There weren't that many football trades. Bettis is the only one that really comes to life. They haven't made that many player-for-player deals or player-for-draft pick deals. Although I would say Minkah Fitzpatrick is one that should have, we didn't talk about that, but that was one they made that went way out of character.
Right. That's exactly
You look
right.
like you're in a trance over there. What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm looking at a Booger McFarland take I was going to bring up to you, but maybe I won't do that, Bob.
On what?
Nothing. Are you in tomorrow?
No, you know when I'm in. No.
No, I don't know when you're in. When are you in? Wednesday and Thursday?
Thursday this
okay.
week, yes.
And then there's a Donnie Football Friday. So how about Wednesday we take a much closer look at the Super Bowl? Would you like to do that?
Yes, and all the prop bets. There's some interesting prop bets. Would you bet a lot of money that Travis Kelce would propose to Taylor Swift on the field after the game?
Would you, Limits?
No.
We have to go, Bob. Good night.
That's boy, you talk about a quick exit. That's more than an Irish exit. That's a get-out-of-town exit. Good night, Joe. We'll talk to you on Wednesday.
Bye, Limits.
Bye, Austin.
Bye.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
And hello, Pitt basketball back at the Peterson Event Center tonight against Virginia. Hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 6:30 with the pregame show and tip-off at 7 o'clock. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
If you or a loved one experiences a life-altering event like an auto accident or work injury, or worse, the tragic loss of a loved one from somebody else's negligence, you have one shot to get justice. It's Dan Zangrilli for the Western PA Injury Lawyers, LGKG, now with 7 locations. When you lawyer up, nothing else matters besides credentials, knowledge, tenacity, respect, and at the end of the day, success. My friend, Attorney Joe George.
Talk to our clients. Look at our website. See our reviews. Our clients tell it all. Look at the credentials we have. Those are credentials that come down from other attorneys that are rating us. Our firm is AV rated.
What does that mean?
That means that Martindale Hubbell determined that we have the highest ethical standards and highest capabilities in the business. There aren't many firms that have any AV-rated attorneys. Larry Kelly, AV-rated. Joe George, AV-rated. Super lawyers, top 1%. You don't get those credentials unless other attorneys see what you do.
That's LGKG Injury Lawyers. LGKG, your home team. Visit LGKG.com.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning.
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
I'm Michael Jenkins, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The best team in the Western Conference will host a struggling Milwaukee team in the NBA on Monday night. Oklahoma City leads the West by 6 games and welcomes in the Bucks, who are on a 3-game losing streak. Milwaukee is sitting in the 5th spot in the Eastern Conference, 2 games ahead of the Heat and the Pistons. And the play of the night in the NBA is laying the points and grabbing the Thunder at home. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home, the team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program in New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Add the perfect touch of elegance to your bathroom. Listen, I'm friends with Nick and Larry, owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. These are the same guys installing those large, half-inch thick glass panels in storefronts at malls and businesses all around town. They also specialize in custom glass shower enclosures. These guys, they know glass. Whether it's a sleek, modern design or a timeless classic, they'll craft the shower enclosure to fit your unique style, space, and personality. Call Boulevard Glass and Metal at 412-621-1799.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Number One Cochran Ford has just added a 5th store. And to celebrate the new Number One Cochran Ford Youngstown, all their Western Pennsylvania locations have Ford Fab 5 grand opening savings. Pick any one of their 3 different $500 offers when you buy or lease a new Ford. Choose from $500 off MSRP, or an extra $500 over KBB for your trade, or $500 off dealer-installed accessories. Plus, enjoy 5 times the selection with more than 950 models available to you. Learn more at Cochran.com or visit Number One Cochran Ford, Monroeville, Allegheny Valley, or Butler County. 2025 Ford Escape applies to select new Ford vehicles in stock only. Extra trade allowance is over KBB instant cash offer and based on accurate vehicle condition report. Excludes prior sales, and pre-owned vehicles may not stack with any other offers. Ends 3/31/25.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt losing in North Carolina to Wake Forest on Saturday. Now 5-5 in ACC play on the bubble, according to all the bracketologists. So could use a win tonight at home against Virginia. 7 o'clock tip on the Fan. Pre-game coverage starts with us at 6. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Monday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Wilson passed the ball, and Wilson is sacked. He gets devoured by Garrett. 3rd sack of the night for the Defensive Player of the Year. And that's how the half will end, fittingly for Cleveland.
Happy Monday, everyone. Super Bowl is Sunday. There was a blockbuster NBA trade that got made. There was a Penguins trade that got made over the weekend. But we start with Myles Garrett, a man that ripped off Mason Rudolph's helmet and then beat him over the head with it. Started one of the great melees and brawls in the history of sports.
Ranked sports' greatest melees and brawls, whether they were bad or not. Isn't Malice in the Palace #1 by a mile?
How about when...
what
Mike
was his name?
Milbury
Yeah,
went
took
into
his
the
shoe
crowd
off.
and took someone's shoe off, I think.
Beat them with
a guy
shoe.
with his own shoe.
Man, that's a tough one to top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
those are 2 big ones.
I don't know if we have any.
Don't we have Juan Marichal trying to hit Johnny Roseborough with a bat?
Yep.
That's not a good one. You don't want that happening.
How about when the Pirates and Reds got in a brawl and Yasiel Puig wanted to fight the entire Pirates roster?
That's when Amir Garrett went completely nuts off the mound.
I was going to say the Pedro Martinez throwing Don Zimmer to the ground.
That's another legendary one.
How about when Carlos Gomez got into a fight with the Pirates?
Do we consider Randall Simon hitting the bratwurst with the bat?
No, because people seem to be, at the time, okay with it.
It's an isolated incident.
Until he got charged with a crime for it.
I have one more. How about 10-cent beer night in Cleveland going completely off the rails and just fans stormed the field, and that was it.
Disco Demolition Night in Chicago.
Another classic. Anyway.
So, Myles Garrett requests a trade. And the reaction here seems to be, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, this is gauging social media because we haven't been on the air yet. And
was this, by the way, the big news you were teasing yesterday where you gave a very odd look into the camera, like a hostage video like you are known to put out?
Possibly.
Because I actually think this is what it was, but you just don't want to say it.
Possibly.
I think one of your moles tipped you off that this was coming.
And so this comes out, and I've not heard what the callers have said about it. I've not heard what our listeners' reaction is.
I've seen YouTube comments during Joe's show.
The local reaction that I have seen so far on social media has basically been Steelers fans wishing T.J. Watt would come to the same conclusion. That T.J. would come to his senses, a light bulb would go on, and he would think to himself, I can't win a Super Bowl here. I haven't won a playoff game here. I'm 30 years old. Get me to a team that helps me achieve that. That's been what I think the social media reaction is. And my response to that is this. Everyone here is just way too comfortable with what's going on. Everyone here thinks that the answers are in that room. And if they're not, okay, not the end of the world. We'll just try to do better next year.
Wait, when you say everyone here, you mean like the people who run the Steelers?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't mean guy pumping gas right now listening to the show.
It was confusing to hear you say that.
Art Rooney, Mike Tomlin, and it trickles down to the players.
Mm-hmm.
T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, Russell Wilson. These guys, T.J. won't do this because he doesn't look at the Steelers as a dead end. He should, but he doesn't. Like, I don't even think it's him being just prioritizing being with one team his entire career and putting postseason glory on the back burner.
You think he's a true believer?
I think that those guys, yes. And if they're not, if it doesn't happen, oh well.
We gave it our best, and we'll
try to do better next year.
Mm-hmm.
And that thinking seems to have seeped into everyone's brains with the Steelers. So Myles Garrett, although I loathe him, and I think he did wrongly beat out Watt for last year's Defensive Player of the Year, he's right. My team stinks. I can't win a Super Bowl here. We don't have a quarterback. I'm not going to play forever. Get me to a team that can win. Let me be a mercenary. Let me be a hired gun. But we won't experience that because the owner, apparently he's obsessed with one helmet guys. That's what he told Bob. Tomlin scoffed at the idea of needing to get any more out of T.J. Watt than they already get. He said that was way down his list of priorities when he talked at his exit interview.
Would have been nice if he showed up on the stat sheet.
Yeah, and T.J. said that he wants to be a Steeler, that he loves it here. So we're not going to get anything like this. We're not going to wake up one morning like fans did in L.A. and Dallas with that massive trade, or Browns fans today and get something from T.J. Watt's people that say, hey,
I'm sick of this. Get me out of here.
I'm done. Yeah.
I give Garrett credit, by the way, because he made it very clear it's about team, a team accolade, a Super Bowl. I also think if you're a Browns fan, this probably hurts bad because he's the best player you've had since you came back into the NFL in 1999.
Why does it hurt bad? Your team stinks and he might be your pathway to winning.
Because, I think there's people there who I loved watching this guy play, but he wants to be out of here. He doesn't want to play another game. I think there's a very basic emotion. But I think a lot of Browns fans, Anthony Lima, who hosts with Ken Carman, said this, and he's right. he's doing the team a favor by forcing their hand and saying, like, get me out of here. I think he's such a good player, at least in terms of how the rest of the league still views him, that it's not going to, like, really hurt their ability to get a big return for him. I think he's just seen as that impactful of a guy with 2 years left on his deal.
And then they just draft Abdul Carter with the second pick, and they've got the next Myles Garrett on their team.
If they want to do
Great.
that. But, like, point being here, Pony, he is doing them a favor by, like, forcing Andrew Berry's hand. Andrew Berry should probably get fired, but we're not doing Cleveland sports. I'm not going to get in the weeds there. And starting this process in motion. And I don't know. I guess you probably saw my tweet. You heard me kind of mention it in the back. But this is my initial reaction was just basically the Steelers. This is more proof because I think this will end up being not for the Browns for sure, but I think it has the chance to be a net good if they handle the picks that they would get back correctly. I said it's a reminder that the Steelers should have shopped T.J. Watt before last season when he had 2 years left on his deal like Garrett does now, and that they should still be shopping him this offseason, and that they won't, but that they should. And this is the reason why. This sentence sums up my feelings. They are no closer right now to being an actual, real, serious contender than Cleveland is. No closer whatsoever. Now, you can say, oh, the Browns stunk, their record was bad this year. When I say real contender, I mean you're in like the divisional round or beyond.
I think
they're not close.
Well, I think they're always closer than Cleveland because the Browns annually find a way.
But it's matters of degree here, Pony. By how much?
Right. I don't think that they're much better off. I think that they're closer to the Browns. Let me put it this way. They're closer to the Browns than they are the Ravens and Bengals.
And you know what? I'd rather be the Browns then because the Browns are closer to the bottom where you've always got chances to continue taking stabs at quarterback or whatever else you need. The Steelers are closer to that mushy, awful middle.
The other thing that's been brought up here about how this, makes us think about our own situation in our own elite defensive player of the year pass rusher is this. Okay, so we're all agreeing that the Steelers they don't have the guts to do something like this. Mm-hmm. T.J. Watt doesn't have the emotional reaction to the end of last year to think, maybe I am in the wrong place. So the next thing is this. What do you do with Watt then? He's in the last year of his contract. If you hear Art talk, they're absolutely going to re-sign him. The way he views himself, he thinks he's the best defensive player in the league. So he's going to want to be paid like that. That doesn't mean he gets a 5-year deal, but let's say it's even a 3-year deal. For those 3 years, he's going to want to be when the contract offer gets made, he wants that number to be higher than anyone else's who plays defense in the NFL.
Correct. He's going to want to set that.
Right.
It's just like quarterbacks now. If you're an elite edge rusher, which is the quarterback on defense as far as importance and pay, you want to set that number again.
And so I don't want to do that.
I don't have the appetite for that at all. I don't even have close to the appetite
I think the guy still has a lot of great football in front of him, and we've seen pass rushers, many of them, still be elite players or great players in their early 30s and mid-30s. So that's not really – it's not an anti-TJ Watt like I think he's ready to fall off a cliff. But it's a decision that you make about where your money goes in a capped sport. And I don't think it's really prudent for your highest-paid player on a team that hasn't won a playoff game since 2016 to be somebody in their 30s, especially when – if this trade gets done, if Garrett does get his way and this player power thing works for him, then we'll have kind of a decent idea of what T.J. Watt could net you in a trade.
Well, you're going to take – if Garrett gets this deal done, here's the two factors that would like maybe tweak it. One, he has 2 years left on his deal. He's a little younger, but not so much that it's going to make a massive difference. 2 years left on a deal, still more enticing to teams than 1 year left. On a deal. That works in the Browns' favor. What doesn't work for them is that he did say, get me out of here, which could kneecap the leverage a little. I don't think it will, but it could. The only advantage the Steelers would have is they would hopefully be doing this if they actually had the mind to do it under cover of darkness. Diana Rossini, did you see what she put out about this already? She said, stop with he's going to get 3 first-rounders.
Yeah, she said
nonsense.
a GM told her a first and a second.
First and a second or a first and 2/3. Some people have put together a first, a third, and like a player. Who was the safe? Cole Bishop, the guy on the Bills that stunk in the playoffs. Like a first, a third Cole Bishop. They're a team that's also been like rumored to be connected to this. I just my baseline takeaway that I want to make very clear here is the Browns certainly aren't in good shape, but their best player is forcing their hand to try to get like gears turning. It remains frustrating that with the Steelers, up to and including their best player, everyone's just kind of shrugging their shoulders and going, get them next year.
Do you wish T.J. Watt requested a trade out of Pittsburgh? 412-928-9370. Do you wish he pulled a Myles Garrett? 412-928-9370. Do you wish right now we were talking about the Steelers having to entertain offers and shop T.J. Watt? 412-928-9370. If your answer is no, tell us why. If your answer is an emphatic yes, tell us why at 412-928-9370. Is there part of you that's jealous of what's going on in Cleveland with this? 412-928-9370. The Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line. A personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What Adam Schefter said to Pat McAfee about what the Browns will get back in a trade for Myles Garrett. When we come back, plus your calls, here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hit a loser at Wake Forest on Saturday, 76-74. The Panthers host Virginia tonight. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, 7 p.m. tip. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
McVay Heating and Plumbing this time of year. Plumbing because pipes freeze. I know it's a warmer day. It's a seasonably or unseasonably warm day right now. But we know what happened a couple of weeks ago when the Arctic temperatures came in and we saw single digits and even negative numbers. And if you left your water on outside, your pipes might have burst. You might have had a big problem there. Also, heating and the way that taxes furnace and heating systems. Time to get that checked, or if there's a problem, let them troubleshoot it at McVay Heating, Plumbing, and Cooling. CallMcVay.com is where you go. It's McVay. Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The January Fan Beer of the Month is Fire Whistle Brewing's Fire Whistle 139 Engine, a red ale. And the charity is the Parkinson Foundation of Western Pennsylvania.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Las Vegas has hired Chip Kelly as its offensive coordinator, making him the NFL's highest paid coordinator, with the deal averaging $6 million per year. The 61-year-old former Eagles and 49ers head coach was most recently the offensive coordinator for those national champion Ohio State Buckeyes. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
In a world that moves a million miles a second, Haagen-Dazs invites you to slow down and savor every delicious bite. Take it one almond at a time with a Haagen-Dazs Vanilla Milk Chocolate Almond Bar. Madagascar vanilla, rich milk chocolate, and toasted California almonds make this unmatched icon legendary. Whatever does you savor, a snack bar or your favorite flavor. Say goodbye to the fast life and hello to savoring the finest ingredients and the richest and creamiest ice cream. That's Dazs, available at retailers nationwide.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Elantra 36 monthly lease, 10,000 miles per year. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2. Tucson and Santa Fe. Must finance HMF low APR Tier 1 through 2. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer fee. Couple buyers are qualifying. Stock units only. Offers at 131.25.
Start the year in a new Hyundai at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Lease the new 2025 Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $199 a month. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe. Both available with 1.99% financing. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
When it comes to sending last-minute Valentine's Day gifts, nobody delivers like Target Circle 360. Get the perfect surprise delivered right to their door with Target Circle 360's unlimited same-day delivery on orders over $35. Start with a dozen red roses, then choose from our delicious assortment of favorite day candy and more. Crush your Valentine's Day celebration by sending something to everyone on your list. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in zone. This whole report for free?
That's right, printed and on your phone for free.
Get in zone. But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The FanDuel Kick of Destiny is happening on Sunday, and this time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, two legends will take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans, one kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app in partnership with Valley Forge. And if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Starkey and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready for sports season. ESPN Bet, the area's new home for sports, is now open at Hollywood Casino at the Meadows. Eat, drink, bet on, and watch the best games on our giant screen TVs. Only at Hollywood Casino. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We didn't really think we at Pittsburgh Brewing went through the effort of gutting a massive 19th century factory, scrubbing every brick, replacing every window, filling it with America's most advanced brew house, and restoring it to a jaw-dropping modern industrial marvel, just so we could bring people in for show and tell and throw some of the biggest parties in town. Did you? No. You see, we did it so those parties could have the best beer we've ever brewed. Have you tried Iron City lately?
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Any team that would give up what it would be required to acquire him, considering the idea that the Browns would be willing to trade him, which they haven't been, but if they were, then it would have to be to a team that is going to give up so much, and they're not going to give up that much without having him under contract or him being unhappy about being traded. So he's going to have to sign off on the trade, even though he doesn't have a no trade request. So he's going to basically be able to dictate it. That's if Cleveland ever gets to the spot where it moves off its current stance of we're not trading him. There's a lot of things that have to happen before we get there, just to give you an idea of where this is at.
Mike Tomlin has a no-trade clause. Myles Garrett does not. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We have breaking Penguins news that we're going to get to in about 15 minutes. In hockey talk, right now, your reaction to Myles Garrett, and if it makes you, as a Steelers fan, want TJ Watt to do the same thing, to force the Steelers' hand and ask for a trade. 412-928-9370. Early returns on Twitter is that fans do not want TJ Watt to leave. They don't want the possible treasure chest of draft picks. There are some Steelers fans that are still so invested in 2025 that I have seen a little bit of this. Well, this is potentially great news that Myles Garrett is leaving the division.
But I thought most of those people thought Garrett was overrated anyway, so why should it be that big of a deal?
But still rated enough against the Dan Moores of the world that he gives the Steelers problems. And
it says more about Dan Moore.
It is great for the short term that they're potentially able to play a Browns team without Myles Garrett.
Is Joe Burrow leaving the division and Lamar Jackson also leaving the division? Because then I might get excited, Pony.
412-928-9370. Let's start with Joe. He's on the Fan. Hello, Joe. Joe?
What's up, guys? What's up, guys? Hey, Joe.
We got you.
Hi. So, if in my opinion, I'm just, I don't think they should trade T.J. Watt because but I want to give you a hypothetical in my head that.
Wait, why do you think they shouldn't trade Joe? Why do you think they shouldn't trade Watt? And please turn your radio off if you can.
I honestly don't think they should trade Watt because I feel like the only way I guess I should have said it. The only way I would trade him is if you're going to at least have a stab at getting your franchise quarterback with the compensation you're going to get from him. But
what if that compensation just helps you put together a package that gets you high enough in the draft? It doesn't have to be like a 1-to-1, but you get a first and a second, and you can use the second. Well, that's what I did. Okay.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like if it was something that would translate into having a stab at, getting a guy that you would assume would be your franchise quarterback, then I would say go for it. But can I give you a hypothetical trade that,
Sure.
If they were to trade T.J. Watt and their first-round pick to the Patriots for a first-round pick this year and a first-round next year, and went and got like that Abdul Carter from Penn State this year, and then next year go get the quarterback, is that? In my head, like that's what I would say I would want, right?
So you're going to get the fourth pick in the draft and a first next year for a 30-year-old defensive player?
It's T.J. Watt. We're not just a 30-year-old.
But if Abdul Carter's so good and he's available to the Patriots, why wouldn't they just take the best pass rusher in the draft instead of a 30-year-old
I was only giving you the hypothetical.
Yes, we're trying. Thank you, Joe. We're responding to it. Appreciate it. Call again. Because I think inherent in that is that you believe, Joe, that Abdul Carter very quickly is going to become just as good as T.J. Watt. And guess what? I would agree with you, having watched him play a college football playoff game against Notre Dame with one arm and still look like the best player on the field. Will is next. Hello, Will.
Hey, guys. I believe that if the team is their stance is so firm on not getting rid of Tomlin, I do believe that the next best thing would to be trading TJ. And I saw Chris your tweet that the Steelers should be open to that, and I do agree because if you look post-Ben, the Steelers' record with and without TJ, without him, they're 1-11. And I think that not only would the compensation help them in pursuing their next guy, it also helped them in sucking. I think that Tomlin, his success has been somewhat dependent on Watt. And, you see these close games, one-score games, a lot of them have come down to him making a play at the critical moments. And I think if you take that away, you take away a lot of what they've been able to do in recent years in winning these close games.
All right, thank you, Will. Interesting point. Here's Noah, who we met on Friday, and he took a picture with us and said his dad hates our guts. Hello, Noah.
Yeah, he thought that was really cool, and it was great meeting you guys.
You also were surprised how tall I am, which I'm not like a 7-footer or anything.
I don't know. I'm a Syracuse guy. I just expected you to be like a solid 5'11", claiming you're 6 foot, but I was wrong. That's on me.
Okay.
A dig at Syracuse.
Thank you, Noah. What do you got for us?
Chris Muller, love you, man. I can't let you get away with the fact that you think that the Steelers and the Browns are at the same level of being far away. Well, I'll put it this way. Now, I know that this is an unfair way to make a hypothetical, but let's take Andy Reid, put Andy Reid on Cleveland as their head coach, and put Andy Reid on Pittsburgh. Does Andy Reid win a Super Bowl in 2 years with the Cleveland Browns? I don't think so. Does Andy Reid win a Super Bowl in 2 years with the Steelers? I think it's certainly possible.
Based on what? Based on what, Noah? Who is the quarterback that Andy Reid is going to make great? Donovan McNabb with the Eagles is better than anybody on the Steelers roster right now at quarterback by a lot.
Okay, I understand that, and I agree with you. The quarterback situation with both teams are terrible. It just so happens that Pittsburgh is at least built to have other things going on. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that,
what are they built to have going on? Cleveland's won playoff games more recently than the Steelers have. They beat the Steelers. How many throw this year out the window.
Cleveland this year.
Yes, throw this year out the window. The Steelers also staggered to the finish. From 2020 through 2023, how many games do you think the Browns won in the regular season? Give me a spitball guess. 4 seasons, how many wins?
It's got to be pretty good because I mean they
won 37 games. The Steelers won 40 in the same time frame. How apart are those teams really when you get down to it?
Okay, like I see where you're coming from, but like let's be honest here. Let's look at the frameworks of both teams. Like one team has a built defense that I mean they're getting paid too much.
The defense got absolutely worked, man. Like they got run on for 300 yards. They have a defense on principle that should be good, but in practice was terrible.
Noah, is this a way of saying that you're happy that Watt isn't going anywhere and you hope he signs an extension that makes him the highest paid defensive player in the NFL again?
Okay, so see, it's a tough question that I'm not necessarily ready to give a yes or no to. I think
we're going to force you to that because that's what we do. You have two scenarios, Noah.
Also, when you say that you don't want to make one, they have to because this is the offseason where they give the extension. He's going into the last year of his deal.
If you want an answer, yes, re-sign T.J. Watt. I mean, this franchise has not had a lot of victory since Barack Obama was president, but if I can look at one, it would be T.J. Watt, and I think that
how many playoff victories have they had with T.J. Watt on their roster?
Like Muller, you're right. They should have traded him 2 years ago.
Then why do you want him kept now? You can acknowledge that. Come on, man.
I mean, he's 30 years old. I mean, this is. I mean, it's either it was then or
the
now
best time.
Now.
Okay,
so,
Noah. The best time to trade T.J. Watt was a year ago before the season, in my opinion. The second best time to trade him is right now.
Follow us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them southhillskia.net. We have breaking Penguins news on Rickard Rakell. Is he now out the door? You will hear that coming back, but first the Donnie Football headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins were winners on Saturday, a 3-0 win at home against the Predators. They host the Devils tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Hey, thanks, Donnie. Awaken 180 weight loss. You know my story. 35 pounds lost in 6 weeks, 35 pounds kept off for over 2 years. Awaken 180, though, isn't just about like the number on the scale. It's about how you feel. I felt way better, obviously, when I lost the weight, but it's about, having a lot more confidence, wearing the clothes you want to wear, fitting into the clothes maybe that didn't fit prior to starting Awaken 180. But there are some other numbers that do matter that you probably have never paused to think about. Things like visceral fat. You remember what visceral fat is, Donnie? It's all that fat around the organs. You don't want that number to be high. It's a small number no matter what, but you want it to be nice and low. You lose weight with Awaken 180, you help numbers, not just the one on the scale, the big number, your weight, but also your visceral fat, your body fat percentage, and then everything else that comes with that, too. Those benefits I already mentioned. Feeling better when you're putting on clothes, trying on clothes, having old clothes start to fit again. It kind of increases your wardrobe without you going out and buying anything new. Fact of the matter is, Awaken 180, the solution for weight loss, and it can help you like it helped me. Right now, the best time to start, 844-346-1800, or schedule your consultation online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Service technicians, how would you like to earn 50% more on warranty work? Well, that comes standard at number 1 Cochran Hyundai. We pay our flat rate Hyundai techs 150% on warranty labor time. And we're hiring at our Monroeville and South Hills locations. It takes a special team to deliver award-winning service, and that's why we invest in excellent benefits, career pathways, and professional development programs. Apply now at CochranCareers.com.
Lou and Stephanie Jewelers, have we met? Hi, I'm Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers. For over 30 years, Louis Anthony Jewelers has been Pittsburgh's premier luxury shopping destination. We travel the world to bring you the most unique and stunning collections of fine designer jewelry, watches, and giftware. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years, everyone's been asking.
Have we met yet?
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Happy to return players we think can come in and help our group, but obviously very difficult to move to players and people like Marcus and Drew. Obviously very high character, high quality, very popular people in the locker room, but pending free agents, and with where we're at, we have to just continue to move down the path of the mission that we've set out for the last year or so, which is to continue to stockpile younger players, prospects, and draft picks, and that was what we did last night. It's sad to see Marcus and Drew go, but that's the hard thing about this position and this business at times.
Russell Wilson comments on the Steelers' future at the Pro Bowl. We'll get to that in a few minutes. Read between the lines there. People are jumping to conclusions based on what he said. Feels like Kyle Dubas traded Marcus Pettersson and Drew Connor 2 weeks ago because a lot happened over the weekend. Penguins did play a game against Nashville at home Saturday night. They won, still 7 points out of a playoff spot.
How much longer till we even mention how far out of a playoff spot they are? At some point, teams stop even measuring their season that way. Well, we can't be that far away.
Yeah, because the Penguins are making moves that signal that they're not even really serious about going for it. The breaking news is Rickard Rakell has been named to Sweden's Four Nations team, and she was very
he was pretty put out that he wasn't
disappointed and incensed that he did not make it initially. Rightfully so, having a career year, and he replaces William Karlsson, not Eric, on the team. So Erik Karlsson and Rickard Rakell will participate on Team Sweden.
Donnie, would you care to take a stab at who William Karlsson's currently playing for in the NHL?
Ottawa. I don't know.
No.
Vancouver.
No.
I think, in a way, you sort of had the color scheme kind of close with Ottawa.
He thought Karlsson and Erik Karlsson's
No,
team.
I know. No, he's a Golden Knight.
I love the trade in a vacuum, but it reminds me of when I was, say, in hot water with my parents because of my antics at school, and I would bring home a good grade on a test, and they would be like, okay, you're taking one step in the right direction. That doesn't make up for all the other crap you've done here. When you defaced, there was a campaign poster for a young lady who was running for class president, and I put some things on there that got me suspended from school.
Care to share what any of those were?
No, maybe off the air.
Think the suspension probably warranted based on what you
Looking back on it, I do think so. At the time, I thought I was being
very clever,
wrongfully accused here.
Oh,
I thought it was a
wow.
miscarriage of justice, as a matter of fact. Yes.
Wow.
But now, as a dad to a young daughter, I totally get it.
Oh, interesting.
Yep. So, 1A is not going to make up for all that. That's how I look at Dubas. He got back for a solid defenseman on an expiring contract. He got a first-round pick that's probably not going to be a late first-round pick either this year or next year because the Rangers are not a good team and Vancouver's a team that's struggling to make the playoffs. To get that for Pettersson is, I think, really good return.
It's top 13 protected this year, I believe, the pick. But next year's draft's supposed to be deeper.
What I don't give him credit for are two things he said in that comment about the trade. The first one is this pivot in the last year from trying to win another Stanley Cup to admitting that your team is quasi-rebuilding. Like, this is what our mission is, he said. Well, it's the mission of the organization now because you gave Tristan Jarry an extension. You gave Ryan Graves a big contract. You traded for Erik Karlsson. You had not a totally blank canvas, but Ron Hextall actually gave you some room to operate here and try to thread a needle to keep this team competitive, and you blew it in spectacular fashion. So,
which of those moves is the worst to you? Because incredibly enough, I'm going to tell you that I think the Karlsson move is the least egregious of the
I think the Jarry move is the worst one.
I think Jarry and Graves are just two wild swings and misses. Graves almost is the worst because in Jarry's case, you could not justify it, but say, well, everyone else in the organization seemed to want it too, although I've heard from a lot of people that Dubas did not have to have his arm twisted. In the case of Karlsson, it was basically that's the only place he wanted to go. He just has not been nearly good enough. What on earth was the guy thinking to give Ryan Graves that money?
Especially with how his career ended in New Jersey, where he was getting scratched and was getting taken off the ice in big moments of their playoff series.
They're all bad, but like that one's the one where there's just nowhere to hide.
And then the other thing is, okay, don't kind of pee down my leg and tell me it's raining. You just staple O'Connor onto this deal, and I get it. He's another guy that's due to the terms of his contract on borrowed time here. But one of the other issues I have with the Penguins season this year is that last year when the season was winding down and they were making this surge for the playoffs, they had younger guys who stepped into roles and played well. And O'Connor is the first name that pops into my head. You get rid of Gensel. Here comes somebody that gets elevated ice time. He gets a chance to play with Sid. He makes the most of it. In theory, when something like that happens, younger player, the next year, they
take a leap forward.
Right. Like that's
expanded role.
That's the launching pad for their career to finally blossom. It didn't happen here. The opposite. He went backwards again. And the fact that there was no development there and a dude just has to get thrown into a deal is proof that, like, it's the same issue we have with the Pirates and the Steelers, actually. Young player development.
How much of that's on the coach?
Some of it, for sure, because of the way he doles out ice time and prioritizes veteran players and stuff and has for a number of years. Like, all three of our teams are stuck in the same are stuck in a similar spot because they're not drafting and developing players well enough. The Penguins really, since Brian Rust and Jake Gensel, have not put a homegrown player on the ice in a meaningful role since then. That's almost a decade now.
Their back-to-back titles were fueled in part by the Stars, but also by an influx, really both years, from young players coming up.
They don't find
Scott
diamonds
Wilson,
in the rough in the draft
Kuhnhackl.
anymore.
Dudes were coming up who were young, who pushed older guys, who gave them some speed, and they seem pretty barren. And I think a lot of it is, yeah, you might identify the wrong player, but this is one where I put it on Sullivan, man. I don't think he trusts young
Chris,
players
you
at
say
all.
that, but then you hear people that cover the Penguins say, yeah, pretty much cupboard's bare down in the minor leagues. These guys they drafted, your Sam Poulins, dudes like that.
I got to be honest with you, that doesn't make me feel much better. If the explanation for no, it's actually not the coach not trusting the players just suck, well, oh boy, fun.
Russell Wilson lighting up the Pro Bowl flag football contest, taking it as seriously as he would a Super Bowl with the Seahawks. And what he said about his future with the Steelers that turned some heads. We'll come back with that. Take more of your calls, 241-298-9370. This Myles Garrett story is obviously a big one. Quick timeout, and we're right back on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to him every day. Now you can watch him too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
When you call Top Dog, you calling them for one reason. That's to win. You want money. You want them to go bite somebody. They got you into an accident. Put you in the hospital. They ain't have a scratch on them. You gonna call the dog. They gonna have a scratch now. They about to get bit. If I was you, I'll be scared. He ain't got no leash on him. He smell fair, ready to bite. Like what you wanna do? My client want a lot of money. Top dollar. What we doing? You paying? What we doing? We settling? What we doing? Gotta bite you again? What we doing? Any accident. Top Dog Law.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
New jewelry may not be in this year's budget, but have you considered refurbishing or redesigning your existing jewelry at only a fraction of the cost? Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our expert craftsmen can breathe new life into an existing piece of jewelry that maybe hasn't been worn in years. Or let one of our designers help you repurpose some of your unused jewelry into exciting new creations using your own diamonds and gemstones. The leftover gold can be used to offset the cost. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Cassie Village, and Peters Township.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Important game for Pitt tonight. Lenardi has them as one of the last four teams into the field as we start February. They'll host Virginia at 7. Our pregame coverage starts at 6. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Oh, wow. Holy cow.
This is getting exciting.
Wilson's flirting with trouble.
Everybody's just throwing it up now.
Big plays. This is a big plays. But to your point, this should be like a 9-point touchdown.
Not exactly Al Michaels and Frank Gifford calling the Pro Bowl. Just the frivolity of whatever the heck that is. Yesterday, I watched 0 of it. Russ went in. I saw some of the highlights. Minkah Fitzpatrick had more picks in that game than he did all season long for the Steelers. He had 2. He loves flag football, evidently. He said he wants to play in the Olympics.
What's the deal with, I know these guys are like elite athletes, so what is like 60% for them is us going 150% for ourselves. Him wearing a fishing hat is just very jarring through the whole thing.
One of those bucket hats?
Yeah, well, no, it looks more like a fishing hat. And it threw me off. You're watching him, the highlights again. I certainly did not, I have respect and, dignity, so I did not tune in to watch this live. But he's wearing what looks like, Donnie, one of those fishing hats you wear. It's got like the little pull-up string, I think. Can't take it seriously. The guy's wearing a fishing hat. What are we doing
Russ probably wore it for competitive reasons, like he felt like
Minkah,
it.
I don't think
Minkah
Russ
had
was
it.
wearing it. Yeah, Minkah when he returned the pick 6.
Gotcha.
No, Russ was probably out there. Come
business.
on, guys. Win the flag football game. Let's go. Let's win this thing, man.
50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. The gang's here today. Mulsey across from me, Donnie Football. Russell Wilson was asked by an Associated Press writer at the Pro Bowl about Pete Carroll and the Raiders and there possibly being a landing spot for him. And instead of saying we'll see or it's in God's hands, one of the boilerplate Russell Wilson responses in situations like this. He said, I'm focused on the Steelers. So we know how delusional he is at times and how when he gets his mind made up on something,
like
he's going to try to manifest it or speak it into existence. But he really thinks that he's coming back here. And when I was listening to the morning show today, Cavalli was in for an hour with them.
Cavalli just tweeted a picture of himself, and I believe it's Hines Ward. Yeah.
They're together right now?
No, it just says a long time ago, and it looks like they're in like an office room or something, a backstage area.
All three of them seem to come to this conclusion that they right now actually think it's more likely that Russell Wilson's back here than Fields.
What was the basis of
The basis for that is something along the lines a more Cavalli wasn't distracted by everything that was going on at Buffalo Wild Wings like he was with us, where two big distractions definitely affected his performance on the air with us.
For sure.
He said with them, Russ will take a deal now, and Fields won't. And the Steelers don't want to be caught without a quarterback. They want to know that they have one. Quarterback in one hand is better than two in the bush. And they sign Wilson now because they know he'll do it. And then they go into free agency at least having Russell Wilson on their team.
But if you sign Russell Wilson now, doesn't he expect he's going to be your starting quarterback again?
That's what Art said.
That's such an unbelievably defeatist way to look at the situation. Well, he'll at least sign, and then they won't be caught with their pants down. At that point, being caught with your pants down and not having a quarterback would almost seem like a better alternative because, frankly, signing Russell Wilson wouldn't suggest that you have much of one. He showed what he was at the end of the year.
I was stunned by the tone of the conversation because it all sounded like by the end of things, Cavalli, Doran, and Adam had all talked themselves into the idea that with a second year in the offense and with better weapons, it will work with Russell Wilson.
I'm disappointed in Crowley specifically. He's got to be the stick in the mud. I mean, I basically had to fight Cavalli tooth and nail on like every semantic point on Friday, and I wasn't going to stop doing that. Why would anybody?
And we had a nice young woman from Ross Traver come up to us and tell us that she appreciated that.
Correct, and then she and Mark got into it about like the Ross Traver-Bell Vernon dynamics,
which I didn't even know existed.
Mark's
I didn't know that there was a rivalry
about the
there.
street he grew up on. Oh yeah, it's a big deal. But how could you watch Russell Wilson knowing everything you know about him contextually? Like he likes to do it his way. He's pretty stubborn, pretty proud. He's an old dog. He's not going to learn new tricks. Look at Arthur Smith's system. By the way, knowing Pony, that there are plenty of stories out there about how those two tried their best but didn't really see eye to eye on much of anything, and say, yes, what this team needs is another year at least, maybe two, of the same quarterback-OC combo that was leaking oil badly by the end of the season. We had Brooke Pryor. We played it on Friday. She went on ESPN, I think, with Damashek. I'm sorry. Right?
Well, then Cavalli poo-pooed that. I mean,
he poo-pooed it, but then
there was so much poo-pooing going on.
But Mark loves to poo-poo everything, and Brooks saying with Damashek that like Russ looked pretty much awful from whatever you could glean from practice the last week or so of the season. I don't know. Just why would anybody be enthusiastic about the prospect of watching Russ again in a Steelers uniform?
It's more safe thinking.
Well, it's right. It's risk-averse behavior that neuters your ability to have anything good happen.
It goes back to what we were just talking about regarding everybody here being comfortable. T.J. Watt wanting to remain a Steeler even though he hasn't won a playoff game. Art Rooney wanting T.J. Watt to only wear one helmet. Mike Tomlin saying at his final press conference, I'm not really interested in moving T.J. Watt around. TJ's TJ. Let's keep him where he is.
We don't need to get more out of him. Pay no mind to the fact that he was on a milk carton last, week plus.
It comes back to pretty simple thing. Russell Wilson wants to be here, and Justin Fields is probably vacillating on it because he knows that there's going to be other offers out there, and he might look at those opportunities as more compelling to him or more interesting or more worthwhile than what he has here.
That inherently makes Russell Wilson like the obvious worst choice of the two. The guy, so what like you're saying in plain English is the other guy is more desirable probably around the league for a variety of factors, youth, relative performance with the Steelers last year.
Every free agent list I've seen.
The other guy has probably no other bites.
Every free agent list I've seen ranking the available players puts Fields ahead of Wilson.
And it should, by pretty significant margins, I would think. Just remember, like, we all got kind of excited. I was guilty of this when Russ came here at first, and, like, it looked like the ceiling had gone up on the offense. But no one else really around the league was. Like, a lot of observers said the other shoe was eventually going to drop, and ultimately it did. Like, I think most people around the NFL see Russ as a non-viable starter anymore.
But then those guys, again, I'm referencing this conversation, goes back to something I brought up to Mark on Friday. They agreed with him. They think that if you put Russell Wilson in the Eagles' offense, he'd play great.
Man, I do not agree
sorry.
with that at all. There's a
Me
better
neither.
chance. There's a better chance in that offense Fields would play great than Wilson.
I think that Wilson would go rogue and screw it up and try to make himself the center of attention and be the man in the offense and not just. But even then, like, all right, the Steelers, to their credit, sold out to stop Saquon Barkley, and it worked. Just Hurts had an awesome game. I don't see Wilson getting in a rhythm offense and just picking teams apart. He did it against Cincinnati. That was cool. It was one of the great throwback the clock games from him.
But
it was also such a bad defense they couldn't wait to fire their defensive coordinator the second the season ended.
And then the next time they saw Cincinnati, now granted, part of it was the game plan was, out of left field. But when he had a chance to show that he could still carve those guys up and get a winning field goal, he couldn't do it.
Donnie, are you getting nervous that they're going to bring Russ back? Because he's cheaper and he wants to be here?
I don't think I'm getting nervous yet. I don't know why all three of them agreed this morning that it would be a good idea. I'm taking that. I understand Kabali because he loved Russ
let me make sure I don't misinterpret what they said. They all pretty much agreed that there was a way for it to work here. That if he didn't take a ton of money, if they signed him for $15 million a year, if they got another wide receiver in here, if the offensive line improved from last year to this year, they all said in that situation it could work. And working for me is winning playoff games and having an upper echelon offense, and I don't trust Russell Wilson anymore to be the point man for that.
Well, they had him for the vet minimum this past year. They never got that other wide receiver. The offensive line was what it was.
He ran himself into sacks, too. The line wasn't good,
I don't think the offensive line was quite as bad as what people want to say. I mean, were they disappointing? I guess. But people love throwing the blame there. That's just like the never-ending story of the game. Okay, so how is it going to be better? We're just counting on them to go get that wide receiver this time? Have they earned that trust from us?
No, but let's say they did. Like, let's say they actually got not a Brandon Ayuk type. But
they also could be getting rid of their one big play wide receiver at the same time.
Which I would look at as addition by subtraction, but I get what you're saying. You still have to replace him.
If you needed one, now you need two. Like, I get the addition by subtraction completely, but now you've doubled your need there. And by the way, you have all these other needs that are still glaring at other spots on the roster, too.
Mark has presented this dilemma where the Steelers don't want to risk losing both guys. To which I say, so what? Neither one of them is valuable enough or good enough where if teams made Russell Wilson and Justin Fields better offers or thought more of those two guys than you do, fine. What difference does it really make? You're probably going to be an average to slightly above average team with or without those guys next year.
Mark is sort of acting like they have both Joe Montana and Steve Young, and they've got to make sure they bring one of them back. What are we talking about here? I mean, really.
It's more like David Woodley and Mark Malone, if you ask me. Or Cliff Stout. I mean, we're not talking about...
We're talking about a guy in Justin Fields who showed more promise than he had maybe in Chicago, but still couldn't even hold on to the job. And at the time, we all thought it was the right move to go back to Russell Wilson. Like, man, Mark's whole thinking on this frustrates me because it's just more of the same, like, school of thought that the team itself employs.
If you found out, Pittsburgh, that Russell Wilson was signing back here, what would your reaction to that be? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. When asked about free agency at the Pro Bowl, he said, I'm focused on the Steelers. He didn't say it's in God's hands or we'll see what happens or, not closing any doors. He said, I'm focused on the Steelers. What would your reaction be if they brought Russ back? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Super Bowl 59 this Sunday, Philly, Kansas City, 6:30 kick. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The NFL on Westwood One coverage starts at 2 p.m. that day. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
FanDuel is the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 59. And the FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back, but with a new spin. It's Manning versus Manning. It's Peyton versus Eli in a sudden death field goal showdown live from New Orleans. Who will rise to the moment? Who will be the winner of this epic battle? Well, if you pick the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's that easy. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 Eastern this coming Sunday. May the best Manning win. So download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Andrew and bet with FanDuel, the official partner of the Super Bowl. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We're approaching 48 hours since the Mavericks kicked Luka Doncic out of Dallas, and the trade might make less sense now than it did Saturday night. What the bleep were the Mavs thinking? I simply cannot wrap my head around any reason to be done with such a talent. But fine, if you had to trade him, why wouldn't you put him up for auction to the entire league? I'm Andrew Bogish.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is a message from sponsor Intuit TurboTax. Now, Taxes is having a TurboTax expert do your taxes and get you every dollar you deserve. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service.
Hey, Donnie Football here, and I am a free man. You know how some people have to check in with their parole officer? Hopefully not you. Well, for years, that was me, except it was my doctor, and the crime was my waistline. Twice a year, like clockwork, I had to go in and hear the same speech. Donnie, your weight's a problem. Donnie, your numbers aren't great. Maybe I had to try a salad. Well, guess what? It's been 2 years since I started Awaken 180, and my doc is shocked that not only have I lost the weight, but I've kept the weight off. So now, we're down to just once a year. That's right, I've been promoted to the healthy patient status thanks to Awaken 180. Both me and the doc know I'm not putting that weight back on because I've proven it. 2 years since starting Awaken 180, 10 weeks later and 45 pounds lighter, I've become a new Donnie. Yeah, Awaken 180 taught me how to lose weight, but more importantly, it helped me keep it off. Free support for life, a promise you'll only receive from Awaken 180. Make the call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano. and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Gearing up for the big game? We are too. Join us on the Moth Podcast for a special episode dedicated to hilarious true stories about football, family, and growing up.
I loved Franco Harris so much that in 1975, I invited him to my bar mitzvah. And it was so cool that he actually sent me a telegram.
Each week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, and above all, true. Find the Moth Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of 28 just past the Highland Park Bridge. The right lane is closed. You'll start to see backups as you work your way through Aspinwall just past exit 8. I'm Kyle Franheiser.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Get back out to the fan hotline, brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. A lot of draft buzz out there. The Senior Bowl practices and game wrapped up this weekend. Donnie will present us with the 4th mock of the day in just a few minutes. Talking about Russell Wilson at the Pro Bowl saying, I'm focused on the Steelers. How would Steelers fans feel if the Steelers locked him up to a new deal before free agency? 412-928-9370. Some are wondering why Russ was at the Pro Bowl and not the Grammys last night. And my response to that is, I don't think Ciara goes to the Grammys anymore.
When did Ciara last release an album
that got her on Grammy radar?
I mean, just in general, just to be like active in the music scene.
Like, does Billy Joel just show up at the Grammys even though he hasn't put out a new song in 30 years? I don't think he does unless they ask him to perform.
I'm looking up Ciara right now just to get she has not released an album in 5.5 years.
Does she just go because she's like an active member of the music industry still?
Great question.
Kanye West showed up uninvited.
I knew you were going to. Kanye West's wife also showed up in.
Wife or girlfriend?
No, I think she's his wife. How does that not?
What a statement made.
Everyone saw her knockers, man. The dress just
Tony,
wasn't a dress.
Everyone saw everything. It was just a sheer it was like putting
it was
when
a transparent
bank robber puts pantyhose over their head.
Like a plastic bag, see through.
My question is, so that got shown obviously it was all over Twitter. Did TV outlets that were broadcasting the Grammys just show her?
Well, I don't think Kanye had a up close seat because he went uninvited.
No, he didn't go in.
Oh,
he
showed
just
up on the red carpet.
He walked the red carpet and left.
I didn't see any of the red carpet coverage, but they would have had to blur it out.
You would think. That was a statement. She looked miserable. That was uncomfortable. She looked like.
I would say maybe her facial expression was miserable, but everything else wasn't.
Yes, my point is she did not look like she was happy to be participating in that.
Kendrick Lamar won Song of the Year
for a diss track. Which, has anybody ever lost a rap battle worse than Drake?
Future was up for some Grammys, and that's the guy that constantly craps on Russ, right?
Yeah, which I always thought was funny. And because I think Future he used to date Ciara.
Yeah.
And he would threaten he was going to beat up Russ or whatever. And it's corny as Russ is, if he and Future put on boxing gloves, I'm pretty sure Russ could decapitate him with his fists.
I haven't seen Future.
I don't think it really matters. I think Russ against like an average civilian is probably going to wipe the
Pack
floor
of Badgers. He goes into Pack of Badgers mode on him.
What?
That's what he says when he does his introductions. Because he wants to combine NC State and Wisconsin.
I think I might have somehow missed that. I might have to change my bet to Future now after.
Donnie, what year were you born?
95.
Here was the song of the year in 95 when Donnie was born.
Good song. Sheryl Crow. It's a good tune.
She was there last night.
This is LA.
You know where she's from, Donnie?
Austin, Texas?
No, she's based out of there, I think, when she was married to Lance Armstrong.
I do not know.
She's from something called the Boot Heel or whatever of Missouri, that tiny little part of Missouri that juts down.
Show Me State.
Where, like, Arkansas should be.
I completely forgot that she was married to Lance Armstrong.
Lance Armstrong, pretty bad guy, I think, at the end of the day. Very funny cameo in Dodgeball, but, like, otherwise, pretty bad dude.
All right, let's hear the song, Mulsey, you were born in 85?
85, yeah.
Here was the song of the year when Mulsey was born.
I mean, kind of a banger, in a weird way.
You don't even know what this is.
No, I know what it is.
What is it?
I can't think of the name of it, but
Who sings it?
Isn't this What's Love Got to Do with It?
It is.
Yeah.
By?
Tina Turner?
Yup.
Yeah, this is a banger. I knew what I was saying. I just couldn't place it for a second. Again, we don't talk about bad husbands. Ike Turner.
Ike
Whoa,
Turner,
is he
bad
high on
guy.
the list of bad husbands? My God, is that a
You know
terrible
what's pretty
human
messed
being.
up is that, like, everybody knew that.
Yes.
Everybody
that's very
knew that
messed
she
up.
got her ass kicked by him, and people just put up with it, I guess.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, no grave deep enough for Ike Turner.
Do you think this song is about him?
Probably not. I mean, Tina could absolutely belt, dude. So another embarrassing thing that I'll admit to here. Not about like this song, though, about Tina Turner. Are you aware that CCR doing Proud Mary was covering her?
Yeah, I didn't know
knew
that.
it was a cover.
I did not. Dude, it was like one of those deals where I was X number of years old, probably like 37, when I realized
Pretty good
Tina
song.
Turner did Proud Mary. I also, in that What's My Age Again song by Blink-182, I took her out. It was, I thought he said, I walk alone to get the feeling right. I learned like 3 weeks ago, he says, I wore cologne. Apparently. Just one of those like lyrical
I butcher
mishaps.
lyrics like that all the time.
Oh, brutal. Pony, you have 1986?
What was it for you?
Oh, this sounds like ass.
This is one of the most
Isn't it just
iconic
We Are
songs
the
of all
World?
time. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, not a huge fan.
First voice here. Do you know it?
Kenny Rogers. He's in there.
I think he is in there. So is
Gambler.
Willie Nelson.
So is Dan Aykroyd.
No.
Lionel Richie.
Yep. A certain oh yeah.
What a
Can you
spot
imagine
for him.
if they tried to make this song today? Absolutely zero chance they could get it done. They'd have like Morgan Wallen in that stupid thing.
You get Michael
Jelly Roll.
Jackson in the mix.
Jelly Roll. Who else?
Lainey Wilson was there last night
They
at
get
AC
Drake
Duck.
and Kendrick Lamar somehow on opposite ends of the song.
You'd have to have T Swift in there.
Oh yeah. Who would be the first voice? Would you want it to be the most famous
How
singer?
about Beyonce?
Yeah.
Cowboy Carter.
Jay-Z's out there in the wild. He's been accused of some pretty crappy stuff,
I
right?
was just gonna say, why has she got him there? Like real bad stuff.
I thought
he's
Beyonce
been
looked
accused
great.
of.
I'll tell you who else I'm
You
a
know,
fan
I'm gonna
of.
I'm gonna give a shout out quickly too. Taylor Swift clearly loves music, and remember Kanye had the whole like Beyonce fiasco with Taylor Swift.
Here comes MJ.
He crushes it here.
Donnie, I was happy that Taylor Swift looked so excited when she opened the envelope and saw that Beyonce won. That made me like happy as like a person because she seemed genuinely thrilled to be reading the name of the album at that point. I guess it's easy though when you're Taylor Swift and you've made gajillions of dollars and are easily the most famous celebrity on the
I'll tell you
planet.
what, that Sabrina Carpenter's a hot little number, huh?
Who are you, like Bob Hope?
What do you mean?
What are you, Ed McMahon?
You guys don't
We
think
got a
that?
hot- No, I'm saying you talked about her like it was the 1950s.
You don't think
Oh,
that
she's
when you
a
see her?
spicy
Casey
little
Kasem.
number.
She's a
Yeah,
talent.
exactly, right?
She's
We've got a hot little number from a hot little number out of Philadelphia. Here's Espresso from Sabrina Carpenter.
She's a talented little firecracker there. She is.
When did you start talking like a guy from, the 60s? I will give her credit, man. She's very self-aware.
She works it.
Well, her whole thing, like, her videos are funny. She's got what's her Jenna Ortega in one of the videos. Just like literally, it looks like an action movie, like a gore-filled action movie. I give her a lot of credit. I think she kind of gets it.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Oh, okay. Now Jeff in South Park has corrected me, boys. Tina Turner covering CCR with Proud Mary. CCR did it first. Big
Yes,
upset.
music ombudsman, Jeff in South Park.
John Fogerty. That was John Fogerty's slander by me. I'm glad it got cleared up.
Jim in Gibsonia on Russell Wilson. Hello, Jim.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are you?
We're pretty good. Jim, what year were you born?
1974.
All right, look up the Song of the Year in 1974.
This is going to be a good one, I bet.
One can hope.
Pony, are you doing like the Billboard #1 like overall hit?
No, the Grammy winner for best.
Best whatever. Okay.
Yeah, for record of the year, I think is what it's called.
That always confused me. Don't you call the album the record?
I know, but record's like an old name that they haven't really abandoned. You said 74 there,
yeah,
Jim?
74.
Yes, sir.
All right, Song of the Year in 1974. Killing Me Softly with His Song by Roberta Flack. You ever heard that one?
I think I have. I don't know that I could actually recite the lyrics.
Well, the Fugees covered it, which was like a big deal.
Anyways, Jim, what do you got for us on Russ?
So, I don't think Russ is the quarterback, right? I mean, if you want something athletic, you go with Justin Fields and find out. If you want a real quarterback, you go with Sam Darnold, who I think would be better than either of those options. But if you're going athletic, you got to give Fields a shot because the quarterback draft is weak this year.
Jim, I want to say something. What you said in the middle there caught my attention. You're not at all put off by the way Sam Darnold's season finished, and B, the fact that much of his success probably had to do with the fact that Kevin O'Connell was calling the plays for him?
Oh, absolutely. I think our OC and their OC are night and day, one. But the other thing, I mean, he's better than what we have. I mean, Fields or Russ
I'm not
Wilson.
so sure he would be better here just because I would worry that the Steelers would put him in a horrible position and you'd get old Sam Darnold.
Better, but not better enough is my answer, and I don't want to pay to find out now.
Yeah, I'm definitely not inclined to pay for that one, for that info. It's like paying to see a card in poker, Pony. You ever do that when you played?
Sure.
I got to pay to see it, and then it doesn't help you anyway?
I think that locking up Russ right now is silly because when he goes into free agency,
just let him go see how little market there is.
Yeah, exactly.
If you locked him up now,
what's going to be out there for
his
him?
terms, it would be costing yourself money. That's like the whole point here. He's the guy like making overtures to you because he knows deep down he's not going to be.
I think it's going to be like a Juju situation where you get him back because the guy realizes there really wasn't much out there in the first place. But for the record, I don't even want him back.
That makes me, what you said at the end makes me nervous though, and that's like, I don't know why my brain didn't process it that way, but that seems way more plausible than Fields coming back if Justin Fields is going to actually have suitors.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Coming up next, Donnie's fourth mock of the day. The latest mock draft that tickles the football guy's fancy. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt with a 76-74 loss on Saturday at Wake Forest. The Panthers host Virginia tonight at 7. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Two things. Donnie, is your voice kind of hoarse because you were screaming about the Royal Rumble and Jey Uso? I want you to admit
I wasn't screaming for Jey Uso. I had a good chance to win the boys' annual Royal Rumble poll because somebody got CM Punk who did not win.
But you were hooting but my overall guess is correct.
I also had a weekend that had basketball mixed in there.
All right. By the way, Jeff in South Park, one more. Fun fact about Sabrina Carpenter, niece of Nancy Cartwright, who was the voice of Bart Simpson. Donnie, there you go. Let's talk about something else, something I love to do, snack while I'm watching games. And it doesn't really matter what I'm eating. I also like to dip the things that I'm snacking on, pretzels, chips, etc., wings even. And that's why I got a new obsession, Daisy French onion dip. It's awesome. It is a game changer. I love it. I've always been a huge French onion dip fan. Nobody's doing it better than Daisy. Made with real herbs and spices, made with ingredients you'd find in your kitchen, and it's going to elevate your game day snacking experience. Look for Daisy French onion dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Keep it here as our black and gold off-season coverage continues. Do the Steelers need to start spending more money on offense? Everyone says yes, but what does Art Rooney think?
We have a position in the running back room we're going to have to address. Wide receiver room we're going to have to address. So I hope that we don't do that at the expense of the defense.
The proof will be in the pudding, and we'll have all these changes covered right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Big plays at the tight end position in the big game. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. KC has had issues stopping the tight end position all season long, so Philly's tight end over 52.5 receiving yards is the most popular player prop at BetMGM. An anytime touchdown in the 3-1 range for Sunday's big game. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refunds belong to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That music means it's time for Donnie's 4th Mock of the Day. Segment brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Fan Beer of the Month is the Granddaddy by Dough Daddy Brewing, benefiting the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So big doings over the weekend. Senior Bowl practices last week. The NFL Draft Cognoscenti now changing up their draft rankings because of the way players performed in Mobile and at some of these other all-star games like the East-West Shrine Bowl still going on.
How did you rank them, Shrine Bowl or Senior Bowl? Power rank the two. Which one's WWF, which one's WCW?
I feel like the Senior Bowl's always the higher
Yeah, the Senior Bowl's the big one.
That Shrine Bowl, you can't sleep on the Shrine Bowl.
Although Shedeur Sanders went to the Shrine Bowl. All right, Donnie, who we got and who are the Steelers taking?
So this is from Matt Miller with ESPN. He's like their, I guess you could say, like the Todd McShay replacement.
Or Mel Kiper waiting.
Right, but I mean, now that McShay's not there anymore, I guess he kind of
Todd
for McShay. I can't wait till Kiper really gets going.
We met McShay at Pitt Pro Day, and he could not have been.
Yes, I remember
He was exceptionally gracious with both just overall his demeanor and his time.
So Matt Miller put out a 2-round mock draft on ESPN. So I'll give you both of the Steelers picks.
Well, give me the number 1 overall pick first.
And this would be even more interesting after the news that came out earlier today, because he has the Titans, not the first time we've seen this, taking Abdul Carter first overall.
Hey, Jadeveon Clowney, Myles Garrett. We've seen edge rushers go 1, Mario Williams.
Can I do a quick thought exercise for the two of you, and I'll participate? Let's say we worked in Nashville, where our good buddy Ramon Foster is now, right?
Uh-huh.
and our Tennessee Titans had the number 1 pick, and you knew that our Tennessee Titans needed a quarterback, but you also were pretty aware of the fact that Abdul Carter appears to be the best player in this draft, and it might not be a close second, who would you be sitting here this far in advance saying they should draft, Pony? Carter or whichever quarterback you like the most?
Okay, this is what I would say.
Trade back?
No. I would say take Sanders, and if it blows up or he doesn't play well, take a quarterback in next year's draft.
So you'd say you got to just keep taking swings. The PFF method.
Yeah, pretty
keep
much.
Swinging.
Is that's officially the PFF method? That's what it's now
We've
known
had
as?
Palazzolo on when he was with PFF.
He said you could take a quarterback with every pick. They'll give it an A+.
Yeah, we messed with their mock draft generator and took the highest-ranked quarterback at every available spot, and we got an A+.
But I do like me some Abdul Carter, so he goes 1.
Okay.
Who do the Browns take 2, Don? Travis
Hunter?
Yep. I have not seen this, so I'm just guessing. So 3 to the Giants is Cam Ward.
Yeah, that's become a very common one.
4 to the Patriots would be the defensive tackle from Michigan, Graham.
Mason Graham.
5 to the
Jets, right?
5 is the Jags.
The Jags, okay.
Would it be them taking like the highest rank, the kid from LSU? No, not the tackle.
Who is it?
Will Johnson, who went to the Steelers in one of the mocks that we did last week.
And then I would guess
Isn't he the guy who had a lot of lean muscle? He was
yes,
the yoked.
It was him.
Raiders take Sanders.
The Raiders take Sanders.
Yeah, I think that makes sense on a number of levels. You've got Brady there. You've got Carroll. Carroll's had good history with quarterbacks, even though he's a defensive coach. And now you've got Chip Kelly running that offense. They've got a ton of cap space. I mean, they could go out and get T. Higgins and pair him with Brock Bowers, and their offensive line is good. You'd really be cooking with gas then. So I think that's what Dion wants. I think his ultimate plan here is to get Sanders to the Raiders, and not just because Vegas is such a mecca for entertainment and stuff, but I actually think they
Brady's
have the
the one
infrastructure
guy.
there.
I think Brady's the one guy. Sanders. I think we talked about this already last week. He's the one guy whose resume is so over the top that the Sanders. I've been there, done that. I was one of the all-time greats. Brady eclipses him, man, and no one really argues it, including Dion.
All right, so now let's fast forward to the Steelers at their pick.
This begins what we can call the Johnny the Barber mock draft.
They're using BFF.
Oh, you'll see, Pony. They
Matt
might
Miller
be paying
was
dues.
all over BFF.
They might be paying dues to BFF.
And Emeka Egbuka at number 21.
Right.
And then the Steelers' second-round pick at 52, Quinshon Judkins.
Man, that just seems so early for Judkins, especially, man. Like, are you really getting a player at that position who is that much better than guys who will be available 1, 2, even maybe 3 rounds later?
It's a loaded draft for running backs.
That's what I mean. I don't like the second rounder. I'm like, I'd give like Egbuka a B.
That's it?
Yeah, B plus maybe.
Man, I think he can be the Jackson Smith and Jigba of this draft.
I mean,
he had a monster year with the Seahawks.
And Smith and Jigba is, would you say he's now Seattle's best receiver? Would you say he's better than Metcalf or no?
His production says he was.
And he lines up in the slot and is their best receiver. So you can be a team whose best receiver primarily lines up slot, which Egbuka, I think, would do here. It's just then, what the hell is Roman Wilson doing? Just hanging out?
I don't think Mike Tomlin cares. Just weird because he has such a hand in these draft picks, and then he just gives up on, in the case of Wilson, that
God,
fast.
it would be really nice to have Jalen McMillan. But
well, we know Tomlin will be at that Ohio State Pro Day, acting like he runs it. He'll be out on the field, barking out orders to guys, taking them out to dinner afterwards.
Johnny the Barber, I don't think, is like a huge Tomlin fan, but if Tomlin did what he probably would want to do, which is pick 7 Ohio State guys, Johnny would suddenly be back
Howard
on board.
In the third
Who is the
round?
last player out of Ohio State the Steelers picked?
Well, Cam would have been 2011, so there were still a couple of guys after that.
When was Mike Adams? 12?
So you've got Shazier.
We had
Doran Grant. Is Doran Grant the last one?
That was the first thing
was
my
that
brain told me.
2014?
I think. So it's been 10 years since they drafted an Ohio State player.
I don't know that for certain. We're just throwing names.
I know.
around here.
I'm trying
I think
to
that's
remember
right.
it.
Remember
we sure they didn't draft like some schmo in the late rounds who was from
some schmo. No, because remember he replaced Ohio State with Maryland as the Big Ten school that he liked to mine for players.
Oh, and boy, that mine kept turning up chunks of coal. Not a lot of diamonds in that rough.
Yeah, Maryland just so historically good at football.
Correct. Guys,
the house that Friedgen built.
Guys, I think that's right.
The house that Loxley built.
It's Grant.
Yep.
Ugh.
2015. Since then, they've taken one. Let's see how many Maryland players.
You know what just bugs me
Two.
about this? While he's sussing this out, Donnie, it's, again, them taking...
Three.
Yeah, wide receiver is a huge need, so Igbuka's probably going to be fine there. Like, it's not going to set the world on fire. Just taking a running back that early again just irks me, man. You're going to tell me Judkins is going to be in the pros, just if you're side by side. He's that much better than Devin Neal, who you might be able to get like a round or two later? No. There's no way.
Yeah, I think it would be more attractive to me if it was...
Dude, even Ollie Gordon, the
Igbuka
kid from
first.
Oklahoma State, who you'd be buying low on because he had a bad year this past year on like a horrible football team.
They're probably going to want to go defensive line in that second round if they don't do it in the first.
Would you? I mean, I think most people would rather have Igbuka, but if Tyleik Williams from Ohio State was there at the same time in the first round, what would you rather do? Like,
I'd go with Igbuka.
Me too.
What if you could trade back, add a pick, and get Tyleik Williams, who's a guy that's going to help bolster that defensive line?
I need weapons, man.
Ah, yes, weapons for Russ if he comes back on like a crap deal because no one wants him. Oh, can you feel the excitement? Because I can.
Look, only 2 members of Steelers media, to the best of my knowledge, went down to Mobile and watched Mike Tomlin scour that field for the next Steelers. One of them is Alan Saunders. The other is an up-and-coming Steelers insider named Nick Farabaugh. And he will be in studio with us later on in the show to break down his observations from the Senior Bowl, because at this point, this is what Steelers fans are clinging to. What's going to happen in the draft, the next wave of players that help this team turn around the mediocre cycle that they're in. This is not an NBA town, but you'd have to be living in Alibaba's cave to not recognize that one of the biggest trades in the history of pro sports happened early Sunday morning. What would be a trade in Pittsburgh that would shock people like that deal from this weekend? Talk about that and more when we come back. Live until 6:30, we've got Hit, and there's breaking college basketball news to get to. Don't go anywhere. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, mostly cloudy with high temperatures nearing 60 degrees. Chance of rain arrives overnight with lows in the mid-30s. Decreasing clouds for Tuesday with highs near 40 degrees. And mostly cloudy overnight Tuesday with lows in the mid-20s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
If you ask enough people, how are you? You'll eventually get that trendy response, I'm living the dream. Well, at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we help people live their kitchen and bathroom remodeling dreams.
For almost 60 years, Petite has delivered the creative and professional services required by homeowners to help them realize their ideal bathroom or kitchen. And it all starts with a visit.
People love the experience of browsing our beautiful showroom, and they tell us that it's truly a stress-free environment. To our past customers, we sincerely thank you. To our future customers, we ask that you let us transform your vision into reality, the Petite way.
So when you tell someone you're living the dream, you really mean it. Visit us soon. We're just minutes off the Carnegie exit of the Parkway West. Call us at 412-279-2222 or see us on the web at PetiteKitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. Single Care works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check Single Care to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made. At Holiday Valley with 60 trails and ski in, ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at HolidayValley.com.
Hey, it's Michael Jenkins with a Sports Betting Minute brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. We are fading Orlando tonight out west against Golden State. Despite getting their superstar back on the court, Orlando has not been able to get it together, losing 8 of 9 overall and going 7-16 against the number in their last 23 games overall. Orlando has one of the best defenses in the game, but they have the worst overall offense and probably can't keep up with Golden State from long range. Golden State, 13th overall from long range. Orlando dead last from three-point land. The number open at Golden State -2 and keeps going up. But we like Golden State on the money line, so let's get a dub with the Dubs. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right. They're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hey, I got you something.
What's this?
Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV.
Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the
New customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Yeah, their artisan collections, gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
Oh yeah. It's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This ain't the little itty-bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Lombardi Trophy, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Are you tired of buying new shoes because of pain and discomfort in your ankles, knees, hips, feet, or lower back? Maybe you don't need new shoes. Maybe you need high-quality support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help you, like Teresa.
I was in foot pain for 20 years, trying to give it relief, buying all these different insoles. I bought all these products, and not a single one worked. I really, truly needed to have relief in my feet, and the Good Feet arch supports were what gave me the relief I needed. I can wear these arch supports in all my shoes. Cowboy boots, running shoes, walking shoes, flat shoes, heels. Makes me so happy. If you ask my husband, he will crack up because there is no store I would rather go in than a shoe store.
Live the life you love. Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
Breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get Get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're already seeing some pretty heavy delays on the outbound side of the Parkway East. Traffic starts to back up as you approach the Birmingham Bridge and doesn't let up till you're through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
At NJM Insurance, we're like a symphony. It all starts by doing the right thing. Add in dedicated reps and put policyholders first. But no jingles or mascots because it's just not us. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, important game for Pitt. They pretty much all are when you're on the bubble. And tonight they're a big favorite against Virginia. Virginia without Tony Bennett, who resigned right before the season started. Now news that Leonard Hamilton at Florida State is resigning. He will coach the rest of the season, then he'll step away. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
On the schedule, but we played our toughest opponents at that time, and we didn't really have any gel going into the the playoffs. I think we can bounce back from it, but there are some things we need to clean up. We need to have a decision made at quarterback. I think we need to add a couple more parts, and we'll see what happens. But I don't have to make those decisions, and I'm happy I don't have to make those decisions because I'd like to have both of those guys back.
Cam Hayward at the Pro Bowl. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Happy Monday afternoon to everybody. Chris Muller across from me. Donnie Football here. I'll have a debrief at 4:30. 412-928-9370. We don't do NBA, but there was a giant NBA trade early Sunday morning. People thought that the biggest NBA insider's account got hacked. Nobody believed it, that it was an actual deal. That saw Anthony Davis get traded to the Lakers and Luka Doncic get traded to the Lakers. Also, because there's always a Pittsburgh connection in these things, did you see who else got traded in that deal? As like the throw into the third team.
Oh.
To the Utah Jazz.
I don't want to look it up and cheat.
Who Harry Kalas thought was the hockey team. Did you guys know that?
He thought the Jazz were the hockey team?
Utah Jazz Hockey Club.
He did multiple updates the day of that game, and I don't think it was a bit. The Jazz and the Pens tonight at 9:30.
You got to be kidding.
Yes, that happened.
He also apparently doesn't know where the coffee machine is in this building.
No, he does. He didn't know that we had provided coffee, that it was complimentary.
I cannot think of who the other person is in this deal going to Utah.
I will give you a hint. His dad is one of the great high school basketball players from this area.
His dad is?
Yep.
Oh, God, this is ticking
Donnie,
me
does
off.
that work for you? Does that help you?
His dad?
Oh, no, not his dad. His uncle. I'm sorry. That's a major misstep by me. All right, so his uncle is one of the great local high school basketball players of all time.
Oh, it's Hood Schifino.
Yes.
Drew Schifino. Is Drew Schifino his uncle then?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, he's young enough to be.
He was born here, and then he went
Jalen Hood
and
Schifino.
took the, the circuitous route of going to these big high school basketball
powerhouse
factories.
places. Then went to Indiana. Yeah, he was Man, he was supposed to be like a huge get out of here if somebody locally could have gotten him.
He went to Indiana, like you said, and now he's in the NBA, and he gets part.
God,
now
he's a throw-in.
Now he's part of one of the biggest trades in the history of professional sports, which is pretty cool.
In a league where these kinds of trades specifically never, ever, ever happen. Star for, well, you know what I mean.
So I started racking my brain. What player in Pittsburgh would shock people? You wake up bleary-eyed early in the morning.
There's one answer.
And you see that that one of our athletes has been traded.
Skeens. It's Skeens to me, and it's not like a close second. In terms of like shock value, his place in the sport, all of that.
Okay, but as the devil's advocate to that, isn't the assumption that he is going to get traded?
I mean, like traded right this second. Okay, then the other answer is obviously Sid for me.
Because that would be my answer.
But they can't move. See, here's why I can't like even entertain that much. They can't move Sid without Sid's permission.
Well, right. All of that would happen in a very clandestine way, much the way that this trade happened, where there was no reporting of it, there was
Doncic
no
have
rumor.
a no-trade clause or anything like that?
I don't think so, but...
Because he said he didn't, like, all of his indications are he didn't want to be traded.
I mean, I think the feeling before this trade happened was he's so good, it doesn't matter if he has a no-trade clause or not, because Dallas wouldn't ever entertain the idea of dealing him, looking him as an untouchable.
That's why I kind of said Skeens, because to me this is such a bad deal for Dallas. Like the only thing I could ever imagine is somehow the Pirates like losing their minds briefly and Ben Cherington swapping out Skeens for like an older, good but by no means close to him pitcher.
Yeah, so I don't mean that part of it.
Okay. Just a guy who would rock the city this way? Can you even say T.J. Watt because of how the Steelers have been struggling for the last several years? The Mavericks made it to the finals last year. Like the Penguins have been struggling for long enough, and enough people actually think they should be rebuilding. Crosby would be a shock.
I don't think it would be apples to apples. I think just like we talked about on the show so far today, you'd have a lot of people saying, "Well, it makes sense. The Steelers haven't won a playoff game since 2016." They've never won a playoff game in Watt's career here. He's not getting any younger. He's probably on the back nine of his career. Get something for him, great. He's not looked at as a dude that's in his prime with still tons of good years out of him. I guess that's why Skeens is the closest one. The reason why Skeens is a good analog, too, is the other part of this is like the way that fans would be upset by it.
Did you see they brought a coffin out front of the game and like said R.I.P. to this franchise and laid a rose on it?
I think it would upset sports fans here. A Skeens trade would upset fans here more than a Sid trade would.
Well, because you'd be giving away a guy that you don't need to give away for a while, who might still win Cy Youngs, and I guess I have to at least concede could lead them to the playoffs.
And a Sid trade would mean that it would have taken his blessing for it to happen.
Oh, I think people would say Sid deserves to finish his career on a contender.
I agree with that.
Like that's
how I would feel.
If he got dealt to a really good team, people would say they did right by him. He doesn't deserve to have to play out the string with the X Generation 2.0.
That's how I feel about it. I would be, let me put it this way, I would be happy for him. I don't want it to happen. The silver lining to everything that's going on with the Penguins is that we still get to see Sidney Crosby defy the odds in his late 30s and play like one of the best hockey players in the world, and we get to watch it 82 nights a year. But if he had a light bulb moment, an epiphany where he's like, you know what? I want to take one more run at this thing, and the GM just said that the mission of the franchise is to get future assets and not compete for a Stanley Cup. Get me to a team that will let me do that.
I want to bring the Stanley Cup back home to Canada. Send me to Edmonton, please.
And this would be if we ever, in some bizarro world, if we were ever on the air after something like that happened, the only critique I would have would be, by changing your mind, Sid,
you've messed up the franchise's planning, timeline of stuff.
Because
everything was done posited around the idea you wanted to stay.
And that would include Malkin's extension, and that would include Letang's extension, and Mike Sullivan being around for as long as he's been.
You were basically the pillar around all of that. This was like structured, and now you're saying you want to get out of here?
You were the adhesive that was holding it all together. So that would be my only complaint about it. Like, you can't predict how you're going to feel, but you've made, and that's pretty much what he, I guess, has said here in the last few days.
I think
he's responded to these trade rumors, and he's
sloughed them off.
He's said again, like, I don't know how many times I have to say it. I want to retire a Pittsburgh Penguin. I want to play it out here.
If he actually changed his mind, I don't even think I would feel like it was within my, like I would have it in me to get like kind of frustrated or say, man, why'd you change your mind? I'd say if anybody in this town earned the right to just kind of
do a 180 on things?
Yeah, flip a switch like that, it's you. Like,
Donnie, you agree with all that?
Yeah, like Sid should be all over the terms of if he gets out of here.
He's a rare athlete that should be able to call his shot, basically, when and how he wants to. Like, he's done that much here, I would say.
Yeah, but I've also heard you say things like, just because Sid wants to play with Malkin doesn't mean that you sign Malkin to an extension.
I'm saying call his shot about himself. I don't think that you should let anybody, LeBron, Sid, in any sport, determine what you're going to do with other players. Of course not with Big Ben late in his career. Hold on. I'm just waiting. Waiting here. Look at our guy.
Cowboys got a little bit left in them.
But no, I mean, in terms of that, the players, control of their own future. I do think I make exceptions for guys like Crosby. But yes, I have said in the past, you don't just make every other decision about players that guy might want to play with based on what they want. You can't do that. That's with Ben, it was, he needs weapons. We better get him some weapons. Here's Najee, here's Freiermuth. Oh, by the way, here's a guard who doesn't want to play center in the third round, who's not big enough to play center, but we'll make it work.
I played Hayward because we know whether it was, just a point of trying to get leverage in negotiations. Cam said that he was open to the idea of playing for another team last year. He even, tweaked Steelers fans and said that his wife had family in Cleveland, that he had family in Ohio, and going and playing there would not be the worst thing in the world. And so I have not, maybe I just glossed over it in the fits of anger and the feelings of just complete craziness that happened after they got blown out by the Ravens. I don't think he even got asked a question about whether or not he still wants to be here, because everyone just assumes it because of the contract extension he signed before last year. But if you want to talk about someone who should go to the team and say, well, wait a minute.
Can you get me one chance at a run at this?
It would be him. Because Watt, in theory, like the thought with Sidney Crosby of he still has enough time, even though he's in his late 30s, that the Penguins could turn it around and be like the Capitals now and come back in a couple of years and be a contender. I guess that possibility exists, even though I don't really trust Kyle Dubas to execute that plan. And with Watt, you could say, all right, a lot of edge rushers play until they're in their late 30s, the elite ones. So he might have 6 or 7 or 8 years left. Cam might have 2.
Well, don't tell Cam that. If we piss him off again, he's going to play till he's 46. He'll probably be good for pretty much all those years. But yeah, he has 2 left, I think, where you can count on him, if he's healthy, being extremely impactful. The only other guy that's even in the same boat as him is Calais Campbell.
Yeah, and he's more of a rotational guy now than he is an all-pro level player.
First-team, all-pro level player. He's having one of the insane back nines of a career we've ever seen at that position. I still think Skeens is the only, by the way, answer to all of this at the initial question here. Just because Doncic is in his mid-20s, has 8 or 9 years left as a really big force.
Well, apparently he's blown up to 270 pounds, is what the internet was telling me.
That seems like a lot more people out of Dallas trying to leak out that they are worried about his conditioning to justify the deal.
When was the last time you saw 270? You're on Awaken. You've made huge strides.
Ago.
2 years.
He started at 272?
Yeah.
So Luka Doncic, although much taller than you.
Yes. I would say quite a bit taller.
Somebody said if he's 270, it makes him like the 7th heaviest player in the NBA.
Who is the heaviest
Zion's got to be up there, man.
The heaviest guy in the league?
He's
Wouldn't
a
Zach
wide load.
Edey have to be?
Oh, what a monster that guy is. He looks like he's from the movie Space Jam, like one of those Monstars.
Or I was thinking like Zach Edey, if he had any acting chops or like comedic timing, you'd have to do a Princess Bride reboot, and he's the Andre the Giant.
Or that movie, The Giant, with Billy Crystal and George Marason. He could be the new George Marason.
Wasn't that My Giant?
Yep. Have you seen that, Donnie? It's a classic.
I have not.
We used to be a proper country where a 7'7" basketball player from Eastern Europe could star with Billy Crystal in a film.
Is Taco Fall with an NBA team, or is he like in the?
Is he on like Boston's?
So. If he is, he's like at the very, very end of the bench.
Because he's 3'11" according to Google.
He's also like what 7'6"?
Yeah, Zion's 285.
Zion being listed at 285 feels like a pretty funny.
What the internet's telling me.
How many guys on the Steelers roster do you think are listed at more than 270?
More than 270?
Yeah.
Whole offensive line. So every player that's on their offensive line is more than 270.
Yeah, most of the defensive line.
Benton's more than. Cam
All right, so let's do this.
All right, let's play the.
Man, by the way, Calvin
Austin
Austin is listed at 162.
Too heavy, too light. I think he might actually be underlisted. 162 is just hard for me to fathom.
That is very light.
When I got to
I
got to 169 for a day, Donnie, and people in my family were like, "Are you okay?"
I found the list from NBA 2K25, the heaviest guys. Edey is number one.
Has to
305.
I was gonna say he's a tank.
Do you think
Jokic is 285?
Do you think?
Jokic has got to be closer to 3?
Do you think Watt is listed at 270? Or
no, I bet you he's listed at like 250 to 255.
252.
What's Highsmith, about 260?
I would bet 255 there.
Highsmith is 240.
BS.
What do you think Darnell Washington is listed at?
265.
I think Mulsey got it on the nose.
264.
Damn it, Price is right.
To keep you honest. Yeah, he's going to be a bit
higher.
All
the defensive tackles and all the offensive linemen are bigger.
Yeah, I mean that.
Who do you think is the heaviest guy that actually plays for the Steelers?
Like
not,
gets run?
Not some practice squad guy or some down the line.
For some reason
dude.
in my brain, like Sayamalu popped to mind.
No.
Sayamalu's
listed at 303.
Big Monty Adams?
Nope.
What is Fautanu?
Fautanu is. Wait a minute
if
here.
If he counts.
They don't actually, because it's the active roster, so they don't list Fautanu.
How heavy
on
do you
the
think
team's
Sebastian
website.
Janikowski was at his absolute heaviest? You think he
Are
kicked...
we saying real weight or what
real
they
weight?
Fautanu,
You think Sebastian
270.
I bet you Seabass kicked at 295.
Fautanu would be the heaviest. He's listed at 317.
Man, he's not that tall either.
Really?
Like I think he's 6'3".
6'4" is what they list him at.
I think he was listed at like, not
yeah, Mason McCormick is taller than him.
Not typical tackle height was the whole thing.
McCormick's 6'5", 315, according to the Steelers website.
Well, Ramon Foster was kind of the same way. He was a very tall guard.
Yep.
Oh, Ramon, what did Ramon get listed at? I mean, he was like 330. Every bit.
I think he was like 6'6",
330. Yeah. I mean, he was a monstrously large human being. Starks is still the largest person I've ever seen up close. Max Starks looked like he would fit like in a full doorway.
Who was bigger, him or Flozell the hotel?
So I never saw Adams up close, but the dude's nickname was a hotel, so I'm going to go
Did you ever
with
see
him.
the old Spider-Man?
Was huge,
Did you ever see the old Spider-Man cartoons, the villain, the Kingpin, that huge like mob boss in the movie?
Yeah.
Starks just reminded me like proportionally of him, just a guy who kind of was like built like a very large square.
Stark 6'8", 345.
I mean,
bigger than Adams, 6'7", 338.
Just an absolute unit. When I was interning,
one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet too. Just a jolly giant.
Well, when I was on ESPN after I'd won the contest, they would send me to do some like reporter
congratulations
stuff.
on all your
hold
success.
the recorder, and so it was like after their Super Bowl, and they had like their big whatever bash, and he was there, and we all got in a scrum to talk to him, and I like looked up. I'm not like a small person. I'm 6 feet tall. I was like, this guy looks like he could be like, he had to be bigger than Andre the Giant looked to people. I mean, he was a massive human
I remember the time he came here to do a show, and he only had one request. He's like, can you guys have red velvet cake for me? So
That's
they had Oakmont bring
a red
velvet cake in.
What a random request,
Yeah,
though.
loved it.
So it's like kind of like a rider that you would be if you were like in the Rolling Stones. Can I have a jar of green M&Ms in the studio, please?
I wonder if fans agree with us on the Sidney Crosby thing. We know it's a hypothetical, but we just had the most insane trade in maybe sports history happen Sunday morning. What would be your reaction if Sidney Crosby got traded? Because the three of us pretty much said, hey, our reaction would be, good for you, Sid. Good luck. Would not be like any anger or animosity or wouldn't be upset by it whatsoever. Is that how you would feel? 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Steiner Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Penguins shut out the Predators 3-0 on Saturday. Alex Nedeljkovic with 25 saves in the shutout win. Pens host the Devils tomorrow. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. It's also the official sportsbook of Super Bowl 59. Right now, Kansas City is a 1.5-point favorite, a very small favorite against Philly. The last time they played in the Super Bowl, it was flipped. Philly was a small favorite in the game. Total is 49. And you can bet Philly on the money line at plus 105. And that's what I aim to do for Super Bowl Sunday. Philly almost won the game 2 years ago. They lost in controversial fashion because of that holding penalty. James Bradbury on Juju. And that Philly team did not have Saquon Barkley. This one does, and I think that'll make all the difference. New bettors to FanDuel. Place a $5 bet, and if you win, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Andrew and bet with FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cloudy with showers tonight, the low 33.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Still seeing a pretty severe delay on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're backed up from the Birmingham Bridge through the tunnels to Edgewood Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The big game is this Sunday, which means parties, libations, and food. The exact scenario Awaken 180 was built for. Why? Because you eat to lose weight. Do it once, enjoy the process, then receive free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen up for this awesome opportunity. Win a trip to Vegas. Stay at the luxurious Circa Resort and Casino. Vegas' premier sports viewing destination. I know that firsthand. You and 3 guests will be put up there plus $20,000 to you to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tournament. Download and listen to The Fan on the free Odyssey app. Listen each day on the app for a minimum of 1 hour, and you're going to receive an entry. It's that simple. National contest runs through Sunday, February 23rd. Get the free Odyssey app now. Listen to The Fan for 1 hour each day, and you'll have a chance at winning this ultimate prize pack. A lot going on here. Donnie's football segment is a few minutes away. Roger Goodell just said at his State of the NFL press conference that the league is exploring a co-ed flag football league, a co-ed professional flag football league. Give me 2 options. I can watch professional co-ed flag football, or I can watch Super Bowl 36, the highlights of it, narrated by NFL Films. I'm going to pick the latter.
I'm going to read a book.
And then someone chimed in and said, professional flag football, isn't that what happens when Patrick Mahomes gets hit in games? I'm not sure what Goodell's response was to that.
He did get asked straight away about the idea that there's like a conspiracy favoring the Chiefs with the calls and got extremely annoyed apparently by the question. I love that school of thought actually made it into the Goodell Q&A.
Offshoot of what we were just talking about with this blockbuster NBA trade that happened and how Mark Cuban, who still has a tiny stake in the Mavericks.
Miriam Adelson, who's the widow of Sheldon Adelson, the casino magnate, is now the principal owner there.
How their fans are just going ballistic over this trade.
Yeah.
What is the Pittsburgh sports trade that upset you the most? The one that had you very close to saying, I'm done. This ticks me off and pisses me off so much. I'm really close to throwing in the towel with these guys. Because
there's one obvious.
I can think of 4 off the top of my head, and unfortunately they're all Pirates trades.
I mean, there's one Pirates trade that I think just...
Not after the fact where it ended up like undoing so much good, if there was any at all, and like setting the franchise back.
I didn't...
Hindsight, because I would not say in the moment I thought of the Chris Archer trade.
No, I don't lump the
way.
Archer deal in. I can't. That would be intellectually very dishonest because I praised them for going for it at the time and said like this might. I don't even think I said this might not work out. I just said they needed to show me something. They showed me something. I'm glad they did something about it. I have a very clear answer in my brain, and it is the Aramis Ramirez deal because that happened when I was I want to say I was 16. He had had a little bit of an up and down start to his career, but it was obvious he was really good and going to be really good. And that was pre-internet being a really big thing where now you kind of can get a sense of who they're trading and if these guys they're getting back are any good. You just heard names like Bobby Hill, Matt Bruback, and Jose Hernandez. And I think the only guy anybody really knew anything about was Hernandez.
Yeah, because he played for the Brewers.
But he was also known for striking out before that was
the ultimate feast or famine player.
He was known for being, before the strikeout stopped being taboo because teams started just not caring about it, he was known for being like a human windmill.
And the Pirates tacked Kenny Lofton onto that deal.
I thought
he was having a career season.
I could have swore they tacked him onto the Randall Simon deal.
No.
Oh, no, you're right.
Because he was on that Cubs team in 2003.
You're right.
That had the...
Just the Ramirez trade was so disillusioning. The debt ceiling stuff, they had to, be within whatever the league's rule was.
We used to go on AOL chats when that was a thing in 2003. We'd go over my buddy Rick Bach's house, and we would go into these baseball chats. And like you said, there was no Twitter or anything like that. So we would say things like, Peter Gammons just said on Baseball Tonight that the Red Sox are on the verge of trading Pedro Martinez, and then we'd throw in 3 BS players and just watch Rome burn. We would do this all the time. And people would fall for it because, like you said, information sharing was so primitive at the time. I think that the Garrett Cole trade is up there for me because of what it signaled. We're just and look, I thought that Cole at that point had started to underachieve here. So actually, as I say this out loud, that would probably be secondary. And I know the trade ended up working out because Brian Reynolds had a pretty big career. But the symbolism of the Andrew McCutchen trade was also just brutal. Because it was another, we can't sign our best player, so we're going to take what we can get for him.
I mean, all these trades sort of have some of that in common. I think the Ramirez deal happened. I think the Ramirez deal stung a lot because it was right after they had opened this new ballpark that was supposed to be allowed.
I know, but the difference is that
make them compete.
Is that team was just perpetually rebuilding.
No, I know. It did happen in the in the shadow of, aren't we supposed to be actually keeping our best players now?
I want to say that did the McCutchen trade happen during the Steelers-Jags playoff game?
What day was the Steelers-Jags playoff game? Can you give me the actual date?
Maybe January 12th, 2018, something like that?
He got
January 14th.
Okay, it happened the next day. Traded by the Pirates with cash to the Giants for Kyle Crick, Brian Reynolds, in the classic international bonus slot.
What day did Garrett Cole get traded then?
I will find that
because I think those things happened almost simultaneously.
Garrett Cole dealt by the Pirates to the
Astros.
Houston Astros. Hold on, I'm getting it here. January 13th. So they sandwiched the trail. They had Garrett Cole on January 13th, 2018, dealt. Andrew McCutchen, January 15th, dealt.
And I think whispers started to come out during that game that McCutchen was going to get traded.
Has there been a more demoralizing 3-day stretch in recent Pittsburgh sports history? Trade Garrett Cole, lose to Jacksonville, trade Andrew McCutchen. That's a 1-2-3 punch, Donnie.
I remember that
they were down for the count.
I remember that me and Cook were at a Wahlburgers doing a show.
The one in like Northway Mall?
The day after the Jaguars game. And all this pirate stuff was happening, and it's like, what do we do?
Well, you were, I imagine, driving the bus, so what did you tell them?
Well, we did Steelers, relevant? But it was just, there was too much. And then Roethlisberger called in and had an axe to grind.
Wait, he actually called?
Yes.
What a thrill
he
that
said,
had
put
to
me
be.
on the air.
Had an axe to grind with who, Haley?
With us.
Oh, with you guys?
Yeah.
What did you say about him?
Well, we were obviously Monday morning quarterbacking some of their mistakes from that game. And remember they had that short yardage pitch play to Bell?
Yeah.
And I said, I'm like, I know he doesn't like to do it, but you have to quarterback sneak there.
Oh.
And he said, we don't actually have a play call for quarterback sneak. And that's when that drop that we played for years came out. And he said, what do you want me to do there? Whisper quarterback sneak to Bouncy?
But I remember Joe and I went on the air after you and said, yes, that's how easy it is. You just tell your line, I'm going to sneak the ball. I'm going to submit one more horrifying trade into evidence here. Because people, I think, don't remember it as a trade almost. I think people somewhat remember it as like they signed the guy. They didn't. July 31st, Donnie, 2007. You'd have been right in the wheelhouse of caring deeply about sports. It's another Pirates trade. The Pirates, the Pirates traded for a gentleman named Matt Morris. That was an...
Yeah, but at the time, people were like, this is a joke? Or were they like, we actually,
sucked.
I know, but he was great for the Cardinals for all those years.
Here's the reason. He was making a bunch of money, and I think they just traded for like the highest salary they thought they could afford, and it was just for a guy that
was Littlefield knowing that he was going to get fired, and he wanted to stick it to Pirates ownership.
The guy had a 5 ERA, and they just
How about that next year when they were in the big 3-team trade, and they got Brandon Moss?
Oh, and the Jason Bay deal.
Yeah, Bay went to the Red Sox. Manny went to the Dodgers.
Yeah, that didn't upset people, though.
No.
People didn't have the pitchforks out.
Of course, Brandon Moss was great once he left.
How about the Yager
the
deal?
moment he left.
How about Yager going to Washington?
I always like to play this game. Can you name the players that they got back from Washington in the Yager deal?
Chris Beach is my favorite.
Can you name the other two? I think I've got them off the top of my head.
Go ahead.
Michael Sivek.
Mm-hmm.
Sivek, and like a guy whose last name is a mess, Ross Lapschuk or something like that.
Right. Donnie has the debrief next. You can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Nick Farabaugh, who was one of only 2 Steelers insiders who was watching Mike Tomlin's every move at the Senior Bowl, on what we should expect now in the draft based on that event coming up later this hour. But first, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Super Bowl 59 on Sunday, Philly, Kansas City, 6:30 kick. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The NFL on Westwood One coverage begins at 2. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Mike's Beer Bar, premier place to watch sports. What are you doing for the big game on Sunday? If you don't want to have people over, big mess to clean up, a lot of cooking, things like that, why don't you go over to Mike's? They'll have it on. Going to be a crazy fun night there at Mike's. 80 rotating taps of the best local craft beer. They've got outstanding wings, steak on a stone, burgers, wraps, nachos. Great food options, and then hundreds of beers from around the world. Right next to PNC Park. If you want to watch sports and you love to drink beer, meet me at Mike's today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Are you ready for the ultimate Vegas experience? Just listen to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app to enter our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 93.7 The Fan for at least an hour a day, and you're entered to win. You and 3 friends get airfare to Vegas, stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim, along with a cash prize of $20,000 to enjoy the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. It's our national contest, Slam Dunk in Vegas. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see UFC 312 title fight Saturday, February 8th. Duplessis versus Strickland. 2 on pay-per-view. Only at Cheerleaders.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
93.7 The Fan's 15th birthday is later this month, and you're invited to our anniversary party. It's February 26th at the Rivers. It's free, but you need a ticket to get in. Head to Porky's. We know all about Porky's in Etna.
Oh, my God, were those sandwiches good.
Wednesday from 5 to 6, the first 10 people will get a pair of tickets. Plus, we'll draw for a pair of tickets at 6. Details at 937thefan.com. So get to Porky's for tickets to that exclusive event, but it is free. Nick Farabaugh, one of the few Steelers reporters who made the trek down to Mobile and saw Mike Tomlin in the face of defensive linemen and everything else, will join us in studio to break down the Steelers draft plans later this hour. But first, it's time for a Donnie Football Debrief.
The debrief, February 3, 2025. 17 years ago today, maybe one of the greatest days of Pony's life. The Giants beat the Patriots in Super Bowl 42.
Yeah, I was walking around at Syracuse telling people that this is the greatest day of my life. This moment will never be topped. And then I think I told my wife on our wedding day that that's probably how I would still feel. That did not really get the ball rolling great that morning.
Did you think that... So you weren't joking about it. We know that.
It was just such a memorable day.
So did you think, though, that somehow the morning of your wedding, she would respond well to that statement? Like, she'd be like, oh, Andrew, you're so funny. Has the birth of your daughter rocketed up past Super Bowl 42?
I think...
You're like, but David Tyree, it was just
may
such
I
an
explain? And then
unbelievable
I met Tyree at a Super Bowl a few years ago, and we hit it off.
Justin Tuck and those guys were just on their game.
I came away from the conversation thinking that David Tyree wanted to be my friend, which was really cool.
Probably not a thing you come away from many conversations.
I think Tyree looked at me and saw like a kindred spirit. And so,
I'm thinking of jokes as fast as I can here. That was the last catch of his pro career, Donnie.
I think that the morning of the wedding, admitting that was a way to maybe take the edge off. I thought I would say that so she wouldn't be nervous. Amanda wouldn't be nervous about the festivities of the day. Like, in the grand scheme of things, just a wedding. There's a football game that I still cherish.
I feel like that's like some of the worst advice you could possibly give.
You're a very smart person who just sometimes your brain goes through very dumb processes.
If I told Sarah on the eventual day of our wedding, you know what? When Polamalu picked off Joe Flacco in that 2008 AFC Championship game, I didn't think anything could top it.
And nothing
still doesn't.
You know what? I got to actually come clean here. Alex, we got back from our honeymoon because we were on our honeymoon watching, because they had, TVs with American television down in the Bahamas or whatever, the channels we needed. I think that was actually the CBC. But we watched Penguins Sharks. I want to say game 2 and 3 happened while we were down there. Well, we got back home. They closed it out in 6, and we were watching in the living room of our old house. And she's like drinking champagne because obviously huge Penguins fan. We were half-season ticket holders. She goes, "This is the greatest day of my life."
Great take.
And then she said, "I guess I did just get married," but did not say it with the conviction that I would think you would want to say as you add it on after the fact.
Like when Flair won that 92 Rumble.
Exactly.
And I was there for that.
Exactly.
How high up do you rank that one?
Not very high, because I didn't really get it in the moment that it was like
you were watching something special.
That it was something that was going to be remembered till the end of time.
I mean, to me, on the greatest days thing, I got to automatically put birth of each child tied 1 and 1. There's I don't put either one ahead of the other.
I agree with that.
For me, it's just the birth of each child is number 1.
I get that one, Malsey.
Wedding day is number 2. The day we got engaged is pretty high up because it was one of the few successful surprises I pulled on Alex. There was a lot of moving parts that came together. That's high up there. I honestly don't know where the first sporting event comes in.
So there are
I don't know if there's one in the top 5 for me, actually.
There are 2 Super Bowls. People say, well, the Giants with Eli Manning, they were a Cinderella story, not a great team during the season. What's so funny?
Our guy Caleb has come in and just destroyed you. Top 5 moments in Pony's life. 1, Tyree helmet catch. 2, Manningham sideline catch, which is a great throw and catch. 3, Grimace's first pitch for the Mets. 4, birth of daughter. 5, getting married. The fact that he just tossed Grimace in there casually is beautiful.
That was a turning point. That was an inflection point for the Mets season. So good for him on that. There are 2 games in Super Bowl history that were, by the point spread, bigger upsets than the Giants beating an 18-0 football team.
Colts-Jets in Super Bowl III.
Colts-Jets they were an 18-point dog in that game. They won the game outright.
But for perspective, the Chargers were, I think, a 19-point dog when the Niners destroyed them.
That is the biggest of all time. And
the Steelers still would have been like a 14 or 15
They were
point dog
13.5 against the Cowboys.
What was
next year?
The Broncos-Packers is my guess for the other one.
I was going to say the very first Patriots won over the Rams.
Yep, that's the right answer.
Good call. Very
the greatest
nice,
show on turf.
Another one where I think we've discussed this before. The Steelers would have got clobbered by that Rams team.
Yeah.
I got no faith they would have gone in there and won that game.
Rams were a 2-touchdown favorite in that game.
I mean,
Ty Law should have been the MVP.
The Patriots' dominance for most of that game, only to have the Rams play catch-up as fast as they did. Like, that's another one of those games, if it goes 5 quarters, does anyone think the Patriots are hanging on? They were up, 17-3, and then the Rams just finally got their act together and immediately tied the game. It was quick. Freaking Ricky Prohl He made 2 huge catches in 3 years in playoff games.
Yeah, and then he did it with Carolina against
Right.
the Patriots.
You know what? That Carolina Patriots game is one of I feel like it does not get talked about near enough. That is a way better game and a way wilder fourth quarter than, like, for example, Titans-Rams.
The Super Bowl's first, I would say, 35 games or 30 games are not very good. You could count on one hand. Both Cowboys-Steelers Super Bowls were good.
Bengals-Niners was good.
Bengals-Niners is held up as this all-time great game. It was 20-16.
Well,
you had 2 great drives for Montana.
Yeah, I mean, it had great drives at the end.
Right,
I would say Cardinals-Steelers gets held up as a pretty great game because of the Harrison play and Ben's drive.
True.
Well, you know where I think the Super Bowl started to turn is the Broncos-Packers one.
Yes.
Because they go in as a pretty big underdog with Elway. They win it. Then they win the next one. Then you have the story of the greatest show on turf. You have the historically great Ravens defense. Not that the game
Yeah, but
was
that game
good.
sucked. It was 34-7.
Game sucked. Patriots start a run of, 3 Super Bowls in 4 years.
I
all
mean,
of which
really,
are close, good
well,
games.
every game is good except that Patriots-Rams snooze fest where they won their 6th title and beat them 13-3.
Where Doran won a lot of money betting Julian Edelman before the game as the Super Bowl MVP, which is, I got to give him credit, as one of the wilder and better bets I've ever seen hit.
My roommate in college, Anthony Marini from Providence, Rhode Island, was a diehard Patriots fan, and I had the pleasure of watching that game with him.
Was he the guy whose dad worked in construction?
Yes, in air quotes.
Yeah. Sanitation.
And punched a hole through our living room.
That's
wall
good
when they
anger.
lost.
That's good anger. Like, just right through the drywall.
Yep.
I always wondered how more, dudes who got that pissed off in the moment didn't hit, studs and just break their hand. Because you're not knocking around to find a good spot where you can go right through the drywall. How does it not happen that more guys just don't go, 2 knuckles right on the stud and just smash their hand to pieces?
But
that was the hardest I've ever rooted for a non-Pittsburgh team. I remember I was at my buddy Kevin that I actually did my first ever college radio show with. He was several years ahead of me, and he was living in Philly, and I was living in Philly. We went to his buddy's house to watch that game. So it was a bunch of, agnostic people to the game, right?
Yep.
No, Giants or Pats fans. It's, again, I think that game united everyone outside of New England. It was the most pro-Giants crowd I have ever seen.
Now, I think Aikman has gotten pretty good at this.
Yes.
I think he's now one of the best analysts in football. He's way better than Brady right now, obviously. And he was a great big game quarterback. I mean, if you look at his Super Bowls, he played masterfully in pretty much all of them. Now, he took some sacks in the game against the Steelers, but overall was very good and didn't make mistakes like O'Donnell did. He is awful on the call of that Giants-Patriots game. I mean, just almost to the point where I've gone back and watched the game a million times. It 100% takes away from the viewing experience.
You think Brady's going to do that this Sunday?
He's gotten better as the season has gone on.
I still think it's way too much Mr. Obvious stuff
But
with him.
I think there's a chance we get Brady.
His voice.
Brady calling guys by the wrong name. I mean, he's doing
done
that
a
constantly.
lot. His voice just doesn't also measure up. Donnie, you think it's kind of messed up that Tom Brady's contract from Fox to do this is bigger in total value than all but one player in this game, which is Mahomes? That's it. Hurts' contract isn't even close.
He's making more at calling games than when he was winning Super Bowls.
He's making on average $37.5 million. It's a $375 million deal. What's Hurts? $260 or something? Total value. Mahomes is at $450, I think.
Wow.
But one guy is making more money over the course of a deal than Brady.
Thank you for a debrief, Donnie. Coming up next, Nick Farabaugh joins us in studio. He's an up-and-coming Steelers insider. Very enterprising work. He went to the Senior Bowl. He was one of the few Steelers media members who was able to take in all of the scouting work that the Steelers did down there. It sounds like they're uninterested in using a draft pick on something that every Steelers fan admits the team needs. And we'll see if Nick agrees with that when we come back. Timeout, and we'll return. It's the PM Team on the Fan. Right now, I'm going to tell you guys about Wetco Car Wash. There are 45-plus locations all around Pittsburgh. My plan tomorrow is on my way to drop off my daughter at my mother-in-law's. I will stop at one of those Wetcos and get my car washed, get some gas, get a snack or two for her and me, and then go about our way over to her house. It's so easy. 90 seconds, you're in and out. If you have the unlimited pass like I do, it's like VIP access. You go to the line that's shorter, you cut right through, and you are ready to go. So take advantage of it. Undercarriage clean too, tire shine, they do the whole 9 yards, and you'll be blown away by how affordable, how cost efficient it is today. So take advantage, make a great Valentine's Day gift, something that you know someone's going to use. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited to take advantage of that today. That's GetGoCafe.com/unlimited. And take advantage of the Wet Go Car Wash and all it has to offer. You can cancel anytime, no fine print, people. Give it a shot. It's the Wet Go Car Wash.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Anthony Davis-Luka Doncic blockbuster trade leaves a lingering question. What did LeBron James know about this in advance, if anything? And if he was really left in the dark, does he still have any power in LA? There are still so many threads to pull. But a big one is, did LeBron embrace Luka as his co-star? Or have the Lakers decided this is now Luka's team? I'm Bill Ryder.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No hassle, no lines, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They have been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGJets.com. That's AMGJets.com. AMG, a proud supporter of the University of Pittsburgh and Pitt Athletics.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
When you call Top Dog, you calling them for one reason. That's to win. You want money. You want them to go bite somebody. They got you into an accident. Put you in the hospital. They ain't have a scratch on them. You gonna call the dog. They gonna have a scratch now. They about to get bit. If I was you, I'll be scared. He ain't got no leash on him. He smell fair, ready to bite. Like what you wanna do? My client want a lot of money. Top dollar. What we doing? You paying? What we doing? We settling? What we doing? Gotta bite you again? What we doing? Any accident. Top dog law.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hey, it's Michael Jenkins with a Sports Betting Minute brought to you by BetMGM. I'm the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. We are fading Orlando tonight out west against Golden State. Despite getting their superstar back on the court, Orlando has not been able to get it together, losing 8 of 9 overall and going 7-16 against the number in their last 23 games overall. Orlando has one of the best defenses in the game, but they have the worst overall offense and probably can't keep up with Golden State from long range. Golden State, 13th overall from long range. Orlando dead last from three-point land. The number open at Golden State -2 and keeps going up. But we like Golden State on the money line, so let's get a dub with the Dubs. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the Sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messingthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're seeing a lot of congestion on the southbound side of Sawmill Run Boulevard. You're backed up from Edgebrook Avenue through Library Road. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by ESPN Sports Betting.
Get ready for sports season. ESPN Bet, the area's new home for sports, is now open at Hollywood Casino at the Meadows. Eat, drink, bet on, and watch the best games on our giant screen TVs. Only at Hollywood Casino. Must be 21 or over.